Heavy rain, floods, extreme cold, hail, poisonous fog, earthquakes, eternal night. The relentless onslaught of various natural disasters devours this blue planet like a primordial beast. Upon being reborn 2 months prior to the apocalypse, she acquires a personal space, which requires gold for upgrades, yet her financial situation remains dire, with her bank savings teetering on the brink of collapse. No money? Fear not, for the system's assistance tools have come online, allowing her to undertake missions for various rewards. With these reward funds, she embarks on a shopping spree, stockpiling supplies to brace for the impending calamities. As the apocalypse descends, space upgrades are halted, yet system rewards continue to function. Wait a moment. This time the rewards have shifted. Completing a C-level mission earns her 50 pounds of pork, a B-level mission rewards 100 pounds of fine wheat flour, and an S-level mission might even grant a special ability. Her 2 little wolf cubs have also undergone changes, able to effortlessly take down mutated beasts with a single bite, and even generate electricity with their newfound powers. The land she had purchased in advance for farming unexpectedly yields mutated vegetables that autonomously defend themselves, and her hastily constructed small hut becomes the most formidable defense in the base. The base's most impressive night guard team exclaims, "Holy cow, this dog can scorn humans, this dragon fruit shoots, and this peach tree can ensnare people?" Chapter 1. Rebirth, yet still penniless. Dear passengers, welcome aboard the Metro Line 2. The train's final stop will be the Science Park. Passengers alighting at the next stop, Wanda Plaza, please prepare to disembark. The long-forgotten Metro announcement jolted Gu Tongwan from her thoughts, her body glistening with a layer of cold sweat, her grip on the door handle tightening involuntarily. Ah, my ball! Thud, thud, thud. An object collided with the top of her foot. She looked down in confusion to find a colorful children's soccer ball. Next, her gaze fell upon a little boy of about 5 years, clad in suspenders. The boy, round and fair, was squatting by her feet, struggling to retrieve the ball he had thrown. Such a clean and lovely child would never appear in the apocalypse. Could this be an illusion? Gu Tongwan bit her tongue hard, the sharp pain causing her to furrow her brow. The little boy glanced up at her. Clearly startled, fear etched across his face as he clutched the ball and dashed towards his mother. "Didn't I tell you to hold on to your soccer ball? If you keep this up, I'll tell your father and you won't be getting any more toys," exclaimed the young mother, who had been about to scold him further, but her son suddenly buried his head in her arms, crying. Noticing her son's distress, the mother looked up in the direction he had fetched the ball from, her own face paling in shock. This woman appeared emotionally unwell. Could she be seriously ill? At that moment, the train doors opened, and Gu Tongwan was pushed forward by the crowd eager to disembark. Only when the doors closed and the train zoomed away did she finally regain her composure. Was this a dream? She hesitantly raised her palm, the sticky cold sweat on it feeling all too real, while the safety glass opposite reflected her figure clad in a gray business suit and mid-heeled shoes, presenting the image of a typical office worker. Such attire would never be seen in a world where order had collapsed. During that time, the globe had suffered 8 years of power outages, and large-scale transportation systems like the metro could no longer operate normally. Most importantly, as she gazed at the reflection of her delicate face and cascading curls, she felt as if she were staring at 2 different people, separated by the horrors of the last year of the apocalypse, and she instinctively reached up to touch her face. After 8 years of struggling in the apocalypse, she had grown to despise her striking appearance. This face had drawn calamity and envy, with men eager to possess her as a mere object, while women harbored a seething jealousy wishing to see her utterly destroyed. In the 5th year of the apocalypse, she had been scarred across her face, and her hair shorn. But none of this was what Gu Tongwan feared most. Rather, it was the prospect of languishing in a world void of sustenance, where darkness reigned. She had consumed food that had spoiled, even teeming with maggots, drunk from waters tainted by corpses, and endured the horrors of unpredictable disasters and sudden zombie attacks, often finding refuge in suffocating sewers, rife with insects. Even more chilling was the darkness of humanity that emerged in the apocalypse, where heinous acts of violence and looting became commonplace, order and law crumbled entirely, and the government and military could no longer control the spiraling chaos. Within the base, society had evolved into a class system, where human worth was no longer equal. Individuals were categorized into ranks, with those who could create value elevated above others, while those deemed worthless sank to the level of slaves. Gu Tongwan had taken lives in the apocalypse and calculated the moves of those who sought to harm her. In those desperate times, as long as she could find food, She would sacrifice everything, even the last remnants of her kindness, determined to survive and witness the day when this planet might revive. She believed she had evaded the worst of the disasters and the monstrous zombies, only to ultimately fall victim to the malice of humanity. In her final group mission, she was abandoned by her fellow team members, who used her as bait to delay the pursuing zombies. In a desperate bid to escape, she leapt from a bridge, dragging her wounded body, fully aware that survival was impossible. As she plunged into the water, she surrendered to the inevitability of death, awaiting the icy river to engulf her, vividly recalling the suffocating sensation as it enveloped her. Yet, in an instant, she found herself aboard the metro. Suppressing her rapid breaths, she shakily retrieved her phone from her shoulder bag, where the date glaringly read June 2022, 2 months before the outbreak of the apocalypse. Uncertain whether to feel joy or fear, Gu Tongwan slowly crouched down, covering her face with her hands, tears streaming through her fingers. She had been reborn. She was alive. She had returned to the world before the apocalypse, rather than existing in a world where humanity was reduced to mere insects. Unaware of how long she had cried, she was surrounded by the hurried footsteps of countless commuters, their chaotic sounds echoing in her ears. Gradually calming her emotions, Gu Tongwan began to adjust her breathing, choosing to accept the reality before her. If this world had a deity that granted her a second chance at life, she was determined to seize this hard-won opportunity, even knowing that this planet was on the brink of catastrophic destruction. What had she been doing in the 2 months leading up to the apocalypse? At that time, she was likely still striving to become a competent corporate worker. In her 4th year of university, she would wake at 6 every morning for her internship, rushing to catch the metro by 7, standing for an hour while fighting back yawns. By 8, she would arrive at the office, only to return home at 8:30 in the evening, her monthly internship salary barely amounting to 3,000 yuan. Ding dong, her phone buzzed with notifications from the work group, her supervisor tagging her abruptly. Gu Tongwan, didn't I instruct you to arrive at the office by 8 this morning to prepare for the meeting? Where have you been? If you don't want this job, find another position. The company doesn't need people like you. The company, consisting of over 30 people, was not large, yet the vice president wielded considerable authority, often using newcomers as scapegoats. After she had exposed his sexual harassment, he had made it his mission to make her life difficult. Fearing that she might not receive the essential internship certification needed to graduate, she had to endure the various trials imposed by her boss, biding her time until graduation to finally present her resignation letter to him. Gu Tongwan bit her lip, feeling somewhat dazed. After all, death had seemed to linger just a moment prior. Yet here she stood, uncertain whether she had been reborn into the same world or had entered a new realm of peace and tranquility. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in her mind. System rebooted, space awaiting activation, 200 points required to initiate. The voice was all too familiar, a spatial ability that had only emerged during the 6th year of the apocalypse. Unfortunately, at that time, she lacked even the means for self-preservation, let alone the ability to fully utilize this space. Resources were scarce, and it was a challenge to find anything useful during missions to fill it. Her space had remained at its basic size due to the absence of gold for upgrades, leaving it cluttered with useless debris, dirt clods, decayed branches, tattered clothes scavenged from corpses, and even used disposable containers. Rather than hoarding supplies, it had become a repository for refuse. There was little she could do. The space had arrived too late, missing the optimal time for use. However, this time would be different. The early appearance of the space signified ample time for preparation. 200 points, which means I need an equivalent of 200 grams of gold. Gu Tongwan took a deep breath. Regardless, having a space meant she could finally accept the reality of her rebirth. Alongside a few anxious thoughts, there was also a burgeoning hope for survival. After all, this time she had 2 months to make the most of it. In this upcoming apocalypse, she was determined to thrive and live better than anyone else. With this thought in mind, her fingers danced across her company group chat, sending a message. I am reporting Zhang XX for frequently harassing female employees, severely affecting their mental and physical well-being. Such societal scum ought to be eradicated. Furthermore, I hereby resign effective immediately. A light smile graced her lips. Even if she could not confront that despicable vice president directly, with the apocalypse looming in 2 months, selfish individuals like him would surely face retribution. After all, During that time, laws would be rendered meaningless, and with the police and military struggling to protect themselves, maintaining social order would be a mere fantasy. The loss of a life or two would go unnoticed. Should he still be alive at that point, she would not mind facilitating his demise. Gu Tongwan retrieved her phone and logged into her banking app, gazing at the over 70,000 yuan accumulated from 4 years of diligent studies and various scholarships. Within moments, she made a resolute decision. Upon exiting the subway, she swiftly located the nearest jewelry store. With the mid-year sales approaching and a slight decline in gold prices, various promotional offers were abundant. After leaving the jewelry store, Gu Tongwan's left hand brushed against her neck, feeling the weight of a 140-gram gold necklace that caused her considerable pain. Yet, with the activation of the space requiring gold, there was little choice in the matter. She returned promptly to her rented apartment, situated in an old dormitory of the water plant in the city center, a mere 35 square meters. Fortunately, the transportation was relatively convenient, and the monthly rent was manageable at 800 yuan. Without even changing her clothes, she rummaged through her belongings, retrieving a red wooden box from a drawer. Inside lay a pair of gold bracelets she had won during her second year in a competition akin to the Great Challenge. She had secured second place, and the market value at that time was approximately 35,000 yuan. She estimated they weighed around 50 to 60 grams. After tossing these items into the dark space, a few seconds passed before the cold, mechanical voice echoed once more. Detected 213 grams of gold. Space activated. Gu Tongwan's heart soared with excitement as she eagerly entered the space. The activated space measured less than 10 square meters, roughly the size of a small restroom, and at the far end lay an expanse of darkness. She attempted to approach, but upon touching the edge of the darkness, she felt an invisible barrier preventing her from advancing any further. The system chimed in again. Next upgrade of space requires 400 grams of gold. Goodness, that was a direct doubling. Gu Tongwan could not help but twitch her lips in annoyance. If she was granted a chance at rebirth, could the system not provide a more substantial advantage? Surely, it should furnish her with all the necessary supplies. Otherwise, given her current circumstances, where would she procure the vast quantities of goods required? After all, she was neither an orphan scion nor an heir to millions. With a sigh, hands on her hips, Gu Tongwan paced anxiously. High-interest loans were out of the question, and she had nothing to pawn. Borrowing money was not practical either. She was merely an earnest student who had toiled for 4 years for a diploma, yet reality often proved more stark than her expectations. Though she had been reborn, the first challenge she faced was securing funds. Emerging from the space, Gu Tongwan retrieved a can of beer from the fridge. Taking a sip, the icy beverage rushed down her throat, providing a refreshing reprieve from the sweltering summer heat. Once more, she opened her phone. The balance in her WeChat wallet read 782.9, with her shopping app showing 89, and her other bank account held 12,000. Though her finances were limited, it was time to start preparing for stockpiling, hoping to uncover opportunities to exploit. Chapter 2. Scoundrel, hand over the money. 59 days remained until the apocalypse. Gu Tongwan had a restless night, waking around 9 due to her decision to skip work the following day. After a quick wash, she picked up her phone to check messages. Following her explosive statement in the work group and her unauthorized absence, the HR department had informed her this morning that her presence was no longer required. Additionally, her performance and attendance bonuses would be deducted, resulting in a monthly salary of less than 2,000. Fortunately, the big boss was concerned about her potential disruption, leading to a swift salary settlement. After all, dismissing a troublesome intern made way for a new one to smoothly fill the gap. Gu Tongwan chuckled coldly to herself, sending a message detailing the vice president's harassment to the company email, then promptly shared the same information with the suppliers before exiting the group chat. Previously, she had hesitated to keep evidence on her phone out of concern for obtaining her university diploma. Now, with only 2 months until the apocalypse, she dismissed her worries about the diploma and thesis altogether. Her phone balance finally returned to 4 digits, prompting Gu Tongwan to order a dish she had longed for: boiled fish. Though it seemed rather heavy for breakfast, after 8 years of struggling in the apocalypse, even fresh fish had become a rare luxury. Amidst the silence, a WeChat notification chimed. Glancing at her phone, she discovered it was a message from Zhang Hang. Xiao Wan, why haven't you replied to my messages these past few days? What happened? Gu Tongwan furrowed her brow, recalling this individual. He had been her first boyfriend and first love before the apocalypse. Goodness, so many years had passed that she nearly forgot about him. After all, they hadn't seen each other in 8 years, and she had no idea whether he was alive or dead. Memories crashed over her like waves. She remembered him as the one responsible for her expulsion from the rescue center. In the third month of the apocalypse, societal order had begun to disintegrate. She, along with Zhang Heng, joined a military rescue team heading to a designated aid center at the Jiangqing Museum. Initially, the center boasted a steady supply of food and water, but as the natural disasters escalated, these resources dwindled and human hearts became twisted. Conflicts over supplies frequently erupted, resulting in violence and crime. In a desperate bid for sustenance, Zhang Heng resorted to flirting with various women at the aid center, leveraging his handsome visage to acquire food and resources. This behavior, however, incited jealousy and suspicion among the women. As Zhang Heng's girlfriend, Gu Tongwan became the target of their disdain. They were unwilling to share him. Ultimately, Gu Tongwan was framed by Lu Cheng, a fellow student, for stealing assigned provisions and was expelled from the aid center. In the face of Lu Cheng's slander, Zhang Heng not only failed to defend her but also corroborated Lu Cheng's accusations, claiming he had seen Gu Tongwan entering the supply warehouse late at night. Gu Tongwan found herself at a loss for words, with no one willing to believe her. Yet, she noticed the ambiguous glances exchanged between Lu Cheng and Zhang Heng, which filled her with despair. Gu Tongwan vividly recalled the day she was cast out. An unexpected heavy snowfall blanketed a southern city in Jiangqing during November, the snow reaching mid-calf, while the biting wind lashed against her face. To survive, she had no choice but to join a band of outcasts, a lawless group where she endured immense suffering and humiliation. As time passed, she hardened her heart, becoming cold and detached, capable of brutally eliminating those who threatened her survival. All her actions were driven by the primal instinct to endure until the end of the world. A chilling glint flickered in her eyes as a smirk graced her lips. Truly, she had traversed a long and arduous path only to find herself here, and she resolved to confront this scoundrel. I caught a cold yesterday and fell asleep after taking medicine, so I haven't checked the news. Are you unwell? Be careful not to catch a chill tonight. By the way, are you free to come over to my place? I've bought a new game. Don't you love playing the recently released City of the Apocalypse? I'll play it with you. The implications behind a man's invitation to his home were all too apparent. In her past life, Zhang Heng had often sought to escalate their relationship, but Gu Tongwan's reserved nature and conservative views on romance led her to decline multiple times. Frustrated, Zhang Heng had reportedly cheated on her several times even before the world fell apart. Initially inclined to refuse, Gu Tongwan reconsidered. Despite Zhang Heng's lack of character, he was generous towards women and came from a well-off family, a minor heir in Jiangqing, often driving cars worth several $100,000. During their university days, his monthly allowance was in the 5 figures. Zhang Heng had pursued Gu Tongwan, the campus beauty, for a year and a half, and now that he had her, he was reluctant to let her go without experiencing the fruits of his labor. Biting her lip, Gu Tongwan responded with a reluctant okay, plotting how to extract money from the scoundrel. 20 minutes later, the delivery arrived, momentarily pulling Gu Tongwan from her thoughts. Eagerly, she opened the takeout box, and a wave of long-missed spicy aroma enveloped her senses. Gazing at the vibrant red chili oil and Sichuan pepper, she savored a tender piece of fish, the spicy flavors igniting her taste buds, nearly causing her to swallow her own tongue. A dish meant for 2, accompanied by 2 large bowls of rice, left Gu Tongwan utterly satisfied. After finishing her meal, she clenched her fists, silently vowing to amass resources and ensure she would never go hungry again. Gu Tongwan changed into a fresh outfit, a short-sleeved white t-shirt paired with light blue jeans, complemented by canvas shoes and a white cap, radiating youthful vigor, a stark contrast to her previously emaciated appearance during the apocalypse. Her fair skin accentuated her striking features. Upon arriving at the community, she found Zhang Heng waiting beside the new black Audi her family had purchased. Clad in white casual attire and beige trousers, his handsome features were the type many women found appealing. The moment Zhang Heng spotted Gu Tongwan, his eyes sparkled with desire, fixating intently on her curvaceous figure. After a month of dating, their physical intimacy had barely progressed beyond holding hands and hugging. Even kissing had only been on the cheek. Gu Tongwan's steadfast defenses often deter him from advancing further, fearing her displeasure. After all, it had taken him a year and a half to win her over, and the thought of parting without achieving his desires was intolerable. As she entered Zhang Heng's car, He immediately inquired with feigned concern, "Xiaowan, are you feeling better?" Gu Tongwan nodded, a light smile gracing her lips. "Thank you for your concern. I'm much better." Zhang Heng reached out to ruffle her hair, but awkwardly withdrew when he only encountered her cap. "This game is from my father's company. I believe you'll enjoy it." Gu Tongwan, an avid gamer well-versed in various online games, noted his attempt to cater to her interests, hoping to win her affection and allow nature to take its course. However, as Gu Tongwan turned her head away, Zhang Heng misinterpreted her movement as shyness, oblivious to the shadow of discontent clouding her expression. Zhang Heng's residence was situated in one of the most prestigious developments near the city center, priced at an astounding 12,000 per square meter during its initial sale. Its proximity to the CBD commercial district, along with nearby transit, hospitals, and schools, stood in stark contrast to her dilapidated rental in the old city. Gu Tongwan's phone buzzed with a new notification, an update from a housing agency informing her that several interested parties had inquired about the old organization house she had listed, with one individual eager to proceed, but offering a price 15% lower than her asking price. Whose message is that? Zhang Heng, filled with jealousy and possessiveness, noticed her engrossed in her phone and felt a surge of displeasure, though he maintained a facade of a gentle boyfriend. "It's from a real estate agent. They want to lower the price for my foster parents' house," she replied. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Xiaowan, are you selling the house?" With a heavy sigh, Gu Tongwan explained, "Yes, my foster mother is ill, and we have no funds for the surgery. Moreover, I'm about to graduate, and even if I secure a full-time position after my internship, my salary will barely exceed 4,000, making it impossible to cover the medical expenses." Zhang Heng was somewhat aware of her difficult circumstances. Believing that Gu Tongwan's beauty and demure nature made her more suitable for him than a strong-willed girlfriend, he found a sense of satisfaction in her dependence. He often feigned tenderness, pouring his efforts into wooing her, even if their relationship had not progressed significantly. The more challenging it was to win her over, the greater his sense of accomplishment. "How much more do you need?" Zhang Heng inquired, taking her hand in his, feigning gentleness. Gu Tongwan remained composed, though internally, she rolled her eyes. 200,000, she replied, knowing that amount was trivial for him, as he could easily procure it. Had it been a larger sum, he might have grown suspicious and reluctant to assist. As anticipated, eager to win Gu Tongwan's heart, Zhang Heng quickly offered, "Don't rush to sell the house. I can lend you the 200,000 right away." But Gu Tongwan pretended to hesitate. "Don't overthink it. You're my girlfriend. It's only natural for me to help you. You can pay me back whenever you have the money." "Be good." Zhang Heng gazed at his girlfriend's pitiable demeanor, and a surge of compassion compelled him to impulsively decide to lend her all the pocket money he had set aside for his birthday bash next month. "Gu Tongwan, I shall make you utterly enamored with me." Zhang Heng wore a light smile, yet his heart was twisted with conflicting emotions. Upon arriving at Zhang Heng's residence, while he excused himself to the restroom, Gu Tongwan's gaze fell upon a glass display on the left side of the hall. It showcased a limited edition figurine that Zhang Heng had painstakingly acquired through connections. She recalled him boasting about its worth of 18,000. Initially, Gu Tongwan harbored doubts about its value, but upon discovering that the figurine from the Big Dipper was adorned with 50 Swarovski crystals, she could only marvel in awe. Indeed, the world of the affluent was beyond her comprehension. Rumor had it that Zhang Heng possessed even more exquisite items hidden away. In his parents' villa, there was a set of figurines crafted from pure gold, valued at over $1 million. Gu Tongwan felt a surge of excitement. Pure gold. How many grams could that possibly be? Narrowing her eyes, Gu Tongwan stepped closer, and with a slight flicker of her consciousness, the figurine vanished into her space. Though her actions felt morally ambiguous, they paled in comparison to Zhang Heng's infidelity and the betrayal of a past life. She found no fault in her current behavior. Alas, the system only recognized gold. Even antiques worth millions held no value in this realm. When Zhang Heng returned, his mind was likely filled with daydreams, and he showed little interest in the figurine adorning his shelf. Instead, he happily engaged in a game with Gu Tongwan, preoccupied with thoughts of how to coax her to stay the night. However, Gu Tongwan did not linger long at Zhang Heng's home. After playing a game, she pretended to return to the hospital to care for her ailing mother, leaving him no opportunity to escort her out. It was not until 3 days later that Zhang Heng realized his figurine was missing. Chapter 3. The first upgrade of space. Sitting on the subway, Gu Tongwan gazed at the 200,000 that had been transferred to her bank account in real time. a hint of joy gracing her features. Zhang Heng, for the sake of his own pride, had indeed transferred the amount as promised. It was unexpected that her first fortune in this life would come at the expense of Zhang Heng, though she felt little guilt about it. After all, compared to Zhang Heng's actions in her previous life, this sum was mere trifles. In truth, Gu Tongwan had been playing a role from the very beginning. Although she had a nurturing mother, her foster parents had abandoned her 5 years ago upon finding their biological daughter. At that time, Gu Tongwan was merely 16 years old. And after that, she severed all ties with that family, enduring a period of extreme hardship. She had even collected scraps at night to save up for her living expenses before college. While she harbored resentment towards her foster parents, she acknowledged the 4 years of care they had provided. Even after they discarded her so easily, due to their biological daughter's instigation, Gu Tongwan had never contemplated revenge. At worst, they would become mere strangers, and any future encounters would hold no emotional weight. The old apartment she held was the result of her suing her foster parents for abandonment with the help of the community when she was still a minor. Out of shame, her foster parents had casually relinquished this dilapidated property to her, with the government serving as her guardian until she turned 18. She still remembered the hateful glares of her foster family as they exited the courthouse, their words branding her as an ungrateful wolf raised on their kindness. Yet, all Gu Tongwan wanted was a place to call home, and she had no regrets about taking legal action against them. However, in her previous life, a natural disaster struck shortly after she moved in, and a group forcibly invaded and occupied her home. Little sister, you're quite pretty, and you're all alone. The situation outside is dire, so my friends and I will be taking your room. What? You don't want to leave? If that's the case, we don't mind, after all. You are quite charming. Their lewd gazes clung to Gu Tongwan like leeches craving blood. The taunts echoed in her ears, and her face paled with fear as she fled with only a backpack. Thus, in this life, her first thought was to sell the apartment to quickly convert it into cash, allowing her to purchase gold to upgrade her space. The building had stood for nearly 40 years, with half of its exterior peeling away, located in the most remote area of Jiangcheng, the lower 9th district. The 2-bedroom, 1-living-room unit measured only 45 square meters, and the real estate agent estimated it would sell for less than 400,000. To sell it within a week, she would need to lower the price even further. Initially, she had intended to keep the apartment for her retirement. But now Gu Tongwan could not afford to wait that long. Resolute, she contacted the agent and informed them that she would sell the property, but required full payment upfront. With only 55 days until the apocalypse, the real estate agent was efficient, eager to earn their commission, and within 3 days, Gu Tongwan had over 500,000 in hand, including the money she received from that scoundrel Zhang Heng. With trembling hands and heavy footsteps, she made her way back to the jewelry store, where she splurged on a luxurious set of gold jewelry for her wedding, a necklace, bracelet, and earrings, totaling over 200,000. 400 grams of gold detected. The space has successfully upgraded, and a water source function has been activated. Note: the next upgrade requires 800 points. Gu Tongwan scorned the system anew. 800 grams of gold would require at least 400,000, and she had no idea where to procure such funds. Moreover, she had yet to begin stockpiling supplies, with her remaining balance dwindling to less than 300,000. If she did not stockpile early, once the apocalypse arrived and resources became scarce, even having money would not guarantee her access to necessities. While her self-contained space allowed for zero-cost procurement, venturing out to gather supplies posed difficulties and risks. Under extreme conditions, her ability to exit safely remained uncertain. Most importantly, having been reborn, she needed to prepare thoroughly. At the very least, she must stockpile supplies before the impending apocalypse. This time, it had to be foolproof. Though her heart was still heavy with worry, Gu Tongwan focused her thoughts and entered her upgraded space. This time, the area was noticeably more spacious, expanding from approximately 10 square meters to over 30, nearly the size of her current 1-bedroom apartment, providing ample room for stockpiling goods. To her delight, a well had also appeared in the space, complete with a tap. When turned on, a small stream of water flowed, though it took at least 10 minutes to fill a bottle. Peering into the well, she found it dark and silent, suggesting a limited water supply. After testing it, she discovered that it could fill a bottle in 15 minutes, after which the flow ceased, indicating that the well could only yield a limited amount of water each day. However, with the system upgrade, the water supply should increase accordingly. The depths of the space remained shrouded in darkness, and touching the invisible cold wall confirmed its presence. Exiting the space, Gu Tongwan's face lit up with rare joy. Having a water source was a blessing. In the impending extreme heat, with global temperatures soaring to 56 degrees Celsius, and Jiangcheng being a southern city where outdoor temperatures could reach 52 degrees, prolonged exposure could lead to skin burns, dehydration, or even death. In a world lacking water, people often became desperate and irrational in their pursuit of even a single drop. Now, with water available in her space, she would not have to suffer as she had in her previous life, scavenging for rancid gutter water while crying. Early this morning, she had to go to her old house in the lower 9th district to clean up. Although the buyer had promptly made a one-time payment, Gu Tongwan still needed to ensure the property was in order before handing over the keys to the real estate agent. The journey to the old apartment required 3 transfers on the subway, followed by a bus ride, and then a 400-meter walk, totaling nearly 2 hours. As a first-tier city, Jiangcheng's real estate was valuable. Even in the lower 9th district, new properties could reach 40,000 per square meter. However, due to the old, dilapidated nature of the paper mill complex and its poor location, the price had been lowered to 12,000 per square meter. Unfortunately, because Gu Tongwan was in a hurry to sell, she was forced to accept a significantly lower offer, a predicament she had to endure given her urgent need for cash. Entering the apartment where she had lived for over 3 years, Gu Tongwan was filled with mixed emotions. Before she entered university, she had endured the cold of a home without heating or air conditioning, surviving on instant noodles and rice porridge, occasionally managing to cook a simple dish. She had spent her days collecting scraps to gather enough tuition. Only after being accepted into a prestigious university did she leave for a dormitory. However, the location and environment were far from desirable, with rent plummeting to over $600 a month. The last tenant had moved out a few months prior, leaving the place vacant. The apartment, having been unoccupied for so long, carried a musty odor. Rolling up her sleeves, Gu Tongwan prepared to clean, estimating that it would take several hours. Today would serve as a workout for her. Strangely enough, since her rebirth, her physical strength had improved remarkably. In the past 2 days, she had attempted a 10-kilometer morning run, managing it in one go. The various grappling and combat techniques she had learned during the apocalypse were ingrained in her muscle memory, and she even spent some money to try her hand at archery. Although she wasn't hitting the bullseye, her aim remained sharp. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, where firearms are scarce and control is stringent, ordinary individuals primarily resort to an array of cold weapons, such as engineer shovels or baseball bats, along with the most commonplace tools like construction site iron shovels and axes. Any implement capable of delivering a blow can effectively serve as a weapon. Even the simplest of sticks or rolling pins have become handy tools for self-defense. In her previous life, Gu Tongwan excelled in close combat and had honed her shooting skills through years of practice. She had even crafted her own bows and arrows from wood. Though perhaps less lethal, a volley of arrows could still deter an adversary. Upon her rebirth, she anticipated the arduous task of rebuilding her physical strength. However, she was pleasantly surprised to find that carrying 2 buckets of water to the balcony to water her plants had proven effortless. Despite the plastic buckets holding at least 10 liters each. Regardless of the circumstances, this revelation delighted Gu Tongwan. Possessing enhanced physical prowess and combat ability would certainly alleviate some of the hardships she might face in the desolate times ahead. As she diligently immersed herself in her tasks, a chillingly mechanical voice from the system unexpectedly interrupted her thoughts. Space upgrade rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. Chapter 4. Was she being tasked with capturing fugitives to upgrade her space? Gu Tongwan, what rewards? What rewards could that be? In her previous life, the system had never bestowed any rewards upon her. However, she had kept her space at its initial level as she had never acquired any gold to facilitate an upgrade. With a slight concentration of her mind, a screen resembling a computer interface materialized in her thoughts. Detected a Class A wanted criminal from the Sea Blue Star Z Nation. Locating target. Target confirmed. Paper Factory, Unit 2, Room 305. Name, Zhang Ko, male. Current bounty, 500,000 on the National Wanted List. Furrowing her brow, Gu Tongwan found the notion of this reward somewhat incredulous. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and pulled out her phone to investigate the name Zhang Ko. Indeed, she uncovered records of this fugitive, a key member of a criminal gang responsible for a shocking robbery 2 years prior in a coastal city. resulting in 3 deaths and 1 injury. He had been on the run for 2 years. Gu Tongwan even confirmed the bounty amount of 500,000 on the National Wanted Criminals Information Network. Could the so-called reward be a shortcut to easy money through capturing this wanted fugitive? Within 3 minutes, she had made up her mind. Given her current capabilities, apprehending a single fugitive should not pose too much difficulty. She promptly called the police to report the situation, detailing the address. Before the operator could ask further questions, she hung up, quickly concealing an axe behind her back as she stepped into the corridor. Room 305 was adjacent to hers. Gu Tongwan noted the newly installed door and peephole, suggesting that the occupant was particularly cautious and unlikely to open the door easily. After knocking, she softly called out, "Hello, I'm from the neighborhood office. We're conducting a census on temporary residents today. Could you please open the door?" Of course. This ruse was far from credible, and Gu Tongwan doubted the occupant would actually open the door. She merely wished to ascertain whether anyone was inside, for she had yet to fully trust this troublesome system. After waiting approximately 5 minutes without a response, her keenly honed senses, sharpened by her rigorous training, detected faint footsteps from within. Someone was indeed inside. Moreover, the individual's breathing was rapid, indicating a state of anxiety. With this realization, Gu Tongwan slipped the wrench back up her sleeve and turned to leave. After a few more moments, confirming that the person no longer lingered behind the door, she returned to her own room, 304. The structure of the paper factory's unit still adhered to the design of the last century, featuring a long corridor with 7 or 8 households on each floor. This means that any commotion could be readily overheard, and one could easily spy on passers-by through the peephole. Such a lack of privacy made the units inexpensive to rent. As Gu Tongwan approached the sole balcony of her room, she tread lightly and observed that the balcony door of room 305 was firmly shut, with curtains drawn at the window. The distance between the balconies of rooms 304 and 305 was less than a meter, allowing for a simple leap across. Especially since 305 had no security bars, likely the occupant believed that this old complex was safe from thieves, as most residents had not installed such precautions. Crouching at the edge of her balcony, Gu Tongwan grasped the corner and nimbly vaulted over to the opposite balcony. Moving swiftly, without a moment's hesitation, she attempted to pull open the balcony door, her other hand poised on the wrench at her waist. Having just finished a bowl of instant noodles and feeling drowsy, had dismissed any concerns about the earlier sounds. As he turned to retreat to his room for a nap, he was startled by a noise from the balcony of the second bedroom. Years of evading capture had rendered him overly sensitive to any sound. After a brief moment of hesitation, he furrowed his brow and headed towards the sound. To his astonishment, he found a young and beautiful woman standing in his bedroom. However, Zhang Ke was not captivated by her beauty. The presence of a stranger in his room filled him with dread. Although they were on the 3rd floor, not just anyone could scale the walls, especially a woman. Reacting swiftly, Zhang Ke's first instinct was to neutralize this strange woman. As he turned, his eyes scanned the room for anything that could serve as a weapon. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, a chilling sensation swept over his back, and a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. Gu Tongwan had lunged forward with remarkable agility, bringing the wrench crashing down onto his back with a ferocity that belied her inexperience. After 8 years of struggle in the apocalypse, Gu Tongwan was no fragile maiden. The harsh realities of survival had taught her far more brutal tactics than mere self-defense. From her early days of timidly grappling for a piece of bread, often ending up bruised and battered, she had evolved into someone capable of coldly dispatching those who sought to harm her. With a precise motion, she brought the wrench down hard on Zhang Ke's left shoulder, intentionally avoiding a fatal blow. After all, how could she claim the bounty if he were dead? "Who the hell are you?" Zhang Ke roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. Before he could finish his outburst, the wrench struck him again at the same spot, sending him crashing to the ground. In her battles during the apocalypse, Gu Tongwan had learned one crucial lesson: speed and surprise were paramount, and one must be merciless, denying the opponent any chance to react. Despite the physical differences between men and women, Gu Tongwan's agility and explosive power allowed her to outmaneuver Zhang Ke. Even when he finally realized he needed to evade, he was unprepared for the kick that landed squarely on his shin. The blow struck with precision, causing Zhang Ke to collapse to his knees. In truth, dealing with a man like Zhang Ke was far simpler than contending with mutated zombies or monstrous creatures in the post-apocalyptic landscape. At least this time, she emerged unscathed. recalling the time she had fought against a group of men to fend off predatory organizations, where she had to risk her life to resist, often emerging bruised and battered. Gu Tongwan felt confident in her ability to handle a single adversary. Before her, as Zhang Ke knelt, he lunged forward to seize Gu Tongwan's waist in an attempt to counterattack. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Tongwan wasted no time, swinging the wrench directly towards his temple. With a muffled grunt, Zhang Ke collapsed, his body limp and lifeless, unable to comprehend how he had been bested by a mere girl. Bewildered as to when he had provoked her wrath, uncertain whether her physical prowess was gradually returning, Gu Tongwan, who had previously been able to effortlessly overpower 3 or 4 ordinary zombies and take on 3 adult men, now found herself feeling somewhat fatigued. It appeared that she would need to commence physical training starting tomorrow. Gasping for breath, she located a long-sleeved shirt in the room and swiftly bound Zhang Ke. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in her mind. Capture of one wanted fugitive complete. System reward: 200 points. Gu Tongwan raised her eyebrows. Pleasantly surprised by the sudden windfall, capturing a fugitive came with a reward, akin to a nested doll. Did this imply that capturing another fugitive would further increase her points? However, it was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. Breathing heavily, she sank to the floor and retrieved a bottle of well water from her spatial inventory. After observing her space for the past 2 days, Gu Tongwan discovered that her well could only yield 1 bottle of water per day, seemingly unrelated to time, but likely connected to the level of her space. Thus, she needed to find a way to rapidly upgrade her space to at least 100 square meters before the apocalypse arrived. Otherwise, there would not be enough room to accommodate the large generator she would need to procure. While contemplating this, she took a sip of the well water and was unexpectedly delighted by its sweetness. The water was not only devoid of any strange odor, but also crystal clear, with a refreshing taste that was invigorating on a scorching summer day, seemingly replenishing her energy. Could it be that this well water possessed restorative properties? As she awaited the arrival of the police, she suddenly heard the faint whimpering of a dog from the adjacent room. Curiosity piqued. Gu Tongwan rose and made her way to the other room. The master bedroom contained only a bed and a cabinet, with various delivery boxes strewn about the floor, and the trash can overflowing with beer bottles. It seemed that Zhang Ke had been using alcohol to numb his anxious emotions during his years on the run. Another whimper echoed, and Gu Tongwan glanced toward the source, discovering it was coming from under the bed. Could it be that Zhang Ke had a dog at home? However, if that were the case, it would have surely barked at the unfamiliar presence, as dogs typically become alert when they sense strangers. The whimpering persisted from beneath the bed, and Gu Tongwan cautiously crouched down to investigate. A cardboard box came into view. With a swift motion, she pulled it out to reveal 2 small puppies, one black and one white. As if sensing her presence, the puppies opened their eyes, their dark orbs sparkling like grapes. A soft but cautious whimper escaped their lips. Chapter 5. 2 little wolf cubs. Gu Tongwan had never owned a pet, as she lacked the means during her childhood, compounded by her adoptive mother's allergic rhinitis, which prohibited any animals in the house. The only pet she remembered was a stray cat she rescued in 6th grade, a tiny orange kitten shivering in the rain. She had secretly brought it home, feeding it some milk, but before she could inform her family, her adoptive mother had coldly tossed the kitten out, forbidding her from bringing home any other animals. When Gu Tongwan rushed outside to find the kitten, it had already succumbed to the cold. Since that day, she had refrained from keeping any small animals. Even upon seeing adorable cats and dogs, she merely cherished them in her heart. She could hardly fathom that someone like Zhang Ke, a person inherently steeped in criminality, would have the inclination to care for 2 puppies. Her gaze shifted to a burlap sack in the corner. Pulling it over, she gasped as she opened it. Inside lay various animal pelts and, upon further inspection, cold, ivory artifacts. It seemed that Zhang Ke had not idled away his time during his fugitive years, engaging in the trade of rare wildlife. Naturally, Gu Tongwan could not take these items, especially since she had already reported to the police. However, while the officers had yet to arrive, she continued her search. Zhang Ke's life appeared simple, yet it was far from meager. He had evidently earned considerable money from his illicit trade. She even discovered several thousand yuan in cash and numerous ivory trinkets in a drawer. Without hesitation, she placed these items into her spatial inventory. But she only selected a few pieces from the scattered trinkets, mindful that if Zhang Ke awoke and were interrogated, divulging too much information would be detrimental. The sound of police sirens echoed from below, signaling their arrival. The two little puppies stared at her with wide eyes, igniting a sense of longing within Gu Tongwan. She muttered, "Don't look at me. During the apocalypse, I won't have the time to care for two dogs." Whether they understood her words, the black and white puppies emitted low whines, their eyes brimming with hope and sadness. Gu Tongwan's pinky finger twitched as she reminded herself to avert her gaze. The hurried footsteps of the officers grew louder, indicating their imminent arrival. When the police arrived, they found Zhang Ke bound and gagged on the floor. The two young officers exchanged bewildered glances. Team leader Chen, leading the investigation, cast his eyes upon the young girl sitting amidst the chaos. Her hair was disheveled, but her gaze was remarkably clear. "Are you the one who made the report?" he inquired, suppressing his inner questions. Gu Tongwan nodded. The officers, busy restraining Zhang Ke, were discreetly eavesdropping on Chen's inquiries. Chen's gaze shifted from Gu Tongwan to Zhang Ke, who stood around 1.7 meters tall, muscular, and had previously been a notable member of a local organization. 2 years prior, he had committed a heinous crime resulting in 3 deaths and 1 injury. And he had a history of violent altercations with the police. In contrast, the girl before him was only about 1.65 meters tall and slender. Yet, the room bore evident signs of a struggle. "Did you subdue him?" Chun furrowed his brow, still reluctant to believe that a frail girl could overpower such a dangerous fugitive. Gu Tongwan's lips moved slightly. Anticipating that the police would question her, she replied, "I came through the balcony while he was still asleep. I attacked him before he had a chance to react, using a wrench." She gestured toward the wrench beside her. Noticing the lingering skepticism on Chen's face, she added, "I've seen his information online before. The reward must be around 500,000, right? Will I truly receive that amount?" Chun gazed into her expectant eyes, filled with both surprise and doubt, yet maintained his composure. Finally, he nodded yes. "After you finish your statement at the station, we will report to the city bureau, and someone will contact you regarding the reward." With the weight of uncertainty lifted from her shoulders, Gu Tongwan felt a wave of joy wash over her at the prospect of the reward. By the time she returned home from the police station, it was already past 7 in the evening. She had spent over 2 hours there, during which Zhang Ke had vehemently claimed that she had trespassed. But in light of the overwhelming evidence presented by the police, he ultimately had no choice but to confess to his crimes from 2 years prior. Upon returning to her room, Gu Tongwan felt elated upon confirming that she could acquire the 50,000. Without hesitation, she ordered a crispy roast chicken, a serving of oil-splashed noodles, and a large cup of bubble tea from the delivery platform. While awaiting her order, she retrieved a cardboard box she had discovered in Zhang Ke's room. The two little puppies whimpered pitifully as soon as they saw Gu Tongwan, their tiny legs kicking against the box, trying to leap out. However, being less than a month old, their bones and muscles were not fully developed, causing them to fall back into the box shortly after. They collided their heads together, lying on their backs, and for a moment, they struggled to right themselves. Gu Tongwan glanced over and couldn't help but smile. Both were male. After finally managing to flip over, the two puppies barked indignantly, seemingly disgruntled by Gu Tongwan's teasing. With such tempers, one could only wonder if they would grow up to be troublemakers. Shaking her head, Gu Tongwan stood up and found 2 boxes of goat milk powder in the cupboard. These had been given as consolation gifts from her company during Labor Day, and since she wasn't fond of goat milk due to its strong flavor, they had been sitting there unused. Perfectly, she could use them to fill the little ones' bellies. Although she had never raised pets before, she recalled a classmate from her dormitory mentioning that dogs should not be fed cow's milk and that goat's milk was preferable. After mixing the goat milk with warm water, she placed 2 small bowls in front of her. Cradling each puppy, she set them down, and as their tiny paws touched the ground, they wobbled unsteadily, but they made their way to the bowls. After sniffing them briefly, they exchanged glances and began to gulp down the milk eagerly. Watching the scene, Gu Tongwan felt a pang of sympathy, unaware of how long the little ones had been hungry. When she had first picked them up, they seemed to weigh hardly anything. Initially, she considered leaving them be, fearing that if the police found them, they would likely end up in a shelter for strays. In the chaotic aftermath of the world's downfall, she worried whether those shelters had turned the dogs into mere meals for humans, as the first year of societal collapse had seen a rampant extermination of cats and dogs. Yet, under the low whines and pleading gazes of the puppies, her heart softened. Just before the police arrived, she decided to take them into her space, reaffirming that living beings could exist there within a limited time frame. She pondered whether she could raise some poultry in her space during the apocalypse. However, The countdown timer for the puppy's suspension in midair was only 60 minutes, leading her to deduce that this was perhaps the duration permitted for living entities. Resolutely, she gritted her teeth and spent nearly 200 on a taxi back to her apartment. The thought of raising poultry faded amidst the sound of the two puppies lapping up the milk. They drained both bowls of 500cc each and continued to lick their noses. Still yearning for more, Gu Tongwan rested her chin on her hand, a smile tinged with helplessness gracing her lips. She wondered if they could survive in the harsh conditions of the apocalypse. She recalled that when the world first fell apart, various plants and animals were the first to suffer. Lacking human intelligence, they were oblivious to how to protect themselves, leading to a catastrophic loss of 90% of flora and fauna following the first natural disaster. Only the fittest survived, evolving into higher beings better suited to the new environment. Humans, too, underwent a transformation, which is why it was only in the third year post-apocalypse that they fully developed supernatural abilities. The two puppies seemed to sense Gu Tongwan's concerns, each nudging her feet with their front paws, panting softly, their wet eyes offering her comfort. Gu Tongwan was taken aback, amused as she stroked their heads, intrigued by their apparent intelligence in recognizing her emotional state. Thankfully, she had ample time to prepare for the impending apocalypse. Nearly 2 months remained. Although her space was still in the upgrading phase, she resolved to begin her preliminary stockpiling plan. With determination, she set her sights on the agricultural wholesale market for the following day. Chapter 6. A bounty of 150,054 days remained until the apocalypse. Rising at 7 in the morning, she completed a 10-kilometer endurance run, showered, and fed the two little ones their goat milk before heading to the car rental company where she had paid her rent a few days prior. She rented a silver wooling van, having registered with her ID and paid an $8,000 deposit, along with a month's rent of $6,000 at $200 per day. Although vehicles had become scarce after the world fell apart, they also attracted excessive attention. The van was unsuitable for mountainous roads or poor conditions, so Gu Tongwan opted to rent rather than buy. Given her limited funds, she planned to seek out opportunities for zero-cost purchases in the future. She chose a van for her current needs, as she often required it for transporting goods. A compact car lacked sufficient space, and a pickup would invite trouble with supplies stacked in the back. In addition to the wooling, she rented a Ford F-650, which boasted a substantial fuel tank of 600 L, allowing her to fill up with at least 550 L of diesel each time. This would be essential for her future use of a diesel generator, particularly large ones that consumed fuel at an alarming rate. Though she had considered purchasing a batch of gasoline and diesel from black market vendors, strict national regulations made it difficult to acquire substantial amounts. After numerous inquiries, she had no option but to rent a vehicle with a larger fuel tank, planning to visit several gas stations daily to fill up. For gasoline, she intended to rent a larger Toyota Tundra later, following a similar strategy to secure fuel. But with limited funds, the $5,000 deposit for the Ford and $500 daily rental fees constrained her spending. Driving the rented wooling, she recalled the sight of the two puppies clumsily trailing behind her before she left. A smile crept across her face. Did they see her as their mother? Arriving at the bustling agricultural market 10 kilometers away, the vibrant atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the desolation that would soon envelop it. Following her stockpiling plan, her first stop was the agricultural market, followed by an electrical goods market, then an outdoor supplies store, and finally a large supermarket. Naturally, she could not complete all these errands in a single day. Some locations would require several days for thorough procurement. Her immediate focus was on the fresh meat section. Today, beef and lamb prices were exorbitant. Beef at 48 yuan per jin, lamb at 40, and pork varying from 15 to 25, with ribs reaching 32. These prices reflected the market rates. Purchasing wholesale could offer a discount of 15 to 20%. Despite the high prices, considering the impending disasters of the apocalypse, even the most ordinary potatoes and sweet potatoes would become rare delicacies. In her past life, Gu Tongwan recalled subsisting mostly on the mutated rat meat found in sewers and a type of wild root buried in the soil. With limited funds, Gu Tongwan was meticulous about spending, ensuring that every coin was well invested. The proprietor, addressing his assistant, requested 500 pounds each of pork, beef, and lamb, along with 200 pounds each of pig trotters, pig liver, and pig intestines. This agricultural market is the largest in the vicinity, frequented by numerous large restaurants and chain supermarkets that often procure several hundred kilograms in a single day. The owner, well acquainted with such bulk purchases, promptly turned to his wife and instructed her to calculate the costs for the lovely customer. The total expenditure for the assorted meats amounted to nearly 100,000. Noticing that half of the van's space remained unoccupied, Gu Tongwan proceeded to the poultry section, acquiring 300 each of processed chickens, ducks, geese, pigeons, and quails, which cost around 50,000. On the way to collect the goods, she encountered a nearby bun shop, where freshly steamed buns and mantou exuded enticing aromas of wheat. Gu Tongwan ordered an assortment, totaling 2,000 buns and mantou, including varieties filled with pork and preserved vegetables, pork and water chestnut, beef and scallions, red bean paste, fragrant mushrooms and taro, taking 500 for now, and planning to return for the rest the following day, spending 3,000 in the process. Once the van was filled, Gu Tongwan parked it in a corner of the market, lowered the window curtains, and began transferring all her supplies into her storage space. This process, repeated thrice, barely succeeded in accommodating all her purchases. She then drove to the grain and flour section, swiftly procuring 500 pounds of rice and 600 pounds of various flours, alongside 50-kilogram bags of assorted grains and beans, costing over 10,000. Next, she ventured into the vegetable area, purchasing potatoes, tomatoes, eggplants, chili peppers, cabbage, and Shanghai greens for more than 8,000. By 4 in the afternoon, aside from seafood and fruits, 2/3 of her 30-square-meter storage space was filled with an array of meats, grains, and vegetables. While awaiting the packaging of her goods, Gu Tongwan ordered 300 pounds of mini compressed biscuits online, each no larger than half a fist, available in various flavors such as scallion oil, peanut, red date, sesame, and meat paste. She also ordered 200 boxes of self-heating hot pot, recognizing that such foods were among the most convenient and filling in a post-apocalyptic world. However, she refrained from over-purchasing, aware that during true disasters, she could still forage for supplies, while fresh vegetables and meats would become exceedingly rare, especially during the impending eternal night and extreme cold when vast tracts of land would become unarable. In just a short span of 10 minutes, she had spent nearly 3,000. On her first day of stocking up, the total expenditure reached approximately 180,000. Gu Tongwan realized that the supplies she had acquired were far less than she had anticipated, as her limited funds only allowed her to procure what was within her means. She planned to stock up again once more funds became available. Upon returning home, Gu Tongwan continued her purchasing spree online, focusing on various condiments, particularly peanut oil and salt, which had become scarce in a world where all food processing factories had ceased operations. In the first month of the apocalypse, a barrel of peanut oil that originally cost 120 could sell for 500, while a bag of salt priced at 2 could reach 30. 3 years later, such supplies would be accessible only to a select few, leaving ordinary people to subsist on bland roasted potatoes or compressed biscuits. Having endured 8 years of the apocalypse, Gu Tongwan was acutely aware of the torment of hunger, especially as the extreme cold approached, when even tree bark would be unavailable. After purchasing a considerable amount of condiments, she spent over 30,000, yet it remained insufficient. The items she had procured, even when rationed, would only last 3 to 4 years. This time, she was determined to survive longer than in her previous life, requiring further upgrades to her storage space. Moreover, the issues of water and energy remained unresolved, and her funds had rapidly diminished, instilling a sense of urgency within her. How could she replenish her finances? Murmuring to herself as if conjuring a spell, a sudden voice from the system echoed in her mind. A wanted fugitive has been detected, located 5 kilometers away near Furong community. Completing this task will yield 300 points. This revelation brightened Gu Tongwan's spirits. Perhaps the system was not as futile as it seemed, presenting her with a potential avenue for income. Closing her eyes, she visualized the information on her computer screen, which pinpointed the whereabouts of the fugitive, Xue Minghai, specifically in a private room on the 3rd floor of a karaoke establishment near Furong community. Glancing at the time, she noted it was 9:30 in the evening. A quick check of the bounty on Xue Minghai's head left her astonished. 1,500,000? A fraudster in finance? No wonder the reward was so substantial. Over 4 years, he had employed a shell company to orchestrate elaborate schemes, securing funding worth billions before fleeing with the proceeds. After 2 years of hiding abroad, he had inexplicably returned to the country. Regardless of the circumstances, an opportunity like this was too good to pass up. Gu Tongwan donned her sports attire and rented a shared electric bike, arriving at the karaoke venue 20 minutes later. After locating the designated room, her uncertainty about the number of individuals inside prompted her to reserve a small room nearby, frequently visiting the restroom with the intention of finding an opportunity to enter the targeted room. While contemplating her next move, she caught sight of the F-room door finally swinging open, revealing a haze of smoke and several men engaged in drinking, some with their arms draped around companions. Coincidentally, the man stepping out was none other than Xue Minghai, who appeared somewhat inebriated, swaying as he walked. Gu Tongwan followed closely, observing as he entered the restroom. With a furtive glance at a temporarily closed sign nearby, she discreetly placed it at the entrance. Before long, muffled sounds and the rush of water emanated from the men's restroom, the moment passing swiftly before tranquility returned. It wasn't that Xue Minghai lacked caution. Rather, after 2 years of evasion, his pent-up desires had led him to return to the country primarily to transfer some domestic funds to overseas accounts. Had it not been for a broker's downfall, he wouldn't have needed to undertake this journey himself. Having resolved all his affairs during the day, he succumbed to the allure of a night of drinking, believing that with his altered identity and appearance, no one would recognize him. This false sense of security persisted even when he spotted a girl in the restroom. He merely squinted, captivated by Gu Tongwan's beauty, his mind drifting to unsavory thoughts. However, when a fist struck his face, he was jolted awake from his stupor, only to realize too late that he had underestimated her. Though she appeared delicate, her strength was formidable, and her movements were as ruthless as those of some professional fighters he had encountered. In no time, Xue Minghai found himself unable to resist. His face pummeled until he was left dazed. When Team Leader Chen and his squad arrived in response to the emergency call, they gasped at the sight of Xue Minghai. Drenched and slumped against the toilet, his hands bound behind him and his mouth gagged with his own sock. This scene was all too familiar. The method of restraint and the pristine condition of the stall, devoid of any signs of struggle, indicated that Xue Minghai had been swiftly subdued by his assailant. Though Xue Minghai is not involved in the underworld, he has managed to evade the police capture multiple times, indicating he possesses some skills. However, at present, he lies in the restroom like a dead dog. Who could have done this? Team Leader Chen's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a young woman leisurely leaning against the sink, her head bowed as she focused intently on her phone, seemingly engrossed in something serious. As he drew closer, he discerned it was an app from a food delivery platform. Is she really taking the time to browse for a midnight snack in the restroom? But the moment the girl lifted her head, Chen's pupils constricted in shock. How could it be her again? Chapter 7. Claiming the Bounty. Chen's eyelids twitched involuntarily. He recognized that face all too well. Gu Tongwan was exceptionally beautiful and had effortlessly subdued a criminal like Zhang Ke. The fact that in just 2 days, 2 individuals from the wanted list had fallen into the young girl's hands left Chen astounded. Although he had harbored doubts about Gu Tongwan, the surveillance footage and her personal information showed no discrepancies. Moreover, the bounty was sanctioned by the state, rewarding individuals for either reporting or personally apprehending criminals. Despite his inner misgivings, Chen found himself unable to question Gu Tongwan. When I saw this individual while singing, she seemed familiar. Upon checking, I discovered she was a fugitive. Gu Tongwan succinctly stated, omitting the subsequent details, as she would soon have to provide a fresh statement at the police station. Better to save some breath now. Chen nodded and instructed the officers accompanying him to take the person away. Behind him, 2 officers couldn't help but comment. This girl seems so demure. And yet she could take down a big man like that. It's hard to believe. Another officer who had previously worked with Chen shot him a glance and remarked, "You know nothing. Nowadays, some women can take down tigers on the mountain and become fierce queens down the hill." As they exited the police station, Gu Tongwan inquired once more, "Team Leader Chen, since I personally apprehended the criminal, the bounty shouldn't be significantly reduced, right?" Noticing her eagerness for the money, Chen's lips twitched ever so slightly, but he patiently replied that it depended on the higher-ups' decision. However, based on the circumstances, those who apprehended criminals personally tend to receive a higher bounty. Gu Tongwan was immensely satisfied with this response, her face lighting up with a relaxed smile. "Then I'll await your notification." Day 48 of the Apocalypse Countdown. The bounty was to be dispersed a week later. When Gu Tongwan returned from her morning jog and was still in a sleepy haze, she received a call from the police station. Upon hearing it was about claiming her bounty, she sprang up like a carp, her mind instantly clearing. An hour later, she arrived at the city police station. However, when she received the helmet from the police officer, she was momentarily taken aback. Team leader Chen approached with a smile, explaining, "The higher-ups have requested a formal ceremony for the disbursement of the bounty. For your safety, it's best to wear the helmet." Understanding the rationale, Gu Tongwan gladly complied, as she preferred to keep a low profile to avoid drawing too much attention. The bounty was disbursed in cash, filling a small suitcase. The auditors present verified the amount, and after deducting taxes from the two bounties, the total sum amounted to 1,600,000. This was a decision made by the City Bureau based on Gu Tongwan's success in capturing fugitives, and no taxes were applicable on the bounty. The police even arranged for a patrol car to escort her home. Watching the patrol car recede into the distance, team leader Chen squinted and sighed. "That girl really is fortunate, isn't she? She stumbled upon two fugitives in just 2 days." After receiving her money, Gu Tongwan went straight to the bank, as carrying cash around was not particularly convenient. This was the first time she received the bank manager's personal attention, as depositing over $1 million in one go certainly elevated the bank's business profile. The total amount, including the bounty and her previous savings, exceeded 1,650,000. Gu Tongwan mused that she had become a little wealthy now. Task completed. Reward, 200 points. The system's voice was music to her ears. She rushed to a gold shop, spending nearly 200,000 to purchase around 500 grams of gold bracelets, which she promptly stored in her space. Detected 500 grams of gold. Automatically converted to 500 points. Current points, 800. Space will upgrade. Upgrade complete. Living beings can now remain for double the time. Next upgrade requires 1,600 points. This meant that living beings could now stay for 2 hours. Although it wasn't a lengthy duration, in the apocalypse, it provided a much-needed refuge during crises. Following the upgrade, her space expanded from 30 square meters to over 70, capable of storing supplies for the next 5 years. However, it was still insufficient. Her goal was to upgrade the space to at least 500 square meters, allowing her to capitalize on the 12-hour blackout period on the first day of the apocalypse for a zero-cost acquisition. With a remaining balance of 140,000, if she were to allocate half for the space upgrade, Gu Tongwan planned to first procure a batch of supplies. Should the remaining funds fall short for the upgrade, she would find other means to earn money. Day 47 of the apocalypse countdown. With a substantial amount in her account, Gu Tongwan finally decided to acquire energy-related supplies. Early in the morning, she drove to the largest electrical factory in Jiangcheng, intending to source directly from there. She purchased 5 low-noise 30W household diesel generators for 42,000 and 3 1W solar wind hybrid power systems for 180,000. Regarding larger generators, when she inquired about prices, she discovered that a decent 1200W generator capable of powering an entire construction site or small factory cost over $1 million, which dissuaded her given her limited funds. She had initially considered a large generator for potential resource acquisition during the energy crisis in the apocalypse or for future use in establishing her estate, but the price was prohibitive. It seemed she would have to incorporate that into her zero-cost acquisition plan. Moreover, these systems were roughly the size of a car, and her current space could only accommodate 70 square meters, insufficient for such large equipment. After some deliberation, she decided to purchase 2 solar power systems, consisting of a 10W energy storage unit and photovoltaic panels for 40,000. These household diesel generators could sufficiently power all household electrical appliances, and she needed to quickly acquire fuel within the coming month. The solar panels would save a significant amount of fuel and work better under extreme heat, although they would be ineffective in extreme cold or prolonged nights. The factory would deliver these large devices, so Gu Tongwan provided them with the address of a warehouse she had previously rented. To avoid drawing attention, she had to rent a modest warehouse of over 400 square meters on the outskirts of the city for a month, with the option to store additional supplies later. Once back in her car, Gu Tongwan didn't rush home. Instead, she ordered a batch of quality water storage tanks online. She purchased 2 35-ton horizontal, thick plastic tanks for 100,000 and 5 3-ton stainless steel vertical tanks for 3,000. Once filled, the 35-ton tanks could be stored in her space. And when funds allowed, she planned to buy 7 or 8 more to ensure she wouldn't face water shortages for the next 7 to 8 years. The 3-ton vertical tanks could be placed on the balcony of her future apartment or in the yard once she entered a base. After her purchases from the electrical factory, her account balance dwindled to less than 600,000, prompting Gu Tongwan to chuckle wryly, realizing that money truly doesn't last long. On her way back, Gu Tongwan gazed at the radiant cityscape, where the street-side stalls had set up their barbecue grills, the tantalizing aroma of grilled delicacies wafting through her car window, making her mouth water. Without hesitation, she alighted and made her way towards a bustling barbecue stall. "Boss, I would like to order grilled beef, tender chicken, pork belly, chicken wings, chicken feet, chicken kidneys, beef fat, and lamb. 20 skewers of each. As for the vegetables, I would like 20 skewers of everything except for the roasted garlic. Please pack it up and have it delivered to this address." "How much will that be?" The proprietor, who was holding a pen and about to jot down notes while smoking a cigarette, nearly dropped his jaw upon seeing a young and beautiful girl before him. He furrowed his brow, initially thinking she was joking. However, he was taken aback when Gu Tongwan pulled out her phone and scanned the QR code, clearly preparing to make a payment. In this day and age, it would be foolish not to seize an opportunity. Without further ado, the boss reached for the calculator at the register, tapping away before announcing, "That will be 22,000. Are you sure you want all of this?" Gu Tongwan nodded and replied with a smile, "No problem. We are hosting a party in the next few days, and we'll need this quantity again tomorrow and the day after." With that, she swiftly transferred 66,000 to him. In truth, her order was far too excessive, enough to feed 50 or 60 people for several days. The barbecue assistant standing beside the boss was left astonished, speculating if this was the extravagance of the wealthy. Adhering to the principle that one must seize the opportunity to profit, the boss didn't pry further and simply stated, "It may take a bit longer. It will take 3 hours for delivery. We can only deliver after 10 tomorrow and the day after. Does that work for you?" "That works. Just have someone call me when it's ready, and I'll pick it up myself," Gu Tongwan replied cheerfully as she completed the payment, then drove her van back to a restaurant near her community. This establishment specialized in Sichuan cuisine and also offered takeaway box meals, typically priced at around 20 per serving. More expensive dishes, like boiled fish or spicy beef slices, would range from 40 to 50 for a medium portion. Gu Tongwan pretended to place a large order for a construction site, spending over 50,000 on 500 box meals, including boiled beef, mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, stir-fried shredded pork, kung pao chicken, garlic pork, spicy hot pot, dompa pork, and braised intestines. Additionally, she arranged for the restaurant to prepare over 2,000 servings of white rice and 500 bowls of plain congee, considering the difficulty of cooking during a potential apocalypse, as pre-cooked rice would be more convenient. Upon returning home, she opened the door to be greeted by 2 small, fluffy puppies, one black and one white, bounding towards her. With tails wagging like propellers, the 2 pups, having been well cared for, were noticeably larger and healthier. Gu Tongwan laughed as she entered the living room, prepared goat milk powder mixed with warm water, and placed it in 2 small bowls, one red and one blue. After finishing their goat milk, the puppies still seemed hungry, eagerly surrounding her feet. She retrieved some beef from the fridge, lightly searing it in a skillet until it was medium rare, then diced it into small pieces. Tentatively, she offered them a couple of morsels. The 2 pups sniffed cautiously before devouring the pieces, as if they had discovered a new treasure. Quickly finishing the meat and gazing eagerly at the remaining pieces in her hand, Gu Tongwan was pleasantly surprised by the eagerness of the 1-month-old puppies for meat. After distributing the last of the beef, the 2 pups appeared utterly satisfied, even letting out a contented burp. Gu Tongwan then opened a food delivery app, scrolling through the options and ordering 10 portions each of snail and duck foot stew, stir-fried clams, spicy purple basil bullfrog, and sauced bullfrog, along with 30 pounds each of spicy and garlic-flavored crayfish, totaling 13,000. She also ordered various cold dishes, perfect for summer consumption, as they would pair well with rice without requiring cooking. She selected signature marinated duck tongues, tofu skin, duck legs, chicken wings, chicken thighs, 1,000-layer tofu, lotus root, kelp, shiitake mushrooms, potatoes, fish tofu, squid, duck kidneys, and intestines, 20 servings of each, costing 16,000. The boss, overwhelmed by the large order, messaged her that he would need to source some items from other locations. With limited storage space, Gu Tongwan didn't place all her desired orders in one night. Instead, she opened an online shopping platform and ordered 2,000 barrels of bottled water. This particular store offered a promotion of buying 50 barrels and receiving 15 free, resulting in a total of 2,600 barrels of 18-liter water, enough for her daily consumption and occasional cooking for at least 20 years. Next, she purchased 5 sets of windproof and cold-resistant down jackets, cashmere sweaters for extreme weather, and 10 bedding sets, spending over $70,000. She refrained from over-purchasing supplies, considering the potential opportunity to acquire more during a zero-cost shopping spree in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Recalling the onset of the disaster, when the weather was scorching and off-season products were plentiful and inexpensive, she recognized it was the ideal time to stock up. As the night wore on, her account balance dwindled to just $300,000, and she still needed to acquire another batch of energy resources the following day. The thought weighed heavily on her, prompting a sigh as she wished for a few extra zeros in her account. Just then, a cold voice echoed through her thoughts, interrupting her musings. Space upgrade rewards have been issued. Please check your inventory. Chapter 8. A new task. Gu Tongwan's eyelids flickered. Could the system truly be so responsive? Nevertheless, she focused her thoughts and accessed the system panel. Lawrence Klein, an internationally wanted fugitive, has been located at 29 Baker Street, California, P Country. The suspect is armed. Please ensure the completion of this task, as it will aid in the future enhancement of the space. Gu Tongwan furrowed her brow. The United States? Must I cross borders to complete this task? Moreover, the individual is armed. This sounds perilous. However, high risk often accompanies high reward. The system would not issue tasks without reason, indicating this individual held considerable value. She promptly opened the bounty platform, realizing that accessing the international site required a VPN, which she purchased to view the details successfully. Lawrence Klein, born in Mexico, was a notorious drug lord and crime leader, having escaped from North Creek Prison after murdering 3 guards in 2019. Over the past decade, he had committed numerous crimes, including international trafficking of various illegal drugs. In 2020, he was designated a global Class A fugitive, with a bounty now reaching $10 million. Gu Tongwan hesitated regarding the task assigned by the system. While the reward was enticing, he was no ordinary criminal. He was a formidable figure capable of escaping the world's most secure prison and led a gang with over 800 members. The fact that he was armed meant that Gu Tongwan would be risking her life. With her balance under $300,000, she still needed to purchase supplies for extreme cold and heat in the near future, as well as rent a more secure high-rise apartment to withstand potential floods and storms. All of these necessities required significant funding. Faced with these circumstances, Gu Tongwan felt trapped. Suddenly, she felt warmth in her palms. The 2 little puppies sensing her anxiety and licking her hands affectionately. Looking down at them, a surge of strength welled within her. Smiling softly, she stroked their little heads and sighed. Indeed, to survive, one must take risks. How else can we know what is possible? Otherwise, what is the meaning of living anew? She was only going to the beautiful country, and with a round trip plus tasks, it would take about 5 or 6 days. The spatial realm had yet to reach its highest level, and living beings could only remain within it for 2 hours. Was she to leave these 2 little ones at a pet shop? However, this thought was quickly dismissed as Gu Tongwan suddenly remembered another person. During her time after rebirth, she had been preoccupied with gathering supplies and had completely forgotten about her childhood friend with whom she had maintained a good relationship before the apocalypse. It was not that Gu Tongwan was heartless. Rather, during the first year of the apocalypse in her previous life, due to harsh conditions and various natural disasters, the infrastructure of the internet had been utterly destroyed. In the following years, although various bases attempted to establish networks, they could never truly succeed. The lack of communication mediums meant that Gu Tongwan had lost contact with nearly everyone she knew. Additionally, the subsequent earthquakes and tsunamis, along with intense tectonic movements, had completely dislocated Jiang City, causing some individuals to be separated from their loved ones permanently. On the other end, Liao Yunyan quickly answered the phone. Before Gu Tongwan could say anything, her friend's mouth was like a small cannon, firing off words. Gu Tongwan, why haven't you contacted me in several days? I called you 800 times last week. Where have you been? Chun Yanqi is back from the capital, and you're being too aloof. What is going on with you? Last week had been Gu Tongwan's busiest time since her rebirth, and her phone had mostly been on silent. She hadn't had the time to check for missed calls, and had perhaps inadvertently ignored Liao Yunyan's attempts to reach her. Yunyan, I was really too busy last week, so I didn't hear the phone, Gu Tongwan replied softly, acknowledging her oversight. Liao Yunyan had grown up in the same orphanage as her, being a year older. They had been adopted by different foster families, but Liao Yunyan had been luckier. Her adoptive parents were an elderly couple who treated her not as a daughter, but as a beloved granddaughter. Unfortunately, They had passed away when Liao Yunyan was 18 and 20, respectively, leaving her with a house and several $100,000 in assets. Enough for her to live comfortably for 10 years without extravagance. Liao Yunyan did not attend university. Instead, after graduating high school, she began working as a sales consultant for a cosmetics company. After nearly 2 years, she saved enough to open a cafe, becoming a small businesswoman. Gu Tongwan had few friends, and Liao Yunyan was one of the rare genuine friendships she had before the apocalypse. She wondered how long this pure friendship could last in the new world but hoped for Liao Yunyan's well-being. Forget it. I just feel sorry for someone. Why did you call? I'm telling you, you should quit that miserable job. You work yourself to death for so little money. Why not train to be a barista and work at my cafe? I'll give you weekends off. Liao Yunyan still cared for her friend, though her temper was short-lived. A smile touched Gu Tongwan's lips as she replied, I'd rather not ruin your cafe's reputation. By the way, I have something to ask you. I might need to go on a business trip the day after tomorrow. Could you help take care of the dogs? You have dogs now? Liao Yunyan asked, surprised. She knew that Gu Tongwan had always loved animals but had been unable to keep them due to her living conditions, as she had struggled just to take care of herself. Well, for some reasons. Since the puppies are still young, I'm not comfortable leaving them at a pet shop. Liao Yunyan had experience with pets, and since she also had a golden retriever at home, she should be able to look after the 2 little ones well. Liao Yunyan agreed readily, and they arranged to meet the day after tomorrow. With a temporary place for the puppies settled, Gu Tongwan looked down at the 2 little ones, one black and one white, playfully circling around her, and smiled. From now on, you 2 will be named Tutu and Dodo. She pointed at the little white puppy, and then at the black one. The 2 seemed to understand, wagging their tails even more joyfully. Gu Tongwan picked up her phone again and ordered various freeze-dried dog food and meat chunks, totaling 500 bags. She chose a slightly better brand, spending nearly 70,000, which made her wince. Fortunately, she received a notification that a figurine she had listed on a second-hand trading site had sold, bringing in 200,000. Spending money from a worthless man didn't bother her at all. She quickly opened an online shopping site and ordered 100 portable disposable toilets and 2,000 disposable toilet bags, along with 5 tons of cat litter, for a total of over 20,000. When purchasing these items, Gu Tongwan specifically communicated with the seller to delay shipping for a week, as it would be quite troublesome to have deliveries made when no one would be home to sign for them. Currently, the items she had procured were just a fraction of what she needed. If she was to survive in the apocalypse, these supplies were far from sufficient. Biting her lip, Gu Tongwan suddenly attempted to communicate with the system. System, I have no weapons for the upcoming tasks. Can't you provide a little assistance here? The opponent was not only a notorious D-level criminal, but also always armed. Even though her body had been forged beyond that of an ordinary person, going in unarmed was risky. Not receiving any response from the system, Gu Tongwan did not give up and continued to inquire, if I die and fail the task, I want to be able to find gold to upgrade the space later, and the system won't be able to upgrade either. Gu Tongwan had realized that the system assigned tasks based on her situation, leading her to suspect that the upgrade of the space was somehow linked to the system's upgrade and that her rebirth was not a mere coincidence. Perhaps the system had chosen her anew. Thus, she was certain that if she did not accept the tasks, the system would also be unable to upgrade. After 3 minutes of silence, the system finally responded coldly. The space mall has been activated. 100 points are required for access, and items can be purchased based on points. The familiar computer screen materialized in Gu Tongwan's mind, displaying only 3 items in the first column, all marked with question marks, indicating that they were not yet available for viewing. Though she internally grumbled about the system's unreliability, she felt a strong premonition that the items in the mall might play a crucial role in her next task. Chapter 9. Purchasing land in advance. The apocalypse was now 46 days away. Today, Gu Tongwan drove over 400 kilometers to the neighboring Liaoqing. Taking the highway, she fed the 2 little ones goat milk at 6:30 in the morning and filled 2 other bowls with food for noon before setting off without delay. Finally, she entered the outskirts of Liaoqing by 11 o'clock, but that was not her destination. She continued driving for another 2 hours until she reached a village. Located near the suburbs of Liaoqing, Xiaoxi village was over 200 kilometers from the city center, a serene area surrounded by lush green rice fields with excellent air quality. Gu Tongwan had previously visited Xiaoxi village while participating in an art club during university, and it had left a wonderful impression on her. Full of greenery and mountains, completely different from the concrete jungle of the city. More importantly, after the apocalyptic earthquake, Xiaoxi Village was among the first locations chosen by the military to establish a major base, becoming one of the 3 major bases called the Bright Base. This was not only because Xiaoxi Village was strategically located between 2 provincial capitals, but also due to its unique environment. Even after the earthquake, Xiaoxi Village maintained its original appearance, and its residents were prioritized for entry into the base, which left a deep impression on Gu Tongwan. In the 7th year of the apocalypse, Gu Tongwan had once accompanied members of a wandering team to the vicinity of Stream Village. There, she beheld the towering walls of the base, standing at least 10 meters high, with vehicles constantly entering and exiting. Occasionally, she caught sight of the vibrant residents of the base, whose vitality starkly contrasted with the desolation of the outside world. It was said that those fortunate enough to reside within the base not only received basic supplies, but also had the opportunity to work, earning points that could be exchanged for land and the construction of homes. However, the criteria for entry were exceedingly strict. In the early days of the base's establishment, one needed to contribute merely 10 kilograms of food to gain access. As conditions worsened in later years, the threshold rose dramatically to 50 kilograms per person. One of Gu Tongwan's former teammates, a wanderer, had once lamented his expulsion from the base due to misdeeds, despite having boasted of his connections there. Rumors circulated that luxurious villas existed within the base, where the elite continued to indulge in lavish parties, feasting on steak and sipping fine wine, living lives almost indistinguishable from those before the apocalypse. Gradually, a hierarchy emerged within the base. Yet the leadership of the Bright Base managed to keep such disparities from spiraling out of control. In contrast, smaller bases reportedly divided their inhabitants into rigid social classes, with the marginalized, particularly women and children, vulnerable to exploitation. Gu Tongwan had never entered the base. Instead, she remained among the countless wanderers outside, likened to a guinea pig living in the dark sewers according to the residents. In that bleak existence, she had known no dignity, often resorting to inhumane acts for a morsel of food. The harsh memories of her past life flashed through her mind like a fleeting panorama. Taking a deep breath, she inhaled the fragrant scent of jasmine, finally dispelling the lingering shadows that clung to her heart. She vowed that in this life, she would not live as a specter, devoid of humanity. Her purpose for this visit was straightforward. She sought to purchase a plot of land in Stream Village, providing herself with a sanctuary before the impending earthquake. Moreover, possessing this land would grant her a semblance of residence among the villagers, thus ensuring a priority for entry into the base. June marked the season of summer harvest and planting, and the few young and middle-aged villagers had already begun their labor in the fields. The older residents, having toiled through the morning, took a rest in the afternoon. Upon entering the village, Gu Tongwan noticed several elderly men engaged in a game of chess beneath a large banyan tree, while a few older women chatted lazily, fanning themselves. The villagers, unaccustomed to the sight of outsiders, regarded her with curiosity. After all, Stream Village was not a model village, nor a renowned locale. It rarely welcomed unfamiliar faces. Gu Tongwan was aware of this exclusivity, having heard her teammate recount tales of the village's peculiarities, as if sharing such stories offered a respite from the harsh realities of their existence. With a smile, she approached one of the elderly men smoking a pipe and inquired, "Good day, sir. Could you kindly direct me to the home of Gu Song? Who are you? What business do you have with him?" The elderly man regarded her warily, his eyes glinting with suspicion. Others at the chessboard and chatting women turned their gazes towards her. "I am Gu Song's grandniece. I have been working away from home for several years and wish to visit him." Lu Kongmin, the man smoking, scrutinized the young woman before him, noting her youthful appearance and simple attire, a plaid shirt and jeans, her beauty surpassing even that of the village's most admired daughters. Gu Song had often boasted about his nephew's prosperous family in the city, yet none had returned to honor him in his final days. The unexpected arrival of this grandniece did not sit well with Lu Kongmin. "Since you claim to be his grandniece, you must know that he passed away 6 months ago," he replied, frowning. "What a pity," remarked an older woman, fanning herself. "He always spoke of his nephew's successful family, yet they never came to pay their respects. It seems that gratitude has been forgotten." Though the woman's words were harsh, the indifference reflected in the gazes of the others revealed their disdain for Gu Song's family, who had failed to return for his funeral. Gu Tongwan knew of Gu Song from her teammates' stories. His neighbor, Lu Song, had lived a solitary life, raising his deceased brother's child, who had moved away for university and never returned. Lu Song would occasionally send gifts during the holidays, leading Gu Song to boast of his nephew's success, believing he would one day return to usher him to a life of comfort. Alas, Gu Song passed before witnessing such a reunion, and by the time the apocalypse struck, his dilapidated home had been requisitioned by the military, with no sign of his nephew. Rumor had it that the family had perished in an accident before the world crumbled, and due to years of silence, the news had never reached the village. Despite the villagers' cold demeanor, Gu Tongwan felt no resentment. Upon learning of Gu Song's death, she feigned surprise, her smile waning slightly. My parents died in an accident a few years ago, and I never had the chance to visit my great-uncle. I had no idea he was gone. Her expression turned somber, evoking sympathy from the villagers, who regarded the young girl, bereaved of her parents, with newfound compassion. Gu Tongwan lowered her gaze, contemplating her need to act. After all, Lu Song's family was indeed long gone, and her desire to acquire land in Stream Village relied upon this connection. No one had ever seen Gu Song's nephew, making verification impossible, and sharing the same surname only enhanced her credibility. Such a shame, Lu Kongmin remarked, his expression softening. It's unfortunate that you arrived at such a time. Come, I'll show you your great-uncle's house. But I must warn you, it's nothing special. You might be disappointed. Gratefully, Gu Tongwan replied, Thank you, sir. Just visiting my father's childhood home means a great deal to me. Lu Kongmin regarded her innocent face with surprise, gradually lowering his defenses, perhaps recognizing her genuine desire to reconnect with her roots. Gu Song's residence was situated at the village's edge, near the rear mountain. After a leisurely 20-minute walk, Gu Tongwan arrived, only to find that the house could scarcely be deemed a home. The roof had collapsed, and a portion of the outer wall had caved in. The surroundings were enclosed by stone bricks, and the courtyard was overrun with wild grass, reaching heights of over half a meter. A torrential downpour last year had caused the structure to crumble in the dead of night. After all, it was an old house, decades past its prime and long neglected. The villagers had banded together the following day to erect a makeshift shelter over what remained. Lu Kongmin's gaze fell upon the girl's face. Noting her stunned reaction to the scene before her, a pang of sympathy stirred within him. After all, no one wished to witness the ruin of their loved ones' homes. He pondered whether the young girl's hopes had already been dashed. Gu Tongwan had not anticipated the extent of the destruction to Gu Song's home, however. Rather than feeling sorrow, she experienced a flicker of delight. Her purpose for visiting was to inquire about the land, and she had been struggling to find a suitable opening to broach the subject. Uncle, she ventured, if I wish to restore this house, do you think it feasible? Chapter 10. I want this piece of land at the Xiaoxi Village Committee. The village head, Zhang Yufan, was seated in his office, engrossed in the latest news. Though merely a small village official, he took pride in his position. Zhang Yufan was not particularly busy, but found joy in sipping tea from a porcelain cup in his office or occasionally visiting the fields to observe the villagers at work. His wife often chided him, likening him to a wild chicken yearning to be a golden phoenix. Nevertheless, Zhang Yufan relished this life. Although he had attended some city conferences, he had never received any accolades. However, after more than 30 years of diligent service as the village head, he had overseen the paving of a wide cement road and had even procured a new batch of seedlings from the city. The villagers respected him for his unwavering dedication to Xiaoxi Village. When Lu Kongming brought Gu Tongwan into the office, Zhang Yufan scrutinized her and inquired, You intend to rebuild a house? What purpose could that serve? As far as I know, Old Song had no other relatives in the city. Surely, a young girl like you wouldn't wish to return to our village to live? In the years prior to his passing, Old Song often boasted about his nephew's wealth in the city and his beautiful granddaughter's admission to a prestigious university, much to the villagers' chagrin. As such, Zhang Yufan did not suspect Gu Tongwan's identity. What puzzled him was why a city girl, particularly a university student, would desire to purchase land in their village. After gauging the village head's attitude, Gu Tongwan quietly replied, Are you concerned that I lack the funds? You need not worry. My parents left me some money, and I am quite interested in agricultural projects. I even took relevant courses at university and wish to buy a plot of land here to cultivate agricultural products. Moreover, I appreciate the fresh air of the countryside, unlike the smog of the city filled with car emissions and industrial waste. Her earnest gaze fixed upon Zhang Yufan, prompting Lu Kongmin to place his pipe on the desk. Village head, the young lady harbors no ill intentions. In these times, not everyone desires to flock to the city. City life carries high costs and immense pressure. While we can leave, should we not allow someone to return? Besides, she is Old Song's grandniece. She is family to us in Xiaoxi village. Given that Old Song's house has stood vacant for years, if she wishes to live there, it is no trouble. Zhang Yufan tapped his fingers rhythmically on the desk, carefully observing Gu Tongwan. The young girl was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin and delicate features. Clearly raised in a nurturing environment, he worried that she might not adapt to village life. Sensing a softening in Zhang Yufan's furrowed brow, Gu Tongwan seized the moment to add, "Village head, I do not intend to take advantage of the village. Although the house belongs to my great-uncle, I am determined to purchase it, along with the adjacent plot of land. We can discuss the price at your convenience." Zhang Yufan's fingers continued to tap on the desk, appearing contemplative, though he was already wavering in his resolve. He found it strange that anyone would wish to spend money to build a house in such a remote location. Moreover, the half-collapsed structure posed a risk to the neighboring homes, which would be the first to suffer if another storm struck. Thus, the villagers would welcome anyone willing to address the matter, whether by demolishing or rebuilding. Finally, he nodded slowly. "Very well, as long as you have thought it through." Consequently, Gu Tongwan's endeavors to purchase land and rebuild progressed smoothly, with the village head personally overseeing the process. He accompanied her to several local offices to finalize the land transfer, as Gu Song had passed without bequeathing the land to anyone. Therefore, it currently belonged to the village. However, Zhang Yufan was quite amiable, guiding her through the necessary procedures. Due to the bureaucratic process, the transfer would take at least 2 weeks to finalize. Gu Tongwan was not anxious, as she had yet to secure funding. Negotiating the terms in advance was advantageous. Zhang Yufan remained diligent, cautioning her, "Xiaowan, I must be frank, while this land was bequeathed by Old Song, he left no one to inherit it. Thus, it remains under the village's purview. You may build a house, but you must acquire the land in your name to avoid complications in the future. Should our village face expropriation in a decade, having land use rights will ensure you receive compensation. Otherwise, you may lose both the house and any potential reimbursement. Rest assured, village head, I intend to purchase the land. After all, my great-uncle has passed, and we did not have the chance to honor him properly during his lifetime. I have no intention of seizing his property. Acquiring it will bring me peace of mind, and I will ensure that the village receives its due share, even if I need to wait a while for the funds." Zhang Yufan waved his hand dismissively. "There is no rush regarding finances. You are a young lady, and it is not easy for you. We can discuss payment once the transfer is complete." Thus, the matter was settled. News of Gu Song's ancestral home transfer quickly spread throughout Xiaoxi village. Most villagers were curious about why a city girl would wish to build a house in their village, yet they did not exhibit hostility. Although the villagers valued their community, they also respected traditions. While Old Song was no longer present, they inherently believed the house rightfully belonged to his nephew. Hence, granting it to his granddaughter felt like a continuation of their legacy. After addressing the affairs in Xiaoxi village, Gu Tongwan returned to Jiangcheng the following day, where a multitude of matters awaited her attention. Chapter 11. Going abroad to make money, 44 days until the apocalypse at the break of dawn. Gu Tongwan hurried to the coal factory to order 20 tons of smokeless coal, a sufficient supply to sustain heating during the frigid weather. After all, she recalled that such extreme cold had occurred only thrice over the next 8 years. Gu Tongwan had contemplated the impending apocalypse. An imminent earthquake would render high-rise buildings uninhabitable. Her plan was to seek refuge in a base, where she could install a boiler for heating in her own modest dwelling. She paid a deposit of 30,000, with the remaining 30,000 to be settled upon collection within a week. However, the quantity she purchased was modest, should she reside in Little Creek Village. A house of 60 to 70 square meters would require at least 5 to 6 tons of coal for a single winter. Currently limited in resources, she resolved to find ways to acquire more coal later, for vegetation would grow slowly in extreme cold, and the government had already harvested forest resources. By then, even twigs would be a rarity, let alone a blade of grass. After securing her coal, she ventured to an outdoor supplies store to procure various storage and protective tools. Her acquisitions included tents, boxes, hammocks, sleeping bags, a disassembly and repair toolkit, water bottles, utensils, lunch boxes, and cups. For protection, she gathered multifunctional knives, saws, entrenching tools, axes, sticks, nylon ropes, fishing lines, hooks, slingshots, scissors, pliers, life rings, rain boots, raincoats, fire blankets, thermal blankets, gas masks, various types of masks, inflatable pumps, and waterproof tarps. She purchased nearly every item of utility available, though the prices of outdoor gear were astonishingly high. A decent backpack cost $600 or $700, while quality entrenching tools exceeded $1,000. Large equipment like inflatable boats and kayaks were beyond her consideration, relegated to a future zero-cost acquisition. Having spent over $70,000 on dozens of items, the initial shock on the shopkeeper's face transformed into elation as he regarded Gu Tongwan as a veritable deity of fortune. In truth, several outdoor supply stores lined the street, with one only 2 kilometers from the city center. Gu Tongwan mentally noted the route for future zero-cost planning. Following her purchases, she contacted a former colleague from a pharmaceutical company, feigning that a friend needed a batch of medical supplies and seeking assistance in procuring them. Her colleague, a pharmaceutical representative, was eager for clients and readily agreed. Upon reviewing the list of medications Gu Tongwan sent, he mentioned that while some prescription drugs would take time to acquire and might not meet her required quantity, common cold medicines, fever reducers, and anti-inflammatory drugs were relatively easy to obtain, albeit with a logistics delay of about 2 weeks. Gu Tongwan's previously tense nerves immediately relaxed. She had feared she would be unable to procure the medicines, but this hurdle seemed easily surmountable. However, her colleague quoted a substantial sum for the order, at least $500,000. After paying $50,000 as a deposit, Gu Tongwan was left with only $60,000. The money slipped away like water, and she lamented not possessing a fortune of billions. Otherwise, she would not have to meticulously strategize her expenditures, but simply indulge in lavish purchases with the demeanor of a domineering CEO. Returning to reality, Gu Tongwan visited a gold shop, spending over $40,000 on 100 grams of gold bars. Detection of 100 grams of gold. The Space Mall has been unlocked, and rewards have been issued. Please check, host. She discovered that the first item in the mall was now available for use. A bottle of speed enhancement liquid, capable of increasing speed 5-fold for 2 minutes. Is this it? Gu Tongwan frowned, having anticipated a powerful weapon or at least a hand crossbow, but was instead met with merely a vial of speed potion. Nevertheless, she acknowledged that it was still better than nothing, and with a slight pout, she withdrew her consciousness from the space. That afternoon, Gu Tongwan booked a flight to the beautiful country, finding herself with merely 10,000 remaining. If she failed to accomplish her mission there, she might not even have enough for a return ticket. 42 days until the apocalypse. After enduring a lengthy flight, Gu Tongwan finally set foot on the soil of the beautiful country. The air was far from sweet. The weather was dreary and overcast, casting a heavy atmosphere upon the land. It was merely mid-June, and typically, the climate should hover around 20 degrees as the country transitioned from spring to summer. Yet, Gu Tongwan found the air stifling and oppressive, with temperatures soaring to 32 degrees, even without the sun. Observing the nearby pedestrians donning short sleeves and skirts, she pondered whether the apocalypse would come prematurely. In her recollection, the end of the world was ignited by a prolonged red sun, followed by 2 months of relentless rain and culminating in extreme heat. She wondered if this timeline would shift in this lifetime, or if the calamities were related to tectonic or dimensional changes. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Gu Tongwan resolved to stockpile supplies immediately upon completing her task. Clutching her sole backpack, she followed the system's navigation to her designated town, situated over 300 kilometers from the capital. The fare alone was a considerable expense. After depositing her luggage at a pre-booked small inn, she donned a black hoodie and athletic wear, white sneakers, and a black mask. As the clock struck 7, she stepped out towards a tavern located over 500 meters away. Lawrence Klein had caused quite a stir even before the last apocalypse. Gu Tongwan distinctly remembered the news of his capture and the elation of the person who claimed the bounty. She felt fortunate to have developed a habit of following the news, as many self-media bloggers had elaborately chronicled Lawrence's story, especially during the lengthy commute hours. Arriving at the tavern at 7:30, she found it adorned with warm orange lights, creating a dim ambience where the patrons appeared indistinct. The clientele was sparse, predominantly middle-aged individuals rather than the younger crowd typical of such establishments. Gu Tongwan scanned the tavern, her gaze settling on a middle-aged man in a cowboy hat, quietly drinking in a corner. Jeff Mark, a professional bounty hunter in the beautiful country, had been the one to capture Lawrence Klein in her previous life, ultimately claiming a 10 million bounty. Despite his age and unimposing physique, he was a seasoned bounty hunter with over 2 decades of experience, wielding a powerful network and deep familiarity with criminal activities. In her past life, Lawrence's downfall had begun with a simple trip to a convenience store, which aroused Jeff's suspicion. In this incarnation, Gu Tongwan intended to alter the course of history. In reality, Lawrence had already arrived in this town by mid-June, and his criminal organization had long been relocating its secret base here, masquerading as a lumber processing plant. However, the sprawling facility was actually engaged in the production of illegal drugs and a cache of weaponry. Shocking the government when the truth came to light, no one had anticipated that such a notorious drug lord would establish a significant operation in a quaint town. Jeff's spirits were rather low this evening. After a year and a half of pursuing leads, it felt as if the trail had vanished like a kite severed from its string. He had devoted not only time and a considerable amount of money to track down Lawrence Klein, but more importantly, Lawrence was the very devil responsible for plunging his brother's family into despair. Since his brother's death in a gunfight, Jeff had sworn to capture Lawrence with his own hands. He sipped his drink intermittently, contemplating returning to his hotel after finishing this glass and resuming his inquiries at the nearby police station in the morning. Suddenly, a slender figure appeared across from him. Jeff looked up to find a beautiful young woman with Asian features gazing intently at him. "Hello. I know you have been investigating Lawrence Klein recently. I have come to offer you some leads." Her words struck Jeff like a stone capable of stirring tumultuous waves, causing him to grip his glass tightly. Chapter 12. Who is she? In truth, Gu Tongwan had little confidence in her ability to persuade Jeff. After all, her sudden appearance seemed overly abrupt, and her experience and background were insufficient to gain Jeff's trust. As expected, Jeff Mark lifted his heavy eyelids, his face, weary from overexertion, etched with sarcasm. "If you've come to find amusement at my expense, I advise you to abandon that thought at once. My mood is rather foul, and I have no time to engage with a mere child." Jeff downed a gulp of whiskey, the alcohol easing him into a relaxed state. Yet his piercing blue eyes betrayed a sense of disdain. Gu Tongwan observed him discreetly, then softly stated in reasonably fluent English, "I am aware of your pursuit of Lawrence Klein's whereabouts. I also know you are Jeff Mark, a professional bounty hunter. I have come to propose a business transaction that I believe will pique your interest." For a moment, Jeff's grip on his glass faltered, but he quickly chuckled derisively. With everyone in Peak Country focused on Lawrence Klein's whereabouts, after all, he was a walking $10 million. What she spoke of seemed utterly worthless. Pausing, Jeff's oppressive gaze fell upon Gu Tongwan, his tone growing distinctly colder. "I don't know how long you've been investigating me, but I hope you know when to stop. If you continue, I won't be so forgiving." With that, he refused to meet her gaze again. Jeff's attitude was precisely as Gu Tongwan had anticipated. Unperturbed, she handed him a note, her black eyes calm as water. "This is my address. You can find me here before noon tomorrow. If you haven't shown up by then, I will leave California City." This was Gu Tongwan's intention. If she could not secure Jeff Mark's assistance, she would have to return to Jiang City, seeking ways to borrow or raise funds, hoping to gather 200,000 to 300,000, or perhaps resort to a zero-cost purchase plan with risk increments. After all, in a resource-scarce environment, all hope hinged on a citywide blackout before the apocalypse arrived, which also meant heightened danger. Jeff continued drinking, scarcely glancing at the note. Just before leaving, he heard her lower her voice. "In 10 minutes, an African-American man will enter and order a special brandy, demanding exactly 6 ice cubes. He will soon have a confrontation over a mouth issue, and the bar news will report a traffic accident with 2 dead and 3 injured. Half an hour later, he will leave for the convenience store, accompanied by a short man who will buy water. That man is Lawrence, but you best not act rashly, as he will be surrounded by several accomplices who are on high alert. They will leave in a red Chevrolet." Gu Tongwan divulged one of the numerous versions of the case she had encountered in her previous life, regardless of the skeptical arch of Jeff's brow. "Little girl, your story is well crafted, but sadly, you've chosen the wrong person. I am no Hollywood director with an eye for talent." Unfazed, Gu Tongwan merely nodded and exited the bar. Whether Jeff would believe her was entirely contingent upon whether the trajectory of this life would unfold as it had in the previous one. Upon leaving the bar, the warm breeze struck her face with a fierce heat. Checking her phone, she noted the temperature was a sweltering 34 degrees. Such heat was unusual for California City in June. 10 minutes after Gu Tongwan's departure, Jeff cast a glance at the note, a smirk of derision growing on his lips. Without a second thought, he crumpled the note and tossed it into a corner. At that moment, an African-American man entered. ordering a special brandy with an accent laced with regional dialect while angrily berating the unseasonably high temperatures and insisting on 6 ice cubes. Simultaneously, a customer changed the channel on the wall-mounted television, which happened to be reporting a traffic accident resulting in 2 deaths and 3 injuries. Jeff's hand trembled, nearly spilling his drink as he stared blankly at the African-American man, who seemed to be heading toward the convenience store, a red car parked nearby. A chilling sensation accompanied by fear washed over him, clearing the drunken haze from his mind as he observed the server cleaning up, sweeping the crumpled paper into the trash. In an instant, Jeff sprang from his seat like a startled cat, blocking the server's actions. Under the server's astonished and disgusted gaze, he rummaged through the trash until he finally unearthed the sticky, alcohol-soaked note. With trembling hands, he opened the note, still able to discern the address. Gradually regaining his composure, Jeff hurried to settle his tab and strode out of the bar. Narrowing his eyes, he spotted a short man exiting the convenience store alongside the African-American man, both getting into the car, which vanished around the corner like a fading shadow. Lighting a cigarette, his fingers quivered as he took a few puffs, murmuring to himself, "Who on earth is that girl?" Chapter 13, Negotiation Day 40, one of the countdown to apocalypse. Today, California City felt as though it had prematurely stepped into the hottest day in P Country. By 8 in the morning, the outdoor temperature soared to 37 degrees, making it unbearable for anyone outside. Gu Tongwan had turned on the air conditioning late last night, but the old motel's unit was a relic from over a decade ago, with its refrigerant long depleted, resulting in a restless night of sleep. Upon turning on the television in the morning, the news reported a significant tsunami that had struck a coastal county in the island nation the previous night, with colossal waves inundating a third of the area, resulting in over 100 fatalities and hundreds more injured, leaving 20,000 homeless. Although this was not the first tsunami to strike the island nation, this particular event had not occurred in her previous life, and the unusually high temperatures in California City led Gu Tongwan to believe that the progression of events diverged from what she had previously known. Was the apocalypse accelerating its timeline in this life? Or were there indeed signs preceding the arrival of such natural disasters? According to latitude, P Country and Huagua shared similar coordinates. However, it seemed that in her previous life, P Country faced calamity 3 days after Huagua. The speed of devastation was astonishing. While Huagua's industrial and energy systems collapsed after 6 months of disaster, P Country had initially endured the most catastrophic volcanic eruption, which annihilated 2/3 of its cities. Gu Tongwan is not a geographer. Her understanding of the global cataclysms of her previous life was limited to an abnormal crimson sun, marking the onset of disaster and the commencement of the apocalypse. At that time, her focus was solely on Jiangcheng, leaving her ignorant of how various nations succumbed to calamity one after another. However, the recent sweltering temperatures in Country P are undeniably abnormal, and it remains uncertain whether the leaders of Country P, who typically pride themselves on their environmental and meteorological advancements, will take note of this anomaly. After enjoying a sandwich and a cup of coffee in the small cafe on the first floor of her hotel, Gu Tongwan returned to her room, changing into a quick-dry sports outfit. Fortunately, she had packed 2 sets of clothing suitable for both summer and autumn before her journey, making her choice of breathable quick-dry attire particularly appropriate for the weather. By 11:45 in the morning, still no sign of Jeff had appeared. Gu Tongwan consumed her 3rd bottle of mineral water that day, and while it would be disingenuous to claim she felt no disappointment, she also felt a twinge of regret over the cost of her round-trip ticket. Just as she finished composing a message to Liao Yunyan to borrow money for a flight, the shrill ring of the landline jolted her heart. "Miss Gu, someone is looking for you downstairs," came the frosty voice of the receptionist through the intercom. The $40 a night motel was the highest price Gu Tongwan could afford. Though the surroundings were somewhat noisy, it at least provided hot water and air conditioning, albeit with service that left much to be desired. Descending the stairs, she found Jeff leaning against the wall with a cigarette dangling from his lips, arms crossed. Still clad in his iconic cowboy hat, light blue shirt, and faded jeans, his scruffy beard from the previous night had been shaved, presenting an unremarkable middle-aged appearance typical of Country P, yet his hawk-like eyes were strikingly sharp. Upon spotting Gu Tongwan, Jeff lowered the brim of his hat, revealing a hint of impatience in his demeanor. Gu Tongwan's eyes flickered with understanding. She knew their transaction was already half successful, as his visit confirmed the veracity of her claims from the previous night. The two chose an inconspicuous spot for their conversation, with Jeff deliberately selecting a blind spot away from cameras. Before speaking, he seemed to test the vicinity for any listening devices with some apparatus. Firstly, I cannot fully trust you. Secondly, I wish to know how you acquired information regarding Lawrence himself. Jeff had been tracking Lawrence for a year and a half, relying on informants within the police department and connections in various underground organizations. Yet, despite his efforts, leads on Lawrence had been effortlessly severed over the years, with Lawrence himself proving to be a cunning rat, always evading capture. In his quest for vengeance for his brother, Jeff had even mortgaged his home to fund the substantial manpower and resources required. Had it not been for his collaboration with the government as a bounty hunter, he would have long since found himself destitute on the streets. He understood that trusting a girl, especially one of uncertain origins, was unwise. Nevertheless, last night's events had revealed that this girl possessed extraordinary qualities. Was it a power that transcended the realm of science? Or perhaps a foresight that surpassed human capabilities? Regardless, if this girl could provide a lead on Lawrence, Jeff was willing to take a gamble. The girl across from him maintained a calm demeanor, her eyes remarkably clear. You need not trust me. You only need to assess the accuracy of the information I provide. However, your visit here already demonstrates my value. As for the leads on Lawrence, I regret to inform you that I cannot divulge them in detail. Just as everyone harbors secrets, I am not offering my assistance for free. I require compensation. Are you so confident that the leads you provide will enable me to capture Lawrence? Jeff squinted, his azure eyes reflecting both suspicion and a hint of mockery. I am solely responsible for providing the leads, but I will not risk my life. After all, I am not a veteran like you. I value my life too much. Capturing Lawrence is your responsibility, Gu Tongwan replied, leaning back in her chair, adopting a relaxed posture. Convinced that the negotiation was now under her control, Jeff quickly recognized the girl's intelligence. She had discerned a seemingly optional question that was, in fact, compulsory. What compensation do you seek? He inquired, pinching a second cigarette between his fingers, his gaze intense. If I am merely providing leads without participating in the operation, I will take 20% of the bounty. If you fail to capture Lawrence, the responsibility lies with you, but I require a $2,000 advance. Having ventured into Country P and engaged with Jeff, Gu Tongwan intended not to suffer any losses if Jeff failed to capture Lawrence after providing her leads. After a brief hesitation, Jeff gazed at Gu Tongwan's serene face. Despite her youth, there was something in her unusually cold eyes that inspired a sense of trust. Very well. I hope the leads you provide are accurate. If you dare deceive me, you will not leave California alive. Jeff's sharp gaze pierced Gu Tongwan before he stood and strode towards the motel's exit. Half an hour later, he returned, finding Gu Tongwan still seated, having only ordered a glass of ice water. He tossed an envelope onto the table before her, its weight suggesting its contents. $10,000. Upon my sighting of Lawrence's stronghold, I will pay you the remaining $10,000. Gu Tongwan glanced at the envelope before slowly returning her gaze. Agreed. I look forward to our collaboration. They arranged to act at 10:30 the following evening, a plan Gu Tongwan had devised based on her memories. She recalled the location of Lawrence's stronghold, knowing that operating under the cover of darkness was the wisest choice. However, she did not intend to participate directly. Instead, she planned to wait in the car for Jeff. Trusting that Jeff had successfully captured Lawrence in her previous life, she believed that this time, the plan would unfold smoothly as well. With a bounty of $10 million at stake, her 20% commission would amount to $2 million. Even after taxes, she would net over $1 million, sufficient to upgrade her space and reserve funds for stockpiling. The thought of this brought a sigh of relief from Gu Tongwan. The plan was already half successful, a promising beginning. With the $10,000 from Jeff, Gu Tongwan promptly purchased the cheapest flight for mid-next week, a necessity due to the pandemic's impact on air travel costs. With over $8,000 remaining, she decided to head to the largest chain supermarket in California City. Stockpiling was essential. Even while abroad, one must never cease their preparations. Chapter 14. Shopping at the foreign supermarket after taking a taxi to a supermarket several kilometers from her motel, reputed to be the most cost-effective chain in California City. Gu Tongwan discovered that it accepted only cash or debit cards for transactions. This policy seemed designed to facilitate the smooth operation of the supermarket. With the deposit Jeff had provided, she leisurely explored the aisles. The supermarket spanned the size of a football field, and after some time, she stumbled upon the instant food section. To her surprise, She found a variety of individual combat rations from various countries that had recently gained popularity online, including not only items from Country P, but also from Country E. Each large sealed bag contained enough food for 3 meals, composed of high-calorie, satiating items. Reportedly, these individual combat rations adhered to certain caloric standards, with specific rations designed for cold climates. A single bag could provide 500 calories, comprising 8% protein, 32% fat, and 60% carbohydrates, sufficient to counteract the rapid loss of heat in frigid weather. The contents generally include a main dish, dessert, beverages, and bread, accompanied by a flameless heater and disposable utensils. The main dishes typically consist of braised chicken, braised beef, or pasta with bread, along with drink powder such as lemon tea, apple cider powder, and candies. Although Gu Tongwan does not find these items particularly appetizing, it does not diminish her desire to procure them. In her previous life, she had only encountered individual combat rations when observing a high-ranking team from a certain base on a mission. These rations were rumored to be worth at least 5 kilograms of potatoes in the trading market of the base, which was undoubtedly a luxury in the apocalypse. As she surveyed the shelves brimming with various options, she counted at least a dozen flavors, also offering set meals. For instance, Set Meal 1 contained beef strips and seafood barbecue sauce. Set Meal 2 featured beef sauce with pasta. Set Meal 3 was braised beef. And Set Meal 4 had chili with macaroni, all consistently accompanied by carbohydrate drink powders, vegetable patties, bread, or candy, such as chocolate. In special circumstances, these high-calorie foods could undoubtedly fulfill an average person's daily energy needs, even in extreme cold, surpassing ordinary dehydrated rations. Regarding taste, Gu Tongwan had previously been curious enough to order some online, spending $200, but found that foreign cuisine could not satisfy her cravings for Chinese flavors. However, it was said that the combat rations consumed by special forces in China possessed exceptional taste, and she wondered if she might have the opportunity to stockpile some in the future. Upon closer inspection, the prices of individual combat rations ranged from $10 to $20. Gu Tongwan purchased 5 packets of each flavor, along with around 100 cans of meat and tuna, as well as an additional 100 cans of fruit, and some foreign compressed biscuits. When she reached the beverage section of the supermarket, her attention was immediately captured by the 36-pack of bottled water, priced at less than 7 cents each. Although she had already acquired a batch of bottled water back home, it was essential to note that, following a natural disaster, obtaining clean and healthy water in the apocalypse would be exceedingly challenging unless one entered a base. Given the current price, Gu Tongwan felt an overwhelming sense of fortune and purchased 30 cases of mineral water for under $100. Feeling satisfied, she realized that she would no longer have to worry about drinking water in the future. After completing her purchases, she suddenly noticed a discount sign ahead, revealing that it was a discount day for women's hygiene products. Various sanitary pads and menstrual care liquids were discounted by 20%, with many items even featuring buy one get one free promotions. Initially intending to replenish these items upon her return to China, Gu Tongwan decided it was wiser to buy them in advance, considering the potential risks of a $0 purchase plan. Thus, she bought over 300 packages of her preferred sanitary pads and tampons. The nearby household goods section was also on sale, prompting her to purchase nearly 100 packs of discounted tissues and toilet paper. In the deli section, she discovered 12-inch pizzas costing less than $7 each, leading her to generously purchase 20 pizzas. Gu Tongwan couldn't help but reflect on how she had heard that pizza was a dish for the impoverished in P country. And now she saw that the price was indeed touching. The roast chicken was absurdly priced at $5.99 for a whole chicken, weighing at least 2 kilograms, so she grabbed 30 of those. Additionally, she noticed quality beef ribs and pork chops, particularly the pork, which was slightly cheaper than back home. Despite already having hundreds of pounds of pork in her space, she succumbed to her impulse and selected several boxes to toss into her shopping cart. With limited funds, Gu Tongwan attempted to exercise restraint during her purchases, focusing primarily on low-priced items in the household goods section and only acquiring water and filling food. Nevertheless, there was one item she could not resist over-purchasing, a certain brand of potato chips that sold for nearly $40 for a small bag back home, while here, she could buy a nearly 1-liter bucket for less than $50. Unable to resist, she bought 50 boxes, comforting herself with the thought of taking advantage of the prices abroad. After an extensive shopping spree, she had spent nearly $7,000, and her shopping list stretched an impressive 2 meters long. As she watched her cash dwindling, Gu Tongwan could only hold on to hope for Jeff, wishing for smooth sailing in tomorrow's operation, as it would determine whether her purse could swell. Exiting the supermarket, she was immediately greeted by a wave of oppressive heat. Once away from the cool air conditioning inside, the blazing sun quickly made her feel faint, and soon perspiration formed a thin sheen on her forehead, nose, and back. Not far away, a car alarm blared, forgotten by its owner, drawing the attention of passers-by, some of whom kicked the car door in irritation, leaving a dent. The startled owner quickly retreated, shouting as they hurried away. On the other side, a young woman pushing a stroller bent over to console her wailing child. It seemed that the weather contributed to the irritability of those outside, and even Gu Tongwan felt an inner fire of frustration. Unable to resist, she took a swig from her chilled mineral water, while 3 or 4 staff members followed behind her, loading her remaining goods onto a small pickup truck. Earlier, she had communicated with the supermarket, agreeing to pay for the delivery of her purchases to a location near her hotel. Now, she leisurely awaited the arrival of her rideshare. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of weeds growing on the side of the supermarket, perhaps due to neglect or the tenacity of their life force. The weeds had grown to knee-height. Despite the sweltering weather, their growth showed no signs of slowing. Gu Tongwan recalled hearing about the fundamental causes of the destruction of P country, which included not only volcanic eruptions but also the terrifying mutations of plants. At that time, the mutations in plants and animals had not been overtly apparent until the emergence of mutated zombies during the apocalypse, marking the beginning of the second devastating blow to P country. Shifting her gaze from the weeds, her rideshare finally arrived. Gu Tongwan reached the designated spot first. It was only a few hundred meters from the hotel and devoid of any surveillance, the surrounding area appearing somewhat desolate. After approximately 10 minutes, the supermarket's pickup truck ambled into view. 2 staff members exited the vehicle, surprised by the empty grassy area nearby, and they confirmed multiple times whether she truly did not need the goods delivered to her hotel before they began unloading her items. Once the pickup truck departed, Gu Tongwan used her mental faculties to instantly store the goods in her space. Her 70 square meter space was now packed to the brim with various items, leaving less than 10 square meters available. This was primarily due to the lack of shelving to categorize the goods, resulting in a cluttered appearance that made the space feel extraordinarily cramped. Just as she was becoming increasingly agitated, a familiar notification tone from her system suddenly rang out. New products are available in the system store. Chapter 15. Space Classification Function? Gu Tongwan's spirits lifted, and she quickly opened the system store. The store has introduced a space classification function, which automatically categorizes items by type and organizes them into shelving units. The purchase price for this function is 200 points. A trial button appeared beneath the description, and Gu Tongwan bit her lip, tentatively pressing it. Instantly, the space felt significantly more spacious, with several 3-tiered stainless steel shelves emerging in the 70 square meter room, each displaying different types of goods. The food section ranged from fresh meats to vegetables, grains, and oils, while the energy section included diesel generators and solar panels along with tools. This layout closely resembled that of a typical supermarket, and virtual LED screens appeared on each shelf, displaying categorized product names and even functionalities. To locate any item, one could simply input the name, and a red index arrow would indicate its location. Not only that, but the virtual screen in front also features a product list option, akin to an online shopping page, where categories of goods are distinctly visible. This allows the host of the space to conveniently check the inventory at any time. In the lower left corner, a gray bar provides consumption reminders, indicating the current stock levels of each type of item. This indeed reminded her of a certain business-themed online game she had once played, where she was constantly busy with stock management and monitoring daily sales figures. Gu Tongwan was utterly delighted by this feature. However, as the trial period waned, the space reverted to its original chaotic state, with disordered goods strewn about. Alas, it seemed she needed to expedite her efforts to accumulate wealth, for this feature was indispensable. One must consider that as the space continues to upgrade and items accumulate, should she suddenly crave a particular snack, it would be utterly futile to search aimlessly among hundreds of products. Unfortunately, the trial feature was limited to just 5 minutes. Had she had 200 points at her disposal, she would have eagerly purchased this functionality. With a slight bite of her lip, she exited the space with a touch of regret. Upon returning to the hotel, she found that the high-voltage stun batons she had ordered from a local website had arrived. In Peak Country, stun batons are generally categorized into civilian and police versions. The civilian models can be purchased in stores or online, with the latter offering a wider array of options. She had ordered 3 8-million-volt stun batons, capable of incapacitating an adult male in less than 3 seconds. Such items were unavailable in her home country, making the stun baton her best self-defense weapon at present. Although she had only committed to escorting Jeff to Lawrence's hideout and had no intention of participating in Jeff's operation, unforeseen circumstances often arise. Gu Tongwan did not believe that merely sitting in the car would ensure her safety, hence she felt compelled to prepare some means of defense. If Jeff's mission were to succeed, she would need to stock up on supplies in Peak Country, particularly items difficult to procure domestically, such as firearms. In a world where societal order has collapsed, these items are second only to food and energy in importance. Without protective weaponry, one could easily find themselves in peril. Should Jeff's mission fail, the remaining prepayment of $10,000 would barely suffice to acquire a few wooden crates. The worst-case scenario would be Jeff meeting his demise that very night, a fate Gu Tongwan dreaded most. If necessary, she might intervene to ensure Jeff's survival. Though the trials of 8 years in a post-apocalyptic world had rendered her increasingly cold and numb, Jeff was the first to approach her, and she could not bear to witness his demise under her watch. Nevertheless, safety was paramount during this trip to Peak Country, with stockpiling taking a secondary role. Without life, all else would be rendered meaningless. Extracting the barbecue she had previously purchased in her homeland, she indulged in grilled beef and eggplant, accompanied by a chilled cola from the supermarket, all while enjoying the air conditioning. The aromatic blend of cumin and the numbing spice of Sichuan peppercorns tantalized her taste buds, making this modest barbecue feast immensely satisfying. There was no denying it. During her 2 days in Peak Country, her meals had consisted solely of burgers, sandwiches, and pizza, and she yearned for the diverse culinary delights of her homeland. Around 10:30 in the evening, Gu Tongwan donned a black hooded tracksuit, her fair face obscured by a matching black mask, exuding an air of mysterious aloofness. She positioned the retractable stun baton in the most accessible spot within her space for quick retrieval, and, before stepping out, she casually tucked the vial of acceleration liquid, an unexpected reward from the system, into her pocket. She had yet to use this item, but it was certainly bound to come in handy. Jeff arrived at the hotel vicinity half an hour early, driving an aging silver-gray BMW. To her surprise, another middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap occupied the back seat, his shifty eyes lingering uncomfortably on Gu Tongwan's figure concealed beneath her sportswear. "Jordan, my partner, will be joining us for this mission," Jeff succinctly introduced. Gu Tongwan took her seat in the passenger side, nodding toward the rear-view mirror as a form of greeting, unwilling to engage in trivial conversation with someone who left a less than favorable first impression. Yet, the man's dubious and frivolous gaze remained fixed on her. After all, earning Jeff's trust was no small feat had it not been for their long-standing acquaintance spanning over a decade and their shared experiences on numerous missions. He would not have been included in tonight's operation. Yet this young Asian girl had somehow managed to gain Jeff's confidence, leaving the man curious about their relationship. Jeff had refrained from elaborating on Gu Tongwan's potential abilities, as the notion of her possessing foresight seemed too fantastical to share, likely eliciting ridicule. Instead, he simply informed his old colleague that Gu Tongwan was a source of intelligence. Gu Tongwan pulled up an address on her phone, instructing Jeff to drive according to the navigation. Lawrence's drug manufacturing plant was located in a small town within California City, precisely where Gu Tongwan was staying. With a population of less than 100,000, she recalled that this factory was one of the town's few lumber mills, nestled near a forest. After deliberately engaging with the front desk staff over the past few days, she had also consulted the location of a wanted criminal previously provided by the system, confirming that the lumber mill was situated approximately 30 kilometers southwest of the town center at the Sinaway Lumber Mill. During the day, the lumber mill operated normally, but by night, it transformed into the largest drug manufacturing facility in California City and even the entire Peak Country, with illicit products flowing into the black market in quantities exceeding several tons each day. To avoid drawing attention, they had even secured a nighttime operating permit. Moreover, Lawrence had bribed local government officials and the police, ensuring that no reports ever reached the authorities, as all such information was intercepted beforehand. Thus, Jeff and Jordan's plan involved capturing Lawrence themselves before notifying the police, as only this approach would allow them to claim the full reward of $10 million. Otherwise, if they merely provided tips, Jeff would receive less than 10% of the bounty. For both Jeff and Jordan, this sum was of utmost significance. Jeff sought vengeance while also aiming for substantial financial gain, willing to take risks to achieve his goals. Gu Tongwan's peripheral vision caught sight of the wooden crates Jeff had brought along. One was a Henry rifle and the other a repeating rifle, while Jordan had a shotgun and a commonly used military assault rifle at his side. Clearly, procuring firearms in P country was remarkably easy. Perhaps her gaze lingered too long, for Jeff chuckled lightly. "Little girl, these weapons are not suitable for you. You'll stay in the car and keep watch for us. You can relay any messages using this." He tossed her a small device and pointed to an earpiece he wore, indicating that it was a compact communication device Jeff frequently used during missions, effective within a 5-kilometer radius. Gu Tongwan's interest was piqued, and she silently added the small walkie-talkie to her future shopping list. Chapter 16. Lethal Weapon? Is this it? Jeff's entire plan was meticulously crafted, clearly reflecting his experience as a seasoned bounty hunter. He parked the vehicle beneath the shade of trees, just a few dozen meters from the lumber mill, perfectly positioned across from the factory in a surveillance blind spot. The mill was surrounded by iron fences, yet strangely, there were no guards on duty nearby. The imposing gates stood closed, with only the faintest glimmer of light escaping through the cracks. Due to the secluded nature of the unnamed road outside, vehicular traffic was scarce, and its remoteness ensured that few would choose to disembark in this area. It is impossible for Gu Tongwan to completely trust Jeff and Jordan. Although she appears outwardly calm, she has already resolved to use the acceleration liquid to flee at the first sign of trouble. During this period, relying on the elixir from the ancient well in her space to nourish her body and mental strength, she has discovered that her sprinting speed has improved, decreasing from 14 seconds to just over 11 seconds for 100 meters. However, with a 5-fold effect of this speed enhancement liquid, her time could be reduced to just over 3 seconds. This speed implies that even if targeted by a gun, she would have a chance to evade the incoming bullets. Additionally, the electric baton stored in her consciousness space could be in her hand in an instant. In her previous life, during the late apocalypse, she was capable of venturing out alone to gather supplies and had participated in multiple team missions. Gu Tongwan endured for a full 8 years in the apocalypse, where the harsh environment and malicious human nature compelled her to rigorously train her skills day after day. She does not possess extraordinary martial arts, intricate techniques, nor has she studied systematic combat skills. Rather, she has accumulated experience through countless narrow escapes. For any adversary, she adopts the simplest and most brutal methods, focusing on swiftly determining the optimal moment to strike, smash, twist, punch, kick. These have become her most frequently employed forms of attack. Remaining in the car, Gu Tongwan watched as Jeff and Jordan entered the factory with firearms. Their plan was for Gu Tongwan to contact the police in the city once the mission was successful. As Jeff had little faith in the local police station, they intended to bypass them and report to the superior precinct. After exiting the vehicle, Jeff and Jordan quickly observed the factory's periphery, and Jeff used his toolkit to break through the iron fence, swiftly locating the transformer box outside. Jordan, previously an excellent electrician, had often utilized his extensive electrical knowledge to cut all power during missions. However, there was a drawback. If the adversary had their own generator and did not rely on civilian power, they could restore electricity in a short time after the disruption. Gu Tongwan took out the electric baton from her space and squinted her eyes, intently watching the 2 shadowy figures across the night. In her memory, on this day in her previous life, fewer than 30 members of the D-Scourge gang were operating within the factory, most having been dispatched to the docks and other locations for goods transactions. Mid-June marked the peak trading period for this group, which meant the original organization of several hundred members would be allocated to different cities for transactions. It was precisely for this reason that Jeff managed to exploit the situation, successfully executing the capture operation on the day when Lawrence posed the least threat. However, this time was different. In her previous life, Jeff had cooperated with the police, and within 10 minutes of infiltrating the enemy camp, the P Country police conveniently arrived at the lumber factory. Yet this time, Jeff unexpectedly did not contact the police, opting instead to act alongside his old partner. In her previous life, after Lawrence was arrested, he received only a 7-year sentence, which left Jeff, who sought vengeance and wished to imprison Lawrence for life, utterly disillusioned with the police and government. Rumor had it that Lawrence used a portion of the D-drug dealer list as leverage to reduce his sentence, thus avoiding life imprisonment. Perhaps Jeff was already aware of something, prompting him to delve into Lawrence's organization to obtain that list beforehand. If this were the case, the risk of the mission would multiply, with the possibility of failure looming large. As Gu Tongwan wrestled with her unease, the worst-case scenario unfolded. Two beams of white light emerged from the darkness, and the sound of wheels crunching against the ground echoed. A white Santana parked just 30 meters from Gu Tongwan's car. Every nerve in her body tensed at that moment, and just then, a system notification echoed in her mind. New products available in the system store. Her consciousness reacted faster than her body, and she accessed the space to check. The previously gray product section of the system store finally revealed its first item. Aromatic agent. Effective range of 50 meters. With a scent that induces paralysis, lasting 10 minutes. The cost of purchasing this product was an astonishing 200 points, double the price of the previously complimentary Speed Liquid. Gu Tongwan gazed at her glaring 0 points, her lips twitching uncontrollably. Was this the so-called ultimate weapon? But even so, she could not afford the 200 points. The despair of the impoverished. Yet the impoverished also possess a unique trait, a thick skin. In the case of insufficient points, is it possible to purchase on credit? All purchases in the store require sufficient points. Items are either one-time use or have usage limits. Given that I am still in the novice period and the store has just opened, could there be a concession or temporary credit? Currently, with 0 points, I cannot utilize the store, and the system bears some responsibility, does it not? Sorry, the system store does not support installment payments or credit. Gu Tongwan had long suspected that the system was not entirely artificial intelligence, but likely possessed some form of consciousness. So she continued to negotiate shamelessly. I can use it first and pay later. I can offer double the points. If that is not acceptable, I demand the system store to be shut down immediately, and I will not use it in the future. Just as the system remained silent, two Caucasian men emerged from the white Santana. One stood nearly 6 feet tall, muscular and broad, while the other was slightly shorter but noticeably had a bulge at his waist, clearly concealing a firearm. They spotted Gu Tongwan inside the car, and the two men began to approach her BMW from either side. As Gu Tongwan gripped her electric baton, the system store's cold voice rang out once more. Accepting the host's request, this time allowing for post-use payment, the host must pay triple points within 3 days. Wait, triple? I said double. In an instant, Gu Tongwan found a bottle of aromatic agent in her space. Gu Tongwan, damn system, you truly know how to calculate. Outside the car, the two men also caught sight of the woman inside the BMW, their eyes widening in surprise, quickly replaced by smiles. She was a young and beautiful Asian woman. Given that they had been tense with offline transactions for some time and had not encountered a woman in a while, regardless of why she was there, they were determined not to miss this excellent opportunity, especially the burly man, excitedly licking his lips as he approached and knocked on the car window. Hey, come on out, sweetheart. Chapter 17. The Mutant Cat. The shorter man placed his hand on his waist, though he too felt excitement at the sudden appearance of the beautiful woman. He was more cautious than his larger counterpart. After all, a woman would not randomly appear on this desolate road at night. Gu Tongwan took a deep breath, then slowly moved toward the driver's seat, her hand reaching for the door handle, preparing to open it. The burly man stood outside the passenger door. Seeing her deliberately avoid him and choose the shorter man's side instead, he muttered in discontent. At that moment, the car door was suddenly pushed open with force from the inside, startling the shorter man, who stumbled backward, still unprepared when he felt a sharp whoosh in front of him. The 8 million volts of the electric baton viciously struck the shorter man's neck, and before he could even draw his firearm, he felt an intense tearing pain and promptly lost consciousness. In less than 3 seconds, the tall man, who had initially mocked the shorter one for being startled by a woman, found himself taken aback when she swiftly dodged his incoming punch. Like a slippery eel, she adeptly maneuvered her agile body, striking a blow to his arm with a baton. The burly man, feeling the pain, staggered backward. Perhaps due to his thick skin and ample layer of fat, he did not collapse immediately after the electric baton struck him. Instead, he quickly drew a gun from his waistband. However, Gu Tongwan would not grant him the opportunity to retaliate. The time required to chamber a bullet took several seconds, precisely the window Gu Tongwan needed to close the distance, delivering a fierce kick to his groin. Damn it! The tall man's anger flared, with veins bulging on his temples as he endured the excruciating pain to load his weapon. Just as the ominous barrel was raised to aim at Gu Tongwan, a chilling meow shattered the stillness of the night, sending shivers down one's spine. Before anyone could react, a shadow darted from the nearby grass, landing squarely on the burly man's neck. It was a sleek black cat. Its body entwined around the right side of his neck, baring its sharp teeth and viciously biting down on his carotid artery. Writhing in agony, the man dropped his gun to the ground. Gu Tongwan furrowed her brow and stealthily retreated several steps, quickly crouching down to search the shorter man's body for a weapon while keeping a watchful eye on the burly man's predicament. Although the black cat had successfully delayed the man's actions, an inexplicable chill ran through Gu Tongwan's body, particularly as the cat's eerie green eyes glimmered in the darkness, distinctly unlike those of an ordinary animal. Moreover, she had never heard of wildcats attacking humans with such ferocity, reminiscent of a small predator. Blood dripped from the man's neck onto the ground as he stumbled backward, desperately attempting to pry the tenacious cat off. Unbeknownst to him, the feline was far stronger than it appeared. Once its sharp teeth pierced human flesh, it refused to let go. The air thickened with the metallic scent of blood, and the man's movements grew increasingly feeble. He collapsed to the ground without uttering a sound, his eyes wide open in disbelief as he succumbed to death at the hands of a mere cat, with a bloody piece of flesh still clamped in its jaws. The black cat suddenly turned toward Gu Tongwan, its green eyes glinting with an unsettling brilliance. Gu Tongwan's heart skipped a beat as she tightened her grip on the electric baton. Fortunately, the cat seemed uninterested in her, swiftly darting into the nearby thicket, leaving only a rustling sound in its wake. The appearance of this black cat reminded Gu Tongwan of the abnormal mutated animals that began to emerge in the later stages of the apocalypse, which typically occurred around the 6th year. Could it be that this time, such phenomena would manifest prematurely? Casting a glance at her watch, she noted that 10 minutes had passed, yet there was still no sign of Jeff. The intercom remained eerily silent. The factory was utterly quiet. If a firefight had broken out, there would surely be some commotion, but the atmosphere felt decidedly wrong. The most plausible scenario was that Jeff and Jordan had been discovered and captured. Faced with two choices, to return home or to continue seeking ways to make money, Gu Tongwan realized that acquiring land in Xiaoxi village would require funds, as would purchasing medicine. Not to mention the impending need for rent on a high-rise apartment due to the continuous rain expected in mid-August. With the aromatherapy in her left hand, Gu Tongwan made her decision. If she simply turned back now, her trip abroad would have been for naught. Besides, such situations would only become more frequent in the apocalypse, and she needed to adapt to this perilous environment in advance. Currently, she still had this speed liquid and aromatherapy obtained from the system store. If used wisely, she could very well navigate the night unscathed. Resolute in her determination, she tightened her grip on the electric baton and stealthily advanced toward the factory. As Gu Tongwan had anticipated, Jeff and Jordan had indeed been discovered and restrained. Bound like dead dogs, they knelt on the ground, while the ominous barrels of guns were pointed at them. Sitting across from them, Lawrence chuckled as he lifted a glass of brandy. "You mean to say there's a woman among your accomplices outside?" Without warning, Lawrence stood and delivered a swift kick to Jordan's abdomen. As Jordan winced in pain, his face contorting, Lawrence shoved the muzzle of the gun into his mouth. "Was it that woman who provided you with clues about me? Did she lead you here?" Fearful, Jordan nodded vigorously, while Jeff attempted to intervene, but was promptly subdued. He couldn't believe Jordan had betrayed him so easily, divulging everything. Tears streamed down Jordan's cheeks. At that moment, he cared little for the astonished and furious expressions of his companion. From the very beginning, he had harbored doubts about the woman outside and about the likelihood of success in this mission. Thus he had resolved to disclose everything should the situation turn dire. Lawrence exchanged glances with one of his subordinates, signaling for 6 or 7 men to locate Gu Tongwan. Just as they departed, Gu Tongwan entered the factory, cautiously surveying her surroundings. The building was 2 stories high, each level encompassing several thousand square feet. In addition to the conveyor belts in the center, numerous cardboard boxes and wooden planks were stacked about. Yet, a strange scent lingered in the air, likely the odor of raw materials for illicit substances. "There's someone there," a keen-eyed man shouted, prompting the others to pursue her. The commotion drew the attention of Lawrence's group, resulting in another dozen individuals emerging in pursuit. It was a veritable game of cat and mouse, with gunfire erupting as bullets struck the wooden structures with a dull thud. "Damn it!" Gu Tongwan cursed under her breath, her heart racing at an alarming pace. As hurried footsteps drew nearer, she acted without hesitation, pulling out the small 30 milliliters glass bottle of aromatherapy from her pocket and smashing it to the ground. Instantly, a peculiar floral fragrance filled the factory. Chapter 18. The first zero-cost purchase in the factory. In anticipation, she held her breath. The aromatherapy had an effective range of 50 meters, activating within 5 seconds, after which the scent dissipated. Anyone inhaling the gas within that radius would find themselves in a state of paralysis, unable to function normally, though those entering the area within 5 seconds would not be affected. Next, Gu Tongwan retrieved the speed liquid from her space, biting off the cap and gulping it down. The taste was sickeningly sweet, reminiscent of cherries. Couldn't the system have improved the flavor? She wondered, as the cherry taste mingled with an herbal aftertaste, leaving her throat feeling sticky. Yet, within moments, warmth surged through her body, filling her with vigor and rendering her frame significantly lighter. With her speed quintupled, Gu Tongwan leaped from behind a cardboard box, her eyes landing on the unconscious bodies strewn across the floor. Each individual was unmistakably in a state of stupor. Some had collapsed before fully grasping what had transpired, their hands still clutching freshly loaded guns. A glimmer of determination sparked in Gu Tongwan's eyes as she collected all their firearms into her space, 4 handguns in total. Fortune was on her side. With the 2 outside, she now possessed a formidable arsenal. She continued her dash toward the direction from which the earlier men had appeared, reaching Lawrence's office in mere seconds. Lawrence, a cautious man, gripped his Browning pistol tightly, slightly raising his chin as the remaining 7 or 8 individuals in the office simultaneously drew their weapons. One individual boldly approached the doorway. Yet before he could fully extend his head, a dark object rushed toward him. Ah! The sensation of electricity coursing through his body felt akin to muscle being torn apart, and with a muffled groan, he collapsed. The others, taken aback, immediately aimed their wooden firearms at the entrance, with some having already discharged their weapons. Strangely, the speed of the assailant rivaled that of the flash from a cinematic universe, moving with such rapidity that it defied the comprehension of an ordinary person, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the figure of a woman, whose speed was not only unnaturally swift but also marked by precision and ferocity. Each strike was delivered with a resounding crack, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. Those who remained unaffected by the electric shock found themselves incapacitated by the sheer force of her blows. Even Lawrence's demeanor shifted dramatically upon encountering this sudden presence, his initial indifference transforming into a palpable fear and anxiety as he repeatedly adjusted the aim of his Browning in response to her elusive movements. The effect of the speed-enhancing liquid was fleeting, lasting merely 2 minutes, and time was swiftly dwindling. In her determined gaze, Gu Tongwan emanated a fierce resolve as she swung her electric baton, coinciding with the sound of a gunshot from Lawrence. Jeff, sprawled on the ground, was taken aback to witness Gu Tongwan deftly evade the bullet, retaliating instead with a powerful punch to Lawrence's face, swiftly rolling to reclaim her electric baton and targeting his ankle. With a crackle, Lawrence emitted a grunt and fell to the ground. Jeff, unable to believe his eyes, marveled at how a mere girl had dispatched 7 or 8 individuals in under 3 minutes. The effects of the speed-enhancing liquid had waned as she subdued the last 2 adversaries, seizing the opportunity during their momentary astonishment. When lives were at stake, the suspicions of Jeff and Lawrence paled in comparison. Firstly, there were no surveillance cameras in the facility, and Lawrence was a meticulous individual who would never allow incriminating evidence to fall into the wrong hands. Moreover, all individuals entering the facility underwent thorough searches, as the high value of the D-grade products necessitated stringent security against potential addicts or thieves. There had been similar incidents in the past, but those had been dealt with ruthlessly by Lawrence, serving as a grim warning to others against betrayal. Furthermore, being in a foreign country, Gu Tongwan's partnership with Jeff was tenuous. Even if he reported her to the government, she remained a citizen of Huagua with no legitimate grounds for her detention. Additionally, capturing fugitives was a legitimate endeavor. Gu Tongwan's gaze shifted toward Jordan, who was struggling to rise, before she could inquire about the situation with Jeff. She noticed him standing up after freeing himself, delivering a swift kick to Jordan's calf, causing him to topple once more, followed by a brutal strike from the butt of a shotgun against Jordan's neck. Jordan betrayed us. Jeff's tones seethed with indignation, and in that moment, Gu Tongwan comprehended why the media had only reported Jeff's solo capture of Lawrence in her past life. Perhaps Jordan had also betrayed Jeff then. The individuals outside will awaken in a few minutes. We must secure them first, Gu Tongwan declared as she moved toward the exit. Jeff observed her retreating figure, his mind filled with questions, yet he too bore many secrets. He refrained from alerting the authorities immediately, wishing to uncover the secret list his brother had mentioned in life. They swiftly bound those who had been incapacitated by the aromatic agent and returned to the office to secure the remaining individuals, including Lawrence, who was bound tightly to a chair with 3 layers of restraints. After all, he was worth millions, and no errors could be permitted. Once they had completed this task, Jeff contacted an acquaintance at the city police department and turned to Gu Tongwan, stating the police should arrive in approximately 2 hours. Given that the city was over 200 kilometers from this small town, such a response time was relatively swift. Gu Tongwan nodded and exited the office, her destination unvoiced. But Jeff sensed that this girl was extraordinary, and her cooperation was worthwhile. In fact, Gu Tongwan intended to utilize the hour to inspect the facility. Having noticed a generator and several oil barrels downstairs, she deliberately avoided Jeff to allow herself some space. Even when the police arrived, they would be none the wiser about the missing items, as it was implausible for just the 2 of them to relocate such heavy machinery in a short time. Retrieving a pair of PV gloves from her space, she felt it wise to remain cautious and avoid leaving traces of her presence. Downstairs, she indeed discovered a large generator and numerous 40-liter barrels filled with diesel, stacked in a space of approximately 10 square meters, with an estimated 100 barrels, though a third were empty. After contemplating, she decided to take all the barrels, knowing the empty ones would prove useful later. Additionally, she found several unopened LED lights nearby, which she also stored for future use. The first floor, being a processing workshop, was primarily filled with equipment, so Gu Tongwan ascended to the second floor, where several rooms awaited, all unlocked. In one office, she discovered boxes filled with various foreign snacks, a table laden with uneaten hamburgers and 5 12-inch pizzas still warm, along with 2 cases of bottled water in the corner. Behind the door, she even found a few baseball bats, which she hefted, appreciating their quality before storing them away. After rummaging through the remaining rooms, she found little of value, but upon reaching the last room, she discovered it was locked. The presence of a lock indicated that this room was likely significant. Undeterred, she retrieved a pair of heavy-duty pliers from her space, skillfully prying open the lock. Her experience in lock-picking during the apocalypse had made her quite adept at it, and she nonchalantly discarded the broken lock into her space to eliminate evidence. As she pushed open the door and turned on the light, she was astounded by the sight before her. Shelves were densely packed with an array of firearms and ammunition, numbering in the hundreds, resembling a small private armory. Chapter 19. My word, what a small armory. This was likely Lawrence's personal collection, housing not only various firearms but even small artillery. In this room of about 40 square meters, there were easily several hundred guns. Additionally, she spotted numerous wooden crates on the floor and casually opened one, revealing an assortment of handguns and their corresponding ammunition. Gu Tongwan was not entirely unfamiliar with firearms. During the 7th year of the Calamity, she had fortuitously joined a competent band of wanderers, among whom was a veteran sergeant who, due to a missing arm, could not enter the base and instead took on temporary tasks outside. The group had few women, and both she and another female member often faced harassment, prompting the sergeant to defend them on multiple occasions, establishing a rapport that led to her learning some basic self-defense and weapon knowledge from him. It was thanks to this veteran that, although she had limited experience with firearms, she could identify some basic models and even had a few brief experiences firing a weapon. After her recent rebirth, Gu Tongwan had been diligently acquiring various knowledge essential for survival in the post-apocalyptic world. She even sought out extensive materials on acupressure and acupuncture, hoping to learn some basic techniques that could prove useful in dire situations. Each evening, she busied herself downloading a plethora of information onto her phone or tablet from the internet. Presently, she could identify several firearms adorning the walls, including multiple AR-15, AR-57 assault rifles, and HSL-8 semi-automatic rifles, alongside the commonly found 4 and M14 rifles, various models of M16 assault rifles, and M4 carbines, all occupying an entire wall. To the right, heavy machine guns, a rotary shotgun, and individual grenade launchers were neatly arranged on a shelf. The left wall displayed an array of light machine guns and submachine guns, with several 96 models prominently featured. The sheer variety of firearms exceeded 40 to 50 types, and the small armory contained around 500 to 600 guns, with ammunition numbering at least 100,000 rounds. Unfortunately, Gu Tongwan could not incorporate all the weapons from the armory into her space due to its limited capacity. Her earlier greed in claiming a large generator had already consumed half of the available space. Moreover, emptying the entire armory would raise suspicion should the police from Peak Country investigate the Lawrence gang later, as an overly pristine armory would be highly suspect. Thus, she could only select the firearms she recognized to include in her space, being mindful that different calibers required corresponding ammunition, which was stored in wooden crates, necessitating her to expedite her selection process. As Gu Tongwan grew increasingly frustrated with the limited space, she realized she could not enter to reorganize it. Doing so would leave her vulnerable to the police's imminent arrival. It seemed she would first need to retrieve the large generator. As the importance of firearms outweighed that of the generator, especially since such weapons were unattainable domestically. Resolute, Gu Tongwan began to inventory the firearms she intended to incorporate into her space, totaling over 100, with ammunition reaching 6,007 rounds, filling 2 wooden crates, along with additional grenades and heavy machine guns. The firearms were invaluable to her. In the aftermath of natural disasters, they would undoubtedly prove indispensable in uncontrollable situations. While continuing her inventory, Gu Tongwan suddenly noticed an office desk she had previously overlooked. Upon casually opening a drawer, she was nearly blinded by the glimmering contents within. Gold bars and diamond jewels filled the space. She opened the other 2 drawers to find them stuffed with U.S. dollars, all in $100 bills, amounting to an estimated several $100,000. Such extraordinary luck. It seemed fate had bestowed upon her some advantageous gifts for her rebirth. Indeed, they had arrived. However, at present, only the gold bars were of practical use. Diamonds and dollars could not upgrade her space. Diamonds from reputable jewelers bore serial numbers, as did the dollars, making them susceptible to scrutiny from Peak Country's police, potentially bringing her trouble. Nevertheless, it appeared that Lawrence had a preference for diamonds. As there were only 5 or 6 gold bars, though they were hefty, she swiftly placed them into her space, and soon after, the system's voice chimed in. Detected 2,403 grams of gold, automatically converted to 2,403 points. Would the host like to upgrade the space immediately? Yes. Gu Tongwan urgently needed to upgrade her space to accommodate more supplies, and without hesitation, she opted to use her points for the upgrade. Space upgrade in progress. 1,600 points have been used for the upgrade. Remaining points insufficient for further upgrades, 600 points automatically deducted for the purchase of fragrance agent from the shop. Current remaining points, 203. Gu Tongwan felt a jolt at her temples. She had been so absorbed in her delight over discovering the firearms and upgrading her space that she had forgotten about her 3-fold points purchase of the fragrance agent. Watching her fleeting points, she felt a pang of regret but quickly refocused as she entered her space and used the last 200 points to acquire the previously unlocked space categorization feature from the system shop. Space categorization feature successfully purchased. Current remaining points, 3. In mere seconds, akin to a scene from a sci-fi film, the space expanded dramatically. The originally cramped 70 square meter area doubled to 150 square meters. With a new categorization feature, several large shelves appeared, each boasting 4 tiers and standing over 2 meters tall. The large generator was set aside in a separate location, while other supplies were organized categorically. Numerous virtual index arrows and keys floated above the space. Gu Tongwan attempted to input red bean bun. In no time, a steaming white bun appeared in her hand. She bit into it, her heart racing with excitement. Next, she explored the categorization feature and found that the system had automatically organized sections such as fresh produce, snacks, condiments, energy sources, and outdoor supplies. Upon entering fresh produce, a drop-down menu unveiled options for pork, beef, and chicken. Selecting pork further displayed various cuts such as pork foreleg, pork belly, pork heart, and pork kidney. This feature was quite similar to an online shopping platform, if not more comprehensive. In summary, the expenditure of those 200 points proved exceptionally worthwhile. Instinctively, she compared it to the fragrance agent, which cost her 600 points. Suddenly, a sense of unease crept in. However, upon reflection, she realized the two could not be equated. Items like accelerant and fragrance agent were critical in life-threatening moments, and those few hundred points could indeed buy her a chance at survival, rendering the cost justifiable. Not daring to linger further, Gu Tongwan swiftly transferred the previously inventoried firearms and ammunition into her space, ensuring that even without the large generator, Over 40 square meters remained available. The shelves were not fully occupied, making the space appear far more expansive than the 150 square meters it had become. The second floor scavenging operation left her feeling accomplished and enriched. After leaving the room, Gu Tongwan intended to circle around the factory's periphery to see what else might be scavenged nearby. Concealed beneath the underbrush were numerous vehicles, including Chevrolets, Benzes, and several Santana models, along with a dozen motorcycles. However, without keys, these vehicles held little practical value, and she had no intention of taking them. As she ventured further, a massive object came into view. She retrieved the solar-powered flashlight from her space and shone it ahead. Gu Tongwan's pupils widened in shock as she took a few steps closer, catching a faint whiff of gasoline in the air. Unlike the diesel scent she had encountered while scavenging in the factory area, this was unmistakably gasoline. The flashlight beam illuminated the enormous object before her, and her grip on the flashlight tightened slightly. It was a colossal fuel tanker. It seemed the Lawrence gang not only possessed an arsenal of firearms, but also a significant energy supply, having parked a fuel tanker nearby for easy refueling of their vehicles. The unregistered cars in the vicinity likely acquired fuel through illicit means. Gu Tongwan remembered working at a gas station during her university summers and had seen many mechanics deal with large vehicles. She circled around the tanker, soon spotting a fuel pump left abandoned beneath its wheels. From her space, she retrieved the empty fuel barrels she had collected earlier. Estimating the time required, she decided to take out around 20 barrels. Filling a 40L barrel would take 2 to 3 minutes, leaving her just enough time to fill these before the police arrived, thereby avoiding suspicion. Before undertaking these tasks, she retrieved a raincoat from her space, designed to shield her from gasoline splashes and the lingering scent of fuel. After a laborious 50 minutes, she managed to fill 20 barrels with gasoline, enough to cover a mere 7,000 to 8,000 kilometers. In the impending apocalypse, energy resources would become exceedingly scarce, predominantly controlled by a select few in power. In the future, those who could afford to drive were a rare breed. During her previous expeditions, only the leaders of mercenary teams with over 30 members could afford a standard vehicle, while high-performance cars were seldom seen outside the base. Gu Tongwan gazed wistfully at the dozens of tons of fuel in the tank truck, lamenting that if her space were sufficiently vast, she could simply absorb the entire truck, alleviating future concerns about gasoline. As it stood, her space contained both diesel and gasoline, albeit in limited quantities. Upon her return to the factory, she found those who had regained consciousness bound and discarded on the ground, over 30 individuals, their mouths taped shut, likely a precaution by Jeff to prevent their incessant cries. Among the group, some glared at him defiantly, others with trepidation, and a few wore expressions of despair. Regardless of their sentiments, they were now facing a potentially brief prison life or the bleakness of the apocalypse. The metallic scent of blood alerted Gu Tongwan to a new presence in the corner, a corpse, that of Jordan. It seemed Jeff was not inclined to spare this treacherous soul. Gu Tongwan surmised that Jordan had perhaps harbored intentions of claiming the bounty for himself from the very beginning, which explained his failure to sabotage the factory's power supply. The deeper motives eluded her. Yet one thing was clear. Jeff's willingness to execute Jordan in front of the others signified he possessed leverage to negotiate with both the police and the government. Upon her return, Jeff had been observing her closely, noting her calm demeanor in the presence of Jordan's corpse, suggesting a familiarity with death. Suppressing his unease, Jeff nodded at her, refraining from inquiring about her whereabouts during the past hour. Although their relationship had matured into a competent partnership, maintaining a degree of vigilance and caution was prudent. Gu Tongwan noticed a marked improvement in Jeff's spirits compared to earlier. Perhaps he had found what he sought. As sirens began to wail outside, echoing in a rhythmic pattern, their clarity intensified. The police had arrived earlier than anticipated, considering Lawrence was among the most wanted criminals on the government's list, prompting a bounty of $10 million. Lawrence's capture would undoubtedly stir a commotion throughout the nation, with major newspapers racing to cover the event before dawn. The police aimed to secure Lawrence before any word could leak to other departments, likely to bolster their image and authority among the public. Jeff stepped outside first, with Gu Tongwan closely following. He suddenly remarked that the police would conduct a thorough investigation, and he would assert that she was his assistant. Gu Tongwan nodded, observing his resolve, reflected in his striking blue eyes. "Little girl, you saved my life today and helped me avenge my brother. Rest assured, the police will not trouble you." A flicker of surprise crossed her face. She had not anticipated that Jeff could see through her desire to avoid complications. Jeff continued with a smile, Everyone has their own motives, whatever yours may be. Since you aided me this time, I shall assist you in resolving any ensuing troubles. Thank you. I have one more question. When will the bounties be dispersed? The topic shifted swiftly. Jeff paused before chuckling. Do not worry, I will honor my promise regarding the payment. After a moment, he added, however, the police will need time to investigate Lawrence's remaining forces, generally requiring at least 2 weeks to a month. But, sensing the gravity in Gu Tongwan's expression and the furrow in her brow, he inquired, is there anything else you require my assistance with? If I can help, I will do my utmost to repay your kindness. Feeling a stir of emotion, Gu Tongwan resolved to speak. I need some money. The wait for the bounty is too lengthy, and I currently face an insurmountable predicament. Jeff frowned slightly, aware from the outset that her interest lay in the bounty, yet surprised at the urgency of her financial need. The process for bounty disbursement was indeed lengthy, typically taking a month or more, but it was evident she could not afford to wait. Observing her troubled countenance, Jeff pursed his lips and suddenly asked, what is your bank account number? I can transfer $30,000 to you now. Gu Tongwan looked up in astonishment, meeting Jeff's knowing smile. I am not in a hurry for the money. This $30,000 was meant as a deposit to Jordan. There's no need to pay him now, so it's better to advance it to you. Once the bounty is officially released, I will settle the remaining amount, provided you trust me. At the mention of Jordan, a glint of malice crossed Jeff's eyes. The $30,000 had been accrued from selling his family home and his father's auto repair shop, previously spent on chasing leads regarding Lawrence's whereabouts. Now that Lawrence was apprehended, the 10 million bounty was assured, and it made sense to prepay Gu Tongwan. Undeniably, after tonight's events, Jeff viewed Gu Tongwan with newfound respect, even admiration for her decisiveness at such a young age. If not for their differing nationalities and her youth, he would have considered her as a potential future partner. However, that thought was fleeting. True to his word, Jeff asked for her bank account details and promptly transferred the $30,000 in her presence. Meanwhile, the influx of police officers surged to the second floor, armed and equipped, their shock evident upon discovering the bound individuals on the floor. Chapter 22. Flora and fauna may have begun to mutate. The police were indeed surprised by Lawrence's capture, arriving in 7 or 8 police vehicles, including an armored van for transporting serious offenders. The leading officer seemed to know Jeff. After a brief conversation, he instructed Gu Tongwan to follow another officer to a separate police car, explaining in English that she merely needed to return to the station to provide a statement. Jeff reassured her that it was merely a formality and advised her to recount the events as they transpired. Gu Tongwan felt a flicker of emotion, her gaze drifting to the officer standing a few meters away, realizing they had reached an understanding, and nodded before following the officer into the police car. The vehicle was manned by 2 officers. The younger officer in his 20s occupied the driver's seat, while the other, a slightly overweight officer in his 40s, communicated via radio with the other vehicles. Aside from Lawrence, who was being kept in a separate car, the remaining vehicles were filled with gang members. Fortunately, the number of police vehicles was sufficient to transport all the criminals in one trip. The young officer couldn't help but glance at Gu Tongwan in the rearview mirror multiple times, captivated by her youthful and striking beauty. The sight of a young girl accompanying the renowned bounty hunter Jeff Mark on a capture mission was indeed unexpected. More importantly, in just a month, this girl will indeed transform into a bona fide millionaire. A bounty of $10 million, even when halved, would suffice to ensure her a life of comfort and ease in any country she might choose. As the police car continued its journey back to the city, suddenly, a dark object swooped down and collided violently with the windshield, startling the officer behind the wheel, who swerved sharply. The vehicle twisted like a writhing serpent, and after the sound of harsh braking, it barely came to a halt. The middle-aged officer in the passenger seat, absorbed in his phone, was thrown against the glass, letting out a pained exclamation. Damn it, what are you doing? He exclaimed, clutching his forehead and glaring at the driver with indignation.
I'm sorry.
I was startled by that thing. The young officer stammered an apology. A pool of red blood stained the windshield, revealing that the dark object was, in fact, a raven, which had met its demise upon impact. At that moment, the only sound on the small road was the rustling of trees swaying in the wind, creating an eerily tense atmosphere that gripped their hearts like an invisible hand. Gu Tongwan clenched her fists, her unease intensifying. Suddenly, she leaned forward and shouted in English.
Close the window.
The temperature in Peak Country had been rising steadily, and despite the car's air conditioning, it remained stifling. Thus, the passenger window had not been fully closed, leaving a gap for ventilation. Her urgent voice startled the two officers in front. The officer in the passenger seat, still reeling from the earlier incident, noticed the lights ahead dimming abruptly, as if the car had plunged into a thick black fog. A cacophony of harsh cawing erupted from the front, as a dense swarm of ravens descended upon them, swooping in like a dark cloud. Both officers stared in shock. There were at least hundreds of ravens, inexplicably charging towards the vehicle. By the time the officer in the passenger seat regained his senses and attempted to close the window, it was too late. The ravens, desperate to enter through the partially opened window, were relentless, with one raven thrusting its head inside and viciously pecking at the officer's face. The officer groaned in agony, desperately trying to fend off the flurry of flapping wings, but whether due to pain or shock, he found himself momentarily powerless against the onslaught. Meanwhile, the driver, horrified, witnessed the raven gnawing at his colleague's right cheek, causing his hand resting on the steering wheel to tremble uncontrollably, momentarily forgetting to assist. "Move," a cold, sharp voice commanded from behind. The driver's head was forcefully pushed down, and at that instant, Gu Tongwan seized the opportunity to draw a dagger from her concealed space. With a flash of cold steel, she drove the blade viciously into the raven's skull. She then hastily rolled up the window with such force that several ravens were caught, their heads severed, splattering blood across her hands. Once the window was closed, the flock of ravens continued to batter the windshield with frenzied determination, time and again, as if they were tireless. The officer in the passenger seat fainted from the pain, while the driver huddled, trembling in fear. Thankfully, the police car was equipped with bulletproof glass, robust enough to withstand the onslaught, at least for the time being. However, the bizarre behavior of the ravens reminded her of the black cat outside the factory earlier. Could it be that, with the approach of the apocalypse, both flora and fauna were undergoing mutations? Recalling that in her previous life, P Country was among the first cities to witness the emergence of mutated zombies, she couldn't help but wonder if this time, the end of the world would come prematurely. The unease in her heart deepened, and Gu Tongwan found herself biting her lip. On the 39th day before the apocalypse, animals began exhibiting behavior deviating from the norm. On the 37th day before the apocalypse, the raven swarm from the previous night had not resulted in any fatalities, but had injured 4 police officers and 3 criminals. The most severely injured was an officer in a police car trailing behind Gu Tongwan's, who had been oblivious to the approaching ravens due to having the window open for fresh air, resulting in one raven snatching away his left eye. The other officers sustained minor injuries of varying degrees. Experts deemed the raven attack as an anomalous behavior influenced by environmental factors, possibly exacerbated by the extreme heat or other external threats. Such incidents of raven attacks were not unprecedented in P Country's history. Yet large-scale assaults of this nature were exceedingly rare. Perhaps Jeff had leveraged connections in advance. Gu Tongwan was merely subjected to routine questioning at the police station and was released within an hour. As for her purpose in P Country and how she had bested the Lawrence gang, the police did not pursue the matter further. Later, Gu Tongwan learned that it was Jeff who had covered for her, attributing the takedown of the Lawrence gang to himself. However, fortune seemed to favor her, as all members of the Lawrence gang had tested positive for illegal substances, providing the police ample reason to suspect that they had been under the influence, leading them to hallucinate that Gu Tongwan had incapacitated them. As for the person who had been killed by the black cat outside the factory, forensic examination suggested death was due to a bite from a feline predator that severed the trachea. However, the specific species remained undetermined, pending further analysis by zoologists. Gu Tongwan was indifferent to these events. Her sole concern was when the bounty would be deposited. Just then, her phone chimed with the most delightful notification. Her left eye twitched as she swiftly opened the message. Her mobile banking app indicated a transfer of $300,000. It must be the funds Jeff had sent her a couple of days prior. This was the first time her account had exceeded several million yuan, and she could hardly contain her excitement. More importantly, she now had the means to indulge in a shopping spree. Resolute, she decided to venture out shortly to explore several large supermarkets, determined not to waste her final 2 days in P Country, having spent 5 days there already. With only 2 days left before her return home, she noted that the temperatures had been unusually high. In less than a week, the mercury had risen by nearly 10 degrees. Currently, the daytime outdoor temperature surpassed 38 degrees, and even at night, it remained around 28 or 29 degrees. necessitating the hotel's air conditioning to run continuously. Just that morning, after breakfast, a young woman from the front desk knocked on her door, informing her that due to the constant air conditioning required by the heat, each guest was required to pay an additional $10 per day on top of their accommodation fee. It was no wonder the hallway had been bustling with complaints from other guests. Gu Tongwan promptly paid for 3 days of electricity. Noticing the front desk attendant breathe a sigh of relief, she then lamented, "It hasn't been this hot in previous years. I wonder what's causing it. I heard the temperature in the city is nearing 40 degrees. Perhaps it's the approach of the summer solstice that's making it so sweltering," Gu Tongwan mused internally, her thoughts drifting elsewhere as she merely nodded along to the attendant's chatter. Sensing Gu Tongwan's disinterest, the brown-haired, blue-eyed attendant collected the payment and left for downstairs. Gu Tongwan changed into a blue quick-dry sports top, paired with white sports pants, and threw on a sun protective jacket before ordering a ride to a larger supermarket located over 30 kilometers away. The last supermarket had accepted only cash and local bank cards, which compelled her to choose a different, more distant store this time. The ride-sharing vehicle arrived promptly, and hardly had I settled in when the driver began lamenting about the increasingly unbearable heat, which compelled him to activate the air conditioning prematurely. He expressed concern that if the temperature continued to rise, the car's battery might soon require replacement. The supermarket resembled a miniature department store, spanning 3 floors, the first dedicated to groceries, the second to household items, and the third to clothing. As I approached the entrance, I noticed a bank adjacent to a gold trading firm. After a moment's consideration, I directed my steps toward the trading establishment. Chapter 24. The first encounter with stockpiling sanitary napkins. Previously, I had never contemplated purchasing investment-grade gold bars at a trading firm while in my homeland. It was only during the last couple of days, confined in a hotel room, that I realized buying gold bars was far more economical than acquiring gold jewelry from a store, as the latter incurs additional craftsmanship fees. Upon entering, I spotted a disinterested staff member lounging in front of the central air conditioning, even failing to acknowledge my presence. Remaining unperturbed, I calmly inquired, "Do you sell investment-grade gold bars here?" The staff member presumed I was yet another inquisitive customer who would not make a purchase, responding in a monotone voice, "Yes. Available at the day's market trading price." Noticing my brief contemplation and my lack of response, the staff member was on the verge of rolling their eyes when I declared, "Please bring me 3 1-kilogram gold bars and 1 200-gram bar." The staff member's eyes widened in disbelief, their posture straightening as they scrutinized me, the Asian girl before them. Though my attire was unpretentious and devoid of designer labels, my demeanor and eloquence distinguished me from the masses. Could I possibly be one of the affluent third-generation scions from my homeland? Indeed, the past few years had seen a surge in such individuals studying abroad, and I might very well be among them. The staff member's demeanor shifted dramatically, warmly inviting me to sit on a nearby sofa and personally fetching a chilled latte for my enjoyment. I paid little heed to the stark contrast in attitude, allowing them to calculate the total. The purchase of 2 gold bars amounted to nearly $200,000. Excusing myself to use the trading firm's restroom, I promptly stashed the acquired gold bars into my spatial storage. Detected gold, 3 200 grams. Automatically converted to 3 200 points. Current points, 3 203. Would the host like to use these points to upgrade the space? I affirmed. This upgrade requires 3 200 points. Upgrading space now. Remaining points, 3. System. I recall having surplus points during the previous upgrade, at least several dozen. Why were they not accounted for? My grievance was not merely about the points, but stemmed from my current financial constraints. Having previously lost those smaller points, I sought their return. Unfortunately, the system remained unresponsive, refusing to engage in dialogue. With a slight twitch of my lips, I realized I had returned to square one, perpetually left with single-digit points. How infuriating! After a flash of white light, the upgrade concluded, expanding my space from approximately 150 square meters to nearly 300. The items within now appeared scattered across the vast expanse. Post-upgrade, I discovered that the ancient well within my space no longer dripped intermittently, but now produced a steady, small stream capable of filling 8 bottles of mineral water, approximately 4 liters. Satisfied, I exited the trading firm and hurried back into the supermarket. With a balance of $110,000, I first transferred funds to a former colleague for a prior order of medications, costing $450,000, along with the remaining 30,000 for the smokeless charcoal, leaving me with roughly 500,000 yuan. Additionally, considering the land in Xiaoxi village and the cost of construction materials, I estimated at least 400,000 yuan was necessary. The thought of expenditure caused me considerable distress. Why did money seem to vanish so swiftly? Where was the bounty from P country that had yet to be distributed? Grievances aside, stockpiling remained a priority. This time, I significantly increased my purchase of sanitary napkins, acquiring an additional 500 packs. My frenzied shopping left nearby women astonished, but I paid no mind to their incredulous stares. Filling 2 shopping carts to the brim with sanitary products, a woman in her 40s of Chinese descent could no longer contain herself and remarked, "Miss, isn't it a bit inconsiderate to buy all of these at once? Can't you see others are still selecting?" This woman had spent nearly half an hour comparing products, yet her cart remained empty. Raising an eyebrow, I replied coolly, "I am simply purchasing these sanitary napkins. There are still plenty available before you. The supermarket is here for people to buy. As long as I am willing to pay, it is of no concern." With that, I turned to leave, unwilling to engage further with someone who seemed intent on deriving amusement from the mundane lives of others. The woman, incensed, shouted after me, "It's my first time witnessing someone stockpiling sanitary pads. You must be unhinged." The previous incident was merely a fleeting interlude. I then proceeded to the toilet paper aisle, adding 200 packs of rolls to my collection. Next, I ventured into the convenience food section, acquiring 200 to 300 cans of potato salad, meat, and bean products, along with 100 roasted chickens, 200 large tubs of a certain brand of fries, and 100 tubs of various foreign ice creams. Considering the scorching weather outside, I inquired with the supermarket staff about the availability of ice. To my surprise, they indeed had large bags of ice for $5, each weighing at least 10 kilograms, composed of cube-shaped chunks suitable for direct consumption. I promptly purchased 200 bags, effectively depleting the entire ice compartment. Upon completing these purchases, my card balance dwindled to around 440,000. 2 days later, I boarded a pre-booked flight back to my homeland. As soon as I disembarked, my phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. "Wanwan, it's Mom. How have you been? Your mother, and I miss you dearly. Let us arrange a meal together soon." Similar messages flooded in, totaling 4 or 5 a number. During my time abroad, I had received such messages almost every other day. However, preoccupied with stockpiling and other matters, I had neglected my phone, even blocking all messages and calls until I boarded the flight home. However, another message caught my eye, prompting me to raise an eyebrow. "Sister, this is Jinjin. Both Mom and Dad miss you tremendously. We acknowledge our past mistakes, but we are still family, and we long to see you." The family that had once berated me at the courthouse, severing ties for 4 to 5 years, now expressed such heartfelt sentiments through text. Their sudden outpouring of emotion aroused my suspicion. Surely, they must have ulterior motives. Chapter 25. It is better to slowly torment a drowning dog than to strike hard. I briefly skimmed the messages from my foster parents before continuing to scroll through my inbox. A former colleague sent me some juicy gossip. The vice president of the internship company had recently found himself in hot water, facing allegations of sexual harassment, misuse of authority to switch suppliers, and indecent conduct in his personal life. The following day, his wife even caused a scene at the office. Additionally, Liao Yunyan informed me that the orphanage had recently held a 50-year anniversary celebration, attended by many past residents. Even Chen Yanqi, who had remained elusive for years, made an appearance. Liao Yunyan lamented my absence, insisting on a business trip during the event. Otherwise, I could have reunited with childhood friends. I paid little mind to these events. After all, those inclined to return for such celebrations were typically those whose lives were flourishing or who sought to boast of their modest achievements. I had attended several middle school reunions in the past, where women competed to flaunt their romantic lives while men engaged in boastful banter around the dining table. However, when Liao Yunyan mentioned Chen Yanqi, Gu Tongwan couldn't help but recall the thin, stubborn boy 4 years her senior from the orphanage before middle school. Over the years, she had maintained contact with both Chen Yanqi and Liao Yunyan, occasionally exchanging festive greetings. However, due to their residence in different cities, it had been 7 or 8 years since they last met. Liao Yunyan, the one sending the message, was sitting in a corner of a private club, listlessly sipping on a glass of orange juice, her gaze drifting over the already occupied tables nearby. Regardless of gender, the patrons exuded an air of social elitism in their attire and demeanor. Liao Yunyan had never visited this club before, but she had seen friends post pictures online. An evening's expenditure could reach 5 figures, with an initial membership fee exceeding 6 figures, making the Baihe Club quite renowned within the upper echelons of Jiangqing's social circle. Although Baihe Club was not the most exclusive establishment in Jiangqing and could only be considered mid-tier compared to some major clubs in the capital, Liao Yunyan still felt it was beyond her reach. Knowing she was to meet here today, she had deliberately donned a designer outfit that cost over 5 figures, which she had previously hesitated to wear, keeping it pristine in her wardrobe. Only by being fully adorned did she feel equal to the occasion. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Liao Yunyan pursed her lips. In recent years, acquaintances from the orphanage had occasionally organized gatherings, with Liao Yunyan being the most proactive participant. After all, maintaining good relationships was crucial in business. Gu Tongwan had joined her for a few such events, but her academic and work commitments had since kept her away. There was one individual, however, who had not been in touch with their childhood friends since leaving the orphanage over a decade ago. Had it not been for retaining his phone number from those days and later finding him through WeChat, Liao Yunyan might not have been able to reach out at all. As she lamented this in her thoughts, a shadow suddenly loomed over her table. Liao Yunyan looked up to be greeted first by a pair of exceptionally long legs, followed by a crisp white shirt and black trousers, the Givenchy logo on his belt strikingly prominent. "I apologize for the delay. I was slightly held up." His deep voice flowed like a clear spring in a summer valley, pure and refreshing, a sound that could easily eclipse any contemporary voice actor. Liao Yunyan was not one to be swayed by appearances, nor was she easily lured by male charm. Yet the man before her possessed an extraordinary allure in both his features and demeanor, especially his dark eyes, which were inscrutable and captivating, resembling a vortex capable of ensnaring one's soul. The elegant line of his jaw and the slight movement of his Adam's apple, accentuated by a shirt collar, drew her attention. This was the first time Liao Yunyan had encountered a man who wore a white shirt and black trousers with such impeccable fit. Chen Yanxi, like her and Gu Tongwan, had emerged from the happy orphanage, but he had entered society far sooner than they. Despite not being their first meeting, Liao Yunyan felt a twinge of nervousness each time they reconvened. Soon, her anxiety transformed into awe, though she managed to compose herself rapidly. "You didn't come to reminisce, did you?" Liao Yunyan quipped, a rare jest from her. Chen Yanxi's elongated eyes lifted slightly, seemingly smiling, yet a cold indifference lingered beneath. "Is it forbidden to reminisce?" he countered, naturally settling into the chair opposite her. Liao Yunyan nearly rolled her eyes in response. "In 2 days, it's Wanwan's birthday. Could you deliver this for me?" After a moment's pause, he continued, "I must return to the capital soon, so I won't be able to give it to her personally." He slid a beautifully wrapped box across the table. Liao Yunyan stole a glance, barely suppressing her astonishment. She recognized the brand name, which was comparable to her cafe's monthly revenue. "Chen Yanxi, you are exceedingly generous towards Wanwan," she remarked, tucking the box away, her tone tinged with envy. Just then, out of the corner of her eye, Liao Yunyan caught sight of something that tightened her brow, a flash of uncontrollable anger and disgust flickering in her gaze. Chen Yanxi turned slightly and spotted a couple sitting together, their gestures intimate, clearly more than mere friends. "Scoundrel and shameless woman," Liao Yunyan blurted out, pulling out her phone to snap several photos, even standing to find a better angle before quickly editing and sending them to someone. Once she finished sending her message, Liao Yunyan seemed to recall something and raised an eyebrow, saying, "It's not my boyfriend. It's Wanwan's." Chen Yanxi paused, maintaining a composed facade, the hint of a smile never wavering, before asking, "When did she start dating?" Liao Yunyan tilted her head, half smiling, half teasing. "Not long ago, I believe. The guy is said to be a wealthy heir who pursued her for half a year. You know how fierce women can be against persistent suitors." Chen Yanxi's lips quirked slightly, but he did not pursue the conversation further, his gaze growing colder as he scrutinized Zhang Heng's table. Unable to contain herself, Liao Yunyan asked after sending her message, "You've liked her for so long, can you really bear to see her with another man?" The moment Chen Yanxi lifted his eyelids, the chill in his gaze sent a shiver through Liao Yunyan, as he replied in a tone devoid of warmth. "A hawk never lets a prey escape. It was better to slowly torment than to strike hard against a drowning rat." Chen Yanxi had long surpassed the age of impetuousness. He knew what would bring the most despair. It wasn't until Chen Yanxi escorted her back to her community that Liao Yunyan felt a sudden chill run through her body. Some individuals, who appear patient and restrained, might be harboring significant schemes. She knew better than to provoke them. Upon exiting the club, Liao Yunyan suddenly felt the temperature outside rise sharply, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead and nose within mere minutes. What on earth is this weather? She muttered, completely unaware that the unpredictable climate of Jiangcheng heralded an unprecedented disaster looming over the entire planet. Chapter 26. Preparing for the future, better safe than sorry. The 34th day of the apocalypse. Upon exiting the airport, Gu Tongwan noticed that Jiangcheng's temperature seemed more stifling than before her trip abroad. Her phone indicated a temperature of 26 to 33 degrees, but she recalled that prior to her departure, the temperature had lingered around 22 to 29 degrees. And, even without air conditioning at night, it hadn't been overly warm. Upon her return, she found that in just 1 week, the temperature had noticeably risen. Although the increase was not drastic, after encountering half-meter-tall grass, peculiar black cats, and aggressive crows in Peak Country, Gu Tongwan began to consciously monitor the temperature and changes in the surrounding flora. As of now, aside from a slight rise in temperature, Jiangcheng's plants and animals seemed unaffected. After returning to her modest apartment, she showered and then retrieved a bottle of well water she had prepared in advance. Drinking nearly half the bottle, her travel-weary body felt significantly rejuvenated. Previously, after accidentally cutting her hand, she had tested the well water. Unfortunately, it did not promote healing, indicating that the well water was more akin to an enhanced restorative agent rather than a miraculous cure-all. After a brief rest of over 3 hours, Gu Tongwan drove to Xiaoxi village in the afternoon, arriving just after 4 o'clock. First, she settled the payment for the land she had purchased in Xiaoxi village, totaling 350,000, and then sought out the village chief, Zhang Yufan. Before her arrival, she deliberately retrieved some imported red wine and chocolate purchased abroad, along with a stylish toy car. Aware that Zhang Yufan had a 6-year-old grandson who was treasured dearly, she found him sitting on Zhang Yufan's lap, playing with a toy car. Upon her arrival at the village committee, Zhang Yufan was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that Gu Tongwan would not return for at least a month, given the significant matters of purchasing land and constructing a house, not to mention financial concerns. Although the town had already approved the necessary paperwork, there was always the risk of the land being reclaimed if the subsequent funds were not secured. Village chief. I just returned from the town. I will trouble you in the village from now on. Gu Tongwan smiled as she handed over her gifts and continued. I recently traveled abroad, so I haven't had the chance to thank you for assisting me in securing the land. It's a toy. The little grandson, upon seeing the packaging of the toy car, eagerly reached out his hand, and before Zhang Yufan could intervene, the lively child swiftly tore open the outer packaging, adeptly installed the batteries, and began to play with glee. Zhang Yufan understood that Gu Tongwan was deliberately making amends. Her gratitude for his assistance was genuine, and as she planned to stay in the village for an extended period, fostering a good relationship with him as the village chief was essential. However, Zhang Yufan held no resentment towards Gu Tongwan. The young girl appeared charming and clever, exuding a sense of straightforwardness in her endeavors. Moreover, since she was the niece of Lao Song, she could be considered part of Xiaoxi village. The village was known for its protective nature. Gaining the village chief's approval meant that Gu Tongwan would also be accepted by the majority of the villagers. After some pleasantries with the village chief, Gu Tongwan inquired about local builders, expressing her desire to construct a modest 70-square-meter 2-bedroom unit with a surrounding wall, allowing space for a small vegetable garden. In truth, she was aware that her stay in Xiaoxi village would not be long. Although Xiaoxi village was situated at the highest point in Liaoqing and had suffered minimal losses during the previous torrential rains, it was not convenient for her plans to gather supplies in the early stages of the apocalypse. She would have to wait until after the rains to move in, which could be at least 6 months away. Nevertheless, it was imperative to commence the construction. Delays could lead to suspicion among the villagers. Having overheard their conversation, Lu Jinhua, the village chief's wife, entered with a smile, saying, "Yes, my brother does construction work for others. He currently has no projects, so if you trust him, Xiaogu, you can entrust the building to him, and I will ensure he only charges you the cost price." "How could that be, Auntie? I am grateful for your introduction. Just tell him the amount he should charge, and I absolutely cannot take advantage of you," Gu Tongwan replied. "Grandma, look at my new car," the little grandson exclaimed, showcasing his brand-new remote-controlled car to his grandmother. Lu Jinhua, bending down to embrace her grandson, playfully asked, "Who gave it to you?" The little boy quickly glanced at Gu Tongwan and shouted, "The pretty sister gave it to me." "Oh, such a sweet mouth. Don't you hurry up and thank your sister?" Lu Jinhua teased, pinching the little one's nose. Thank you, sister. The little boy chirped sweetly. Observing the interaction, Zhang Yufan initially considered stopping his wife from introducing business to his brother-in-law. However, upon reflection, he realized that his brother-in-law was earnest, and his wife was merely trying to help him earn money. Gu Tongwan's urgency to build a house might align with both their interests. Once the decision to proceed with the construction was made by the village chief, Lu Jinhua quickly contacted her brother Lu Jinda. With enthusiasm, he went to inspect Gu Tongwan's plot, measuring and estimating the costs for materials and labor, including the outer wall. The total came to 130,000 yuan. Gu Tongwan then requested that Lu Jinda install more secure stainless steel doors for both the courtyard and the house, increasing the budget by over 8,000 yuan. Lu Jinda suggested that theft was virtually non-existent in Xiaoxi village, making the installation of the two stainless steel doors unnecessary. However, Gu Tongwan insisted. Understanding that a girl living alone might feel apprehensive, he conceded and did not press further. Gu Tongwan initially prepaid 50,000 yuan to Lu Jinda, with the remaining balance to be settled in a week. She casually inquired how long the construction would take, learning it would require at least 2 months. Consequently, she added an additional 20,000 yuan, hoping Lu Jinda could expedite the process to complete it within a month. After all, building a house could not be accomplished overnight. With a crew of 4, they might manage to finish on schedule, but adverse weather could cause delays. Nevertheless, everyone was keen on the payment, and since Lu Jinda and his colleagues had been idle for some time, they readily agreed. Upon leaving Xiaoxi village, Gu Tongwan glanced at her account, which held merely 30,000 yuan in total, including the funds from Jeff and her last withdrawal before going abroad. She couldn't help but smile wryly. Yet she resolved to spend her remaining funds wisely. Chapter 27. Renting a house, an urgent matter. Day 33 of the apocalypse countdown. Early in the morning, Gu Tongwan messaged Liao Yunyun, stating she would pick up the 2 little ones from her cafe in the afternoon. In the morning, she drove her Toyota Tundra to the Zijing Garden community near Zijing Road, one of the earliest established upscale neighborhoods in Jiangcheng, only a 15-minute drive from the city center. Surrounded by a well-developed commercial area, although Zijing Garden lacked the superior planning of Zhongheng's community, it remained one of the more renowned neighborhoods in Jiangcheng. Having peaked at over 70,000 yuan per square meter when it opened in 2013, making it part of the affluent residential areas in the city. Gu Tongwan chose Zijing Garden primarily for its robust security, along with its proximity to hospitals, schools, and large shopping centers. Additionally, having attended university nearby, she was well acquainted with the area. The agent was awaiting her in the prearranged room 1604, a young man with sunset orange dyed hair styled with mousse. He hesitated momentarily upon seeing Gu Tongwan, but after confirming her identity through the 59 platform username, he was assured she was indeed the person he had communicated with previously. They had discussed potential rentals on the 59 platform, where Gu Tongwan had expressed her interest in properties near Zijing Road. The agent had presented 3 options, yet she ultimately opted for the most expensive one in Zijing Garden. The primary allure was that the owner and their family were set to travel abroad in a week, thereby hastening the rental process. It was said they were accompanying their son for his studies, suggesting they would not return in the foreseeable future. Gu Tongwan sought a property free of lingering concerns. Following a natural disaster, a house without its original owners would spare her considerable hassle. The torrential rains following the extreme heat lasted 4 months, and the apartment she currently occupied in the old district, only 7 stories high, would be inundated to the 5th floor within a month. The surrounding buildings were similarly vulnerable, leading to a housing crisis and forced resource sharing within weeks. In her previous life, Gu Tongwan found herself homeless due to the floods, ultimately relying on Zhongheng and seeking refuge at a relief center. Though uncertain if the rains would return this time, she was determined to avoid experiencing displacement again, making renting a house a top priority. Upon entering, she was immediately captivated by 2 security doors. The first was a standard swinging door, allowing a view of the outside through iron bars, while the second was a reinforced, integrated smart security door. Would an ordinary household install 2 security doors? Gu Tongwan suppressed her curiosity, choosing to inspect the interior of the house first. Having perused the details, I find this particular layout superior to that of the neighboring building E. It is a true north-south orientation, boasting exceptional natural light. After deducting communal areas, it still offers a generous 102 square meters. The 3-bedroom, 1 living room configuration does not feel cramped. The rental price, albeit steep, is justified. After all, a mere 5-minute stroll leads to the subway station, and a 10-minute walk brings one to the Zijing Wanda Plaza. Those who participated in the lottery for this unit were fortunate enough to secure their housing on the day of 520 at the Civil Affairs Bureau. As the agent extolled the virtues of this property, the sound of high heels clicking on the pavement echoed from outside. A plump, middle-aged woman, adorned in a vivid red dress, arrived in a flurry. Apologizing for her tardiness, she caught her breath upon entering.
Today.
The original owner was also present to discuss the rental arrangements, primarily to ascertain the type of tenant her property would attract. Upon noticing the young lady before her, and realizing she was unaccompanied, the woman, while dabbing her brow with a tissue, inquired with a smile, "Dear, do you live alone or with a boyfriend?" "I live alone," replied Gu Tongwan softly. The woman appeared slightly surprised but soon deemed solitary living preferable, as she was reluctant to rent to families, particularly those with children who might damage the walls. Gu Tongwan took a leisurely tour of the apartment and noticed the balcony, which was equipped with glass windows. A gentle tap revealed they were made of reinforced, shatterproof glass. Furthermore, both the living room and bedrooms were fitted with soundproof panels, explaining why she could not hear the agent calling from outside. The woman assumed Gu Tongwan was displeased with the soundproof glass on the balcony and awkwardly chuckled. "My son is a bit of an end-of-the-world enthusiast. After becoming engrossed in video games during the summer vacation of high school, he became convinced the apocalypse was imminent. During the half-month when his father and I were away, he arranged for a renovation company to install these features, including the soundproofing. But rest assured, it really doesn't affect anything. Having soundproofing makes sleep much more restful." The woman's smile seemed forced as she recalled how her son had spent nearly 100,000 yuan on these modifications while they were away, nearly causing her blood pressure to spike. Gu Tongwan continued her tour without much response to the woman. The woman exchanged a glance with the agent, anxiety evident in her expression. She was eager to accompany her son abroad for his studies. Her husband had a stable job overseas, and without work experience, she would be relegated to being a housewife. This apartment was a dowry from her family, and she had hoped to earn some rental income, allowing her to indulge in some shopping even without a job abroad. Given Gu Tongwan's single status, the woman was quite pleased. Previous families who had viewed the apartment had either been dissatisfied with the soundproof glass on the balcony or deemed the soundproof panels unsightly, attempting to negotiate lower rent. Consequently, the apartment had been on the market for over 2 months, without a tenant. Suddenly, hearing the young woman agree, "Let's sign the contract." "But I only wish to rent for 2 months, the plump woman was taken aback. Initially astonished that her property might actually be rented, her expression soured upon hearing the 2-month term, forcing a smile. "Dear, I only rent for a minimum of 6 months. I cannot accommodate a lease for less than that." Gu Tongwan offered a serene smile, not engaging further, and turned to leave. Although the apartment suited her perfectly, the total cost, including the deposit, exceeded her budget. Moreover, in 2 months, the world might be facing calamity. When the storm arrived, ordinary individuals would struggle to venture out, rendering concerns over renting a property moot. Seeing Gu Tongwan depart without a hint of hesitation, the woman panicked. Gritting her teeth, she called after her, "Hey, dear, I haven't made a final decision yet. 2 months it is, I will rent it." She muttered under her breath, "Who rents for just 2 months these days? It's truly a hassle." The rental agreement was swiftly finalized, with both parties providing the agent with half a month's rent, each transferring 3,000 yuan. Gu Tongwan then transferred a total of 18,000 yuan to the woman, covering 2 months' rent and the deposit. After receiving the keys, the agent added Gu Tongwan to the property management group. "Since you live alone, if there are any power or water outages, the group will notify you in advance. Additionally, the group periodically shares information regarding vaccinations and nearby school admissions, which is quite helpful," the agent explained. Gu Tongwan nodded in agreement, recognizing the value of staying informed during potential disasters. Exiting the community, she drove directly to Liao Union's cafe, located near Qingshan Road, arriving in about 20 minutes. Liao Union's cafe exudes a warm ambience, situated amidst several foreign enterprises, frequented by many business professionals. Arriving at noon during lunchtime, the cafe was relatively empty. She spotted Liao Union sitting under an outdoor umbrella, embodying a relaxed demeanor. At Liao Union's feet lay a large pet cage, housing 2 small dogs, one black and one white, curled up and seemingly devoid of energy. However, as Gu Tongwan approached, perhaps sensing her presence, the The black dog suddenly opened its bright eyes, sparkling with excitement. The other dog, catching the enthusiasm, followed suit, its keen gaze fixating on the car parked several meters away. Upon exiting her vehicle, the two small dogs erupted into a cacophony of barks, nearly startling Liao Yunyan into dropping her phone. Shortly thereafter, she recognized her friend emerging from the sizable Toyota SUV. Momentarily taken aback, Liao Yunyan snapped back to reality, placing her hands on her hips and exclaiming, "Gu Tongwan, you heartless friend. You disappeared for over a week. And your dogs are on the verge of bankrupting me. Do you have any idea how much they consume? Hurry and take them back." The employees busy with takeout orders turned to glance outside, curious about their boss's outburst. They observed a girl in a white shirt and jeans, her hair tied in a ponytail, smiling as she chatted with the cafe owner. Are all of her friends as lovely as she is? They wondered silently. Gu Tongwan glanced at the dog cage, measuring 1 meter in length and half a meter in height, typically used for larger breeds. Currently, the two small dogs occupied the space entirely, their fluffy fur making the cage appear even more cramped. "Thank you for your patience. I'll treat you to a grand dinner tonight." Gu Tongwan smiled apologetically, handing over a gift she had prepared in advance, several boxes of high-end chocolates purchased from a foreign supermarket. Upon receiving the gift, Liao Yunyan's face lit up with delight. Chocolate had always been her favorite treat, one she could never tire of. However, her smile faded as she suddenly recalled something, tugging at Gu Tongwan's elbow and whispering, "Are you certain these two are dogs? They seem more like wolves to me." Liao Yunyan remembered the first night she brought the two pups home, how her normally docile golden retriever had been so frightened that it had an accident. It was indeed astonishing to witness a 3-year-old golden retriever intimidated by two puppies less than a month old. For some time afterward, her golden retriever would avoid the small pups, waiting until they had eaten before daring to approach its own food. Moreover, even when Liao Yunyan attempted to pet them, the little ones would bare their teeth, fiercely refusing her touch. Gu Tongwan carefully observed the two small dogs, noting they had grown significantly since the previous week. Their size now resembled that of a typical medium-sized dog. Gu Tongwan, though never having raised a pet, recognized that such rapid growth exceeded the natural development patterns of animals. This inevitably reminded her of the mutated cat she had encountered in P Country. However, Liao Yunyan's inquiry snapped her back to the present, prompting her to smile and share that the vendor had claimed their parents were a hybrid of dog and wolf, suggesting a hint of wolfish traits in them. Liao Yunyan frowned and could not help but comment, "No wonder. I thought these two were voracious eaters. Combined, they consume nearly 10 kilograms of dog food a day. The 20-kilogram bag I bought for my dog Luo Luo was emptied in just a few days. It's quite ruthless." Surprised by their voracity, Gu Tongwan's gaze fell upon the two little creatures, pondering whether the dog food she had stockpiled would suffice for their appetites. "Liao Yunyan, I suspect you've been feeding my AO and Tutu pig feed. They didn't seem to eat that much when I left." Liao Yunyan replied, "All right. Enough joking. Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal." "Wait, let me grab something." After a brief trip inside the shop, she emerged with her Dior bag and a beautifully wrapped gift box. "What's this?" Gu Tongwan raised an eyebrow. Liao Yunyan mischievously blinked. "A gift from Chen Yanxi for you." Upon unwrapping the box, Gu Tongwan was met with a luxurious watch, her eyelids involuntarily twitching. So, Chen Yanxi is quite wealthy? She thought of the boy she had grown up with in the orphanage, reflecting that gold indeed shines wherever it goes. Chen Yanxi, only 3 or 4 years her senior, was now able to casually afford a Patek Philippe as a gift. Noticing Gu Tongwan's expression, which lacked excitement but instead bore a sense of contemplation, Liao Yunyan playfully poked her cheek. "Oh my, your skin feels fantastic, like peeling a boiled egg. I don't know what skincare products you're using, but it seems your complexion has visibly improved since we last met. Is Chen Yanxi's complexion better than yours by several magnitudes?" She continued. "By the way, has that scoundrel prepared to break up yet?" Feigning ignorance to her friend's words, Gu Tongwan merely picked up the pet carrier and smiled. "Just wait." "Wait for what?" "For him to continue with sweet nothings, or to perhaps return to the right path." "Don't be foolish. You're being too love-struck," Liao Yunyan exclaimed, almost hopping in frustration, as if she were the one being cheated on. Naturally, Gu Tongwan was waiting to witness how he would be gradually tormented during the apocalypse, to see if he could still play the young master when disaster struck. However, she could not share these thoughts with Liao Yunyan. The gloom in her eyes dissipated quickly. Glancing at her oblivious friend, she replied, "Enough worrying about me. I have my plans. I can't be bothered to argue with you. If you're truly love-struck, no amount of persuasion will wake you up, Liao Yunyun retorted with an eye roll, resigning herself to the conversation. After dining with Liao Yunyun, Gu Tongwan visited the insurance company to cancel a dividend insurance policy she had purchased during her university years. Since her freshman year, she had been paying 8,000 yuan annually for this 4-year policy, which yielded about 1,000 yuan in dividends each year. Upon the policy's maturity, she would continue to receive dividends for the next 10 years, with the insurance company returning the entire amount by the 10th year. She had just completed her 4th year's payment in March. Withdrawing the insurance money early would require deducting previous dividends and a portion for depreciation, leaving her with only 80% of the original amount. Yet, with the impending apocalypse, Gu Tongwan could not concern herself with the depreciation, ultimately receiving around 23,000 yuan. After driving home, she fed the 2 little ones before heading out again. In the parking lot near her apartment, she climbed into the previously rented Ford F-650 pickup truck, which boasted a fuel tank capacity of 600 liters. Throughout the afternoon, she visited 4 gas stations, filling the tank to the brim at each. She then found a location devoid of surveillance to siphon the fuel, quickly filling the 30 or so 40-liter barrels she had remaining from P country. By the time she returned home, it was already past 2 in the morning. Her fuel purchases had cost a total of 15,000 yuan. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she entered her storage space. Currently, she had 36 barrels of diesel collected from P country, each holding 40 liters, and a total of 55 barrels of gasoline, including what she had filled today. Having exhausted the barrels in her storage, Gu Tongwan exited and ordered 40 more 40-liter gasoline barrels online, spending 3,600 yuan. As a result, her funds had significantly dwindled by day's end. Her gaze fell upon the watch gifted by Qin Yanqi, and a fleeting thought crossed her mind, though she dismissed it. After all, it was Qin Yanqi's sentiment. As a childhood companion, she had no intention of selling his gift. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a message from her adoptive parents, whose tone was uncharacteristically earnest, expressing a desire to meet with Gu Tongwan, even hinting at a touch of flattery, a stark contrast to their previous demeanor. Gu Tongwan squinted her eyes, a cold laugh escaping her lips. How fortuitous that when funds are low, they come seeking me as a willing victim. I shall accommodate them. Chapter 29. One must not hesitate to make a profit. Day 32 of the apocalypse today. The temperature remained at 32 degrees. The air stifling with no sign of impending rain. The sky was devoid of clouds, presenting a piercing blue that was almost blinding. As she drove the Ford pickup, Gu Tongwan planned to refuel again and also visit a gas station where she had previously worked. She had been in contact with an old colleague who could procure some gasoline, albeit not in large quantities, at most 800 liters. While 800 liters was not an excessive amount, it was a scarce resource in the apocalypse, and Gu Tongwan readily agreed, transferring over 9,000 yuan to her former colleague, with the extra 1,000 covering the barrel costs. After meeting her former colleague, they exchanged pleasantries before she was led to a nearby vacant building, just a few hundred meters from the gas station. This location had once been an abandoned warehouse where her colleague had stored the diesel. If you had come to me earlier, I could have helped you get more fuel. But the authorities are cracking down on private oil sales, and I could only manage this much through my uncle. The price isn't much cheaper. So don't think I'm taking advantage of you, her colleague explained while loading the full barrels onto the van. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal another day, Gu Tongwan replied with a smile, aware that opportunities would be scarce in the future. Before departing, she took advantage of her colleague's return to work and sent a 500 yuan red envelope, along with some cheerful emojis. Her adoptive parents lived in a high-end neighborhood on Huaihai Road, where her adoptive father, Zhao Yongming, worked as a human resources manager at a construction company, while her adoptive mother, Lu Yuan, held a supervisory position at an insurance company. Their combined annual salary exceeded 1 million yuan. Despite their financial stability, they chose to abandon Gu Tongwan upon her return. Their affection for her had never been profound. They had initially adopted her because she bore a striking resemblance to their daughter when she was younger. However, as Gu Tongwan matured, they realized she bore no resemblance to their daughter, neither in appearance nor temperament. Gu Tongwan's extraordinary beauty had transformed her appearance. Prior to 12, she had double eyelids. But by 16, they had opened into full double eyelids, her bright almond-shaped eyes contrasting sharply with her adoptive parents' drooping, narrow eyes. When they ventured out together, it was evident to outsiders that they were not a family. Perhaps it was due to Gu Tongwan's striking beauty, combined with her adoptive mother Lu Yuan's increasingly anxious emotions following the loss of her biological daughter. That Lu Yuan's initial impulse to adopt Gu Tongwan, a misguided attempt to fill the void in her heart, quickly morphed into disdain. During the years Gu Tongwan spent with the Zhao family, although her adoptive parents did not subject her to physical abuse, emotional neglect was a frequent occurrence. Whenever they worked overtime, they would never prepare meals in advance for her nor leave any extra pocket money. The only sustenance she could manage at home was a pot of plain rice porridge, accompanied by some pickled cucumbers. Consequently, she often pondered whether her life would have been better had she remained in the orphanage, rather than being taken in by Zhao Yongming. Lost in her thoughts, Gu Tongwan parked her car by the roadside outside the community. Upon entering, she registered her identification, and only after the security contacted someone did they grant her access. She mused that the security measures here were comparable to those of the Zijing community. Looking up, she observed the rows of small villas ahead. This development consisted of 8-story buildings, each with 2 households per floor, designed in the style of an ancient European castle. When it was first launched, it was marketed as Jiangqing's inaugural castle community. However, unlike Zijing community, which was situated at the highest point in the city, this one lay at its lowest. In her previous life, after a month of continuous downpours, her adoptive parents' community had been the first to suffer from severe flooding, reaching the 4th floor. By the 4th month, the entire area was engulfed, and she feared that this community would face a similar fate. Her adoptive parents resided in Building F, near an artificial lake. Her adoptive mother had once cheerfully remarked that being adopted by them was a stroke of good fortune, as she could open her window every morning to behold such beautiful scenery, far superior to remaining in the stench-ridden orphanage surrounded by other children. Little did she know that when disaster struck, the proximity to the lake would render Building F one of the worst-hit areas. Immersed in the joy of being cared for, she failed to notice the contempt in her adoptive mother's eyes, which would have spared her the pain of shattered expectations. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Gu Tongwan rang the doorbell, and soon footsteps approached from within. The door was opened by a middle-aged woman clad in a water-green dress adorned with golden threads, accompanied by a refreshing breeze and a strong scent of perfume wafting from inside. Lu Yuan greeted her with a warm smile but hesitated when she noticed Gu Tongwan's soiled shirt for moving a diesel barrel, opting instead to adjust her hair and gently urge, "Wan, come in." Seeing the familiar glimmer of disdain in Lu Yuan's eyes, Gu Tongwan felt nothing but indifference. Ever since her abandonment, she had harbored no lingering affection for this family. The Zhao residence was spacious, with a layout of 4 bedrooms and 2 living areas, spanning at least 180 to 200 square meters. Based on the purchase price from a decade ago, over 70,000 per square meter, it must be worth at least 10 million. Furthermore, the interior decor was exquisite, featuring European-style designs, over 2-meter-long genuine leather sofas, and a 3-meter-long hardwood table in the living room. "Jinjin, your sister is here. Why didn't you greet her? Just the other day? You mentioned how much you missed her," Lu Yuan urged, laughing as she pointed to her daughter, Zhao Jinjin, who was sitting on the sofa, hugging her knees while engrossed in her phone. Zhao Jinjin finally looked up, and upon seeing Gu Tongwan, whose beauty was still evident despite being dirty, a flicker of jealousy flashed in her eyes. She nonchalantly uttered an "oh," inciting Lu Yuan to shoot her a disapproving glance, hoping her daughter could momentarily endure the situation. Zhao Jinjin was unconcerned, as her parents had previously used her phone to send friendly messages to Gu Tongwan. The only reason she hadn't deleted Gu Tongwan from WeChat was to flaunt her own life in front of her, making sure Gu Tongwan was acutely aware of the disparity between them. What use was Gu Tongwan's beauty if she couldn't afford a lavish buffet costing over 3,000 per person, had never dined in a Michelin-starred restaurant, or stayed in a luxury hotel costing over 10,000 for a night? Had she even traveled abroad? As Zhao Jinjin's mind raced with disdain for Gu Tongwan, the latter treated her as if she were invisible. The more Zhao Jinjin was ignored, the more irked she became. But the promise from her parents loomed large. If she could successfully persuade Gu Tongwan to return the house from the paper mill, she would be rewarded with the latest Hermes handbag and a trip to the Maldives after her August vacation. For the sake of the handbag and the vacation, Zhao Jinjin decided to bide her time. Meanwhile, Zhao Yongming sipped tea, showering Gu Tongwan with a plethora of heartfelt inquiries about her well-being, academic performance, and current job situation. He even expressed profound remorse for abandoning her, claiming it was due to financial difficulties and immense debts, which he believed would burden her should she remain with him. Lu Yuan, caught up in the act, even managed to shed a few tears, choked with emotion. In her previous life, this family had not sought her out, but Gu Tongwan sensed that something had shifted this time, piquing her curiosity about their true intentions. Are you still living in that dilapidated old house from the paper mill? It's so run down and the winter winds can make you ill. The environment is terrible. Your mother and I are worried about you living there. It dawned on her that their interest lay in the old house they had sold. If only they knew that she had already sold it, their expressions would be priceless. In that instant, Gu Tongwan conceived a lucrative opportunity. Were they not two plump sheep ripe for the slaughter? How could she not seize the chance? Chapter 30. This family is truly peculiar. Maintaining her composure, Gu Tongwan replied coolly, I manage, better than living on the streets, especially since renting in Jiangqing isn't cheap. This family should have understood all too well the plight of a 16-year-old girl abandoned without a guardian. Over the age limit for the orphanage, she had to fend for herself. After winning the lawsuit, the court had ruled that Zhao Yongming's family was to provide Gu Tongwan with 800 yuan monthly for living expenses. Yet she had seen not a single penny in all these years. Had she not worked tirelessly and excelled in her studies to earn scholarships, she would have perished in the streets. Zhao Yongming immediately replied, You've had a tough time, Wanwan. Why don't you come back home for a few days? Your mother, and I want to make it up to you. Lu Yuan, though visibly displeased, forced a nod, adding, Yes, Wanwan. It's been ages since you've had my boiled beef and steamed egg, hasn't it? Gu Tongwan nearly laughed out loud. Lu Yuan's boiled beef was her favorite, but she had always been forbidden from eating the beef, with Lu Yuan insisting that watching her eat was better for her health, claiming that spicy food was bad for the body. However, if they were willing to play the charade, she was more than happy to indulge them. I'm currently busy with my entrepreneurial endeavors, so I won't be returning. Lu Yuan sighed in relief, genuinely fearing that Gu Tongwan might become attached to the Zhao household. Yet she feigned disappointment, saying, Oh, I wanted to take care of you for a couple more days. In that case, why don't you stay for dinner tonight? Once the atmosphere was suitably set, Zhao Yongming steered the conversation back to the house from the paper mill. That place is too remote. There's a foul ditch 300 meters away, and during summer, the mosquitoes and flies are unbearable. It's unsafe for a girl like you. Your mother and I have been considering renting you a new place. You can move out, and the house will be transferred back into my name. In a few years, I'll help you with the down payment for a small apartment near the city center, one of those high-rise, finely decorated units. You won't need to worry about the renovations. I know plenty of people who can handle it all. Zhao Zhenjin, munching on sunflower seeds, listened to her parents flattering Gu Tongwan, her eyes filled with disdain. In truth, her disdain for Gu Tongwan stemmed not only from the hardships she endured after being abducted, but also from the perception that Gu Tongwan epitomized the refined daughter of a wealthy family far more than she did. Despite her efforts to adorn herself over the years, she could not help but compare herself to Gu Tongwan, leading to a tumultuous blend of insecurity and jealousy that gradually morphed into outright loathing. Consequently, upon her return years ago, she maliciously accused Gu Tongwan of assaulting her and claimed that Gu Tongwan had torn her dress, concocting various schemes to tarnish Gu Tongwan's reputation. Zhao Yongming and Lu Yuan, who were already losing patience with Gu Tongwan, grew increasingly disdainful of their adopted daughter due to Zhao Zhenjin's complaints, ultimately entertaining thoughts of abandoning her. Gu Tongwan bit her lip in distress and replied, There's no need for rental accommodations. I'm currently working on a project that requires upfront investment, and I had planned to sell the house. As soon as the words left her lips, Lu Yuan became agitated and asked, Are you selling that house? Yes. I consulted with the agency, and if I sell it promptly, I could potentially fetch around 12,000 per square meter. However, it needs to be sold within a month, or the price may drop significantly. Lu Yuan shot a frantic glance at her husband, her eyes filled with urgency. Zhao Yongming tightened his grip on the teacup, astonished that Gu Tongwan intended to sell the house. He knew that after the demolition, the developers planned to sell properties in that area for around 70,000 per square meter. In real estate, industry insiders often receive critical land management information long before the general public. Recently, a contact in the municipal government informed him that the old neighborhood near the paper mill had been designated as a key development area, part of an urban renovation initiative. He had even made inquiries and confirmed from a major real estate executive that this land was slated for development, meaning that once it was demolished, each property owner would receive compensation of at least $1 million. Zhao Yongming's business in construction had been dismal in recent years, and as vice president, his bonuses had dwindled significantly. Lu Yuan's situation was similar. Despite being in a state-owned enterprise, her salary had stagnated while benefits had decreased. Coupled with the fact that their house had a 20-year mortgage with monthly payments of 50,000 to 60,000 and their daughter's university expenses, they were financially strained. Upon hearing the demolition news, Zhao Yongming felt profound regret for allowing Gu Tongwan to have the house, as the compensation could have alleviated their mortgage burden. Originally, he had intended to appeal to emotions and feign a promise to buy Gu Tongwan a modest apartment in the city center, knowing her gentle and timid nature would compel her to agree. However, now that Gu Tongwan announced her intention to sell, he was anxious. "Dear, selling the house is a significant decision. You must not rush into it," Zhao Yongming advised. "I understand, but the milk tea shop project requires funds. A friend has already invested 200,000. If I can't secure this amount, the project will collapse." "I have no other choice," Gu Tongwan replied. "The milk tea business is highly competitive. There are shops everywhere. You shouldn't risk losing your investment," Lu Yuan complained. Gu Tongwan merely smiled, refraining from further argument. Zhao Yongming recognized her determination to sell. Just then, Gu Tongwan's phone rang, indicating the cat litter she had ordered online had arrived. She feigned, "Oh, it seems to be the agency calling. I'll step out to take this." However, as she attempted to leave, she felt Lu Yuan's tight grip on her wrist. With a hint of urgency, Lu Yuan implored, "If you must sell the house, why not sell it back to us? We are family. Wouldn't it be better for you to sell it to us?" Zhao Yongming, regaining his composure, seemed resolute and smiled awkwardly. "Yes, Gu Tongwan, your mother is right. The house shouldn't be sold externally." Zhao Xinjin rolled her eyes nearby, exclaiming, "It's our house to begin with. How can you even consider selling it?" "Zhao Xinjin, be quiet and go play on your phone." Zhao Yongming suddenly snapped at her, then turned back to Gu Tongwan with a smile. Feeling aggrieved, Zhao Xinjin retreated to her room, slamming the door behind her. Gu Tongwan observed this family's absurd dynamics with a smirk in her heart, though she maintained an appearance of reluctance. "But I have already arranged with the agency to sign the contract at noon," she countered. "Gu Tongwan, you truly cannot sell the house. How much do you need for your project?" "I could lend you the money," Zhao Yongming suggested, his demeanor still pleasant. "I still need an additional 300,000. Selling the house should cover that," Gu Tongwan sighed, adding, "Yet I cannot sell it to you." Zhao Yongming grew increasingly anxious and quickly transferred 150,000 to her via WeChat, declaring, "This 150,000 is an advance from your father. After the transfer, I will send the remaining 150,000. How does that sound?" Gu Tongwan bit her lip, feigning indecision. "One, we are family. We share an emotional bond with this house. If you sell it to someone else, it would break your father's heart," Lu Yuan lamented, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. Gu Tongwan understood their intentions all too well. The promise of an initial 150,000 was merely a tactic to secure the house, with the remaining amount likely forgotten after the transfer. With a resigned smile, she replied, "If I sell it, I could receive 300,000 in 2 weeks. My project can only wait that long." Zhao Yongming took a deep breath and transferred an additional 50,000. "Gu Tongwan, our family is facing tough times. This 200,000 is our savings for retirement. Could you perhaps discuss with your friend about contributing more?" Gu Tongwan glanced at Lu Yuan, who appeared on the verge of tears. She realized she had pushed them far enough. If they transferred the 300,000, what would stop them from moving forward with the transfer? With a reluctant nod and a sigh, she said, "All right, I won't sell to anyone else for now, but I will need to stay an extra month." Zhao Yongming's heart raced with anxiety at her hesitation. Afterward, she mentioned she would need to stay for another month, as the initial phase of her entrepreneurial project was exhausting, and she wasn't ready to relocate just yet. Lu Yuan, still wary, quickly drafted a temporary contract for Gu Tongwan to sign. Gu Tongwan took a glance at them but obediently signed her name. Although it was a temporary contract, her signature still made it legally binding. However, should a disaster occur a month later, amidst the chaos, who would manage the situation? As she signed, Zhao Yongming and Lu Yuan's expressions darkened momentarily before they quickly plastered smiles back on their faces. They could wait another month, but they were seething with resentment toward Gu Tongwan, who had outsmarted them. They had hoped to reclaim the house without cost but now had to part with an additional 200,000. Once Gu Tongwan left, Lu Yuan muttered angrily, That little schemer has become quite shrewd over the years, showing no gratitude. How foolish we were to give her that house in the first place. Zhao Yongming was already in a foul mood, and the incessant nagging from Lu Yuan only exacerbated his irritation. He coldly retorted, the court's decision was final.
What could you do about it?
Weren't you the one who cried out in despair at the thought of a prison sentence? Lu Yuan fell silent, sulking on the sofa. It was then that Zhao Zhenjin emerged, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I always said you adopted a thankless wolf. It's our Zhao family's house. Yet we ended up compensating, and are now forced to buy it back. Gu Tongwan is truly heartless. You don't actually intend to give her that remaining 100,000.
Do you?
Not a chance. I would be in agony parting with 20,000. If it weren't for the demolition compensation exceeding 1 million, would I ever consider giving her 20,000? Zhao Yongming dismissed the notion. Fine, let the 20,000 suffice as a token for a beggar. Once the property is transferred, I'll delete her from WeChat immediately. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, though his heart ached at the thought. Gu Tongwan wouldn't he suddenly back out or sell the house before the official contract was signed? Would she? Exhaling a plume of smoke, he scoffed. She won't escape. The house is right there, and there are ways to ensure she cannot deny her obligations. Besides, with this provisional contract, your Uncle Lu, being a lawyer, will certainly know how to handle it. Chapter 32. Even spiritual sustenance must be stocked. On the other hand, Gu Tongwan, having successfully pulled off a grand scheme, was in remarkably high spirits. She transferred 70,000 yuan to Lu Jinda, promising to pay the final 10,000 once the house was fully constructed. With this arrangement, her WeChat balance, along with her remaining funds, stood at a staggering 1,432,306 yuan, igniting a desire within her to stock up on supplies. She promptly visited a nearby northeastern restaurant, ordering 10 portions of every dish on the menu, from Disan Xian to dry-fried cauliflower, braised eggplant with meat, and a myriad of other delicacies, totaling over 50,000 yuan. Additionally, she ordered 300 portions of white rice, amounting to another 15,000. While the food was being packed, Gu Tongwan took a trip to the nearby Electric Science Plaza, purchasing 10 laptops, 5 128GB e-readers, and 20 power banks with a capacity of 20,000 milliamperes, spending over 70,000 in total. With the 10 laptops in hand, she approached a computer repair shop, presenting a lengthy list she had compiled, filled with various domestic and international films and television series. The list spanned several pages. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the restoration of electricity was slow, and internet infrastructure had been severely damaged. Recovery efforts were ongoing but were not expected to yield significant results for at least 3 years. Even those residing in the lower districts were limited to 2 hours of power each day, while privileged areas enjoyed uninterrupted electricity, maintaining comforts akin to those before the catastrophe. Gu Tongwan did not wish to spend her days in a world devoid of the internet, where life revolved solely around eating and sleeping. Intellectual nourishment was equally vital for her. Thus, her laptops needed to download a range of technical knowledge, alongside leisure and entertainment content. Although she had considered seeking free resources at the library, the complex layout and classification of books would consume valuable time. In contrast, ebooks offered convenience. With 5 e-readers, she could download sufficient knowledge without the burden of physical books. However, her current funds were insufficient for extensive purchases, so she settled on 10 laptops. Beyond films and television shows, other essential ebooks covering agriculture, electrical repairs, literature, and medical knowledge would require online subscriptions for downloading. She requested the technician to ensure the laptops were stocked with diverse films and series within 2 weeks, offering 4,000 yuan for the labor. The young technician, taken aback by such a request, hesitated before asking, "Is it just films and TV shows? No other requirements?" "No other requests, just download them," she replied dismissively. She was not inclined to explain further. It was a simple transaction. If he declined, she would find someone else, after all, who would turn down money. The technician pondered. "I can do it, but the internet speed here is limited. I can add 500, but that's my final offer." Gu Tongwan narrowed her eyes, softly responding, "Make it 500 more." The technician silently accepted the laptops. In just half a month, he could earn 4,500 yuan, more than his usual monthly salary. For relatively easy work, especially since his brother worked at the telecommunications office next door, providing ample opportunities to utilize their internet. After leaving Electric Science Plaza, Gu Tongwan made a mental note of the electronic products she needed for the post-apocalyptic world before driving home. Upon her return, 2 small figures rushed towards her. tails wagging enthusiastically. Was it just her imagination, or had they grown since yesterday? No longer the tiny creatures she had first brought home. They now weighed at least 10 kilograms each and nearly knocked her over in their excitement. All right, I know you're hungry. Let us get you fed. She affectionately patted their heads with both hands, relishing the softness of their fur. As the weather warmed, she had kept the air conditioning running in her living room, concerned for the little one's comfort. From the fridge, she retrieved a piece of beef, slicing it into 3-centimeter cubes. Not wanting to overfeed them, she gave each of them 200 grams, supplemented by a pound of dog food each. After they finished, they circled her expectantly, and seeing their unbulging bellies, she sighed and added another half a pound of dog food to satisfy their appetites. Once the two little ones were full, she fetched a bottle of 500 milliliters of spring water from her space, ensuring they each had a drink. She had developed a routine of consuming 200 milliliters of spring water every morning, followed by allowing the dogs to drink some upon her return. Gradually, their coats became even more lustrous and smooth, while she herself felt invigorated, able to quickly recover her energy after a tiring day. Chapter 33. Purchasing water from the factory. On the 26th day of the apocalypse, the temperature seemed to have risen significantly. Unless it was unbearably hot, Gu Tongwan preferred not to sleep with the air conditioning on. However, she woke up drenched in sweat, glancing at her phone to find the temperature already at 32 degrees before 7 in the morning. It was likely to reach 38 or 39 by noon. Now well into July, and past the summer solstice, this heat was slightly higher than in previous years in Jiangcheng. Yet the busy lives of the residents did not seem to acknowledge the unusual temperature. Gu Tongwan had moved into the Zhejiang community 2 days ago. During this time, aside from her routine morning runs of 10 kilometers at 6:30, she had also been following video tutorials to learn some basic boxing and combat techniques at home. Although the system mall occasionally offers auxiliary products, I currently possess only 3 points, rendering me incapable of acquiring these life-saving items that are crucial in critical moments. Therefore, I must focus on enhancing my physical strength and learning practical tactics based on experiences accumulated from my past life. Recently, the items I ordered online have arrived at the rented vacant warehouse, and each day I go there to collect the packages and subsequently store them in my space. The 2 customized 35-ton water tanks and 5 3-ton tanks were not immediately placed into the space. Instead, they were set up in the warehouse. I then rented several large trucks and hired 2 drivers to transport the water tanks directly to the water treatment facility. Having met many individuals during my years of working has proven quite beneficial. Notably, the son of the elderly man who watched over the recycling station's warehouse gate now works at the water plant and reportedly holds a minor leadership position. With this connection, he privately consented to allow me to fill the water tanks myself. The cost of purchasing water is slightly higher than the price for personal use, charging 150 for each large tank and 20 for the smaller ones. This trip, including the rental fees, cost me just over 1,000. Given my individual water consumption, this supply should last me at least half a year. Since the ancient well within my space has seen an increase in water volume with its enhancement, I no longer worry about water scarcity as I did before. The water in these tanks is primarily for daily laundry and bathing, while drinking water is sourced from the thousands of bottled waters I purchased online. In anticipation of the future apocalypse and extreme cold, I plan to collect clean snow at night when no one is around. Just last night, I ordered 4,000 water purification tablets, each capable of purifying 1 liter of water, which can be utilized to purify melted snow. As for water purification equipment, I only acquired a 2-ton capacity system, as the water treatment plants will likely cease operations during the apocalypse. Aside from the base that can temporarily restore water and electricity systems, providing a daily water source, the majority of people will rely on the natural gifts of rainwater or the few lakes and rivers that have escaped devastation. However, sourcing water will require arduous journeys. And during the acid rain season, many will find themselves unable to venture out for supplies and water, with nearby water sources already contaminated by acid rain. Over time, some individuals may perish due to dehydration. In my previous life, during the acid rain season, I lived in the sewers, barely surviving that month with only the rainwater collected in 2 tanks, managing a meager daily intake of 500 to 1,000 milliliters. The rainwater was not clean, resulting in long-term diarrhea and gastroenteritis. This water purifier is intended for use in my future home at the base, where I hope to connect the water tanks and pipes to establish a comprehensive water purification system throughout the house. In recent days, I have ordered numerous items online, considering the fire-related challenges of the impending apocalypse. I purchased 200 disposable lighters, 100 windproof lighters, 20 portable gas stoves, and 2,000 gas canisters. With these supplies, cooking outdoors will become manageable, and they are convenient to carry. However, my funds are rapidly depleting, leaving me with less than 20,000. Realizing my dwindling resources, I sighed heavily and entered my space to take stock of my belongings. In truth, the supplies within are sufficient for me to survive for several years during the apocalypse. But my greed and past suffering have instilled in me a desire to treat myself better in this life. I wish to ensure that even amidst the apocalypse, I can eat well, drink enough, dress warmly, and sleep soundly. Chapter 34: New Products in the System Mall emerging from my space. I found that my survival supplies were nearly complete. However, the space still felt somewhat cramped. After placing the 3 35-ton water tanks inside, nearly 70 to 80 square meters of my 300 square meter space were occupied. During this period, the system has not provided any updates regarding the tracking of wanted criminals. But the system mall has introduced several new products. Water pump can be used for drawing water and oil, with unlimited usage and no risk of contaminating the water source. It can extract 1 cubic meter of water per minute and is a permanent product, requiring 500 points. Invisibility liquid can conceal the user's presence and aura. A one-time use item with a duration of half an hour, requiring 250 points. Jumping candy enhances agility and jumping ability. Each piece lasts 10 minutes, with 3 pieces per bottle, requiring 200 points. After carefully reviewing the product descriptions, I stepped out of my space. With merely 3 points to my name, I couldn't afford to purchase anything, though the invisibility liquid intrigued me. With such an item, I could potentially access banks or jewelry stores during the early days of the apocalypse, akin to the Invisible Man in films. However, the brevity of its effect and its one-time use were drawbacks. After feeding my 2 small pets 3.5 pounds of raw meat and well water, I spent about 10 minutes playing with them before setting off in my vehicle. In truth, the commercial street and large shopping centers were nearby, rendering my car unnecessary. But having one allows me to store supplies within the vehicle. I placed an order for nearly 1,000 drinks at 3 nearby milk tea shops, including various flavors such as brown sugar pearl milk green tea, pearl milk red tea, coconut yam milk tea, bubble milk, grape smoothie, mango sago, lemon black tea, lemon green tea, large fruit tea, and cheeseberry drinks, among others, each of which I enjoy. Even those I had not previously ordered, I decided to try as post-apocalypse. Milk tea shops would be non-existent, and even if they were, they would be unaffordable for the average person. I spent over 20,000 on milk tea in one go, with each shop deploying 5 employees simultaneously to prepare the orders. After confirming that it would take approximately 1 to 1.5 hours to complete the orders, I decided to browse the nearby area until I returned to collect my drinks. The commercial street extends over a kilometer, featuring diverse shops for milk tea, clothing, outdoor gear,
And food.
For the past few days, I have visited this area both during the day and at night, primarily to memorize the locations and arrangements of all the stores. For instance, at the entrance of the pedestrian street, there is a row of milk tea shops, followed by various clothing stores within a 50-meter stretch. At the end of the street, there are at least 3 outdoor equipment stores, with one being the largest, spanning 2 floors, one dedicated to outdoor clothing and the other to outdoor gear, including common survival tools, inflatable boats, kayaks, snowmobiles, and even paragliding equipment. On the right side of the street, facing the road, there are several 4S car dealerships, including BMW, Volkswagen, and even one specializing in off-road vehicles, alongside popular new energy electric vehicle brands. The right side also features various motorcycle shops and electric bike stores. I spent 3,000 to purchase a small electric scooter, with the dealership issuing a temporary license plate. Registering the electric vehicle requires an appointment, typically taking 10 days to 2 weeks. However, I am unconcerned about the registration process. I bought the scooter because it will become a crucial means of transportation during the citywide power outage expected to last 12 hours post-apocalypse. Upon entering, I did not rush to make purchases, but instead leisurely strolled around, observing every corner of the store. I noticed 2 offices inside the store where staff would return the keys after customers finished test driving vehicles. This was similar to what I had learned during my time working at a 4S dealership, where several metal cabinets were present in the offices to store the keys, secured by designated personnel. Staff needed to register to access the keys, which were only retrieved when customers were trying out the cars. However, at that time, I fear I might need to resort to lockpicking, as the car keys are kept under strict supervision, stored in a metal cabinet akin to a safe. Ultimately, I may have no choice but to dismantle it forcefully. Yet, she only intends to acquire 2 or 3 vehicles for the impending apocalypse. Unless she can secure the bounty from Peak Country beforehand, which would allow her to expand her means and take on more. After finishing her rounds, she ventured to the Scavenging department store, located 200 meters away. The department store, comprising merely 7 floors, features a basement for daily necessities, a shoe section on the first floor, a ladies' area for mature clothing on the second, a youth and children's section on the third, a men's clothing section on the fourth, a sports section on the fifth, and a leisure and entertainment area, complete with a cinema, on the sixth. The 7th floor is dedicated to dining, showcasing a variety of restaurants. Gu Tongwan ordered a bowl of beef noodles on the 7th floor, where the beef was as thin as paper, merely 5 or 6 slices. In the future, she resolved to prepare beef noodles piled high, with generous portions. As she slurped her noodles, she pondered how this mere department store could sustain a small team of dozens for 7 or 8 years solely through its food offerings. Regrettably, her storage space is not limitless. She cannot indiscriminately collect everything her eyes behold. Reflecting on her past life, she recalled that during the early days of the impending disaster, the government had already imposed restrictions on various supplies. By the 3rd week of the calamity, military forces were deployed to manage large department stores, and essential reserves had long been covertly relocated by those in power, leaving the general populace with little opportunity to scavenge. It was no wonder that by the 4th week following the torrential rains, when she ventured out amidst the downpour to scavenge for supplies, nearly all resources from shops and department stores had been transferred elsewhere. In the initial phase of the disaster, the government's so-called purchase limits had led many to rush out to hoard food and daily necessities, perhaps due to expert predictions of the abnormality of the disaster. Fresh meats and supplies had been diverted to other locations, leaving citizens with dwindling resources. In truth, these items had been hoarded by the elite as reserves for the post-apocalyptic world. This is why the privileged in later years continued to enjoy a lifestyle that bore no difference from that before the calamity. They merely redirected resources and energy. And, as the elite, they were naturally entitled to such comforts. Of course, one could understand the government's maneuvers. As the blue planet faced unprecedented calamities and humanity teetered on the brink of extinction, those in power were determined to preserve humanity's invaluable assets, such as energy, talent, and cultural heritage. No one could predict what the blue planet would ultimately become, but in the worst-case scenario, it was imperative to prioritize the protection of what was most essential. Gu Tongwan glanced at the bustling crowd around her. Smiles adorned their faces. And none could fathom that in a month's time, this planet would gradually face destruction, or perhaps rebirth. Chapter 35. The Millionaire Lady. Day 14 of the Apocalypse Countdown. The temperature in Jiang City has steadily escalated towards sweltering levels, with outdoor temperatures soaring to 40 degrees Celsius. Various brands have rushed to release sun protection products, and daily notifications on online shopping platforms are inundated with advertisements for such items.
Additionally,
cooling appliances are experiencing a surge in sales compared to previous years. Major brands like Gree and Midea have sold out of air conditioning units within days, with online listings resorting to pre-sales, requiring a wait of 1 to 2 weeks for delivery. Television channels now broadcast expert advice on how to prevent heatstroke and self-rescue measures following such incidents. Last night, after running the air conditioning in both the living room and bedroom, Gu Tongwan, who typically felt comfortable at a setting of 28 degrees, found herself adjusting the temperature to 26 degrees, yet still felt somewhat stifled. She awoke this morning to the sound of barking dogs. Having stayed up late downloading various materials on her e-reader, she had only fallen asleep around 3 o'clock, and by 7, she was unable to rise. After missing breakfast, her empty stomach compelled her to wake her sleepy master. The 2 little ones now resembled Labradors in size, and when they both jumped on her, she nearly found it hard to breathe. Now she understood why Liao Yunyun once remarked that these 2 could devour her fortunes. Their appetite had grown to require at least 3 kilograms of raw meat and 5 pounds of dog food daily, and this was with Gu Tongwan strictly controlling their intake. Otherwise, they would surely consume even more. After completing her morning routine, Gu Tongwan stepped onto the balcony. At 10:30 in the morning, the sun had already distorted the view of distant buildings. She pursed her lips slightly, a flicker of light passing through her eyes. She remembered that in her past life, heavy rains had arrived in mid-August, but it was after the rain that the true scorching heat began. However, this time, the situation seemed even more severe. If temperatures continued to rise, it would not be long before they entered a sweltering phase well in advance of the expected time. During this period, apart from familiarizing herself with the routes and shops around Zijing Square, she also bulk purchased fresh fruits at the farmer's market, primarily her favorites: watermelon, grapes, cantaloupe, and snow pears. However, due to limited funds on her card, she only spent a little over 8,000. Ultimately, she used the remaining money to purchase 4 bags of 50-pound rice, 10 packs of 30-bottle mineral water, 100 pounds of compressed biscuits, 2 boxes of instant noodles, 5 barrels of peanut oil, 30 pounds of noodles, along with several boxes of various processed meats and canned goods, all intended for Liao Yunyan. These supplies would sustain Liao Yunyan for over half a year during the apocalypse. Should she decide to stockpile some more goods later, her living situation would likely be secure once they reached the base. After all, Liao Yunyan and she had grown up in the same orphanage, having known each other for over a decade, forging an intimate bond. Nevertheless, her utmost trust lay only in herself. Under the circumstances of self-preservation, she could not disclose the truth of the impending apocalypse to Liao Yunyan, nor could she guarantee that she could ensure the safety of another in such dire times, as everyone has their own way of life. As a friend, the best she could do was to provide these resources. She could not forewarn Liao Yunyan about the impending disaster, aside from her distrust for others. She wished to leave herself no vulnerabilities. For now, in the face of this unusual weather, she could only subtly emphasize the necessity for Liao Yunyan to stock up on supplies. All the goods had been delivered to Liao Yunyan's store under the pretense that the company had gone bankrupt and could only provide employees with leftover holiday benefits from earlier this year. She refrained from delivering them directly to Liao Yunyan's home, primarily out of concern that the courier might take an interest, creating potential risks. As for the store employees, it mattered little if they noticed. They were all temporary workers and unlikely to know Liao Yunyan's home address. She even took a day to help Liao Yunyan move the items home. "You can take whatever you want. I have plenty at home," Gu Tongwan assured her. "What a pathetic company. How much do they owe you?" "I don't want any of this. I just want my money. If they don't pay, I'll report them to the Labor Bureau," Liao Yunyan exclaimed indignantly on behalf of her friend. The company truly had no funds left, and reporting them would be futile. It was commendable that they could distribute these rice, flour, and oil. "Honestly, I plan to take a break for a while. Just keep these and use them at your leisure. I have more at home," Gu Tongwan replied with a smile. Liao Yunyan promptly suggested, "How about taking some to my store to sell? Or I could post about it on social media. Even a little money would help." Gu Tongwan shook her head in refusal. "There's no need. That would only complicate matters. Besides, I need to buy food anyway, so I'll just keep it and consume it slowly. The shelf life of these items is long." "Do I look like someone who can cook?" Liao Yunyan retorted. "Perhaps you'll learn gradually. For now, just consider it an early New Year's gift," Gu Tongwan teased. "Ugh, for New Year, just send me a red envelope directly instead." "Thank you very much." Upon departing from Liao Yunyan's residence and descending to the lower level, Gu Tongwan received a substantial international remittance of $2 million. Taking a deep breath, she finally smiled. The bounty had arrived, marking her as a veritable millionaire in spirit. Chapter 36. The Nature of the Wolf Countdown to the Apocalypse. Day 9 after a 3-day pre-processing period at the bank. The $2 million were directly credited to her account, which, after conversion, amounted to over 13 million yuan. In recent days, the bank had persistently contacted Gu Tongwan to promote various financial products. In today's society, personal privacy is no longer private. The 3 major telecommunications companies have meticulously gathered her information, resulting in dozens of calls daily that became exceedingly bothersome. Consequently, Gu Tongwan set her phone to silent mode to avoid wasting time answering and hanging up calls throughout the day. Jeff proved to be quite trustworthy, and after deducting the necessary taxes, he transferred an additional several $100,000 to Gu Tongwan. Although she was now a standard millionaire, she was acutely aware that her status as a wealthy individual would not endure for long. Once the space registration was completed, she feared she would revert to her original state. Upon entering her space, Gu Tongwan gazed at the shelves brimming with supplies, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Among these resources were crude oil, diesel, and gasoline. Over the past 2 weeks, she had driven out to refuel, borrowing 50,000 yuan from Liao Yunyan, which had already been spent, but she had acquired more crude oil in the process, 40 barrels of gasoline and 145 barrels of diesel. While this quantity was not excessive, it would suffice for a while in the apocalypse. Emerging from the space, she changed into a fresh outfit and, as per her daily routine, went to the balcony to check on the mint leaves she had planted 2 weeks prior. Remarkably, the mint seeds, which typically take 3 days to a week to germinate, began sprouting the very next day. By the end of the week, they had grown to 10 centimeters tall, with the leaves reaching the size of a coin. Now, in the second week, the mint had completely filled a flower pot with a diameter of 20 centimeters. During this time, she had watered them only once a day, using soil purchased online without any added nutrients or the enchanted water from the ancient well. In this sweltering heat, the plants had grown at an astonishing rate. Furthermore, Gu Tongwan noticed that on the 15th floor below, a bougainvillea that had only extended a few centimeters outward was now sprawling across the entire windowsill, even encroaching upon her neighbor's space and nearly blocking their window entirely. Despite the rapid growth of the plants, there had yet to be any incidents of mutations causing harm. Reflecting on the past years of the apocalypse, it seemed there had been no reports of plants being dangerous. Rather, it was the mutated animals that warranted caution. Glancing back at her 2 companions, who had grown to the size of Alaskan Malamutes, she noted that Tutu and Oyuyu were now consuming more than ever, at least 10 kilograms of raw meat daily. They showed little interest in cooked meat, preferring their food raw, and even their dog food had become a secondary option, receiving only minimal attention out of respect for Gu Tongwan. The batch of raw meat she had initially purchased had been reduced by 1/5 during this period. It would be disingenuous to say she felt no pangs of guilt. After all, her compassionate heart had led her to rescue them, and thus she felt compelled to take full responsibility. Tutu and Oyuyu were not only massive but also possessed large, menacing fangs, exuding aggression when riled. Previously, when they were smaller, she had taken them to the community garden for walks, where a brazen pit bull, emboldened by its experience in dogfighting, barked ferociously at her 2 companions. However, it was the pit bull that trembled in fear when faced with the 2. In an aggressive state, the dog's once dark eyes transformed into a piercing blue, their previously smooth and fluffy coats became rigid, their fangs glinting like blades, and their demeanor turned ferocious. Since that incident, whenever she took Tutu and Oyuyu out, any pit bull weighing 50 to 60 kilograms would flee in terror, nearly causing their owner to trip over themselves in panic. Gu Tongwan had known from the moment she brought them home that they were not mere dogs. Their lineage was predominantly wolf, resembling white and black wolves, albeit with more powerful, stocky legs, due to their wolf-like appearance even when strolling outside. As long as they were not in an aggressive state, no one ever mistook them for wolves. However, their temperaments seemed rather unfriendly. They were highly vigilant and reluctant to approach strangers. After applying sunscreen, Gu Tongwan donned a white cap and changed into a pure white short-sleeve baseball dress before heading out. Chapter 37. When wealth accumulates, stockpiling ensues. Her destination was clear. She was headed straight for the gold exchange, intending to upgrade her space by 2 levels, which necessitated purchasing a considerable amount of gold. If she did not upgrade now, she would be unable to fulfill her initial zero-cost purchase plan once the torrential rains arrived. In total, she acquired 21 gold bars, each weighing 1,000 grams, spending over 8 million in one fell swoop. Upon receiving the gold bars, she immediately sought a secluded spot to upgrade her space. She tossed the 21 gold bars into the space, and the system's voice promptly chimed in. Detected 21,000 grams of gold, automatically converted to 21,000 points. Current space points, 21,003. Would you like to use them for an immediate upgrade?
Yes.
Without hesitation, Gu Tongwan decided to allocate all her points for the upgrade, intending to use any remaining points for other purposes later. Upgrade request received. 400 points are currently upgrading. Space upgrade successful. 800 points are now upgrading. Space upgrade successful. Remaining points are insufficient for the next upgrade. Currently, there are 803 points left. Additionally, the system reminds the host that the space upgrade has met the latest requirements and will not provide upgrade services for the time being. This indicated that there were certain limitations to the upgrades. Perhaps once it reached a certain size, further upgrades would not be possible. Although she felt a twinge of regret, Gu Tongwan was nonetheless satisfied with the dual-level upgrade. A flash of white light enveloped her, and Gu Tongwan immediately sensed the area of her space expand from an initial 300 square meters to 600, then to 1,200 square meters. The current area of her space resembled that of 3 basketball courts, ample enough to accommodate more large-scale equipment and construction materials. However, Gu Tongwan also noticed that a previously dark corner was beginning to reveal traces of soil. Approaching it, she encountered an invisible wall that barred her entry. At that moment, the system updated with new information, and upon activating the projection, she discovered a new feature had been launched. Farming function has been activated. To cultivate basic land requires 10,000 points. Her heart raced as she crouched down to inspect the soil that was beginning to show signs of life. Although she could not touch it, its texture and color resembled ordinary soil. Did this mean that things could be planted within the space? Could living beings enter? Raising her gaze to the countdown timer overhead 63, 22, 33, she realized that it had increased from the initial 2 hours to 64 hours. This meant she could now remain in the space for 64 hours, but did that imply that planting was unaffected by the countdown? Is that how it works, system? Gu Tongwan could not help but voice her question. Yes, both living beings and their hosts are constrained by rules, with the time they can remain in the space limited to a maximum of 64 hours. Exceeding this limit will result in forced departure, and each time the countdown resets. Re-entry requires 1,000 points. Furthermore, if the space undergoes an upgrade, any remaining countdown will reset. It is also important to note that when the space senses a crisis for the host, it will not permit entry, as it does not serve as a sanctuary to escape the impending apocalypse. However, the host can purchase items from the system's marketplace to improve their chances of survival during the apocalypse. This revelation promptly dissuaded her from visiting the farmer's market to buy live poultry. It seems that within the confines of the space, living beings can only exist temporarily, including herself, and it cannot serve as an idyllic retreat from the harsh realities of the world. Yet, for reasons unknown, the final statement from the system irked her, as it clearly indicated that she could not seek refuge in the space during perilous times, while subtly promoting the system's marketplace offerings. Upon exiting the space, Gu Tongwan hurried to the farmer's market, this time significantly increasing her purchases of fresh meats and staple grains. With a substantial balance on her card, her sole intention was to buy extensively. Considering the appetites of her 2 small companions at home, she ordered 2 tons each of beef, lamb, and pork. Half of this quantity she requested to be sliced into meat pieces, incurring an additional processing fee of 20,000 yuan. After all, she did not wish to spend time slicing the meat she retrieved from the space later. The remainder could be reserved for her 2 small pets. Of course, given their current consumption rate, they could feasibly consume around 300 pounds of meat in a month. If this continued, the meat stored in the space would be depleted in less than 3 years. Fortunately, mutated animals had become increasingly common post-apocalypse, and it was essential to train them in hunting skills. Experts had previously conducted experiments indicating that most mutated animals were edible, though capturing them posed significant challenges and risks to life. As such, ordinary individuals would not venture to hunt alone, relying instead on professional teams or mercenaries. In the poultry section, she ordered 500 pounds each of processed chicken, duck, and goose, with the entrails packaged separately. She also acquired 200 bags of various types of flour, alongside 100 bags each of fragrant rice, pearl rice, northeast rice, black rice, red rice, and millet. The seafood section, which she had previously hesitated to explore, saw her spend nearly 100,000 yuan on over 2,000 pounds. Additionally, she stocked up on fruits, vegetables, cooking oils, and spices in significant quantities. By the end of the afternoon, her total expenditure approached 1,000,000 yuan. Although she still had several million remaining, she did not plan to allocate all her funds to food supplies, as there were more critical items to procure. Since the ordered goods were scheduled for pickup in 2 days, Gu Tongwan drove to a construction materials market, where she customized an order for ceramic tiles and a batch of steel-reinforced concrete. These materials were among the least susceptible to corrosion during acid rain. She also ordered a high-temperature resistant anti-corrosive paint, ZS711, reputed to withstand temperatures of at least 300 degrees and severe acid rain corrosion, characterized as an inorganic anti-corrosion coating with high hardness. This order cost nearly another 1,000,000 yuan. But these materials were essential for building in the post-apocalyptic world and would also require 5 days for pickup. After visiting the construction market, she promptly proceeded to the electrical factory she had frequented previously, this time purchasing 2 solar energy storage units. This equipment was costly, and the factory was situated far from the city center. During periods of heavy rainfall, she would be unable to use her car. and navigating with a speedboat across dozens of kilometers would be impractical. Moreover, most items would likely be submerged in water and rendered unusable. Thus, advanced procurement was necessary. Most importantly, these factories had been destroyed post-apocalypse, halting the production of many materials. In her previous life, during acid rain events, numerous individuals perished due to corrosion. Ordinary wooden or standard houses could not withstand acid rain with a pH level comparable to concentrated sulfuric acid. Therefore, she had obtained contact information for a company specializing in manufacturing anti-corrosive biohazard suits, which reportedly collaborated with the government on projects and typically did not sell to individuals. Without the factory owner's connections, Gu Tongwan would not have been able to make a purchase herself. After contacting them, she scheduled a visit to examine the products in 2 days, learning that a complete set of these specialized suits would cost a substantial sum, with 5 sets priced at no less than 100,000 yuan. By the end of the day, she had expended around 3 million yuan. Gu Tongwan then headed to a nearby brand-name hot pot restaurant, ordering a selection of ingredients, including beef tripe, spicy beef, duck tongue, and various vegetables, while opting for a dual-flavor pot for herself. Despite the sweltering heat outside, the restaurant was bustling, with the air conditioning set to a comfortable level. She leisurely savored her meal and had the leftovers packed. Before leaving, she sought out the manager, aware that the restaurant offered a takeout hot pot service, where they provided pre-prepared broth and assorted vegetables, priced between 99 and 299 yuan, with all ingredients cleaned and cut. This would be incredibly convenient during the apocalypse, requiring only her previously purchased outdoor gas stove to heat the pot. Gu Tongwan immediately ordered 200 sets of the 299 yuan package, which included a small pot, and additionally purchased 400 packets of hot pot-based seasoning. After these purchases, her card balance reflected just over 1.2 million. Chapter 38. The Silencer. 5 days to the apocalypse. In mid-August, the weather in Jiangcheng had grown increasingly hot, with outdoor temperatures nearing 44 degrees Celsius in less than a week, and indoor temperatures approaching 36 degrees. During this time, Gu Tongwan adjusted the living room temperature to a comfortable 23 degrees and her bedroom to 26 degrees, yet the actual indoor temperature remained around 30 degrees. This was not the peak of the heat. In her previous life, temperatures had soared to 55 degrees, rendering outdoor breathing unbearable. After the rain and flood receded, the government hastened to restore the city's power system, leading to a brief recovery period during which some businesses resumed operations. However, most companies opted for remote work, and within a week, as temperatures continued to rise, the water and electricity facilities damaged during the storm could not be restored, leading to a complete halt in nearly all enterprises. Having completed a boxing workout indoors, Gu Tongwan was drenched in sweat. She quickly donned a comfortable outfit and headed to the bathroom for a shower. Upon exiting, she noticed her 2 small companions energetically dismantling the leather sofa across the room. Fortunately, they refrained from biting it. After the last incident where they had shredded another leather sofa, she had imposed a 3-day meat ban on them, allowing only dry dog food. Since then, they had been more cautious, though they still engaged in playful chases throughout their spacious home, showing greater gentleness towards the furniture. After changing into a fresh pair of shorts and a t-shirt, she stepped onto the balcony, shaking her half-dry hair. In this heat, her hair would dry completely in less than 20 minutes. Her gaze fell upon a pot of mint she had recently replanted, now thriving in a foam box nearly 50 centimeters long. Within just a week, the pot was filled with vibrant mint leaves, continuing to flourish even in the heat. Gu Tongwan had once experimented by withholding water from the mint for 3 consecutive days. Although the thick, shatter-resistant glass slightly mitigated direct sunlight, the heat remained intense. Nevertheless, aside from some leaf wilting, the mint's growth had not ceased. Gazing down at the balcony of the 15th floor, she noticed that the bougainvillea, which had drawn complaints from neighbors last week, had been completely uprooted by the homeowner. The day after the removal, the flowers had obstructed the neighbors from opening their windows comfortably. In the past few days, she had nearly depleted her card's balance, having repaid Liao Union 50,000 yuan ahead of time and spent 200,000 on a batch of anti-corrosion biohazard suits and gas masks. Upon learning that the company was also developing thermal clothing for extreme cold weather, Gu Tongwan hastily purchased several sets. Furthermore, she ordered 2 embedded heating fireplaces online and acquired a substantial supply of firewood and smokeless charcoal. Currently, her heating provisions comprised 40 tons of smokeless charcoal, 2 embedded fireplaces, 2 standard boilers, 5 sets of insulated down jackets, 1 ton of firewood, and various electric blankets and heaters. Unfortunately, under apocalyptic conditions, installing underfloor heating proved impractical due to its high electricity demand and complex installation process, thus she opted for boilers and fireplaces for warmth. The remaining funds were spent under the guise of a company team-building event, indulging in a variety of dishes across several favorite restaurants, accumulating over 500 portions of different cuisines and 1,000 boxed meals. She also ventured to an outdoor supply store to procure 2 mobile power sources, which could be utilized in her vehicle for charging tablets, phones, and battery-operated stoves, though they came at a hefty price, with a solar panel set costing over 20,000 yuan. As temperatures continued to rise, many businesses began implementing remote work policies. Last night, the property management informed residents of Scavenging community that power restrictions would commence today, with outages scheduled from 10 to 12 in the morning and 4 to 6 in the afternoon, while water supply remained unaffected. This announcement elicited considerable complaints from homeowners, as the sweltering weather rendered homes akin to saunas without air conditioning or fans. The property management was constrained, as the power restrictions stemmed from directives issued by higher authorities, compounded by recent overloads that had caused multiple circuit trips throughout the day, necessitating the electric maintenance staff to work overtime. That evening, a new product appeared in the system's marketplace. The silencer could diminish the sound of electrical appliances and all devices to below 30 decibels. Available as a permanent product for 500 points, Gu Tongwan felt a surge of frustration. It seemed almost as if the system had read her mind, presenting this item precisely when she contemplated utilizing a generator. Chapter 39. The Uncertain Future of a Landlord. The seemingly endless stream of new products from the system led her to suspect that her personal system was engaged in some form of pyramid scheme, constantly presenting her with goods. Since the 16th floor was not the topmost level, she could not place solar panels on the balcony without attracting envy. So she opted for a diesel generator instead. However, she planned to install a sunshade on the balcony to deter prying eyes and facilitate generator use. In her previous life during the apocalypse, she had interacted with both good and bad individuals, including a brother, who was an electrician, who had taught her the basics of operating a generator and connecting it to the home's power supply. The process involved disconnecting the apartment's power, separating household appliances from the grid, and employing a switching device to channel both grid and generator power into the household circuit, a series of operations that, while complex, became swift with familiarity. Yet, Gu Tongwan only grasped the basic functions. More complex operations, such as those involving large generators, remained beyond her expertise. Initially reluctant to purchase the generator, the noise startled her upon activation, despite assurances from the seller that it would be quiet. Its roar resembled that of a motorcycle starting up. Though not deafening, the rumbling sound was irritating, even in a room outfitted with soundproofing. Should she need to rely on the generator for power while at a base or at home, such noise would undoubtedly attract attention. Ultimately, Gu Tongwan spent 500 points to acquire the silencer. Silencer purchased, current system points, 1303. Whether it was merely her imagination or not, the system's voice seemed to rise in excitement, reminiscent of a sales host thrilled with a successful sale. While the system's prices were somewhat exorbitant, the quality of the products was undeniably excellent. The silencer resembled a small disc. Once affixed to the generator, the previously cacophonous machine ceased its violent vibrations, producing a sound quieter than that of a television. Satisfied, Gu Tongwan's initial dismay over spending 500 points transformed into delight. In the afternoon, Zhang Yufan, the village chief of Xiaoxi village, called with promising news. A neighbor nearby was selling half an acre of land that had been left fallow due to the heat. As they were reluctant to continue farming, Zhang recalled Gu Tongwan's previous interest in acquiring land for agricultural experimentation, and despite no land being available at that time, he had kept her interest in mind. Having learned from his wife, Lu Jinhua, that Gu Tongwan was a reliable individual, having promptly settled the construction fees for her brother, he felt confident in facilitating this opportunity. The brother's newfound earnings had alleviated family tensions, coinciding with Lu's need for funds, as she was expecting a child. Gu Tongwan's financial assistance was akin to a timely boon, greatly enhancing the Lu family's perception of her. Although half an acre was not extensive, around 300 square meters, her initial intention was to cultivate small vegetables and fruits.
Additionally,
possessing a few hundred square meters at the base post-apocalypse would render her quite a substantial landholder, allowing her to flourish if she had the means. However, Villagers in Xiaoxi could not construct homes even with land, as materials were too costly. Most had converted their farmland into various resources or sought larger housing options. In reality, prior to the apocalypse, an acre of land could only be exchanged for a modest apartment or a mere 10 kilograms of rice. Gu Tongwan had sufficient building materials in her space to construct a two-story home. Thus, all she lacked was land. Eagerly, she arranged to meet with the village chief that afternoon, ultimately purchasing the land for 2,500 yuan per square meter, totaling over 70,000 yuan. Chapter 40: New Neighbors. During this period, her supplies were nearly fully prepared, and she had collected the previously ordered materials, leaving her without immediate shopping plans. She sent a message to Liao Yunyan, urging her to stockpile more water, as the heat posed more than just power restrictions. Initially dismissive, Liao Yunyan, after seeing discounted drinks at the supermarket post-work, bought 2 cases of cola and a large assortment of self-heating meals. That evening, while chatting with Gu Tongwan, she remarked that the recent viewing of the movie 2012 with her colleagues had left her preoccupied with thoughts of impending doom. Gu Tongwan responded, "This weather might very well be the end of the world. In any case, stock up while you can, it won't cost too much." Liao Yunyan, with a mind as cavernous as the sky, became infatuated with various apocalyptic films after watching 2012. She mused, "Recently someone gifted me a jade pendant, claiming it to be Hetian jade. It looks quite exquisite, yet when I hold it, I feel an odd sensation. Isn't there a function where blood can recognize its master and unlock space? Should I give it a try?" Gu Tongwan replied, "Liao Yunyan, are you considering cutting your finger?" Liao Yunyan responded, "I think the blood from my finger might not suffice. You may need to sacrifice a kidney." Liao Yunyan pondered further but ultimately decided against slicing her finger that night, as she had always been averse to pain. She also wondered if menstrual blood would do the trick. In the end, she abandoned the idea entirely for the next day. Her golden retriever shattered the jade with a single bite. The following day, Gu Tongwan sent her a box of sanitary pads, with a note saying, "These were left over from this year's International Women's Day at the company. I thought you might find them useful." The box contained at least 100 packets, with a heap of disposable black plastic bags at the bottom. Liao Yunyan couldn't help but wonder what kind of bizarre company her best friend was interning at. 2 days later, the temperature had ceased its gradual rise, showing no inclination to cool down. The community remained under power restrictions. It wasn't just sieging community, but several others throughout the city, with the exception of government offices and state-owned enterprises, all faced power limitations. That morning, Gu Tongwan had visited a real estate agency to terminate her rental contract for a storage unit, retrieving several thousand yuan in deposit. She then proceeded to fill her gas tank at a station. Upon returning home, she noticed the property management was posting the latest notices. The power restriction hours had been altered to every day from 7:30 to 10:30 a.m. and still from 4 to 6 p.m. in the afternoon. Nearby, 2 elderly women returning from grocery shopping in the sweltering heat reacted with indignation upon seeing the notice, one exclaiming, "They've extended the power restriction hours? At this rate, it's unbearable. We pay our management fees every month, and this is how you handle things?" The other chimed in, "Exactly. My grandson cries every day from the heat and refuses to eat. This terrible weather is to blame. You need to come up with some solutions instead of just collecting fees." The property staff awkwardly smiled, offering no response as they discreetly slipped away, eager to escape the endless complaints and return to the office to enjoy the air conditioning before the power restrictions kicked in. Gu Tongwan had no intention of getting involved. She hurried into the elevator while electricity was still available, for climbing 16 flights in this heat would be a torment. Yet, the recent weather starkly contrasted her recollection of the week of incessant rain preceding the apocalypse, which she remembered as lasting 2 weeks, culminating in a torrential downpour one evening, followed by 4 months of relentless rain leading to extreme heat. A profound sense of helplessness washed over her momentarily, yet it quickly dissipated. No matter the weather, she could rely on the resources at her disposal to endure. Upon returning from the elevator, she noticed a throng of people entering and exiting the apartment across the hall, suggesting new tenants were moving in. As she fumbled with her keys, she caught sight of a strikingly attractive young couple conversing with the moving workers. Feeling the weight of her gaze, the young man abruptly turned his head. He was exceptionally handsome, with red lips and white teeth, radiating an almost ethereal charm. Chapter 41. We should install 2 security doors. The apartment across the hall had been vacant, a fact mentioned by the previous homeowner during the contract signing. They had noted that it was once inhabited by a family of four, a middle-aged couple with two children, the man a university professor and the woman an executive. They seemed quite content, yet a few months prior, the couple had perished in a car accident. Subsequently, the children had been preoccupied with their studies and handling various affairs, resulting in the apartment remaining unoccupied for an extended period. Gu Tongwan had once thought the previous homeowner rather nosy in such a high-end community with numerous floors. Everyone was typically engrossed in their own lives, hardly aware of their neighbors. She was indifferent to who lived next door, as long as they did not provoke her. However, the young man appeared quite youthful, perhaps only 18 or 19, with a strikingly handsome visage. He wore a loose white t-shirt and black jeans, accentuating his tall, slender frame. Though his gaze was somewhat frosty, a natural reaction to the recent events in his household. As the movers departed, the girl, who had been partially obscured, revealed her face, a beautiful young lady, around 15 or 16. Upon noticing Gu Tongwan, she beamed a sweet smile, exuding a friendly demeanor. Gu Tongwan merely nodded in acknowledgement before unlocking the first security door. Unbeknownst to her, the girl's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of two doors. Brother, does that lady have two doors installed? How unique. Jiang Tian craned her neck, eager to glimpse the neighbor's apartment. Jiang Ji cast a glance at his inquisitive sister and remarked, "Mind your own business. I think we should also install two security doors." Jiang Tian's eyes widened. "Is that really necessary? Are you sure those relatives of ours won't come to cause trouble?" A chill flickered in Jiang Ji's eyes at her words. Jiang Tian felt her spirits sink, a mix of bitterness and rising anger swelling within her. "They're despicable. Just after our parents' passing, they pressure us to relinquish our home and savings, claiming they will manage them for us. It's utterly revolting." Though Jiang Tian had grown considerably over the past few months, she remained, at heart, merely a 16-year-old girl. Before reaching adulthood, her only support was her brother. Watching him tirelessly handle their parents' affairs and the estate left her heartache, wishing to mature quickly so she could share some of his burdens. If it weren't for their parents' untimely deaths, their family might still be together, without the need to guard against the wolves lurking in the Jiang family. Although she was uncertain of the exact inheritance amount left to them, hints from their lawyer suggested it included the apartment, 3 cars, 2 shops, and a villa in the suburbs, totaling several million. Over the past few months, they have been embroiled in legal battles while Jiang Tian remained at school, only escaping to the suburban villa during the break, fearful that her aunt and her group would come demanding money. Thankfully, Jiang Ji had reached adulthood, which meant Jiang Tian's guardianship fell under him. Yet, despite winning the lawsuit, their relatives, eager for a share of the inheritance, would not relent easily. Contemplating this, Jiang Tian felt a surge of anger and determination. She gazed at the apartment across the hall, her resolve firm. "I will call the renovation company to install the finest security doors here. Let those despicable relatives come and try." Just as she finished speaking, her brother lightly tapped her forehead, admonishing her in a cold tone, "Mind your language, it's unbecoming." Jiang Tian stuck out her tongue and began to organize the moving boxes. As she sorted through the items, she fell into a chattering mood, recalling the earlier encounter with Gu Tongwan. "That lady seems a bit familiar, but she's truly beautiful, far prettier than Lu Cheng." "No, that's not quite right. Lu Cheng is merely average. I bet she's much more attractive than the school beauty, don't you think?" Lu Cheng was her cousin, a year older than Jiang Ji, whom Jiang Tian found insufferable, especially during family gatherings when she would flaunt her superiority. Jiang Ji paid no heed to his sister's grievances, as he was preoccupied with unpacking another box. To his astonishment, he uncovered his old archery gear, 2 compound bows, 3 recurve bows, and even an ancient bow, along with several quivers of arrows. Jiang Tian leaned over in surprise, exclaiming, "Brother, you brought this back too?" She knew her brother had practiced archery for 5 or 6 years, from middle school to his first year of college, winning numerous amateur awards. If not for his academic commitments, he could have easily qualified for the national team. Jiang Ji turned and placed the arrows back in the box, then carried it to the bedroom without directly answering Jiang Tian's question. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian was preoccupied with unpacking, and when Jiang Ji emerged, he caught sight of 2 large boxes filled with cookies and a plethora of instant noodles. Sensing her brother's gaze, Jiang Tian offered a sheepish smile. During the 618 sales, she had purchased them for school, only to bring them back when classes were unexpectedly suspended. Jiang Ji's eyelids flickered slightly as he remarked calmly that she had bought too much. Those 2 boxes contained at least 100 packets of instant noodles. And despite the presence of a cafeteria at school, she seemed to have a penchant for such fast food. As the Jiang siblings continued to tidy up their room, Gu Tongwan returned home and retrieved a bowl of chilled herbal jelly from her space, enriched with pearls, grass jelly, peanuts, and coconut milk, an absolute delight. The television broadcasted current affairs, reporting on the eruption of several dormant volcanoes in P country, which had triggered a new wave of disasters affecting over 150,000 individuals. Meanwhile, a flurry of notifications pinged on WeChat. A cursory glance revealed yet another message from Zhang Heng. Having been preoccupied with shopping, Gu Tongwan had neglected his messages, resulting in an effective 2-month silence between them, which had undoubtedly infuriated the prideful Zhang Heng. Chapter 42. A dismissive message. Zhang Heng had been driven nearly to madness searching for Gu Tongwan, having questioned nearly all her classmates. Yet no one seemed aware of her recent whereabouts. Since the beginning of the year, everyone had been busy seeking internships. And although Gu Tongwan appeared to maintain amicable relations with her peers, she kept them at a distance, never forming particularly close friendships. It dawned on Zhang Heng that Gu Tongwan had not posted on social media for a full 3 months, and the place she used to rent had also been vacated. When he called her, it redirected to a stranger. Just 3 days prior, an anonymous post had surfaced on the campus network, featuring a photo of Zhang Heng cheating and juggling multiple relationships, which ignited a wave of analysis among the students. The once admired figure among countless girls had swiftly transformed into a figure of disdain. In truth, the post was authored by Liao Yunyun, who, despite not having a Nanda account, leveraged her connections to disseminate the information. Many at Nanda were aware of Zhang Heng and Gu Tongwan's relationship, given that one was the campus belle and the other was a celebrated graduate, esteemed as a pride of the university. Their relationship was often viewed as a perfect match. Yet little did they know that Zhang Heng's professed devotion and scholarly persona were mere facades. Not only did he cheat, but he also had his thesis ghostwritten and was frequently photographed reveling in nightclubs, surrounded by attractive women, while sending sweet nothings to various younger female students. Naturally, Zhang Heng immediately sought to excuse himself, claiming his thesis was merely a reference and not plagiarism, and insisted that the nightclub photos were for a friend's birthday celebration, while the chat logs were doctored. This incident stirred considerable commotion on the campus network, with some hoping Gu Tongwan would make a statement, but unfortunately, she was far too occupied to engage in online discourse, which only fueled rumors of her being heartbroken and lent credibility to the allegations against Zhang Heng. After a brief glance at the message, Gu Tongwan replied curtly, "Get lost," and promptly blocked Zhang Heng, having almost forgotten about him during this time. It was the perfect moment to sever ties entirely. Reflecting on her past self, she felt a profound sense of blindness and ignorance, having been manipulated by someone like Zhang Heng. Despite multiple warnings from Liao Yunyun about his unreliability, she had chosen to ignore her friend's counsel, leading her to that unfortunate outcome in her previous life. Had Zhang Heng valued his own life, he would have settled down after receiving her message, allowing her to regard their relationship as concluded, with the 20,000 she borrowed and the figurines serving as a parting gift. Should Zhang Heng harbor any ulterior motives, he would find her unyielding. While she wished to avoid confrontation, she would not hesitate to defend herself against those who provoked her. After sending the message, a red exclamation mark appeared on Zhang Heng's screen, driving him to fury. He had intended to retrieve their chat history and the transfer receipt for the 20,000, to prove to everyone that he was the one deceived in love and finances. However, due to recent phone issues, all his data had been wiped. His companion, Lu Cheng, who had been waiting to dine with him, cast a worried glance and quietly inquired, "Senior, is the senior still not answering the phone?" Zhang Heng shook his head, his expression grim. While he had previously been indifferent to the 20,000, recent family troubles had left them on the brink of bankruptcy, with his father buried in debt. They had even mortgaged their house and several cars, and at a time when he had invested heavily with friends and started a studio, he desperately needed funds. He had painfully sold off his collectible figurines, intending to reclaim the 20,000 he had lent and persuade Gu Tongwan to lend him part of her scholarship savings. Even the smallest sum could alleviate his frustrations, and he had thought borrowing 70 to 80,000 from Gu Tongwan would be a simple matter. However, unexpected complications had arisen, only adding to his anger. How could she vanish after borrowing 20,000? Was she not deliberately deceiving him? Lu Cheng, observing Zhang Heng's mood, cautiously suggested, "Senior, aren't you currently raising funds for your studio? How much more do you need?" Zhang Heng replied irritably, 50,000. I've already invested over 100,000, and now I'm short 50. My partners are pushing me and I've been trying to stall them. 50,000? I might be able to lend that. Lu Qing offered quietly. Zhang Heng had not expected much from her, knowing her family was modest. Despite both her parents working in state enterprises, their monthly income barely reached 8 or 9,000. While Lu Qing dressed well, he had never seen her in designer brands. And it was rumored she lived in a small unit provided by her parents. What money could she possibly have? Even though Lu Qing was somewhat attractive, she was not his type. He preferred women with more voluptuous figures like Gu Tongwan. Thinking Lu Qing was jesting, his expression darkened. Sensing his displeasure, Lu Qing hastily clarified. My uncle and aunt passed away a few months ago, leaving behind 2 houses and several commercial properties worth millions. My grandmother and grandfather have also passed, and my younger cousins are still very young, so my parents are currently trying to secure custody of their inheritance. The implication was clear. Her parents might acquire a portion of her uncle's estate. Zhang Heng's fingers, which had been resting on the table, twitched slightly as he finally raised his gaze to Lu Qing. Really? He asked, his interest piqued. Lu Qing nodded eagerly, her heart racing under his intense scrutiny. Really? My mom said once the money comes through, she'll buy me a car, and I can lend you the money for that. Zhang Heng sighed inwardly, relief washing over him. And a gentle smile graced his face as he reached out to hold Lu Qing's hand. Xiao Qing, I appreciate your kindness. You truly care for me. Lu Qing, gazing at his fair and handsome face, felt her cheeks flush involuntarily as she stammered, Senior, just as long as you don't always think of Gu Tongwan. Back at home, Lu Qing found that the power had gone out in the community once again. The living room felt like a furnace as she spotted Jiang Min fanning herself in the living room, prompting her to urge, Mom, when are we going to ask Jiang Ji and Jiang Tian for the money? Jiang Min, feeling the sweltering heat, casually remarked, The weather has been unbearably hot these past few days. Let us postpone for a couple more days. Although Lu Qing felt a sense of urgency, she considered the oppressive heat. Had it not been for her appointment with Zhang Heng, she would have preferred to remain indoors. Venturing outside felt akin to being a slab of meat on display, especially after meticulously applying her makeup, which would surely be ruined. Let us aim for the day after tomorrow. I checked the weather forecast, and it indicates a possible drop in temperature. Noticing her daughter's unusual demeanor, Jiang Min could not help but inquire, What is it that has you so anxious? Well, I did promise to buy you a car, once I secure the funds. There's no need to push me. I worry that Jiang Ji and Jiang Tian might run away, particularly Jiang Ji. He has always been clever and difficult to deal with. Although I am his cousin, I still feel a sense of unease around him. She fretted excessively. But Jiang Min reassured her, Your Uncle Chung will be back soon. With him around, we needn't fear handling those 2 little rascals. Uncle Chung, Jiang Min's younger brother, had been engaged in lending money for years and employed a cadre of individuals with prior convictions. Jiang Min implied that if Jiang Ji and Jiang Tian proved uncooperative, they should not be surprised if unconventional methods were employed to retrieve them. After all, they would not be able to escape forever. Chapter 43. Purchasing seeds. On the 3rd day before the apocalypse, the temperature stabilized around 45 degrees Celsius. The community continued to experience power outages. And during the designated hours of limited electricity, some residents began to carry cooling mats down to the basement parking level to escape the heat. The temperature in the basement was considerably cooler, hovering around 30 degrees, aided by a natural breeze flowing in from the entrance, providing a slight respite from the oppressive heat, especially for those residing in higher floors who preferred to retreat there until power was restored. It was unclear who initiated it, but upon returning home, others from different buildings began to follow suit, bringing their families and cooling mats to the basement. Consequently, during the power outage hours, the parking area, spanning 7,000 to 8,000 square meters, became populated with individuals sprawled out on their mats. Gu Tongwan, however, did not join the trend, as her home was not lacking in electricity. The diesel generator she had acquired was quite fuel-intensive. Her 4,000 W household generator consumed nearly 0.25 liters per hour. In this sweltering weather, when the power was out, she had to run it to supply other household appliances, consuming at least 4 to 5 liters of diesel each day. Should the extreme heat persist, running air conditioning around the clock solely on diesel or gasoline generators would require at least 12 liters of fuel per day, amounting to an astonishing 360 liters a month. The thought of this burden gave Gu Tongwan a headache, compounded by the scarcity of gasoline. Following a torrential downpour, traveling would necessitate using a speedboat that consumed approximately 6 to 7 liters of gasoline per hour. Had she discovered a fuel truck in the previous world with her current spatial capacity, she would have simply taken the entire vehicle. This is why energy remains the most scarce resource in apocalyptic scenarios. Natural disasters have decimated oil fields, rendering energy sources non-renewable. The few surviving oil fields are safeguarded by various governments, with minimal amounts available for sale, often reserved for those with privileges or requiring substantial resources as compensation. Ordinary individuals can hardly afford to operate vehicles. However, there is little use in dwelling on these thoughts. She would have to gradually scavenge for such resources in the future. For now, she could only hope that the storm from her previous life would arrive as anticipated, as deviations from that timeline left her in a state of constant unease. This morning, she routinely checked the mint leaves on her balcony, which had not been watered for 4 days and were showing signs of wilting. They had ceased to grow outward, indicating that the plants still required water. Gu Tongwan planned to continue observing for a while. Even though the balcony was enclosed with glass and shielded from direct sunlight, the temperature remained scorching. Should the plants survive, it would suggest that their adaptability had outpaced that of humanity. Once again, she drove the rented Toyota Tundra, which boasted a fuel tank capacity of 144 liters. Ideal for accumulating gasoline. Last week, she made frequent trips to nearby gas stations, visiting several within a 30-kilometer radius every other day to avoid raising suspicions about her motives. However, today she intended to visit more stations to stockpile additional gasoline. As she passed by the Scavenging department store and the pedestrian street, she noted that the once bustling area had become eerily quiet, yet the department store was bustling with individuals seeking refuge from the heat, as it remained unaffected by power outages and was air-conditioned, offering a veritable haven. She also observed numerous people queuing with umbrellas outside various supermarkets, all intending to stockpile food supplies at home. Given the discomfort of venturing outside, many had decided against daily trips for groceries, preferring to purchase enough provisions to last several days and minimize their time outdoors. Fortunately, under government control, prices for most fresh meat and vegetables had not seen significant increases. Aside from the slight uptick in prices for fish and seafood, which were harder to preserve, Gu Tongwan visited 5 gas stations that day, none particularly far apart. Her primary aim was to refuel. Traveling by car remained the most convenient option during the apocalypse. However, the gasoline stored in her space could only sustain her for up to 2 years, assuming she limited her outings to just a few each month. If long-distance travel became necessary, a single journey could consume nearly 1 or 2 barrels of fuel. Typically, she filled her tank to about 80% capacity, leaving a small reserve for regular use. By midday, she had successfully acquired 40 liters across 10 barrels of gasoline. Coupled with her previous efforts, the total amount of gasoline in her space had risen to 120 barrels, while her diesel supply had increased to 160 barrels, filling 2 large 3-tiered shelves in her storage area. On her way back, she passed the store where she had previously purchased outdoor supplies and noticed a sign advertising a discount on speedboats. Intrigued, she considered that while she initially intended to acquire one for free, having a boat on hand might prove beneficial, especially at a discounted price. Upon entering the store for inquiries, she learned that the speedboats were surplus stock from years past, accumulating dust in the warehouse. The owner, whose son was getting married and purchasing a home, sought to clear out the inventory. Despite being old stock, the boats were in perfect working condition. After negotiating, Gu Tongwan purchased a 2-meter-3 speedboat complete with an outboard motor for 4,800. Upon returning to her community, she spotted an elderly man pedaling a tricycle under the scorching sun, appearing quite weary. Although Gu Tongwan was not typically one to feel pity easily, she was taken aback when she noticed the sign on his tricycle advertising vegetable and fruit seeds. Honking her horn to catch his attention, she approached him after he came to a stop. The price of a packet of seeds was not cheap. They were sealed in transparent PV bags, with corn seeds costing around 100 yuan for a mere 30 seeds. Other varieties, such as bitter melon and winter melon, were similarly priced. Sensing her hesitation, the elderly man wiped his brow and explained, "These are all original seeds from my own crops, capable of lasting for over a decade. If you're interested in hybrid seeds, I have those too, and they're much cheaper, some for just a few yuan a pack." He rummaged through his stock, revealing packets that resembled those sold in flower markets, clearly sourced from wholesale suppliers. Gu Tongwan had a basic understanding of the differences between original and hybrid seeds. The former yielded smaller harvests but superior quality and longevity, while the latter produced larger quantities. One original seed might yield a single pumpkin, whereas a hybrid could produce 7 or 8, but the hybrids had shorter viability and inferior taste compared to the originals. Although possessing a certain space, Gu Tongwan remained oblivious to what the future held, uncertain whether this space would endure a lifetime. Thus, she opted for the original seeds, spending approximately 3,000 yuan on several packets of various vegetable and fruit seeds. Regrettably, the elderly man did not have wheat or rice seeds, explaining that such staple crops required extensive cultivation, and typically, families with only a few acres preferred to grow vegetables and fruits. After promptly settling the payment via a QR code, Gu Tongwan parked her car in the lot, which was still not crowded as it was not yet during the power restriction hours. Carrying the seeds, she took the elevator, only to encounter the young girl from across the hall, around 15 or 16, receiving a food delivery. The delivery person placed a large bag from a major supermarket on the ground, seemingly filled with food items. Upon hearing the sound of Gu Tongwan unlocking her door, Jiang Tian turned around and, upon spotting her, exclaimed with delight, "Teacher Gu, wait." Gu Tongwan paused her actions, frowning slightly as she regarded Jiang Tian. The title of Teacher Gu had not been spoken to her in quite some time. Perceiving Gu Tongwan's hesitation, Jiang Tian hurriedly approached, smiling as she explained, 3 years ago, at the Foam Fan Tutoring Center located in the World Trade Center, I was a student there. Although I wasn't in your class, you taught us during the final week." Last night, Jiang Tian had finally recalled where she had seen Gu Tongwan and chastised herself for not recognizing her sooner. Back when she had just entered junior high, her academic performance had faltered, prompting her parents to enroll her in a tutoring class over the summer. Unfortunately, she encountered bullying from several girls who, captivated by her beauty, led the charge in isolating her. This resulted in 2 months of tutoring without any improvement in her grades, and gradually, Jiang Tian's once vibrant personality dulled into silence. Unable to confide in her parents about the bullying, Jiang Tian sank deeper into despair and began to avoid the tutoring sessions. During this period, a new intern teacher joined the neighboring class, reportedly attracting some controversy due to her striking beauty. When Jiang Tian's usual tutor took a week off due to illness, Gu Tongwan stepped in to teach her class. After a few days of observation, Gu Tongwan noticed Jiang Tian's isolation. Rather than approaching her directly or inquiring about the girls responsible, she chose to screen a film centered on bullying and revenge on the final day, titled Confessions. Although everyone understood it was merely a film, Gu Tongwan placed 3 bottles of milk on the desks of the girls who had bullied Jiang Tian, cheerfully remarking, "Don't worry, even if there were HIV-infected blood in here, it wouldn't be contagious." I've always believed that the notion of inherent human goodness is not universally true. Some individuals possess a genetic predisposition to malevolence. However, I am confident that their ultimate fate will be far more tragic than that depicted in the film. Evil begets evil and will inevitably manifest in their future lives, perhaps during high school, college, or in their careers and families. I wonder how those around them will perceive their past transgressions. The classroom fell into an oppressive silence, particularly after the film, as some students who had remained silent throughout hung their heads in shame. The few girls who had instigated the bullying bit their lips, their shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Regardless of whether they felt remorse, Jiang Tian did not return to school the following day. Gu Tongwan was merely a part-timer, and the day she screened the film was effectively her last day at work. Thus, her actions were not driven by a sense of justice. Rather, she simply could not abide such wickedness. The next day, an anonymous letter appeared on the desk of the tutoring center's administrator, detailing the previous bullying incidents in Jiang Tian's class. Gu Tongwan had no intention of letting the girls off the hook. Their youth did not absolve them of their misdeeds, nor would their malicious intent be easily forgotten due to their age. Although they had never truly interacted, Jiang Tian had always harbored gratitude towards Gu Tongwan. When she eventually recounted the events to her family, they expressed concern and anger, regretting having sent Jiang Tian to the tutoring center. Nevertheless, Jiang Tian comforted her parents, assuring them that her emotional turmoil had subsided, lamenting only that she had not thanked Gu Tongwan. In the years that followed, she regarded Gu Tongwan as a benefactor and idol, to the point where her brother, Jiang Ji, grew weary of hearing her speak of her. Each summer and winter, she would visit the former tutoring center to inquire about Gu Tongwan, hoping to obtain her contact information. Unfortunately, Gu Tongwan had changed her number, and Jiang Tian never managed to reach her. Little did she expect that fate would have them as neighbors now. It was curious how, after 2 years, Gu Tongwan seemed to have grown even more beautiful. On the first day of the apocalypse, Gu Tongwan awoke early, for today was pivotal. In her previous life, it was on this day that the red sun appeared, followed by an abrupt deluge. During the period of power rationing, the temperature seemed less scorching than in the previous days. Gu Tongwan strolled onto the balcony to glance at the thermometer mounted on her wall, which indicated an outdoor temperature of 39 degrees Celsius. Although it felt somewhat stifling, it was not intolerable enough to render one feeling as if engulfed in a furnace. The two little ones appeared particularly restless today. Instead of coaxing Gu Tongwan for food upon waking, they engaged in an incessant game of chase throughout the living room, seemingly brimming with boundless energy. Squinting her eyes, Gu Tongwan noticed that their sizes had increased compared to a few days prior, now weighing around 100 kilograms. Their backs reached her waist, and if they stood upright, they would measure about 170 centimeters, towering over her by a few centimeters. The mint on the balcony showed no signs of growth, maintaining its size from 2 days ago. Could it be that the animals were accelerating in their mutation? Contemplating this, Gu Tongwan summoned the two little ones to her side. Upon closer inspection, she observed a faint azure glow flickering in their originally dark eyes, reminiscent of waves rolling across a cerulean sea. In her previous life, she had encountered mutated rats weighing nearly 10 kilograms, wildcats approximately half a meter long, and cockroaches the size of a palm. The most terrifying were those creatures that survived the initial cataclysm, emerging from zoos or forests with not only formidable vitality but also destructive power and immense size, ultimately becoming predators of humanity. It was later reported that the base's self-defense forces had organized a skilled team to venture outside the city to combat these mutated beasts. The surviving creatures were bloodthirsty and ruthless, attacking any living thing indiscriminately. Ordinary coyotes, measuring around 70 to 80 centimeters and weighing 20 kilograms before the apocalypse, mutated into creatures 2 meters long and weighing 80 kilograms afterward. Centipedes and scorpions had also grown to half a meter. To confront a single mutated wolf, 3 or more members of the self-defense forces were required, and each operation resulted in casualties. However, Gu Tongwan's true concern extended beyond mutated animals. She was equally apprehensive about mutated plants. The mutated flora that had never appeared in her previous life seemed to be on the verge of mutation in this one. The fear elicited by the bougainvillea downstairs and the mint leaves on her balcony surpassed that of the mutated animals for reasons unknown. Opening the community chat, Gu Tongwan noted that the messages over the past 2 days had been incessantly buzzing. The Scavenging community consisted of 6 building types labeled AF, with 2 buildings for each type. Gu Tongwan resided in Building A1, where the letters were arranged according to their position, with Building A being the innermost. Next to her was Building A2, a spacious residence of at least 200 square meters, while Scavenging community boasted no so-called small apartments, the smallest being 90 square meters. The entire community comprised 12 buildings, with the first floor housing a lobby and private garages, the second floor featuring the property office and a rooftop garden. Residents began living from the 3rd floor, with each floor accommodating 2 households per staircase, culminating in 18 stories. Therefore, each building housed at least 36 families, totaling over 100 residents, with Scavenging community accommodating around 1,000 inhabitants, classifying it as a mid-sized community, far better planned than nearby developments housing thousands. The community chat she joined was specific to Building A, containing just over 100 members. Upon entering, she immediately observed a discussion about the recent drop in temperature. A11201 rising with the sun. Finally, the temperature has cooled down today. The heat of the past few days was unbearable, especially during power rationing when my home felt like an oven. A2802 did his duty, sister. Indeed. While I work from home, my dreadful company demands overtime, and I return home to clothes that are practically spoiled. A1901 Cherry Granny. You youngsters are fine. Us older folks suffer at night. Running the air conditioning feels no different than not having it at all. I can hardly endure it. My son works at the Meteorological Bureau and mentioned it might rain today. I hope the temperature drops further. A1702 you all go ahead. Don't mind me, but today is peculiar. The wind has been howling, and the trees outside are rustling violently. It must be a level 4 wind. With such intensity. Could it be a typhoon? A2801 30-year-old Karen Arm. The person above me is hilarious. What is wrong with a bit of wind in this sweltering heat? A breeze is a welcome relief. A 2802 did you sister? Exactly. I wouldn't mind a typhoon right now, it's just too hot. Plus, with the power rationing, I can't even enjoy watching the game at night and am stuck staring at candles. A 2801 30-year-old Karen arm. Doo-doo. There are such things as hand-crank flashlights and solar-powered lights. Why are you still using candles? Be careful of fire hazards. A 1602 reinforced steel is me. Hey, Annie upstairs. Is it true that it might rain? Ask your son if the weather will continue to heat up. If it does, I should stock up on rice and flour, as I really don't want to go out for groceries every day. A 11201 rising with the sun reinforced steel is me. You can order groceries online for delivery. They still offer that service. A 1602 reinforced steel is me. The delivery fee starts at $20. And I've heard that sometimes the meat delivered is spoiled. My girlfriend just ordered some yesterday, and after paying over $20 for delivery, all 5 kilograms of beef went bad, wasting hundreds. A 11201 rising with the sun. Oh no. I just ordered 3 kilograms of crayfish. A 1702 you all go ahead. Don't mind me, huh? That was a loud bang. Let me take a look. A 1702 you all go ahead, don't mind me. Wow. Whose car is parked near the trash can? That large royal palm just dropped a branch. It looks like the glass shattered. A 2801 30-year-old Karen arm. Oh no. That seems to be my car. The chat remained lively, likely due to the power rationing leaving everyone with little to do, prompting them to seek social interaction online. Gu Tongwan stepped onto the balcony and peered outside, indeed witnessing the fierce winds, with some cumulus clouds in the distance. Yet, the community remained bathed in bright sunlight. She was uncertain whether today would mirror her past life with an impending downpour, as it had rained in the days leading up to the storm previously, but this time, there were no signs. Perhaps it was the butterfly effect. Not everything in this life would replicate the last, including natural disasters. She glanced at the chat history, setting her phone down, when suddenly she heard a series of thumping noises, akin to construction sounds. Stepping outside, she discovered that her neighbor, Jiang Tian, was installing a security door, replacing the ordinary stainless steel door with a sturdier, grade-A steel security door, far superior to the two at Gu Tongwan's residence, costing several tens of thousands. Additionally, 2 workers approached her with an object, seemingly contemplating its installation nearby. Gu Tongwan soon realized they intended to install a surveillance camera at the tops of both their units, ensuring 360-degree monitoring of the entire floor. Jiang Tian, noticing Gu Tongwan's presence, eagerly greeted her. Sister Gu, I apologize for the noise, she said with a hint of remorse. It's nothing. I just came out to see what you were up to, Gu Tongwan casually replied, glancing up as the workers swiftly installed the camera. Jiang Tian, apprehensive that Gu Tongwan might disapprove of her unilateral decision to install the camera, quickly explained, this was a suggestion for my brother. We initially planned to install it only on my side, but then I thought since you live alone, it would be prudent to add another one. Given that Jiang Tian frequently visited her, it was likely that both siblings were aware of Gu Tongwan's solitary living situation. Now, as Jiang Tian's adoring fan, she wished to include Gu Tongwan in everything. Furthermore, with ample financial resources, after their recent legal victory, Jiang Ji had casually mentioned that as long as Jiang Tian focused on her studies, the family's wealth would not be a burden for her. Thus, for this security door, Jiang Ji had directly instructed the vendor to ensure it was of the highest safety grade, with price being a secondary concern.
Gu Tongwan, this time,
did not decline the kind offer from the other party. She had originally intended to install surveillance cameras, although the neighborhood would face power and water outages later. She had a generator, which would allow the cameras to function properly, while she could not monitor them in real time without internet access. Her primary goal was to have recording capabilities to identify any ill-intentioned individuals who might target her home during the apocalypse, enabling her to address potential threats early on. However, after previously contacting a company to purchase the necessary equipment and agreeing on the price, the installation technician suffered heatstroke and was hospitalized the day before, leaving the company unable to send anyone else, resulting in a refund of her deposit and leaving the matter temporarily unresolved. How much? I will split it with you. I cannot take advantage of you, Gu Tongwan inquired. Jiang Tian squinted her eyes, shaking her head like a rattledrum, her demeanor earnest and sincere. Sister Gu, you have helped me far more than what I am doing now. I genuinely wish to express my gratitude. At this point, Gu Tongwan found it difficult to refuse further. simply smiling and saying thank you. Suddenly, the elevator opened, and 7 or 8 individuals emerged. Jiang Tian, already facing the elevator, instantly turned pale upon seeing them. How did this group get in? Is the property security incompetent? They let these people in without any inquiry. Jiang Tian was seething inside. But she also understood that her aunt was no pushover. She was quite shrewd and likely had some tricks up her sleeve to gain access to the community. Compounding the situation was the absence of her brother, making it exceedingly difficult for her to handle her aunt and her family alone, especially with those few and scrupulous men behind her, clearly indicating her aunt was resorting to underhanded tactics. No wonder her brother insisted on pursuing legal action rather than settling. He had already seen through their family's true nature. Jiang Min's sharp gaze immediately spotted her niece, and a triumphant smile crept across her face as she sashayed over, her tone dripping with sarcasm. So you really came home. I tried calling your school but couldn't reach you. Now that you've inherited millions, you think you're capable.
Don't you?
What are you doing here? My brother already made it clear at the courthouse that we have severed ties with your family, Jiang Tian replied. Her once sweet face now encased in a layer of frost, her eyes burning with a desire to pierce through her aunt's facade. You little brat. It seems your tongue has grown sharper in my absence. I look forward to seeing if you dare to speak so boldly in front of me, Jiang Min retorted, her chest heaving with anger, the flab on her cheeks trembling, enhancing her already fierce appearance, contrasting sharply with her husband, Lu Xiu, whose slender frame resembled that of a sapling. The animosity between Jiang Min's family and the siblings had been palpable long before the legal battles began. Jiang Min had always envied her brother for receiving their parents' affection, and as his career flourished, along with his attractive and capable wife, their family thrived in a luxurious community, while she and her own family struggled in a modest unit. After their parents passed away years ago, and with her brother and sister-in-law's unexpected demise, Jiang Min felt entitled to a share of her brother's possessions. Her niece and nephew, with their amassed wealth, would only be deceived by others. It would be wiser for her, as their aunt, to safeguard their inheritance, which amounted to over 30 million. However, Jiang Min did not anticipate that Jiang Ji would not only arrange everything promptly after their parents' death, but also enlist a professional legal team to transfer all assets into his name, securing guardianship over Jiang Tian. Consequently, Jiang Min not only lost the lawsuit but also incurred several tens of thousands in legal fees, causing her resentment towards the siblings to deepen. Today, taking advantage of the slightly cooler weather, she brought along her wayward younger brother to pressure the siblings into signing over the property. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng's gaze fixated on Gu Tongwan. After confirming her identity, an intense jealousy flickered in his eyes. So it was indeed Gu Tongwan, the one who had deceived his senior out of a substantial sum, allowing her to reside in such a high-end community. Truly shameless. Noticing someone was staring at her, Gu Tongwan turned her head, initially unable to recognize Lu Cheng. Familiar feelings of resentment washed over her as Jiang Min inquired, Xiao Cheng, do you know her? Lu Cheng did not immediately respond to his mother but whispered to the man beside him, Uncle, make sure to deal with the woman next to Jiang Tian. She asked the one who has been bullying me at school and intends to steal my boyfriend. Lu Cheng, having never been particularly studious, dropped out of high school and mingled with unsavory characters. Now in his late 30s, he still carried the air of someone who had not matured. At home, he loved to boast, and although Lu Cheng secretly despised his younger uncle, he relished discussing school matters with him. When Lu Cheng mentioned someone bothering him at school, Lu Cheng immediately adopted a braggadocious demeanor, claiming he would handle it. Having set his sights on Gu Tongwan, upon hearing that she was the one his niece had been talking about, he displayed a malicious grin, his eyes shamelessly surveying her curvaceous form before he smirked, rest assured. I will take care of it for you. Gu Tongwan deliberately ignored his lecherous gaze, her lowered eyes flashing with cold light. It turned out to be Lu Cheng, the very instigator who, in her past life, had conspired with Zhang Heng to have her expelled from the rescue center, resulting in her becoming a wanderer for 8 years during the apocalypse. She never imagined she would find herself facing him again in this life. Chapter 48. The family's vicious dog Lu Cheng sneered and nodded. We go to the same school. Jiang Min, preoccupied with her husband's gaze, ignored her daughter's petty grievances. She exchanged looks with her husband and nodded at Lu Cheng before they all strode purposefully toward Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian, I don't wish to waste words. You must hand over this house today. Don't resist. If I hadn't sacrificed my education savings for your father's graduate studies, do you think he would have secured his job? Moreover, Your father had mentioned that our family would assist whenever necessary.
Now.
I simply want this house and the 2 shops under your name. You siblings still have that villa in the suburbs. Don't think you're being wronged. That villa has plenty of appreciation potential to support you both easily. Though Jiang Tian was young, she recognized her aunt's treachery and disdainfully retorted, "How dare you say that? It has barely been 3 months since my parents passed, and you are already being so aggressive, fixated solely on money. How repulsive. Jiang Tian, who taught you such manners? You're so young, yet have learned to talk back." Jiang Min seethed, glaring fiercely at Jiang Tian's fair face. "Huh. Elder sister, is this your niece? Quite the temper. Isn't she?" A man in his 30s standing nearby teased, his gaze falling upon Gu Tongwan, a lewd smile spreading across his face. "Not only is this little girl charming, but the one beside her is truly a gem. Get out of my house immediately. My brother will be back soon if you don't leave. You will bear the consequences." Jiang Min bit her lip, trembling with rage, but still glaring fiercely. Jiang Min rolled her eyes, sneering, "Perfect. We can discuss it when your brother returns. Let me tell you, this house will be transferred to our name today. You can forget about living comfortably in the future." Having gathered some understanding of the identities and intentions of these individuals, Gu Tongwan sighed and picked up her phone to dial a number. They had entered the community without permission and were now resorting to intimidation. It was indeed time to call the authorities. Lu Cheng, who had been watching Gu Tongwan closely, asked cautiously, "Hey, beautiful. What are you doing?" "I'm calling the police." Gu Tongwan lifted her gaze to the person opposite her, shaking her phone with a hint of mockery on her face. Lu Cheng furrowed her brows and gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "You truly have no shame. You deceived your senior out of money and can still call the police with such composure." Gu Tongwan raised an eyebrow, realizing that the scoundrel must have had a significant connection with her, as he seemed to be aware of the matter involving the 200,000. "I am oblivious to the excuse you used to persuade the security at the entrance to allow you in, but if you are here to threaten and extort me, I can simply call the police to arrest you." "Smash her phone." De Cheng suddenly commanded his subordinates, with a cold expression. Gu Tongwan sighed inwardly. She merely intended to observe the situation but found herself entangled in it. Most troubling was the fact that the opposing party was related to Lu Cheng. It seemed that even without the issue involving Jiang Tian, Lu Cheng would likely find a way to make her life difficult. Just as one of the men attempted to snatch Gu Tongwan's phone, he was unexpectedly met with a swift movement from the woman, followed by a sharp pain in his groin.
Ah!
One of De Cheng's subordinates, caught off guard, fell to his knees, clutching his injured area. Then De Cheng felt a sudden rush of air as a fist struck his eye, sending him crashing to the ground.
Roar!
Lu Cheng, covering his eye and cursing, attempted to rise again, only to be confronted by a dark shadow lunging toward him, causing a sharp pain in his shoulder that made him cry out.
Claws!
Still stained with remnants of tattered fabric, latched onto Lu Cheng's shoulder, nearly tearing his skin. The crowd, which had initially intended to assist, was astonished to find that 2 fierce dogs had appeared beside Gu Tongwan, one black and one white, resembling a duo of dark avengers. Towering in stature and bearing their long fangs, they drooled and focused hungrily on the group, their eyes revealing an unmasked greed and savagery. Gu Tongwan, perplexed, gazed at her 2 pets. She distinctly remembered having closed the door before leaving. How had they managed to escape? Could it be that after being nurtured with spiritual spring water, they had developed the intelligence to open doors? The property management received a call from Jiang Tian and quickly dispatched for security personnel. Upon exiting the elevator, the security guards were momentarily taken aback by the scene before them, but swiftly deduced that De Cheng's group was not composed of residents. One guard's face turned pale as he recalled that the middle-aged woman had claimed to be a relative of a resident who had invited her to dinner, smoothly providing Jiang Tian's name, floor number, and phone number. The guard, deceived by her haughty demeanor, had been led astray until he received a call from his supervisor. Realizing the gravity of the situation, enraged, he drew his rubber baton and pointed it at the group on the ground, ordering them to leave the premises immediately or face police intervention. With fierce dogs on one side and security personnel on the other, Lu Cheng, though inwardly furious and nursing an injury, recognized that the situation was unfavorable for him. Given their criminal records, the police would not believe his claims. So he could only glare at Gu Tongwan with malice. "I will remember you, little girl." Gu Tongwan understood that he was implying a willingness to seek revenge. She felt compelled to take measures to ensure that this individual posed no future threat. With her gaze lowered, the dark side of her nature began to stir within her. While she had no desire to take a life, she only wished to avoid harming the innocent. It would be best if their paths did not cross again. Otherwise, she might not be able to restrain herself from spilling blood. Jiang Min, witnessing Lu Cheng's retreat, was unwilling to relent and urgently called out, "De Qing, are we just leaving like this?" Before she could finish, her husband yanked her away, causing her to stumble in her high heels. As she prepared to glare at him in anger, she was met with the sight of his grim expression. "Enough, we'll talk later, let's leave." Lu Qing cast a resentful glare at Gu Tongwan, perhaps sensing her malicious intent. With a snarl, he stepped forward and shouted, saliva dripping from his mouth, as if he were starving. This terrified Lu Qing and Jiang Min's group, prompting them to flee in panic. Meanwhile, the head of the security team and several guards quickly approached Jiang Tian and Gu Tongwan to apologize, stating that if not for their negligence in properly questioning visitors and maintaining records, the disturbance would not have occurred. To alleviate concerns about potential complaints, a tardy assistant manager from property management even brought several boxes of drinks and 2 baskets of fresh fruits, expressing these gifts as a gesture of apology. Jiang Tian initially declined, but Gu Tongwan urged her to accept, recognizing that while these items seemed insignificant now, they could become vital resources in a post-apocalyptic world. Gu Tongwan was unperturbed by the prospect of property management targeting her. The fact they could offer such supplies indicated they might still be stockpiling resources, and should the world face calamity, it would likely be the property management that would suffer first. Once back home, Gu Tongwan settled on the sofa and had her 2 pets demonstrate their door-opening skills. Noticing their heads hung low in silence, occasionally glancing at her with their round eyes, Gu Tongwan smirked, still pretending? "Keep it up and you won't get any meat tonight." Upon hearing this, the 2 dogs dashed toward the door, their paws lifting off the ground to grasp the doorknob. With a click, the first security door swung open. Gu Tongwan gasped, her lips twitching uncontrollably. It seemed her pets had indeed become remarkably clever. Their intelligence was perhaps even higher than that of a purebred border collie. Chapter 49. The Super Typhoon. Upon returning home with her dogs, Gu Tongwan discovered it was raining, not a gentle drizzle, but a torrential downpour. The towering royal palms planted within the community swayed violently in the fierce winds. Gu Tongwan approached the balcony, watching as the rain cascaded down the glass, transforming from fine droplets into a relentless stream. Her gaze fell upon a pot of mint leaves on the balcony, and her heart sank. The once vibrant mint had withered completely. Plucking a dried leaf, she noted that it had not burned but rather appeared to have succumbed to natural decay. The leaves held no moisture at all. When she uprooted the mint's roots, they were rotten. Could the decay of plants signify an impending apocalypse? After much contemplation and still lacking clarity, she resolved to remove all the withered mint leaves and plant several new seeds, eager to observe how resilient the plants would be in the face of the first calamity. Having completed these tasks, Gu Tongwan performed a set of military-style exercises, then beckoned her pets to engage in training. Initially, the 2 dogs thought their owner was playing and frolicked joyfully around her, tongues lolling, embodying a naive innocence. Eventually, Gu Tongwan, furrowing her brow, imparted serious instructions for their training. The black and white dogs, possessing a hint of wolf lineage, crouched with their hind limbs, front paws planted on the ground, and heads held high, awaiting their owner's command with an obedience that starkly contrasted their earlier mischief. Understanding her commands, they began to attack from different angles, having learned to retract their claws during training to avoid injuring Gu Tongwan with their sharp nails. After a previous incident where one of the dogs accidentally shattered a wooden chair in the living room, Gu Tongwan realized that, even at just 2 months old, their strength surpassed that of an adult wolf dog. If they continued to grow, they might easily inflict harm on a human. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Yet when she looked into the innocent, round eyes of her pets, it was impossible to associate them with the monstrous creatures that would emerge in a post-apocalyptic world. It is best to observe for a while longer. If the nature of the mutated wolves becomes predominantly aggressive or poses a potential threat, they cannot remain by her side. It is not out of cruelty, but rather a desire to avoid having a ticking time bomb in close proximity. Those who may stay must be entirely trustworthy, and she must maintain absolute dominance over them. After practicing attack drills for half an hour, Gu Tongwan was drenched in sweat. After a quick shower, she squinted at the intensifying rain outside. Such torrential downpours typically occur a few times each summer in Jiangcheng, yet for some reason, Gu Tongwan felt that this particular storm might herald the onset of an apocalypse. The crimson sun from her previous life had not yet appeared. And the rain had arrived, without any warning. The community chat group was abuzz, with discussions about the sudden downpour. Finally, it's raining. If this weather continues to scorch, it might just be the end of us, said one member. Another remarked, I suspected a typhoon was on the way. This morning, the winds were fierce. And I have never seen such strong gusts accompanied by bright sunlight. A third chimed in, is everyone alright? Did that branch wreck your car? As the rain continued to pour, one member commented on its intensity, questioning why the weather forecast had not predicted such a storm. Another noted, the weather forecast isn't always accurate. As long as it rains, it's a blessing. We desperately need some respite from this heat, which has been so intense that the asphalt outside could fry an egg. Yet another member cautioned, if this rain continues for 3 days, our neighborhood will be submerged. My new car is parked in the basement. To which someone else joked, I parked my SUV in the garden. I'm not worried at all. Concern arose as the property manager reassured residents that their community, being the highest in the vicinity, was not likely to experience flooding. However, he urged residents to remain indoors due to the excessive rainfall. The chat continued with inquiries about the power situation during the storm, while some expressed concerns about their lack of groceries. One member recommended a nearby convenience store run by a resident, where fresh produce was still available, albeit at slightly higher prices. As the rain lashed down, the atmosphere shifted. What began as casual chat turned into a collective anxiety about the relentless storm.
Meanwhile,
In the lobby of Building A1, several individuals found themselves stranded due to the unexpected rain. Jiang Min and Lu Cheng had driven in and exited through the basement, leaving others behind. The brothers Lu Cheng and Lu Shu, along with their companions, were left waiting for the storm to subside. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted their thoughts as a large iron advertising board, swept up by the wind, smashed into a parked car outside, causing significant damage. A shiver of fear coursed through them as they realized that had they ventured out just moments earlier, they might have met a similar fate. As the rain continued to pour, the ground outside transformed into a flowing stream, and news reports warned of the typhoon Butterfly, which had made landfall nearby, bringing with it severe winds and unrelenting rain expected to last for 2 days. Jiangji knocked on Gu Tongwan's door, bringing a box of cherries as a token of gratitude for her assistance earlier. She accepted with a smile, acknowledging that her help was not solely for Jiang Tian, but also for her own sake. That evening, Gu Tongwan prepared a simple yet delicious spicy hot pot, savoring the comforting dish as she listened to the rhythmic sound of the rain. The thick tempered glass of her balcony withstood the fierce winds, keeping her safe and sound inside. The atmosphere was cozy, despite the chaos outside, as she enjoyed her meal, fully aware of the tempest raging beyond her window. This evening, there was no power outage, likely due to the rain and drop in temperature leading to a gradual decrease in household electricity consumption, prompting the power plant to restore supply to certain neighborhoods. However, later on, the property management announced that power restrictions would resume, allowing only 6 hours of electricity daily. After finishing her dinner, Gu Tongwan practiced boxing in the lobby, exercising for an hour before heading to the shower. Dressed anew, she stood in the bathroom, gazing at the water pipe connected to the toilet. An idea struck her, and she retrieved half a bag of cement from the storage, placing it in the living room. If this rain persisted for months, there was a risk of the pipes becoming blocked and sewage backing up. Thus, she planned to seal the bathroom pipes and toilet in the bedroom and living room with cement once the water supply was cut off. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, the rain showed no signs of abating, contrary to the Meteorological Bureau's predictions that it would lessen by now.
outside,
The howling winds persisted, and several royal palms had been completely snapped in half by gale-force winds. Many cars were being relocated as reports indicated that the underground parking lot had begun to flood, with property management scrambling to address the issue.
meanwhile,
Those unable to venture out due to the deluge flocked to the downstairs convenience store to hoard supplies. In reality, most households were not in dire need of food. Typical families had enough rice, flour, and oil to last some time, especially after enduring nearly 2 weeks of sweltering heat, during which many had stockpiled provisions. However, the herd mentality took hold, leading individuals to believe that if they did not hoard supplies, they would suffer, resulting in a frenzy where one person's stockpiling encouraged another's, causing temporary shortages and price hikes. The convenience store had been stripped bare of instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and canned meats, while snacks and drinks were cleared out by numerous young shoppers. Jiang Tian knocked on the door, cradling 3 or 4 boxes of self-heating rice, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Sister Gu, I brought you some food. Gu Tongwan sighed and shook her head. Keep it for yourself. I still have some noodles at home. Though she had a fondness for the young girl, she felt Jiang Tian was somewhat clingy and in the absence of a deeper connection. She did not wish to cultivate overly intimate relationships. Undeterred, Jiang Tian persisted. It's fine.
Take these.
I bought them a few days before the storm. And I also ordered several boxes online, so I have plenty to spare. Gu Tongwan rubbed her forehead, exasperated. Jiang Tian, you really are. Jiang Tian blinked her large eyes, curiously awaiting the next sentence, before cheerfully interjecting, is it because I'm sweet? Or because I'm a bit silly? This casual admission about her hoarded supplies could pose a risk if it fell into the wrong hands. Gu Tongwan reflected on how she had helped her 2 years prior. She hadn't gone out of her way to protect her yesterday, yet the girls seemed to consider her a close confidant, freely divulging everything. With such a naive and carefree disposition, Gu Tongwan worried about how the young girl would fare in this apocalyptic scenario. Why don't you take it back for now? When I feel like eating, I'll ask you for a couple of boxes. How does that sound? Gu Tongwan suggested. Jiang Tian, slightly disappointed by the refusal but quickly regaining her smile, replied, okay. If you haven't eaten, make sure to come find me. I'll take care of you, hee. With that, she returned to her own apartment. As soon as Jiang Tian closed the door, Jiang Ji returned from the elevator, a boy 2 years her junior, carrying 5 or 6 plastic water buckets, presumably just purchased from the convenience store. Gu Tongwan was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to be so prudent, foreseeing the water supply issues arising from the continuous rain. Chapter 51, The Rush for Supplies, Part 1. On the 7th day of the torrential rain, the downpour showed no signs of letting up. The typhoon continued to wreak havoc, with winds escalating from 6 to 8 on the Beaufort scale, devastating numerous trees and vegetation along the streets. Billboards and LED displays crashed onto the roads and shop entrances, while parked cars were tossed about by the fierce winds. The flooding in Jiang City had intensified, with some low-lying neighborhoods submerged up to the calves as river levels continued to rise. Millions of residents were affected by this sudden deluge, while others remained on the front lines, combating floods and rescuing those in peril, with armed police and various volunteer organizations mobilizing for rescue efforts. News reports indicated that this widespread rainfall not only affected Huaguo, but also over 2/3 of countries worldwide. In Huaguo alone, more than 100 cities were impacted by the butterfly typhoon, with southern coastal cities suffering the most severe damage, even experiencing a tsunami, with waves reaching heights of 30 meters. Hunglin City, a coastal provincial capital, was utterly submerged after enduring 2 tsunamis. With no buildings above 7 stories spared, it became the first provincial capital in Huaguo to suffer such catastrophic destruction due to a typhoon. Situated inland, Jiang City initially sustained minimal damage, as the majority of its water and electricity infrastructure remained operational. During this time, television news focused entirely on the city government's deployment of various disaster relief efforts, promptly arranging rescue plans and ensuring the safety of citizens' lives and property. Interspersed with various reports on rescue operations, public broadcasts also updated the nation on current disaster relief efforts. Nevertheless, the losses incurred from the rain remained incalculable. The typhoon significantly hampered rescue operations. Even when flooding was not at its worst, winds of force 10 could easily sweep vehicles away. Even when winds decreased to 7 or 8, cars struggled to maintain stability on the roads. All enterprises and municipal services came to a standstill, with over 90% of shops and entertainment venues temporarily ceasing operations. A few grocery stores and supermarkets, upon government request, remained open, albeit with revised hours from 8 in the morning until 10. This led to a surge of citizens braving the downpour to stock up on supplies. Meanwhile, those residing far from supermarkets found themselves confined indoors, fortunate that most families had a habit of stockpiling rice and flour, thus avoiding immediate food shortages. While rice and flour were abundant, fresh meat and vegetables remained unattainable. It was unrealistic for everyone to subsist solely on plain rice and porridge. The internet was flooded with pleas for fresh meat, vegetables, and fruits, though a small number of requests sought grains and oils. Similarly, the typhoon also deterred the elderly from rushing to supermarkets to hoard supplies. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, the underground parking lot of the neighborhood finally succumbed to flooding. After multiple attempts to drain the water, the property management ultimately conceded defeat. Continuous rainfall had caused water to pour into the parking lot from the sloped entrance, and the water level now reached above the calves. In the owners' group chat, discussions ensued regarding the storm, with many lamenting that the weather made it impossible to venture out for food. Their supplies had dwindled to just noodles and rice, having exhausted their vegetables and fresh meat, resulting in 3 consecutive days of plain rice. Others expressed frustration over their newly purchased luxury cars being submerged. Upon discovering the parking lot resembling a vast ocean, they realized their vehicles would likely be rendered inoperable after the flood receded, prompting outrage as they tagged property management, accusing them of negligence in drainage efforts. In response to mounting pressure, the property management dispatched personnel to venture out and procure a batch of vegetables and fresh meat. They used a small bus that had been employed during a company team-building event, only daring to venture out when the typhoon's intensity abated slightly. Reports suggested that the vehicle struggled to stay on course amidst the storm, with those aboard fearing for their safety during the treacherous journey. Fortunately, the goods have been procured. Upon venturing outside, it was noted that only a handful of large supermarkets in Jiangcheng are still operational. Among them, the nearby Scavenging department store remains open, albeit with heightened security measures. All entrants are required to register their identification, and there are restrictions on the duration of shopping. Due to the difficulties in food transportation and inventory adjustments caused by the torrential rains, the prices of various food items have surged compared to prior levels. News of this spread rapidly among the property owners, who inundated the group chat with inquiries about the pricing from the property management, individual purchasing limits, and the best supermarkets to patronize, alongside concerns about the current weather and which vehicles could withstand the ravaging typhoon. The property management could only advise everyone to gather at the second-floor sky garden of each building at 10:30 a.m. to ascertain specific prices. This, however, incited dissatisfaction among the residents of Building 2, who complained that the 30-meter distance between each building made it inconvenient, especially in the face of a typhoon. Those braving the rain to make the trip would undoubtedly return drenched. Ultimately, the property management ceased responses, likely preferring to avoid confrontation with the residents. After all, remaining nonchalant was the safest course of action, as no one was being compelled to make purchases. Jiang Tian, residing in apartment 1602, was also part of the owners group. Having been a silent observer until now, the prospect of buying groceries prompted her to grab her phone and head for the elevator. However, recollecting the ongoing power restrictions, she hastily changed direction towards the stairwell. Her brother had gone to the convenience store in the adjacent building, and she felt restless being home alone, determined to stock up on more meat. As the group exchanged grievances, Jiang Tian descended to the second-floor sky garden, only to be startled by the throng of people ahead. It was amusing to see how, despite vocalizing their reluctance to purchase, their bodies betrayed them. Chapter 52. The Rush for Goods, Part 2. The items procured by the property management were being sold in the second-floor sky garden. Prior to the heavy rains, cabbage was priced at 1.2 yuan per jean, but now it had skyrocketed to 20 yuan each, while pork reached 40 yuan per jean, and beef had doubled in price. Young and inexperienced, Jiang Tian found herself at a loss upon seeing the tables laden with fresh meat and vegetables, unsure of what to buy amidst the tumultuous weather. Consequently, she messaged Gu Tongwan. At that moment, Gu Tongwan was engrossed in studying the fundamentals of traditional Chinese massage from a family doctor when a notification drew her attention. Jiang Tian, Sister Gu, I'm at the makeshift market now. There are so many vegetables, but I don't know what to buy. Should I get meat first or stock up on vegetables? Considering that the Scavenging community would likely face power and water shortages for some time, Gu Tongwan deemed it prudent to advise Jiang Tian to purchase a moderate amount of fresh meat and vegetables. Gu Tongwan, given the current power cuts, although temperatures have dropped, large quantities of meat are difficult to preserve. You should buy enough for a couple of days. If you're concerned about future meat shortages and wish to stock up, remember to salt and air dry the excess or soak it in Sichuan pepper water for an hour before drying it in a ventilated area. This weather should allow for preservation for 3 to 5 days. If you wish to extend the shelf life, smoking the meat is your best option. However, due to the rainy weather, making cured meat is unfeasible. If you have coarse salt or a barbecue grill with charcoal, you should be able to manage. Let me know if you need help with that. Jiang Tian, wow, Sister Gu, you know so much. What else should I consider? Gu Tongwan, I check for dried goods, such as dried daylily, shiitake mushrooms, dried green beans, and black fungus. These can be stored for a long time, without spoiling. Jiang Tian, it seems there aren't any. Today I only see fresh meat and vegetables, and the fruit selection is rather limited. Gu Tongwan, you don't need to buy much fruit. It doesn't fill you up. As for other options, you should consider yam, pumpkin, purple sweet potato, and potatoes. These have a long shelf life, lasting 1 to 2 weeks, especially pumpkins, which can last a year if uncut. Cabbage, lettuce, white radish, and carrots can last about a week.
Choose as you see fit.
Jiang Tian, alright. Thank you, Sister Gu.
I understand now.
Love you, 3. Meanwhile, as several older women and other property owners haggled with the property management, Jiang Tian seized the opportunity to squeeze in. She glanced at the left side where meat was displayed, noticing signs labeling beef and pork, while the right side showcased a variety of vegetables, approximately a dozen kinds, including ginger and garlic. I'll take 10 gene of beef, 10 gene of pork, 5 pumpkins, 5 gene of potatoes, and a few pounds of ginger and garlic as well, she ordered. One of the older women, frowning in disbelief, asked, "Little girl, why are you buying so much?" Jiang Tian frowned back. "My relatives came over for a gathering and can't leave. They're temporarily staying at my place. There are over 10 people, so if I don't buy more, we'll be left with nothing." The older woman scoffed internally, thinking Jiang Tian was a fool for spending so much on relatives who would inevitably deplete her supplies. Observing Jiang Tian not haggling, the other women, who had initially considered bargaining, suddenly became irritated and remarked, "Where did this girl come from? Doesn't she know how to shop? Can't she see they're trying to rip her off? Beef is selling for over 100 yuan, and she is still buying?" Jiang Tian, however, looked at the woman with incredulity. "Madam, in such severe typhoon conditions, isn't it reasonable for prices to be higher? And they're not forcing anyone to buy. If you think it's too expensive, you can simply walk away." The woman was momentarily silenced, watching as Jiang Tian continued to fill her shopping bag with items. The 16-year-old girl was determined to outmaneuver women in their 50s and 60s, articulating her thoughts clearly and, unlike others, not engaging in haggling. She spent several thousand yuan on 10 gene of beef, 10 gene of pork, and a plethora of condiments. One older woman, envious of Jiang Tian's willingness to spend, muttered, "Well, she has over 10 people at home. Even this one tea lasts long. I don't believe she can keep spending like this." Turning back to the property management, she requested, "Hey, can I get half a gene of pork and a gene of potatoes? Make sure to choose the good ones. And remember to round off the change for me." The market was bustling, with many customers complaining about the exorbitant prices, yet they were all eager to buy, fearing they might miss out. In less than half an hour, all the vegetables and fresh meat had been snatched up. Jiang Tian dragged her heavy bag of meat and vegetables back home, feeling as if she had lost half her life climbing the 16 flights of stairs. Nevertheless, the bounty she had secured brought her immense satisfaction. Upon returning, she even specifically messaged Gu Tongwan to ask if she would like to purchase some, hesitating to offer it outright for fear that her idol might refuse. Gu Tongwan, however, did not decline. After all, she couldn't let anyone think her household was overstocked. She only requested a symbolic 2 gene of beef and 1 gene of pork, anticipating price hikes due to the storm, and promptly transferred Jiang Tian 300 yuan, instructing her not to worry about change and to ask for more if needed. Ultimately, the meat she bought was barely sufficient to satisfy the appetites of her family members. In the owners' group chat, complaints about the property management's limited stock and exorbitant prices proliferated. Some latecomers lamented that they hadn't even managed to get a single green onion. Others alleged that the property management was deliberately profiteering, having heard from friends that beef at the supermarket was only 80 yuan per gene, while the property management was charging nearly 120. The property management, however, remained unresponsive to the residents' grievances, as they too had braved the storm to procure supplies and were reluctant to venture out without earning a profit. After all, they weren't a charitable organization, merely earning a meager salary each month, who would risk the elements without a fair margin. The property management has been procuring supplies for 3 consecutive days, yet they still failed to meet the demands of the entire Xijing community. Some affluent residents buy tens of pounds of meat and vegetables at once, making it impossible for others to purchase what they need, resulting in a growing tide of complaints. Ultimately, the management decided to impose restrictions on purchases, allowing each household to buy no more than 1 pound of fresh meat and 1 pound of vegetables per day, with a maximum of 3 pounds of rice and cooking oil. Even with these limitations, residents continue to lament that their daily dietary needs remain unmet. On the 20th day of the apocalypse, despite the property management deploying dozens of personnel to address drainage issues within the community, their efforts have yielded minimal results.
Fortunately,
the Xijing community is situated on a slope, with most of the water flowing downwards toward lower-lying areas, alleviating the flooding situation within the community to some extent. However, the underground parking lot has succumbed to flooding, and the water in the lobby has risen to calf-deep levels. Viewed from above, The community resembles a shimmering sea, as the management has entirely abandoned drainage efforts, simply hoping for the torrential rain to cease soon. Television news predominantly reports on various rescue efforts. The government has mobilized nearly 200,000 military personnel, police, and volunteers for relief operations. However, for a city with a population of 9 million, this number is merely a drop in the bucket. Furthermore, with the relentless typhoon wreaking havoc and the flooding worsening, rescue operations face significant obstacles. Residents with ample food reserves who reside on higher floors prefer to remain at home. It is said that the Scavenging community has fared relatively well due to its elevated terrain, while other neighborhoods, such as the Old City and Huaihai Road, have already seen their ground floors submerged. A temporary market continues to operate, with the property management somehow acquiring several speedboats to facilitate supply runs. Utilizing both speedboats and buses in tandem, they send personnel out daily to procure goods, seemingly willing to take risks in order to capitalize on the disaster. Currently, the price of beef has skyrocketed to 141 yuan per pound, while pork has reached an unprecedented 80 yuan per pound, leading many residents to express concern that meat will become unaffordable. Due to the daily purchase limits, a few residents with high-clearance vehicles, not parked in the flooded underground lot, have begun to take risks and venture out for supplies, albeit only a small number. It is reported that a resident from Building D of the Scavenging community, unaware of the current city conditions, took a route severely affected by flooding while out shopping, causing their vehicle to stall midway. They are now trapped inside the car, and their family has called the fire department for assistance. Unfortunately, the emergency line is overwhelmed, and after a day of attempts, they resorted to seeking help in the residents group chat, but no one is willing to risk venturing out to rescue them. On a brighter note, a fortunate few have managed to return from the supermarket with supplies, although the inventory remains scarce and purchase limits apply, with prices still soaring. Gu Tongwan watches television while observing the two increasingly large wolf cubs before her, particularly as AOA stands up to paw at the wall decorations, making the nearby central air conditioning unit appear diminutive by comparison. Chapter 53. Even the dogs are becoming pigs. AOA and Tutu require at least 20 kilograms of fresh meat and 25 kilograms of dog food daily, along with 500 milliliters of spring water each, and their size has now surpassed 100 kilograms, with a shoulder height of 1 meter. When they stand, they reach nearly 1.9 meters. Gu Tongwan finds it increasingly difficult to look at the two without feeling as though she is raising pigs. She has always thought AOA and Tutu have a physical advantage. They are undoubtedly descendants of wolves, yet their appearance leans more towards that of dogs. However, in an aggressive state, their explosive strength and fierce countenance are unmistakably wolf-like. Both dogs boast sleek, shiny coats, exuding an air of affluence. AOA, the black one, resembles a bear dog when at rest, with an energetic and lively personality. When called, a fluffy black ball can be seen bounding over, obediently sitting in front of her, tilting its head with round, glistening eyes, as if asking, "Why did you call me? Is there meat?" Tutu, the white one, exhibits a somewhat aloof demeanor, preferring to lounge on the sofa after exercise, sometimes sitting motionlessly or yawning at Gu Tongwan's feet. Yet, its ears remain perked, attentively observing the torrential rain outside, seemingly contemplating its wolfish existence, while AOA energetically wreaks havoc in the living room. Tutu, with its naturally upturned mouth resembling a Samoyed, tends to be more popular with girls, always appearing to smile. However, in an aggressive state, Tutu is fiercer than AOA, with its eyes being the first to change color during a confrontation. Nowadays, AOA enjoys waking Gu Tongwan each morning, having once been able to bounce on her bed when it was small. But now its massive size causes a minor earthquake with each leap, prompting Gu Tongwan to forbid it from jumping on the bed. The pot of mint that was recently replanted on the balcony has shown no signs of growth or germination during this time. Gu Tongwan wonders whether the plant's adaptability has reached its limits in this post-apocalyptic world, or if it is perhaps brewing a new wave of mutation. This time, she has refrained from watering or fertilizing it, curious to see if it will sprout and grow as rapidly as before, despite the absence of sunlight during the torrential rains. Previously, she had experimented with mint in her spatial realm, discovering that plants and soil bought from outside remain in a stagnant state once placed inside, neither perishing nor growing, suggesting that perhaps only soil from within the space can support crop cultivation. Unfortunately, activating just 30 square meters of arable land requires a staggering 10,000 points. With insufficient points, Gu Gu Tongwan can only gaze longingly at the dark soil beyond the transparent barrier. Over the past few days, she has been in contact with Liao Yunyan online, listening to her lament that their community's parking lot has been submerged. The power supply room on the second floor remains operational, but it is uncertain when water and electricity will be cut off. Liao even braved the rain to buy several cases of water. Thankful that her refrigerator still contains a substantial amount of cured meats and sealed marinated dishes gifted by friends during the new year. She currently has no plans to purchase more food, as there is not yet a significant sense of crisis, and the television news continues to broadcast rescue information. However, she reflects on her previous company's provision of instant noodles and biscuits, which have allowed her to avoid cooking for the past few days, subsisting solely on noodles and planning to sample her collection of more than a dozen varieties. Upon learning of the temporary market in the Zijing community, Liao Yunyan expressed deep envy, acknowledging that venturing out to procure supplies in these times is akin to gambling with one's life. Liao Yunyan, your community is fortunate, being elevated. I estimate that even if it rains for another half-month, your community will likely only flood up to the 5th or 6th floor. Gu Tongwan, it's hard to say. The lobby has already flooded to the 1st floor. In the future, there will be more floodwaters released, and the situation in the entire Jiang city will worsen. Liao Yunyan, here, it's almost to the 2nd floor. The power supply room is on the brink of collapse. The property management initially intended to move the generator to the 4th floor, but it is simply too large, so they ultimately abandoned the plan. I've heard that the government is ramping up rescue efforts. Residents in the lower floors of the Anran community have already been relocated. Fortunately, I live on a higher floor. Gu Tongwan absent-mindedly strokes Aoa's head, reflecting on the rescue center from her previous life, a flicker of intensity crossing her gaze before she regains her composure. Gu Tongwan, food should be sufficient, right? If the convenience store in the community is still open, stock up on supplies. Liao Yunyan, food should be enough. But there aren't many vegetables or fruits. I fear I might suffer from long-term constipation. Just thinking about it is painful. Gu Tongwan, I also suspect that if this rain continues, we will surely face water and power outages, so please stock up on drinking water. Liao Yunyan, there should be no shortage of water, right? You left about 10 containers at my house, and I also bought a few boxes myself. It should last for a few months. The power and water outage won't last more than a week. It won't be too long. Gu Tongwan didn't inform Liao Yunyan that this power outage might not be resolved, so she could only reply just in case the affected area is too large this time. Be prepared for a long-term power outage, and make sure to charge your power banks. Liao Yunyan, all 4 power banks are fully charged, huh? If worse comes to worst. I still have an outdoor portable power supply that I bought for camping but never used. I didn't expect to have the chance to use it now. The power restrictions are quite troublesome, and the internet speed is affected. I want to download some dramas, but I gave up. Downloading several hundred gigabytes would take an eternity. Liao Yunyan, however, you mentioned that the water outage is a real hassle. What will we do for showers? It's not winter, and we definitely need to shower every day. Not to mention washing our hair. I'm not worried about dirty clothes. I can slowly change out of the thousands of clothes in my wardrobe. As for underwear, I still have the 10 packs of disposable ones you gave me as company welfare, which should last for 2 or 3 months. Gu Tongwan, if there really is a water outage, block the pipes and toilet at home to prevent sewage from flowing back. Just in case it hasn't flooded you yet. We wouldn't want sewage overflowing in the house. Liao Yunyan. Huh? Then I'll hurry to block them up. I think there is some leftover cement from the renovation in the corridor. Gu Tongwan. Also, fill up the water buckets and bathtub at home. I remember you have a few plastic storage boxes in your room that can also be used. Liao Yunyan. Should I fill that much water? I remember reading in the news about last year's flooding in Hangzhou. The water and power were only out for a week. Gu Tongwan, better safe than sorry. This heavy rain feels abnormal. Liao Yunyan, speaking of which, my coffee shop is definitely going to suffer. The losses will be significant. Chapter 54. Water outage begins after ending the call with Gu Tongwan. Liao Yunyan initially took it lightly. However, for some reason, her mind wandered to various apocalyptic films she had watched earlier. Biting her lip, she rushed to the bathroom and filled the bathtub with water. Halfway through, she received a message in the community owner group. The property management announced that due to the continuous heavy rain, the water supply equipment had been damaged, and the entire community would experience a water outage starting at 7 o'clock that evening. This news spread rapidly in the group, causing unease among the residents. And this feeling began to ferment in everyone's hearts. Some speculated that the water outage might lead to a widespread power outage, prompting a frenzy to charge any rechargeable devices while there was still power. Liao Yunyan hurriedly filled the bathtub with water and found 3 wash basins and 2 buckets at home, along with 5 large plastic boxes from her dressing room to store water. She also filled 2 empty bottled water containers that had been replaced earlier. While organizing her room, she discovered a portable inflatable bathtub she had purchased before, and she filled it with water as well. In no time, the bathroom and living room were filled with water buckets, taking nearly 6 hours to fill all the containers. Many residents on other floors were doing the same, causing the water pressure in the high-rise buildings to drop significantly, and filling the containers took time. However, looking at the plentiful water buckets, they managed to gather about 15 cubic meters of water. After completing this, she went to the corridor to find that small bag of cement. Fortunately, it was still there. She quietly brought the cement back home. After all, even if the neighbors remembered, it would be a matter for later. Who could definitively say it was her? After all, there were 4 households on her floor, and anyone could be the culprit. Exhausted after all this, Liao Yunyan collapsed on the sofa and took a photo to send to Gu Tongwan, showcasing her achievements. She received a congratulatory emoji in return and was reminded not to flaunt the photo to others and to maintain a sense of vigilance. Liao Yunyan recalled a post she had seen in the group a while back, where someone had been burglarized during the heavy rain. The homeowner was injured after a confrontation with the thief. It seemed that even a heavy rain could entice someone to harbor ill intentions. A chill ran down her spine, and she quietly locked the door and wedged a chair against it. In reality, it wasn't just Liao Yunyan. Gu Tongwan was also filling water. Although her supply could last for a decade or 2, years of living in an apocalyptic environment had made her a hoarder. She retrieved wash basins and buckets from her home, anticipating that the Zijing community would start experiencing water outages within 3 days, and she needed to prepare ahead of time. She brought her 2 pets, Ao and Tutu, into the bathroom, using pet shampoo to wash them while there was still water. Since Ao and Tutu had been nurtured with the spiritual spring water from her space, they hardly carried the usual pet odor, and their fur was fluffy and clean, making them look more beautiful than dogs groomed at pet salons. Especially Tutu, with its fluffy white fur and round eyes, looked remarkably like a giant Samoyed. And when it stuck out its tongue, it displayed a natural smile, making it the beauty of the household. In contrast, Ao had a more majestic demeanor, standing tall and gradually exuding a wolf-like aura. While bathing, Tutu was relatively obedient and enjoyed the massage from Gu Tongwan, while Ao was a bit mischievous, splashing water and jumping around, leaving Gu Tongwan drenched. After the wash, she dried both pets, and once done, she felt utterly exhausted and lay down, pondering silently if the 2 clever creatures could learn to bathe themselves. On the 33rd day of the apocalypse, the Zijing community began its water outage. Chapter 55. Price gouging. The Zijing community's water outage came without prior notice. When Gu Tongwan woke up in the morning and attempted to wash up, she discovered there was no water upon turning on the tap. A glance at the illuminated socket of the drinking water machine across the hall confirmed that the power supply remained intact. It was merely a water stoppage. Silently, she took the cement stored in the living room to the bathroom to prevent potential backflow from the pipes. The owner group erupted in chaos, with residents frantically tagging the property management, demanding an explanation for the lack of notification regarding the water outage. They complained about the difficulties in household water use, even struggling to boil porridge in the morning. The property management, equally helpless, explained that they had not received any notice from the water supply plant about the water outage. They had already inquired, and the water plant clarified that it was a directive from the municipal government due to prolonged heavy rains causing flooding. The water sources near the treatment plant had become polluted, and the water levels had risen to the height of the treatment facility, rendering it unable to process the contaminated floodwater, hence the temporary shutdown. Moreover, the entire water supply network in Jiangcheng had been severely damaged by the flooding, resulting in a 70% water outage across the city. If the heavy rain persisted, the entire Jiangcheng would face a complete water shutdown within half a month. Fortunately, Gu Tongwan had already filled water in buckets and the bathtub the previous night, which should last her for 10 days for washing and bathing. For drinking water, she had retrieved 2 18-liter bottles from her space, saving her from using purification tablets. The group chat had begun to voice their frustrations, and the convenience stores within the community had sold out of bottled water on the first day of the outage. Even the remaining store that offered bottled water had raised the price of a barrel from 10 yuan to 100 yuan. And the 30-something yuan bottled water was now priced at 300 yuan each. Just a few days prior, when there was no water outage, the store owner had eyed the profits made by the nearby convenience stores. Now that the water was cut off, he seized the opportunity. With over 300 barrels of water in stock, selling each brand at prices ranging from 100 to 300 yuan would yield substantial profits. And he wasn't too concerned about being accused of price gouging. In such extraordinary times, water was already in short supply, and a pack of instant noodles at the convenience store was selling for over 20 yuan. So, what was wrong with selling a barrel of water for 100 yuan? Indeed, as he had anticipated, despite the exorbitant prices, the flow of customers seeking water remained unceasing. Some individuals purchased as many as 10 barrels at once, provoking ire from those left behind. Jiang Tian and Jiang Ji were among the throng of buyers, both braving the rain to procure water from Building 2. Jiang Ji carried 2 barrels, while Jiang Tian clutched one in her arms, inciting envy from numerous onlookers, especially as dozens remained unable to enter the store. Some even attempted to obstruct Jiang Tian's purchase, only to be deterred by Jiang Ji's imposing stature, leaving them to hurl curses without daring to pursue further. Meanwhile, the water vendor displayed cunning by discreetly inquiring with the property management about the resumption of water supply, to which the management could only express uncertainty. The following day, those wishing to buy water discovered that the vendor had closed shop, with a notice affixed to the door stating that all bottled water had been sold out. In truth, the vendor had stealthily moved 30 barrels of water from the 2nd floor to the 13th floor with his wife and son at 2 in the morning, taking care to remain unnoticed. After several trips, the task was completed, enough to sustain the family for 3 to 4 months. As they could rely on rainwater for bathing and washing, they had profited handsomely, earning 50 to 60,000 yuan in just a few days. And it was wiser to keep the remaining water for personal use, given the uncertainty of the future. Gu Tongwan chose not to venture out for water during such times. She preferred the comfort of her home. After all, she had no shortage of water and saw no need to go through the hassle for a few barrels. Having just moved in, her acquaintances were few, mostly residing in different buildings. Venturing out to buy water might draw unwanted attention, so she opted to remain a quail at home, minimizing her exposure. While scrolling through her social media feed, she came across a post by Zhang Yufan regarding a fundraising initiative. It revealed that Zhu Xuechang, a fellow villager, had suffered a catastrophic loss. His self-built earthen home had collapsed during the recent torrential rains, injuring his wife and child severely. They were currently in the hospital, fighting for their lives, with daily medical expenses exceeding 1,000 yuan, plunging the Zhu family, who had farmed for 3 generations, into dire straits. However, it was noted that Xiaoxi village, due to its elevated terrain, had not experienced flooding. Only a few self-built earthen houses near the mountains had been destroyed by landslides, including Zhu Xuechang's home. The village was not affluent, but as the village chief, Zhang Yufan organized a fundraising effort, managing to gather just over 50,000 yuan from the 100 or so households, far short of the medical costs. As Zhang Yufan grappled with this dilemma, an unexpected transfer of over 80,000 yuan appeared in his WeChat account, sent by Gu Tongwan. With this gesture, her finances were nearly depleted. Yet in a world where opportunities to spend were scarce, she felt no regret. Zhang Yufan personally called her, to which she gently replied that as they were now fellow villagers, she could not stand idly by while the villagers faced hardships. However, she acknowledged her limited capacity to assist, contributing only while her resources allowed. Zhang Yufan felt a mix of emotions. Surprised that this young girl had become the most significant benefactor in the village's time of need. News of Gu Tongwan's generosity quickly spread among the villagers, with only a handful envious of her seemingly boundless wealth. Most, however, regarded her assistance favorably, especially Zhu Xuechang, who personally sought her phone number, calling multiple times to express his heartfelt gratitude, overwhelmed by the fact that this money could save his family. In truth, Gu Tongwan was not a saint driven by altruism. Her actions were motivated by a desire to establish herself within Xiaoxi village, knowing she would need to return there in the future. In a community that valued unity and was wary of outsiders, her every action was calculated to achieve a specific purpose. She sought acceptance from the villagers, hoping to avoid suspicion, thus facilitating her endeavors in the village. It is often said that providing support in times of need is far more memorable than mere embellishments in times of plenty. Gu Tongwan began to contemplate her plans for the future. Xiaoxi village had bestowed upon her a self-built house of approximately 100 square meters, along with over 300 square meters of private land. Her intention was to construct an 80 square meter two-bedroom apartment surrounded by a wall on her private land, utilizing an additional 100 square meters for vegetable cultivation and planting a few fruit trees in the yard. This space would not be overly small, allowing for playful activities within. With her initial plans taking shape, Gu Tongwan felt that her investment of 80,000 yuan was indeed worthwhile. Meanwhile, within the Zijing community, the property management received unfortunate news. The scheduled power outages would be extended, and electricity would become increasingly scarce. Chapter 56. Intensified Power Restrictions. Day 35 of the Apocalypse. A message in the community group sent ripples of anxiety through the residents of Zijing community, announcing that prolonged power outages were imminent. In the coming days, electricity would only be available during mealtimes, with all other periods experiencing blackouts. The rationale behind this was the severe damage to the city's power infrastructure, with 28 high-voltage transmission lines completely inoperative and 34 others sustaining varying degrees of damage. The number of operational power stations was alarmingly low, providing electricity only to government sectors and certain less affected areas. News reports confirmed the extent of the damage. Hundreds of distribution lines were non-functional, affecting over 200 communities across the city. The government had mobilized numerous rescue boats and kayaks to assist in relocating some disaster victims. But initial evacuation efforts had been hampered by the typhoon conditions. With winds reaching 9 on the Beaufort scale, rescue boats struggled to navigate, leaving many victims trapped indoors. Only a select few low-rise buildings closer to rescue centers were prioritized for assistance. Zijing community had been among the last to experience power cuts. According to Liao Yunyun, they had commenced power restrictions 5 days prior, with only 2 hours of electricity each day. She had been busy charging power banks and outdoor generators while using an electric stove to cook porridge, stockpiling compressed biscuits and self-heating meals as her final food supply. During this period, she had prepared several pots of porridge, storing them in the coolness of her living room, fearing that a complete power outage would worsen their circumstances. Liao Yunyun sensed that internet access would soon be lost as well. Water had already inundated the first floor, and if the rain continued at this rate, she anticipated that all power and internet services would cease within a week. Additionally, Jiangcheng, located downstream near the river, faced imminent flooding as upstream cities began releasing water to alleviate pressure. Given that Jiangcheng was a tributary, the inevitable outcome was devastating. And if upstream B province did not release water, it would face catastrophic flooding. With a long sigh, she mentioned frantically downloading various dramas on her laptop and tablet, lamenting that once the internet was cut off, she would lose contact with Gu Tongwan. This thought dampened her spirits. Liao Yunyun, has Chen Yanxi messaged you? He told me to hang in there. A rescue team will soon arrive in Jiangcheng.
Gu Tongwan, he has.
On the 15th day of the apocalypse, Chen Yanxi had sent her a succinct message detailing how to survive the natural disaster, addressing issues of water and electricity, even providing her with a comprehensive document. His final words urged her to persevere and stay alive, but since that day, he had ceased communication, possibly due to power or internet outages on his end or other challenges he faced. Gu Tongwan felt a fleeting pang of concern but quickly regained her composure. She wished for Chen Yanxi, her childhood friend, to remain safe, hoping that everyone would endure these trying times. After a brief conversation with Liao Yunyun, Gu Tongwan once again urged her to pay attention to safety issues. Living alone made her vulnerable, so during this time of isolation, it was best to keep the door securely locked and, if necessary, to barricade it with heavy objects. Liao Yunyun agreed wholeheartedly with her friend's suggestion. She had received news from the owners group that there had been frequent burglaries in the neighboring community, which sent a shiver down her spine.
Now,
she slept with a fruit knife under her pillow and kept pepper spray in her drawer. After finishing her conversation with Liao Yunyun, Gu Tongwan turned her gaze to the windowsill. Outside, the torrential rain continued, even more intense than in previous days, although the typhoon had diminished, and the winds had calmed to a force of 7. Consequently, more and more people were daring to drive out for supplies. The property management had suspended the temporary vegetable market 3 days prior, mainly due to the risks associated with venturing out and the increasingly severe flooding, which raised concerns about vehicles stalling mid-journey. However, the Zijing community had not yet experienced any power outages, with the electricity supply remaining stable. In fact, before moving in, She had inquired about the location of the distribution room, and upon learning it was on the 6th floor of the Scavenging community, she made her decision. Typically, distribution rooms in most communities are located on the ground floor or in the basement. However, during the design phase of this development, the developers had intentionally allocated nearly 100 square meters on the 6th floor for the distribution room and the community's generator. This decision led to complaints from several residents in that building, particularly those on the 5th and 6th floors, who felt that living so close to the distribution room was unsafe. After prolonged discussions, the developers and the property management eventually agreed to waive the property fees for residents on the 4th to 8th floors for 5 years, which quelled the unrest. Thus, the reason for the Scavenging community's uninterrupted power supply during the apocalypse was primarily due to the location of the distribution room on the 6th floor. As neighboring communities of similar elevation began experiencing power outages by the 3rd week, Scavenging community managed to remain powered for nearly 6 weeks during the heavy rains, prompting residents to appreciate the developers' foresight. With less than 3 hours of electricity available each day, power banks became a coveted resource, and the small convenience store stock of power banks was quickly depleted. One day, while taking out the trash, Gu Tongwan encountered Jiang Tian returning from outside, tightly clutching a black plastic bag. The following day, she noticed a power bank's packaging in the trash bin, but by the next garbage disposal, the packaging was gone. Currently, each household stairwell was piled high with rubbish, as the flooding had left domestic waste temporarily accumulated in this area. Residents of the upscale community maintained a semblance of decorum, as the chaos had yet to erupt into disorder. At least incidents of items being thrown from heights were still rare. However, as the water levels rose and with water and power shortages looming, such situations were likely to increase. With the passage of time, the collapse of human morality and the weakening of governmental regulations would cause all rules and systems to gradually dissolve amidst this natural disaster. Gu Tongwan stood on the balcony, slowly nibbling on an apple, finding a certain comfort in eating fruit on a rainy day. She had shielded part of the balcony with an awning, leaving a small opening to observe the situation outside. Today, the rain seemed slightly less intense than before, yet it remained heavy, and the water level below had crept up to the 2nd floor. Reports indicated that the property management office in Building A2 had already flooded, and videos circulated in the group showing staff members using buckets to scoop out water. The owners of lower floors, upon viewing the video, began to dread the prospect of continued torrential rains over the coming months and pondered how many floors might be submerged. They worried about how to find food amidst the impending water and power shortages, and discussions in the owners' group only heightened the already tense atmosphere. Chapter 57. Selfishness. The discussions in the group remained fervent, providing a temporary reprieve from the psychological strain of the apocalypse. A1302 Guanshanshui not turning. I feel like my home won't hold out much longer. The water in the property management area has already reached my calves. After posting, they shared a video showing legs standing in the common area on the 2nd floor, where murky yellow water clearly submerged up to their calves. The camera then panned to show property management staff packing up furniture and documents to carry upstairs. The property management company of Scavenging community was part of the same group as the developers, which meant that many relatives of the developers had received internal discounts when the community was built. Subsequently, it was the developers who led the initiative to bring in this property management company. Consequently, most employees of the property management company resided in the Scavenging community, now busy moving office supplies back to their homes, salvaging whatever they could, while also devising a plan for a new office location. A2501 Kale with ice. The 3rd floor is holding on. If you all get flooded, my 5th floor will be in danger too. A1302 Guanshanshui not turning. Holding on to what? Is this something I can discuss? It's the heavens that are blind. If the water continues to rise by morning, I plan to temporarily move my sofa to the 4th floor corridor. I hope the residents upstairs won't mind. Our unit has enough space at the entrance that it won't affect your comings and goings. A1402 Little Neo Brave charge. I don't think that's a good idea. You might consider moving to the other side of the corridor. A11101 Little Wu classmate. Hey, you on the 4th floor, you're quite amusing. Suggesting people move to the corridor, where the rain will still pour down. I had a few pots of flowers down there, and when I checked yesterday, they were all drowned. A1402 Little Neo Brave charge. Haha, you're so caring. Why don't you invite them to stay at your place? A1110 One Little Wu classmate. Why would I invite someone I don't know to stay at my home? Let's not twist concepts here, alright? They just want to find a spot at your door. In fact, the layout of our building has a gap of 5 or 6 meters between the 2 doors, so setting up a bed wouldn't be an issue. We should help each other as neighbors. A1402 Little Neo Brave Charge. Well, you're so altruistic. And your neighborhood harmony is commendable. You can be the great benefactor here. Just don't start morally binding others. A1110 One Little Woo Classmate 4th floor. Stop being sarcastic. I'm not as petty as you. A1302 Guan Shanshui Not turning. You can come to our place. Setting up a bed outside is fine. A1302 Guan Shanshui Not turning, but your floor is too high. I can't move many of my furniture and appliances upstairs. A1110 One Little Woo Classmate. A1402 Little Neo Brave Charge. Why is the 11th floor so quiet? Why not help move things together? After much back and forth, the 3rd floor was primarily concerned with salvaging their belongings and was reluctant to make the exhausting climb up and down. Their original plan was to move to the 4th floor first and then ascend another level if that too became flooded, hoping to endure until the flood receded or government assistance arrived. In the face of natural disasters, everyone harbored their own selfish thoughts. During this time, the lofty slogans of altruism issued by the property management seemed only applicable while their own interests remained intact. Ultimately, the resident of 302 moved to the 4th floor, where upon entering, they were immediately irritated. Living with their parents, they had stockpiled quite a bit of food, and having someone blocking the entrance felt unsettling, especially at night when they worried about being broken into. Meanwhile, on that same night, the A402 resident's home remained safe, but the concerns they had previously held manifested in another building within the community. Under the rain and darkness, in the dimly lit stairwells during the power outage, a group of individuals moved stealthily, like filthy rats in a sewer. With the sharp sound of a lock being picked, their faces soon lit up with the thrill of their success. Chapter 58. The inception of Sin. The relentless deluge showed no signs of abating, wreaking havoc not only on the city's infrastructure and agricultural lands but also dismantling countless families and extinguishing the last flickers of humanity within certain individuals. Lu Chung and Lu Shu had been trapped in the Zijing community for nearly a month. During the tempestuous typhoon, they had waited in Building A1 until nearly 7 in the evening, at which point a restless group decided to brave the storm and make their way to the subway station. However, the winds proved too fierce. They barely managed to cover 100 meters, repeatedly slipping and falling, particularly Lu Shu, who, being somewhat frail, narrowly avoided being struck by a garbage bin that was hurled towards him by the tempest. Had it not been for his brother's timely pull, he might have lost his life that day. The 5 of them sprinted from Building A to Building E, a distance of merely about 100 meters. Upon reaching Building E, they were utterly exhausted and sought refuge in the lobby on the 1st floor, drenched to the bone. Despite the oppressive heat, the soaking caused them to shiver involuntarily. The men, not particularly concerned with decorum, stripped off their wet clothes, wrung them out, and left them to dry on the ground, their upper bodies bare, as they squatted in a corner, glancing anxiously at the torrential rain and the palm trees bent almost to the ground under the fury of the storm. They resolved to wait it out in hopes that the typhoon would pass, yet they could never have anticipated that this wait would extend nearly a month. From the 1st floor to the safety stairs, and then to the farthest corner of the 2nd floor sky garden, they watched helplessly as the floodwaters gradually engulfed the building. During this time, they had managed to procure a substantial amount of food from a makeshift market, mostly fruits and instant noodles, before the small convenience store ran out of supplies. They had spent nearly all their cash and bank balances, even engaging in a heated argument with the store owner over the exorbitant price of 30 yuan for a single pack of noodles. The owner, however, was unapologetic, stating that they could either buy or leave. With hunger gnawing at them, they eventually bit the bullet and spent over 2,000 yuan on a box of noodles and a box of water, only to find the price had risen to 40 yuan per pack the following day. As Lu Chun gazed at the smug store owner, who had become increasingly arrogant in pursuit of profit, he contemplated confronting him. Yet, the presence of several security guards from the property management office nearby deterred him. They had been watching the strangers suspiciously, and he knew that had they been expelled, they would likely perish in the floodwaters. As days passed, they found no sign of government rescue. Instead, as the water level continued to rise, they were forced to relocate from the 2nd floor of Building E to the stairwell of the 4th floor. One of the younger men, who had previously been kicked by Gu Tongwan, lay shivering in the dark stairwell. Sleepless nights plagued them, with the oppressive darkness rendering them anxious. Only during the day could they manage to rest. Now, with the cold creeping in and pain shooting through their bodies, the howling wind outside filled them with regret for having ventured out with Lu Cheng. Had it not been for Lu Cheng's promise to avenge his sister-in-law and reward each of them with 1,000 yuan, they would never have agreed to it.
Now.
They found themselves trapped in this wretched place. Anxiety and despair began to permeate the group of men. Even Lu Cheng fell silent. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes purchased from a convenience store, having paid 50 yuan for a pack originally priced at 25. Lighting one up, he turned to his older brother and asked, "Brother, has sister-in-law mentioned any plans to send a boat for us?" Lu Shu sighed. How could she? The water is nearly reaching the 4th floor of our building, and sister-in-law and Xiao Cheng are terrified on the 8th floor, waiting for the property management to arrange something and for government assistance. Lu Cheng frowned. Assistance? After all these days, I haven't seen anyone dispatched from above. It seems unlikely. Besides, have you seen the news? The only ones prioritized for rescue are the elderly and children. We'll have to wait until the rain eases before attempting to leave. Lu Shu wholeheartedly agreed, nodding. Yet, deep down, everyone felt uncertain about whether the rain would truly lessen. Lu Cheng exhaled a cloud of smoke and scrutinized his brother, asking, "Has sister-in-law sent any money?" They had exhausted their funds, and the others' phones were dead, leaving only Lu Cheng with a power bank he had managed to acquire, which he conserved for communication with Jiang Min and to occasionally check the latest weather updates. Lu Shu sheepishly replied, "She transferred 3,000 yesterday, but nothing today." Lu Cheng hesitated, knowing his sister-in-law was shrewd, yet he was taken aback that she would treat her husband in such a manner. "Brother, we have 2 packs of noodles left." Aside from previously being able to scrounge hot water from the property management, now that the 2nd floor was submerged, they were left with only cold water for their noodles. They had previously arranged with the store owner for a private deal, paying 50 yuan for a pack, aiming to procure 40 packs to last them through this ordeal. Lu Shu averted his gaze, unable to meet his brother's reproachful eyes. Lu Cheng scoffed, muttering a curse, before abruptly standing up and finishing the last drag of his cigarette. His heart brimmed with resentment towards the girl from the 16th floor of Building A1, vowing that she would one day kneel before him, begging for mercy. As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a surge of desire that he struggled to suppress. Not yet, he reminded himself. She would eventually be his, along with the supplies in her apartment, and her neighbors would not fare any better. The 2 younger men exchanged glances, having already discerned Lu Cheng's intentions. During a previous trip to the restroom, the 3 had devised a worst-case scenario plan. "We can't wait any longer. We must take action," Lu Cheng declared coldly. Lu Shu stood up nervously, astonished by his brother's words. "What do you mean, Lu Cheng?" Lu Cheng draped his shirt over his shoulder and glanced up the staircase leading to the upper floors. "I had Xiangzi observe the situation here. There's a woman in her 40s living alone on the 14th floor, and her front door isn't well secured. It should be a straightforward operation." Years ago, Lu Cheng had been sentenced to 7 years in prison for assault and burglary, recently released 2 years prior. His companions, too, bore their own burdens of guilt, each a misfit in their own right. Lu Shu shook his head vigorously, grasping his brother's arm. "Lu Cheng, we can't do this. It's illegal." Lu Cheng withdrew his arm, his voice cold. "I'd rather take the risk than starve and suffer here. Do you honestly believe this rain will cease? This is a natural disaster, an apocalypse. If you want to starve, stay here. I can't take it anymore." In the darkness, Lu Cheng's face twisted with an unmistakable ferocity. Even the young man who had been kicked earlier trembled as he stood behind Lu Cheng, clearly siding with him. Watching his brother ascend the stairs, Lu Shu listened to the distant sounds of wind and rain, his stomach growling audibly. He hadn't eaten all day, surviving on a mere sip of rainwater. In the next moment he, too, began to climb the stairs. That night, amidst the raging storm, few noticed the piercing cries emanating from E1401, which would soon become the stronghold of this band of devils. The following day, the property management group released new information, claiming that the Zijing community would soon receive its first batch of relief supplies. Chapter 59. Relief supplies. The good news is that, as the rain began to subside, the Jiangcheng city government established several temporary supply centers in the urban area, repurposing some closed supermarkets as distribution points for relief materials. They offered free provisions to the disaster-affected populace. Each individual could collect a 1-liter bottle of water, 3 kilograms of rice, 1 kilogram of meat, and 2 kilograms of vegetables per day, with their ID card. For citizens lacking transportation, they could await rescue teams to deliver supplies to their communities, with distribution set to commence at 8 in the morning and concluding for the day until the following day. Due to a limited number of rescue boats, The supply distribution point for the Zhejiang community was established at Building F, closest to the main entrance. Consequently, the residents of Building F were ecstatic that they would receive supplies more swiftly than those in other buildings, which led to some discontent among residents of the other buildings, who could not help but voice their grievances in the group chat. Property manager Liu assured everyone that Building F was merely a temporary distribution point. The rescue center had communicated with them, indicating that additional boats would sequentially deliver supplies to every building. This news alleviated the concerns of many, as the rising floodwaters reached up to 7 or 8 meters, making venturing out without a kayak or rescue boat perilous. Thus, most residents opted to await the distribution of supplies, albeit worried they might miss out. The following morning, several kayaks appeared at the community's entrance, presumably brought by residents from other buildings. In this day and age, it is unfathomable to think that someone might keep a kayak at home, yet one must never underestimate the ambitions of fishermen and outdoor enthusiasts regarding their fishing gear. Su Ran, a 30-something electrical engineer and an avid angler, invested several thousand yuan monthly into fishing equipment, with his most expensive fishing rod exceeding 10,000 yuan. The two-person kayak he was currently paddling had been purchased 2 years prior, and he relished using it for fishing excursions at nearby reservoirs. Initially, his wife had chided him for the purchase, yet now it had become his sole means of transportation. Despite wearing a raincoat, Su Ran felt the stinging rain as he fervently paddled towards the community entrance. Cursing the weather, he wondered how long this torrential downpour would last. With supplies at home dwindling, he felt compelled to brave the elements for the sake of his wife and child. Initially, he had worried that his kayak would draw attention, but soon noticed kayaks emerging from the second floors of other buildings as well. Not wishing to wait for the rescue boats, fearing the supplies might run out before reaching Building A, he decided to take the initiative and paddle to Building F himself. Gu Tongwan, having stepped out to dispose of the garbage, noted that the floodwaters remained a considerable distance from the 16th floor. She hesitated to throw her waste directly down, concerned it might blow into someone else's home. Although many residents had begun discarding garbage from above, she preferred to wait for the right moment. The refuse she was discarding comprised sanitary napkins and cat litter used for her pets, while kitchen waste was kept in a designated space. Recently, she had purchased several large trash bins to contain some waste, as she feared that the sight of takeout boxes and kitchen scraps would reveal her stockpiling of supplies. Turning to return home, she spotted Jiang Ji and Jiang Tian donning raincoats and preparing to descend. Jiang Ji had a large, uninflated, inflatable kayak slung over his shoulder. Gu Tongwan squinted, realizing it was indeed an inflatable kayak, another affluent individual. Jiang Tian approached and asked, "Sister Gu, would you like assistance in collecting supplies? I can take your ID card if needed." In truth, Gu Tongwan could wait on the second floor for the government's rescue boat. But few were eligible to collect supplies from Building F, as most residents lingered on the second floor. And the supplies from the rescue boats were not as substantial as those from the larger vessel outside. After considering, she decided it would be impolite to refuse. So she nodded and said, "All right, please wait for me." She returned home, and within 2 minutes handed her ID card to Jiang Tian. As she watched the siblings descend the stairs, Gu Tongwan pondered what token of gratitude she could offer them, feeling as though she had been taking advantage of their kindness. Although Jiang Tian had been quite proactive, she did not wish to continue benefiting without reciprocation. An hour and a half later, Jiang Ji and Jiang Tian returned, each carrying several bags of supplies. They presented Gu Tongwan with her share of rice, meat, and vegetables, gratefully accepting. She later retrieved some canned luncheon meat from her stockpile to share with them. Jiang Tian smiled and naturally accepted the can, yet did not invite Gu Tongwan into their home, which pleased her. At least the girl was not foolish enough to extend such an invitation. She was not averse to fostering amicable neighborly relations, believing it essential to maintain boundaries while also being willing to lend a hand in times of need. In the group chat, dissatisfaction regarding the government's relief supplies surfaced. A2802 lamented, "Is this all we get? 3 kilograms of rice is hardly sufficient. A kilogram of meat can be consumed in 1 meal. Why not provide 50 kilograms of rice per person? Even if we had to pay, it would be better." A1502 responded, "That's how free supplies work, little by little. I heard from a friend that other supermarkets in the city center are open. Although limited, they allow you to buy up to 10 kilograms of rice at a time." A1601 inquired, "Which supermarket? Can we paddle there?" A1602 teased, "Oh, so you have a kayak? Can I join you next time? Let us go together." as word spread that some in the chat owned kayaks, dozens tagged A601. Yet the individual remained silent, opting to disengage. A11101 remarked, "There must be others in our building with kayaks. I saw a few launch from our building today." A11201 added, "Who are they? This is a time for mutual support. Why hide? We are all neighbors in the same building." A2502 encouraged, "Anyone from building 2 with a kayak, please speak up." In the living room, Zhang Tian found the situation amusing as she sipped her cola, commenting to Jiang Ji, "There are so many clueless people in the group." Jiang Ji, while inspecting arrows, 5 quivers totaling 60, remarked that they must be used sparingly. He put the arrows away and approached his sister on the couch, saying, "You seem rather attached to the girl next door lately." Jiang Tian, feeling a bit guilty, touched her nose and quietly replied, "Sister Gu is my benefactor. And I believe she is not a bad person. In times of disaster, people's hearts can easily turn," Jiang Ji cautioned. "Do not place too much trust in others." He recalled Gu Tongwan's clear, discerning eyes. While he advised his sister to maintain a safe distance, he knew the true threat lay with the individual next door. Jiang Tian nodded earnestly, assuring him, "Don't worry, I'm not naive. I can discern good from evil. Just don't fret too much, brother." Jiang Tian was highly sensitive to the intentions of others. Having been hurt in the past, she had learned to cautiously observe those she interacted with. She could sense pure kindness intuitively, but remained vigilant against those with ulterior motives. From her encounters with Gu Tongwan, she perceived neither malevolence nor benevolence, but rather a balance between the two, which made her feel comfortable. Day 32 of the apocalypse. The rain has persisted, though the wind has slightly diminished. However, due to severe flooding, all citizens are trapped within their residential buildings. Order within the Zhejiang community has begun to fracture as conflicts among neighbors subtly intensify. Chapter 60. Disruption of relief supplies. The torrential rain continues unabated. It has been 36 hours since Liao Yunyan sent her a photo of enjoying a self-heating hot pot. Gu Tongwan speculates that Liao Yunyan's community has likely lost all power and internet access. The floodwaters have completely submerged the second floor, with seepage now affecting the third. Residents of the 4th and 5th floors are precariously at risk. Some have begun frantically contacting the property management. The management, however, has indicated that their office has also been affected and can only establish a temporary workspace in the corridor of the 6th floor. This solution is not sustainable. So the property management, through owner information, discovers that A21801 is still listed for rent online. They send staff to knock on the door, and upon confirming no one is home, they forcibly unlock the door and commandeer 1801 as a temporary office. Meanwhile, the owner of 1801, who is away, expresses his outrage in the group chat, while the property management remains uncertain whether a private agreement has been reached. Over the past few days, 1801 has fallen silent. In truth, the property management has adopted a rather unscrupulous strategy. They have made it clear to 1801 that if the unit cannot serve as a temporary office, they will not intervene should someone else forcibly occupy the space or if any furnishings are stolen or damaged. However, by using it as an office, the management assures that the contents will remain unharmed and that they will not seize the owner's personal property. Initially, 1801 refuses, but after witnessing multiple burglaries in the community, he fears for the safety of his property and reluctantly consents to the management's temporary use. Nevertheless, the management still transfers a month's rent to 1801. On the third day of the government's relief efforts, it was announced that supplies could no longer be collected on behalf of others. Each individual's ID must correspond to their presence for verification. This news triggered another wave of complaints, but given the rampant incidents of identity theft and robbery in recent days, the government decided to alter its strategy. Consequently, fewer people are able to venture out, leading to more individuals crowding the recently flooded areas, awaiting rescue boats. Those with kayaks still brave the downpour to reach the entrance of Building F, as the community entrance is relatively less crowded. They prefer to travel farther rather than remain nearby. On day 42 of the apocalypse, the government's relief supplies ceased entirely after a week, citing a citywide shortage of food, with supplies being urgently borrowed from other provinces. Citizens are urged to patiently await further updates at home. Gu Tongwan understands that experts have predicted this disaster will not resolve swiftly, prompting the higher authorities to secretly relocate substantial reserves of supplies. Considering that conditions are not yet at their most dire, their primary focus is on secretly planning a post-disaster recovery strategy. Despite the reduction in free relief supplies, Many supermarkets cooperating with the government continue to operate. Those with means of transportation can still procure a fair amount of food. Gu Tongwan observes in the group chat a resident from the third floor lamenting that they can only sleep in the corridor of the fourth floor, hoping for a kind-hearted individual to take them in, yet such messages fall on deaf ears, as everyone is preoccupied with their own struggles. Residents on higher floors are relieved as long as their own homes remain dry, while those on lower floors are filled with dread, fearing that the water may soon engulf their homes. Some even worry that their mortgage will devalue their property due to the flood damage. The relentless rain has persisted for a month, and the stored food supplies in each household have nearly been depleted. Aside from those who ventured out in the rain or stocked up at makeshift markets, most families have little left to eat. Fortunately, temperatures have remained around 23 to 24 degrees Celsius, avoiding a drastic drop due to the continuous downpour. As a result, no one has suffered serious health issues from the extreme weather, with only minor colds reported. In this society, most families possess basic cold and anti-inflammatory medications, and there has been no shortage of such supplies. The focus remains on food. During this time, Gu Tongwan has largely remained indoors, fully embracing her reclusive nature. Boredom leads her to conduct training exercises with her two pets before turning to culinary pursuits. Although her cooking skills are not particularly advanced, she enjoys experimenting with various recipes. Having stockpiled nearly 2 tons of flour, she decides to hone her culinary skills during the rainy days. She retrieves approximately 3 kilograms of all-purpose flour, suitable for making steamed buns. As a southerner, she cannot roll out the dough by hand, so she brings out a dough mixer. Connecting the outdoor power source to the mixer, she automatically kneads the dough using a yeast and warm water ratio. In the meantime, she chops scallions, mixing them with sesame oil, a pinch of salt, and a dash of MSG and pepper, before infusing them with hot oil and evenly sprinkling the mixture over the rolled-out dough. Following a video tutorial, she produces a simplified version of scallion rolls, allowing them to rise slightly before steaming them in an electric steamer for 15 minutes. Despite it being her first attempt, the fluffy, fragrant scallion rolls that emerge from the steamer evoke an unprecedented sense of satisfaction in Gu Tongwan. To her surprise, 3 kilograms of flour yield several baskets of rolls. After sampling 2 herself, she offers a few to her pets, but they are not fond of the doughy treat, preferring meat. Without the owner's influence, they would not touch such fare. As she contemplates storing the remaining rolls, a knock at the door interrupts her. Upon opening the first door, she glimpses Jiang Tian standing outside with a lunchbox in hand. Gu Tongwan discreetly places her dagger on a nearby shelf before opening the door fully. Happy New Year to everyone! May luck overflow in the coming year. Chapter 61. Plastic bags are quite useful. Seeing Jiang Tian at the door, Gu Tongwan subtly hides her dagger behind her back. Jiang Tian, upon seeing her, blushes slightly, awkwardly extending the lunchbox towards her.
Guya.
I tried making some fried potato pancakes at home. I made quite a few. I thought I'd bring you some to try. Jiang Tian's voice lacks confidence, revealing that she is not accustomed to cooking and typically subsists on cafeteria meals or instant noodles. Yet during this time, she has diligently practiced her culinary skills to avoid burdening her brother. Noticing that some edges of the potato pancakes are slightly burnt, Gu Tongwan suspects these may be Jiang Tian's best efforts and cannot help but smile as she asks, "Did you really make these yourself?" Jiang Tian nods earnestly, "Yes. I made them myself. They should taste alright. My brother said they're edible." Gu Tongwan is not one to be dismissive. She accepts the lunchbox and says, "Wait a moment," before turning back into her home. Curious, Jiang Tian leans in to glimpse the living room, but is blocked by the dark silhouette of her pet, which regards her with an unmistakable glare. Jiang Tian recalls the incident when Lu Cheng was clawed on the shoulder and instinctively takes a step back, awkwardly smiling. "I'm on good terms with your owner. There's no need to be so wary of me." The pet, however, remains steadfast. The dog does not comprehend. The dog only knows to guard the door. Jiang Tian cast a glance at the plump dog before her, presumably a black bear dog, and marveled at how well cared for it was by her sister Gu. The fluffy fur beckoned to be stroked, promising a delightful, soft texture. Lost in her thoughts, her hand instinctively reached out. However, just as her fingers were about to graze the dog's large head, it suddenly recoiled a step, its entire body arching in a defensive posture, taut muscles subtly visible beneath its relaxed fur. It exuded a readiness to either defend itself or attack. Jiang Tian let out a soft gasp and stepped back, observing the creature that moments ago resembled a gentle giant now taking on the demeanor of a wolf. At that moment, Gu Tongwan emerged from within, and upon witnessing the dog's aggressive stance, she immediately scolded. Dodo, have you lost your mind? Return to your bedroom at once, do you hear me? As her voice rang out, the dog-ass bristled for instantly fell flat, casting a look of mild reproach towards its owner as it reluctantly trudged off to the bedroom. In the living room, Tutu, who had been dozing with half-closed eyes, momentarily lifted its eyelids before shutting them again, concealing the sudden flash of blue in its eyes from Dodo's earlier display. Gu Tongwan then turned to Jiang Tian, offering an apology. I'm sorry, my two little ones are somewhat shy around strangers. Jiang Tian smiled apologetically, responding, it's quite all right. It was my own misjudgment to forget that some dogs are wary of unfamiliar faces. Her gaze then fell upon the flour rolls that Gu Tongwan had taken out, neatly packaged in a plastic bag. I tried making these myself, and I thought you might like to sample them. This way, I want to feel like I'm always taking advantage of you. How wonderful! They look absolutely delicious, far superior to my potato cakes. Sister Gu, you're truly remarkable. It seems you excel at everything, Jiang Tian exclaimed, her praise flowing sweetly. Gu Tongwan, taken aback by the compliment, felt a wave of bashfulness wash over her. In truth, she was acutely aware of her culinary skills, which were far from impressive. Having been independent for quite some time, she had merely acquired the basic skills of cooking and living alone, supplemented by some practical experiences gleaned from surviving in a post-apocalyptic world. She had learned to identify various wild herbs and vegetables and even devised ways to fashion needles from fish bones for mending, using the soft inner bark of trees when thread was unavailable. Though the strength of her makeshift solutions was subpar, they sufficed for patching clothing and shoes. Had it not been for the apocalypse, she likely would never have realized the depths of human ingenuity and potential that emerge under extreme circumstances. After exchanging their food, Jiang Tian timidly inquired, Sister Gu, the last time I followed the video you sent me to make some cured meat, it turned out quite well, though I did use too much salt. By the way, I was hoping to borrow or rather purchase some cat litter. Since the water supply had been cut off, the plumbing and toilet had backed up once, and the foul odor emanating from the bathroom had left Jiang Tian frowning in distress. Ultimately, it was Jiang Ji who managed to procure some mud and towels, sealing the pipes with heavy-duty tape to prevent further leakage. While occasional seepage still occurred, the overflow of sewage had ceased. Jiang Tian had been grappling with how to manage her physiological needs. Urination was manageable. She simply used disposable plastic containers and disposed of them in the lower corridor when it rained heavily. However, the sight of murky yellow water filled with debris from the apartment above was disheartening, especially since the rain kept the water level fluctuating and prevented foul odors from developing. The most challenging aspect was handling solid waste. On several occasions, the stench from the toilet had been unbearable. She had previously relied on plastic bags, but with few left from takeout, using paper felt too unsightly for her. The past few days without water had left her anxious about this issue. As she matured, there were fewer people she could consult at home, and she was reluctant to discuss it with her brother. Suddenly, she recalled that Gu Tongwan had pets and might have some cat litter available, which would be useful for its odor-absorbing properties, at least reducing the unpleasantness during such moments. However, she held little hope, as Gu's household consisted of large dogs, not cats. Noticing Jiang Tian's head bowed low, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, Gu Tongwan gently suggested, "Why don't you head back home? I'll come by and knock shortly." Embarrassed, Jiang Tian touched her nose and nodded, clutching the warm flour rolls as she made her way home. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Tian heard a knock on her door. Jiang Ji, seated on the sofa engrossed in a book, observed as Jiang Tian rushed to answer. She faintly heard her expressing gratitude, and as she returned, her face bore an expression of immense relief. Gu Tongwan had provided her with a 20-kilogram bag of cat litter along with a stack of garbage bags. While cat litter and plastic bags weren't particularly valuable items, having them in a household with 2 large dogs wouldn't appear out of place. Weighing her options, Gu Tongwan decided to lend them to Jiang Tian. Although altruism in a post-apocalyptic world was often seen as foolish, maintaining a cordial relationship with neighbors was preferable to dealing with odd or threatening ones. In reality, Gu Tongwan had been utilizing a portable toilet from her supplies for her physiological needs, emptying it on lower floors and treating the waste with a biodegradable agent to eliminate odors. This method ensured that her portable toilet remained odor-free. While she could have resorted to plastic bags, it seemed unwise to forego comfort when she had already invested in a more suitable solution. Portable toilets were commonly found in RVs, a concept she had occasionally come across online. Of course, if she wished to avoid complications, she could simply line the portable toilet with a plastic bag and add some cat litter for odor control, but she preferred not to compromise her comfort unnecessarily. Such awkward situations were frequent in the apocalypse, particularly on rainy days. Once she had the means to build her own home, she would consider installing a proper toilet or, if necessary, an outdoor latrine. Meanwhile, Jiang Ji inquired about the cat litter situation. Jiang Tian shared her plans, and this time, Jiang Ji didn't caution her about Gu Tongwan. Instead, he returned to his book, only to ask after a moment, "You seem to trust her quite a bit?" Jiang Tian, squatting to measure out the daily cat litter amounts, replied, "Yes, because I feel that Sister Gu is probably just like us. We all have our secrets. Maintain a polite distance and respect boundaries without becoming indifferent or callous. I really appreciate this kind of relationship." The following morning at 7:30, the typhoon had finally subsided, and the winds had returned to a normal force of 7. The residents of the Zijin community were awakened by the blaring sound of a horn. They soon realized that the rain had lessened compared to before, but the floodwaters had risen to the 3rd floor. At that moment, several large rescue boats arrived outside the community, each manned by 4 or 5 soldiers clad in camouflage uniforms and life vests, armed with firearms. Chapter 62. Has help arrived at the rescue center? The soldiers' arrival prompted all the residents within the building to rush to their balconies, eager to observe and discuss. Especially since it had been a long time since any military personnel had entered the Zijin community following the last distribution of supplies. However, this time there were only 6 boats, though they were substantial in size. "Dear citizens, we are the 6th rescue team from the Emergency Command Center, and we are currently conducting rescue operations. We kindly request that a representative from the community cooperate with us for the forthcoming rescue efforts." Upon receiving this information, the property manager immediately descended to the flooded 3rd floor corridor, accompanied by 2 staff members, and made their way towards the rescue team. The 6th team requires the property management to provide an overview of the current residential situation within the complex. Presently, the rescue center can accommodate approximately 80 individuals in the Zijin community, prioritizing residents of low-rise buildings. Manager Liu from the property management is quite efficient. He has already gathered information regarding the acceptance criteria from other property companies. It is reported that the first group of individuals eligible for assistance from the government consists of those whose homes have been destroyed or submerged due to the flood, as well as vulnerable populations such as the elderly, infirm, pregnant women, and children. The second group will include residents of low-rise buildings near the flood line. In recent days, Manager Liu has meticulously categorized and compiled data on all residents of the Zijin community, including tenants. He possesses a comprehensive understanding of the living conditions of each household within the complex. However, with a total of 12 buildings in Zijin community and the floodwaters reaching the 3rd floor and even encroaching upon the 4th floor, the focus must be on relocating residents from these levels. Yet, he wishes to allocate as many spots as possible to the vulnerable groups, leading him to instruct group administrators to disseminate information and collect headcounts. This announcement stirred a flurry of reactions within the group. Some expressed dissatisfaction with the rescue efforts, while others, even those residing on the 7th floor, felt that it was only a matter of time before the flood reached their level and insisted on accompanying others to the rescue center. Thankfully, the property manager reassured residents that the rescue center would return in a few days, hoping for mutual assistance among homeowners and emphasizing the importance of prioritizing those truly in need. Ultimately, among the 80 spots, there were provisions for some elderly, pregnant women, and children from the 6th floor and below, with 2/3 of the allocations designated for residents affected on the 3rd floor and some from the 4th. Residents above the 6th floor were not included in the rescue plan for the time being. Those on higher floors gazed from their balconies at the rescue boats departing, filled with individuals clad in yellow raincoats, feeling a mix of envy and unease, yearning for rescue, while simultaneously hoping the waters would not reach their own level. On the 46th day of this calamity, the community remained without water, and those unable to access it had begun collecting rainwater for use. Complaints continued to flood the residents' group, with some lamenting stomach pains after drinking rainwater, while others reported skin irritations post-bathing. The group had nearly devolved into a forum of grievances against the property management. Although the typhoon had gradually weakened, heavy rains persisted, and floodwaters had spread to the 4th floor, putting the 5th floor in jeopardy. Currently, residents of the 3rd and 4th floors could only take temporary refuge at the stairwells of their respective buildings. Fortunately, with 2 households per stairwell, their scattered arrangements prevented overcrowding. However, should the rain continue at this rate, the rising waters could submerge 2 floors within 10 days. It was rumored that upstream cities were preparing for flood releases, indicating that Jiang City would soon face overflow conditions. In a previous occurrence, Jiang City experienced unprecedented water levels following flood releases from upstream cities, resulting in the inundation of all floors below the 7th within 2 days. This foretold citywide power and internet outages, and 2 months post-disaster, societal order began to unravel, giving rise to crime as theft and robbery incidents surged. The community witnessed a rise in home invasions, revealing the darkest facets of human nature. During this tumultuous period, personnel from the government's rescue center returned, granting priority to residents below the 7th floor, particularly the elderly, infirm, pregnant, and children for evacuation via the rescue boats. Conversely, those residing above the 7th floor clung to the hope that the rains would cease before reaching their levels. As numerous boats departed, residents from the 7th and 8th floors clamored to be taken along, their cries echoing in desperation. The team leader, with a heavy heart, had no choice but to command the soldiers to turn back, as resources were limited and orders mandated prioritization for lower-floor residents only, with consequences for those who exceeded these parameters. Gu Tongwan stood on her balcony, watching as the boats filled with anxious faces departed the community, her heart devoid of emotion. To her, the rescue center symbolized the onset of a nightmare. In her previous life, she had faced slander and disdain right in this very place, and this time, she vowed never to return. She was acutely aware that the rescue centers in her past had been established on the 20th day of the rains, with 6 locations set up in areas less affected by the disaster, all situated in higher regions of Jiang City. The center she had visited was the Jiang City Youth Olympic Sports Center, one of the largest indoor stadiums in Huaguo, which, within half a month, had received over 300,000 citizens, far exceeding its standard capacity of 20,000. The enclosed environment was rife with peculiar odors, and the initial days of relief supplies consisted of identical simple meal boxes featuring stir-fried winter melon with ground meat. By the 10th day, provisions dwindled to merely a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water and 2 blocks of compressed food along with a packet of instant noodles. The sanitation and medical conditions fell woefully short, leading to outbreaks of various diseases during the rains, with the elderly and children being the most affected, followed by those with pre-existing health complications. As the extreme heat set in later, hundreds of bodies were carried out from the sports center each day. Turning back indoors, Gu Tongwan decided to take a nap, having stayed up late the previous night reading about planting techniques. After a brief rest, she retrieved a pizza she had stored from Pea Country, topped with roasted beef and slowly melted cheese on a thin crust. Each bite offered a delightful contrast of crispness and creaminess. Unbeknownst to her, night fell, and Gu Tongwan returned to her bedroom. Since the water supply ceased, power outages had also continued, leaving only a handful of operational electricity stations across the city. The electricity was becoming increasingly strained, and once night fell, the entire complex was engulfed in darkness. Those who had the foresight to stockpile candles were now forced to light them, as their flickering flames became the sole source of warmth in the night. Others utilized portable lamps that had been charged in advance, casting sporadic points of light from various floors, yet these feeble illuminations could hardly dispel the darkness enveloping the Zijing community. Seated in her bedroom, Gu Tongwan drew the heavy curtains, turned on her pre-charged bedside lamp, and opened her laptop. Within it lay a disaster situation report she had composed based on her memories from her past life. The sequence of calamities included scorching sun, torrential rains, extreme heat, mutated animals, intense cold, acid rain, mutated plants, and ultimately, the emergence of mutated beings and zombies. She pondered whether this cycle of disasters would be altered by the butterfly effect in this life, particularly since the scorching sun had not preceded the recent torrential rains. Her gaze shifted to the date, the 28th of September, which was today. At 10 o'clock tonight, the entire city would experience a power failure due to a fault in the electrical system, resulting in 12 hours without electricity. Gu Tongwan dubbed this day the Great Blackout. While this power outage would prove inconvenient for most, for her, it represented an opportunity. Her long-planned strategy for zero-cost acquisition was about to unfold. Although the legal system had not yet completely collapsed, 2 days hence, Jiang City would succumb to chaos, with crime rates escalating exponentially each day, rendering law enforcement powerless to contain the situation. In the aftermath, acts of murder, robbery, brawling, and bullying of the vulnerable would become rampant. Some individuals, seizing the early days of the apocalypse, sought to dominate their communities, even attempting to infiltrate municipal offices, leading to a complete disintegration of social order. On her laptop, Gu Tongwon opened a layout map of a department store she had meticulously crafted. Throughout the month, she had visited the shopping center daily, spending 2 hours each time to familiarize herself with the locations of various counters on each floor. The Zijing department store and the pedestrian street are both situated in a prime location. Last week, it was reported that they were still open for business. However, after just 1 week, it remains uncertain whether they have been affected by the floods. At this moment, a sound that had not been heard for a month suddenly resonated within her consciousness. New products in the system mall. Currently available for viewing, Chapter 63. Protecting food. The night vision goggles can be used in darkness and fog, allowing visibility unaffected by darkness. This is a permanent product and requires 400 points. Gu Tongwon raised an eyebrow, gradually acclimating to the unexpected nature of the spatial system. Yet, upon hearing the mention of the night vision goggles, a flicker of surprise coursed through her. Though the points required were somewhat substantial, the fact that it was a permanent product made it worthwhile. With the onset of eternal night, possessing night vision goggles would significantly enhance her safety while traveling. In a year and a half, the first eternal night would soon arrive, lasting 3 months and accompanied by dense fog, which often harbors unpredictable dangers, such as mutated creatures. The number of people who perished during the eternal night far exceeded those who succumbed to the recent floods. Many were forced to venture out in darkness and fog due to prolonged isolation at home, ultimately becoming prey to the mutated beasts. The significance of the night vision goggles was further underscored by the zero-cost acquisition plan tonight. With the impending blackout, the Zijing department store would be engulfed in darkness, making it challenging for her to accurately locate various resource points. Using a flashlight or headlamp would easily expose her whereabouts. After careful consideration, Gu Tongwon decided to purchase the night vision goggles. Night vision goggles have been purchased. This transaction consumed 400 points, leaving a remaining balance of 903 points. The system's voice echoed within the expansive space of over 1,000 square meters. Gu Tongwon gritted her teeth and opted to purchase another item from the previous offerings. Invisibility liquid has been purchased. This transaction consumed 250 points, leaving a remaining balance of 653 points. The decision to acquire the invisibility liquid stemmed from the critical nature of tonight's operation. Although the order had not yet collapsed, occasional instances of robbery and theft had not become commonplace. It was plausible that security personnel still patrolled the vicinity of the department store. After all, in her previous life, several major chain department stores had been under strict government control. Without such measures, even amid severe flooding, some citizens would take risks to loot resources. Should the entire city experience a blackout tonight while she was scavenging for supplies, the sudden appearance of a group or a military unit could trap her in a perilous situation. While the effect of the invisibility liquid lasts only 30 minutes, it would suffice to help her avoid detection. Naturally, it was preferable not to have to use it at all, as its deployment would signify an escalation in risk. With only 653 points remaining and the spatial area temporarily unable to upgrade, Gu Tongwon's primary objective was to procure more products from the system mall. Despite the prices being quite steep, her experiences with acceleration liquid, fragrance agent, and the recent silencer had left her with a profound realization that these items could indeed play pivotal roles in critical moments. She pondered whether the gold shops on the pedestrian street had been relocated under government control. Let it be. If it comes to that, she would have to slowly scavenge for gold in the post-apocalyptic world. Grabbing a small rechargeable lamp, she descended from her bed, listening to the sound of rain outside, and under the faint orange glow, savored a boxed meal she had retrieved from her spatial storage. The claypot rice with preserved meats boasted the unique sweet and savory flavor of Cantonese char siu, making the meat tender and juicy. The accompanying ribs had a crispy bone, and each bite delivered a delightful crunch alongside the soft meat. The steaming rice had absorbed the flavors of the char siu and ribs, creating a delectable combination that was simply irresistible. After finishing, she enjoyed a glass of Hong Kong-style salted lemon soda, leaving both her taste buds and stomach thoroughly satisfied. With only an hour remaining until the city's power stations would cease functioning, she needed only to wait quietly. Gu Tongwon observed the two little ones, engrossed in devouring several pounds of meat beside the sofa, and her heart stirred. Though they had been raised by her since birth and displayed unwavering loyalty, she understood that wolves are inherently protective of their food. Even in front of their tamer, they could exhibit a significant possessiveness over their meals. During the training period, Ao and Tutu had likely come to view her as a leader of their pack or perhaps a maternal figure. While they had not demonstrated any food-guarding behaviors in their early days, with their growth in size and intellect, Gu Tongwan could not ascertain whether they remained as docile as before. Taking a deep breath, she approached the two. However, they remained focused on their meat, rapidly gnawing at a sizable piece of pork on a cutting board, reducing it to an irregular shape. In a swift motion, Gu Tongwan reached out and snatched the pork from Tutu's vicinity. In that fleeting moment, Tutu instinctively lunged with sharp claws, emitting a low growl, its fangs poised to penetrate its adversary's veins. Yet, upon recognizing Gu Tongwan, the once ferocious blue eyes momentarily widened in surprise, and the bared fangs were quickly retracted, replaced by a calm demeanor. Gu Tongwan intended to further test the waters, deliberately storing the meat away in her spatial realm to observe Tutu's reaction. Displeasure flickered in Tutu's eyes, accompanied by a dissatisfied growl, expressing its discontent.
Tutu.
Gu Tongwan elongated her tone, reprimanding it with a stern expression. With a soft whimper, Tutu refrained from further defiance, turning its back to her in a display of irritation. Well, while Tutu exhibited signs of annoyance, it still heeded her commands.
Now it was Ao's turn.
Again, she took the meat from Ao's mouth. With an empty mouth, Ao looked up in confusion. Unlike Tutu, it showed no signs of resistance or aggression. Instead, it sat on the ground, tilting its head, filled with curiosity as to why its owner would take its meat. After a moment, its large black tail wagged like a propeller, its expression shifting to one of innocence. As if asking, "Does my owner want to eat my meat too?" Its tongue lolled out, panting excitedly, and its sparkling grape-like eyes radiated joy. It seemed somewhat silly, entirely unconcerned about Gu Tongwan's act of taking its food. Gu Tongwan mused, "Alright, this one is not protective of its food, but why does Ao seem a bit dim-witted?" She tossed the meat back, and Ao happily resumed its feast, wagging its tail joyfully. Meanwhile, Tutu maintained its aloof demeanor, casting a disdainful glance at the meat without making a move. It wasn't until Gu Tongwan approached and coaxed Tutu gently for a while that it finally returned to its meal. TSK, such a proud little fellow. Beloved readers, the next chapter will delve into the zero-cost acquisition plan. There has been much debate surrounding this concept, which can be viewed as either free riding or theft. Although morally questionable in an apocalyptic context, it does possess a certain rationale. This is my perspective. Chapter 64, The Initiation of Zero-Cost Acquisition, Part 1. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the rain had diminished slightly compared to earlier. As time wore on, the once sporadic lights in the Zijing community were now shrouded in darkness, resembling an invisible giant hand that had enveloped it. Gu Tongwan pulled out her phone and found that indeed, all mobile signals had been cut off, leaving her without any means of communication. This indicated that the power and the three major service providers had ceased operations. Yet, a sigh of relief escaped her lips, for this signified that the commencement of the city's blackout mirrored that of her previous life. Dressed in a sleek black long-sleeve outfit paired with quick-drying trousers, she donned a raincoat and sturdy rain boots. On her wrist, she wore a hand crossbow that she had previously discovered while organizing weapons in her space, where it had been crushed beneath a magazine. After some time spent researching, she had modified it slightly, directly affixing the entire hand crossbow to her wrist. It held 6 arrows, each measuring a mere 10 centimeters in length, with an effective range of only 40 meters. This type of crossbow was designed for close-quarters lethality, unlike larger bolts. Additionally, wearing it on her wrist provided convenience. It was lightweight and did not hinder her wrist's mobility. She had never seen such a device domestically, suggesting it had been custom designed by Lawrence, as these diminutive crossbows were ideally suited for stealthy use. Moreover, she carried a Boberg XR-9S micro-pocket pistol, which was no larger than a woman's palm, chambered for .308 ammunition, with a magazine capacity of just 10 rounds. She slipped it into her trouser pocket for easy access. At her waist, she secured a small dagger and a length of climbing rope, having previously retrieved a pair of night vision goggles from her space. These goggles resembled protective eyewear and, once donned, transformed the previously dark living room into a bright expanse, akin to daylight. Indeed, the items procured from the system proved to be remarkably reliable, warranting a 5-star review upon her return. Having completed her preparations, Gu Tongwan instructed the 2 small creatures to keep watch at the door. However, the energetic Dodo was eager to accompany her outside, only to be met with a light reprimand from Gu Tongwan, prompting it to sulk back into the room. Tutu, remaining in the living room, observed as its owner departed and, once she was gone, dutifully locked the door. Unbeknownst to Gu Tongwan, Tutu had successfully managed to lock the door itself after witnessing her do so previously. Once she felt Gu Tongwan's presence had faded, Tutu settled down on the sofa, finding a comfortable position to drift into a peaceful slumber. Gu Tongwan descended to the 4th floor, now submerged by floodwaters. Under the cover of night and the sound of rain concealing everything, she retrieved the only inflatable boat from her space and deftly hopped aboard. From a distance, the rain-soaked landscape appeared devoid of moonlight, draped in darkness with no streetlights illuminating the way. Navigating through the turbulent waters required careful steering to avoid various billboards and furniture that might have been swept along the incline. In such conditions, a sufficiently powered boat equipped with an electric pump was essential for traversing the swift currents, which even harbored whirlpools. Many individuals, driven by desperation due to food and water shortages at home, had risked venturing out, relying solely on swimming, wearing life jackets, or even using inflatable pools intended for children. Though most of these individuals met dire fates. News reports had recently chronicled numerous drownings, prompting government advisories against entering the floodwaters or attempting to seek supplies. Gu Tongwan marveled at the efficacy of the night vision goggles. She could clearly see 50 meters ahead, successfully avoiding several large obstacles along the way. The Scavenging department store, situated at the summit, typically required 20 minutes to reach on foot and only 5 by car. Fortunately, the power of her boat allowed her to navigate upstream without significant difficulty, arriving at her destination in about 10 minutes. The further she ventured against the current, the steeper the incline became. Gu Tongwan increased the boat's power, pushing forward with determination until she finally reached an area where the water level was considerably lower. The submerged streetlights indicated that the water depth was no more than waist-high. After proceeding a short distance further, she opted to navigate through the pedestrian street. Most shops here were inundated, with various items soaked in murky water, and she deemed it more prudent to wait until she reached the department store to stock up, planning to return if time allowed. As she passed several jewelry stores along the pedestrian street, she noted their locked doors and the absence of any visible inventory, confirming her suspicion that they had likely relocated their valuables in advance, leaving her feeling a twinge of disappointment. The rain lashed against her face, and the strong winds stung her skin, yet her pace remained unyielding. She rounded a corner to find the Scavenging department store before her, its steep slope explaining why the owners had reported it still operational just the week prior. The 6-story store spanned over 50,000 square meters, housing 2 indoor ski slopes, a children's amusement park, and a cinema. The exterior area remained relatively unaffected by the flooding, with water only reaching her ankles. After surveying her surroundings and confirming the absence of any people, she made her way toward the southwest entrance, recalling its location. Scavenging department store boasted 6 entrances, a main entrance and 4 additional ones on the east, west, south, and north, along with a back entrance. Security personnel typically patrolled around the clock. However, due to the recent calamity, the store had begun to take on water, and no guards were present that night. Each entrance was reinforced with a U-shaped lock. Before the power outage, surveillance cameras had deterred most individuals from attempting to tamper with the locks, and the commercial district lacked nearby residential areas, making it challenging for would-be thieves to traverse the tumultuous waters without a powered boat. Retrieving the bolt cutters she had purchased from the hardware store, Gu Tongwan exerted all her strength, yet the lock remained steadfast. Furrowing her brows, she decided to retrieve a SUB 2000 carbine from her space. This firearm, resembling a large handgun, possessed far greater destructive power than typical pistols. She stepped back a distance and fired several rounds at the lock cylinder. The deafening sound echoed in her ears, quickly dissipating in the rain-soaked air. The lock was successfully compromised, and Gu Tongwan pushed the door open. Thus began the night of zero-cost shopping at Scavenging department store. She was eager to discover what supplies awaited her within. Chapter 65. The commencement of zero-cost shopping, Part 2. The first floor of the store, once filled with shoe displays, now stood desolate. Gu Tongwan cast a glance at the stacks of cabinets piled to one side, deducing that in just a few days, the store had begun relocating its inventory. The entrance to the basement supermarket was partially submerged in yellow mud water, yet no floating goods were visible. Instead, many shopping carts and shelves were piled at the entrance, indicating that the items had been evacuated in advance, rendering the supermarket unsearchable. Gu Tongwan felt a pang of disappointment but raised her gaze to the upper floors, pinning her hopes on what lay above. With the first floor devoid of valuable stock, she ascended to the second floor, where the situation was similar, largely emptied of goods. The third floor, however, fared better, with about a third of the counters still displaying merchandise, including some off-season clothing. Gu Tongwan swiftly approached, drawn to a display of out-of-season down jackets. These had been on sale prior to the apocalypse, and the brand boasted jackets priced in the tens of thousands, frequently advertised on various apps, claiming to provide warmth in temperatures as low as -40 degrees. Previously unaffordable, she now relished the opportunity to acquire them without any cost. In her previous life, when the extreme cold set in, she was clad only in garments stripped from the corpses of the deceased. These clothes were riddled with holes and reeked of blood and decay. Layered in countless tattered rags, she still shivered uncontrollably. Ultimately, she survived the bitter cold by huddling in a stagnant drain and igniting dry firewood, her only sources of warmth being a packet of sugar and a few pieces of spoiled chocolate, along with some mutated animal meat distributed during her time with a group of wanderers. Despite the harrowing circumstances, she persevered. Yet in this life, she yearned to nestle under a warm blanket and enjoy a good night's sleep by the fire. There were dozens of out-of-season down jackets hanging, all women's sizes. And without hesitation, she collected the entire front row of approximately 30 pieces into her space. Next, she ventured into the adjacent store, a thermal underwear shop offering both men's and women's attire, where she promptly gathered several pairs of thermal gloves, waterproof on the outside, without a moment's pause. Her gaze fell upon thick cashmere socks, cashmere sweaters, cashmere pants, and wool socks, all of which she swiftly stored away before moving on to the next establishment. To her surprise, while scavenging, she noticed that the shop also displayed a substantial array of heating pads and foot warmers, an abundance of warming supplies. She collected the 2 tiers of heating pads from the shelves, alongside snow-repellent sunscreen, lip balm, and frostbite ointment, all of which she secured. Entering the next store, she was somewhat taken aback to find that the high-end women's clothing boutique had not yet closed its doors. This particular establishment seemed to operate year-round, indifferent to the changing seasons, as affluent patrons focused solely on style and personal preference. Here, even a single item of clothing began at 5 figures, showcasing an array of mink coats crafted from farmed sable and fox fur, offering warmth comparable to down jackets and robust protection against winter winds. On the opposite side, there were hats and scarves made from rabbit and mink fur, splendid pieces that would befit a leisurely jaunt in Siberia. She then proceeded to the lingerie store, which proved to be a fruitful endeavor. Without hesitation, she collected at least 100 sets of lingerie and undergarments. Nearby, several boxes of children's clothing awaited removal, but she had no intention of taking them. In this post-apocalyptic world, she anticipated a solitary existence, devoid of men or children. The value of the clothing on the 3rd floor was not significant, and she preferred not to squander time there, moving directly to the men's section on the 4th floor. Here, she found outerwear of considerable value, alongside cashmere sweaters, men's trench coats, jackets, and even sunglasses, all of which she gathered. However, due to the vastness of them all, she spent nearly 20 minutes merely traversing the men's department. The 5th floor, however, was where her focus lay as she sought outdoor and bedding supplies. With determination in her eyes, she raced towards the escalator. To facilitate her movements, she stowed her raincoat in her space, minimizing the noise caused by its friction as she ran. Before ascending to the 5th floor, a sense of trepidation gripped her, fearing that the supplies may have already been relocated. Fortunately, luck was on her side, for the items on the 5th floor remained untouched. The 5th floor was dedicated to sportswear and outdoor apparel, featuring top brands of thermal clothing, mountaineering gear, and windbreakers, along with camping tents and backpacks. She did not hesitate to seize half of the items from each outdoor store, as the rain had likely driven much of the inventory into storage, which she did not intend to enter due to locked doors and the ample offerings displayed outside, sufficient for a lifetime. A steady stream of waterproof boots, gloves, socks, and high-top rain boots found their way into her space, enabling her to traverse through water with ease in the future. To her delight, one outdoor clothing store housed 2 large-capacity 5,000 W camping batteries, devices she had previously inquired about, capable of powering various appliances. With each battery able to recharge a laptop over 100 times and a rice cooker 20 times, even accommodating a small air conditioner, they would be invaluable for her solitary travels. Though she had already purchased two similar batteries, their performance paled in comparison to these, priced at an astounding 40,000 each, which likely explained why only these two remained on display. After gathering nearly all the outdoor clothing, she visited several sportswear counters, collecting quick-dry shirts, pants, athletic shoes, sun-protective clothing, and an assortment of shorts and t-shirts, along with numerous tubes of sunscreen and sunglasses. In the adjacent section, she amassed several hundred bedding sets, her inventory growing ever more diverse, prompting the system within her space to announce. Current space, 1,302 square meters. Available space, 905 square meters. This notification signified that her acquisitions had indeed occupied a portion of the area, though the items would automatically be categorized on the shelves, reducing the spatial footprint due to the three-tiered shelving system. Notably, her collection was measured and restrained, avoiding any reckless hoarding. Her time from the second to the fifth floors had consumed approximately an hour and a half, and she found herself alone in the vast mall, with only her hurried breath breaking the stillness of the expansive area, creating an eerily quiet atmosphere. Yet, with the urgency to stockpile before dawn, she pressed on, aware that it was around 1 o'clock in the morning. Skipping the sixth floor's leisure area, she ascended directly to the seventh, which primarily housed dining establishments, including Hadaleo, Big Head Coconut, and Dry Pot Bullfrog, alongside renowned chain restaurants. All the shops remained open, their glass doors ajar, likely due to the impending evacuation, as there was no rush to secure them shut. However, as the flooding worsened, many supplies remained behind, leaving tables and chairs in their pre-disaster arrangements. A glance at the time revealed less than 5 hours until dawn, yet she could not afford to squander time here. She made her way to Hadaleo to begin her scavenging. Typically, accessing food establishments meant heading to the kitchen, where provisions were stored. However, upon entering, a cacophony of rustling sounds erupted as dozens of plump rats scurried away, causing her to instinctively retreat several steps. Her aversion to rats was palpable. In her previous life, while hiding from Calamity in the sewers, she had resorted to consuming them out of necessity. Even when cooked, their flesh carried a sour taste and a nauseating odor, not to mention the multitude of diseases they harbored. If not for the instinct to survive, who would dare to consume such creatures? Nevertheless, she could not help but admire the adaptability of rats. After successive disasters, they thrived, their survival rates surpassing those of humans. By the third year of the apocalypse, their size had grown to that of adult cats. Thus, her disdain for rats was profound, even tinged with a hint of repulsion. Regaining her composure after the initial shock, she pressed forward, only to be nearly deterred by a foul stench, evidently a result of the rat infestation that had rendered the kitchen a veritable wasteland of droppings, compounded by the decay of fruits, vegetables, and meats. Donning a gas mask retrieved from her space, she was relieved to discover that it did not interfere with her night vision goggles. The half-mask fit comfortably, allowing for unobstructed visibility. After donning a gas mask, Gu Tongwan was finally able to move forward, having eliminated a staggering 90% of the foul odor. However, the detritus of decaying vegetables dragged in by rats and heaps of rodent droppings beneath her feet still made her cringe as she lifted her foot. Could those water shoes still be salvaged? Chapter 67. The eerie corpse. The back kitchen of Hadaleo was surprisingly spacious, covering approximately 100 square meters. Carefully stepping over the rotting greens and meats, she finally spotted the freezer. Despite the passage of a month and a half, the power restrictions near Zijing Square were not overly severe, and with the humidity, most of the frozen meats remained unspoiled. There were 5 freezers, containing at least 500 to 600 pounds of assorted meats, all pre-sliced, along with a variety of hot pot balls. Unfortunately, one of the freezers had its power supply compromised, likely due to a rat-chewed wire, leading to the complete spoilage of its contents. After securing the good meats into her space, Gu Tongwan ventured into another barbecue restaurant, which offered a broader selection, detailing various cuts of pork, beef, and lamb, including hind leg pork, pork belly, pork ribs, and an entire leg of lamb. To her delight, she discovered an array of barbecue seasonings, which she eagerly collected. Continuing her expedition, she encountered a large plastic barrel filled with sealed 5-kilogram bags of rice, totaling around 40 to 50 bags. In a corner, there were over 100 additional bags, though most had been gnawed open by rats and were no longer edible. The third establishment was a steakhouse, where the meat was more refined, boasting premium beef, reportedly sourced from imports, including ribeye and top-grade wagyu. However, similar to the previous freezers, 2 of the 4 had suffered electrical failures due to rat damage, resulting in the total loss of the beef. The subsequent scavenging went considerably smoother, albeit the yield of vegetables was scant. However, dried goods were abundant. Dried shiitake mushrooms, morels, dried green beans, and dried potato slices, along with a plethora of dried seafood such as squid, cod, scallops, abalone, conch slices, dried kelp, seaweed, fish fins, and dried sea cucumbers, totaling 200 to 300 portions. She even found another shop specializing in snail powder hot pot, from which she secured over a dozen boxes of self-heating snail powder. The only other intact dried goods amounted to 2 boxes, untouched by rats. On the 7th floor, she stumbled upon several hundred ice packs in the remaining milk tea shops, which she quickly gathered. After spending over an hour on the 7th floor, she finally approached the last self-service restaurant. As before, a multitude of rats scattered at the sound of her presence. Having gradually acclimated to the presence of rodents in the back kitchen, Gu Tongwan steeled herself against her physiological discomfort and stepped inside. Just as she prepared to rummage through the freezer, a rustling noise caught her attention. Turning her gaze, she discovered a cluster of rats huddled in the corner, gnawing on something. Disgusted by the sounds they made, she seized a kitchen knife and hurled it towards them, hoping to drive them away. The knife struck several rats, producing a chorus of shrill squeaks as they scattered. As she approached, a sudden disturbance in the corner caught her eye, and upon closer inspection, she felt her pupils constrict in shock. A corpse, so decomposed that its features were unrecognizable, collapsed to the floor with a thud, startling a few solitary rats in the vicinity into frantic squeals. The body was rigid, its limbs stiff, and it had been gnawed at by rats, particularly the face, which was pockmarked with holes. The left wrist had nearly disintegrated, yet the individual still wore the kitchen uniform, suggesting he was once a chef there. It was puzzling why he hadn't fled during the initial disaster but chose to linger on the 7th floor of the mall. Despite the power limitations at Zijing Mall, conditions on the 7th floor were stable, with adequate water and food supply making an untimely demise unlikely. Thus, his death seemed somewhat suspicious, and it was evident he had been deceased for some time, as his body displayed advanced signs of livor mortis. Kneeling down for a closer examination, she suddenly noticed a deep bite mark on his neck, which appeared not to be recent, as maggots had already infested it. A shiver crept down her spine as she glanced at the rats still lurking in the corner. Frowning, Gu Tongwan suppressed the chill within and returned to her zero-cost acquisition plan. Such corpses were a common sight in the apocalypse. She had grown somewhat numb to them, having witnessed far more gruesome scenes. In the end times, the true horror lay not in the bodies, but in the monstrous beings who thrived on chaos and committed heinous acts under the guise of survival. Just as she was about to collect items from the final freezer, she faintly heard footsteps approaching from outside. Drawing her dagger, she pressed herself against the back kitchen door. Moments earlier, 7 or 8 speedboats had docked in the shallow waters near Zijing department store, disembarking over 20 men, each wielding axes or baseball bats. Among them, the leader, a burly man with a close-cropped head, was blind in one eye, with the left covered in a sterile cloth and a long scar running down his right cheek. Clad in a security company uniform and a bulletproof vest, he eschewed a raincoat, allowing rainwater to cascade down his face, rendering his features even more menacing in the darkness. "Leave 2 men to guard the entrance. The rest of you, follow me into the mall," he commanded, roughly wiping the rain from his face, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Chapter 68. After the disaster, he aspires to rule in the apocalypse. This group hailed from Haishur, a coastal city that had suffered unprecedented devastation during the recent typhoon. In total, 15 coastal cities in Huaguo were submerged, leaving millions homeless. Yen Chong and his band of followers were originally inmates of the 3rd prison of Haishur. When the tsunami struck, the prison, situated in a low-lying area, was inundated by floodwaters by the 7th day of the deluge. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of water and power outages that rendered the prison's surveillance systems useless, Yen Chong orchestrated an escape plan. As the prison began to relocate inmates due to flooding, he feigned illness caused by drinking floodwater, prompting guards to check on him. Using a hidden piece of wire wrapped around his finger, he ultimately turned on the guards, brutally killing 2 and injuring 3 others before fleeing.
Now,
Haishur was in utter disarray, with disaster relief efforts hampered and the city's infrastructure crumbling. Criminal activities surged in this lawless environment. Within a week, hundreds of robberies had been reported, averaging dozens each day, while some police stations were rendered inoperative. ordinary citizens found themselves grappling not only with natural calamities, but also external threats. The 7 speedboats they had commandeered were all acquired through plunder. Yen Chong and his cohort, totaling 21, were former inmates from the same cell block. When they escaped, they had seized a speedboat from the guards, navigating through the typhoon and torrential rain, often on the brink of capsizing. This prison speedboat was equipped with a 20-liter canister of gasoline, which they had been using aimlessly until they unexpectedly encountered a series of abandoned buses trapped in the storm. Inside the bus, unexpectedly, there was a box of bread and milk, seemingly left behind by a school catering service. Additionally, a barrel of gasoline was discovered in the driver's seat. At that moment, Yen Chong felt as if he were the chosen one, believing this natural disaster was a divine opportunity for a triumphant reversal. An evil and absurd plan began to take shape in his mind, amidst the nationwide turmoil caused by the disaster. He intended to expand his influence and emerge as a powerful figure in this apocalypse. The individuals who had initially followed him were all desperate outlaws, fully aware that once the disaster subsided, they would face the severe repercussions of the law. Thus, they fervently hoped that the calamity would never cease, adopting a reckless mindset. In these chaotic times, they believed they could act freely, brainwashed by Yen Chong's apocalyptic rhetoric. They were convinced that following him would allow them to indulge in a more liberated existence than before. Driven by this belief in seizing power amidst the apocalypse, they journeyed northward and, on the 4th day, reached the nearest Jiangcheng in a neighboring province. While resting temporarily in a derelict low-rise building, they observed numerous speedboats transporting cargo, all returning from a single direction. Yen Chong, a man of quick wits and undeniable intelligence, devised a cunning plan. He instructed one of his agile subordinates, skilled in swimming, to riskily jump into the floodwaters and feign being swept away by the current. To his astonishment, 2 cargo-laden speedboats indeed halted to rescue him, only to be led into the building where Yen Chong's group swiftly took control, seizing the supplies. From the mouths of the security personnel responsible for transporting the goods, they gleaned vital information. Jiangcheng was far from the tranquil image portrayed by the news. The authorities had long since abandoned rescue efforts and had relocated most of the city's crucial supplies to safer locales to mitigate losses. Furthermore, the public security system in Jiangcheng was in disarray, with personnel reassigned to other tasks, leaving disaster relief to social volunteers and a small contingent of military forces. The media refrained from reporting the true situation, fearing public panic. Compounding their worries, upstream cities were likely to release floodwaters within 12 hours, prompting a scramble to rescue the last batch of supplies at Zijing department store. As the leading entity in Jiangcheng's retail industry, Zijing had received early internal alerts regarding the impending flood. In response, the store had been hastily relocating its merchandise to a higher ground, employing security personnel who utilized around 6 speedboats daily to transport goods to an unaffected area. Upon hearing this, Yen Chong's mind ignited with a nefarious scheme. Jiangcheng was indeed a treasure trove. With the heavens facilitating his arrival in Jiangcheng, he saw no reason to fear chaos, but rather, he feared a delay in it. Seizing the moment, Yen Chong utilized the same tactic to intercept the security boats. The security personnel were stripped of their clothes, their throats slashed before being cast into the raging waters, their bodies swiftly consumed by the swirling currents.
Now,
Yen Chong was solely focused on raiding the department store supplies before the headquarters of the security company could react. Although Zijing department store had lost power and internet connectivity, Yen Chong's group was untroubled by surveillance, as they armed themselves with various weapons upon entering the mall. However, upon entering, they were startled by the pitch-black interior, which was even darker than outside. The vastness of the store made them feel as though strange creatures might leap out at any moment. With a flashlight in hand, Yen Chong directed his companions, for on each floor, it appears the first 2 levels are stripped bare. Start searching from the 3rd floor, selectively taking essentials, primarily food and clothing. Avoid useless items. Understood, Brother Chong, his subordinates replied eagerly. They carried climbing backpacks scavenged from the security personnel's boats and held several large bags. Though the entire store was shrouded in darkness, excitement bubbled within them. If they could claim these supplies as their own, they would lead more comfortable lives in this apocalypse than others. Motivated by this thought, the group dashed toward the escalator, invigorated by the thrill of their venture. Chapter 69, A New Mission. Eliminate the target. Gu Tongwan turned her dagger slightly, the footsteps drawing ever closer. 2 voices emerged from the shadows. We should be able to feast on meat tonight, right? Damn it, I haven't been this hungry since getting out of prison. I'm tired of gnawing on that tasteless black toast. As the man spoke, a beam of white light shot aimlessly. Another voice chimed in, of course. Brother Chong said we need to gather supplies tonight. We should scout nearby neighborhoods. If we find one with fewer men, we can take it over after a while. This area is all affluent. They surely have plenty to eat. The previous security personnel had mentioned that most of Jiangqing's military forces had been withdrawn, leaving only a small contingent for rescue operations, while the real military strength was secretly focused on some base. This disaster seems far from simple, one of them remarked. Didn't Brother Chong say this is the apocalypse? When has a rainstorm lasted over a month? Those in power were supposedly evacuated weeks ago. Have you seen 2012? It's just a reflection of our reality, he continued. Before I was imprisoned, my cousin's boyfriend worked for a research institute. He rarely returned home, apparently working on some secret spacecraft. One drunken night, he revealed that when a natural disaster or uncontrollable calamity strikes, the highest authorities will issue orders to consolidate all resources and materials for a secret base. Hearing this, Gu Tongwan was astounded, knowing that in 6 months, the first secret base in the history of Huagua would begin construction in Xiaoxi village. Over the next 5 years, 10 such bases would be established, each designated as District 1 through District 10, with each district overseen by a district chief and an executive leader. The district chief would manage personnel and resources, while the executive leader would oversee the military and security teams. Each base would operate relatively independently, but the first base would wield ultimate authority, with district chiefs appointed from the previous leadership. However, this phenomenon would only persist for 3 years, as a significant leadership overhaul would follow. As the threat of mutated beasts loomed over humanity, the disparity between the capabilities and powers of the base leaders became glaringly apparent, inciting discontent among the ranks. It was remembered that the new leadership, which included members of the self-defense forces with significant power and prestige, had far superior physical abilities compared to ordinary individuals. Although they had not publicly declared their powers, the self-defense forces could effortlessly suppress mutated creatures during their missions. Gu Tongwan had heard first-hand accounts from those who had participated in such operations, describing these individuals as if they were divine beings, leaping from city walls dozens of meters high, without injury, wielding long blades to cleave through 5-meter-long mutated tigers. At the time, many had dismissed these tales as mere bravado. As in the apocalypse, there was little entertainment, and people could only pass the time with stories. If humans truly possessed extraordinary abilities, one would expect the first manifestations to be the formidable powers of thunder and lightning, or perhaps fire. Yet, during the 8 years of the apocalypse, Gu Tongwan had not encountered any such phenomena, leading her to speculate that the most one could hope for was an enhancement of physical strength. If these extraordinary abilities were not suppressed by those in power, it might be concluded that they simply did not exist. However, given her possession of a spatial ability, Gu Tongwan was uncertain whether others like her existed. Could it be that the mutations in human physiology after the apocalypse represented a genetic shift, igniting an extraordinary enhancement of physical capabilities by several folds? After exchanging a few words, one of the men planned to scour other stores. From their conversation, she gleaned that their group comprised around 20 individuals, with only 4 on this floor. The vastness of the mall necessitated their approach from different directions. The store was shrouded in darkness, and the man accidentally collided with a chair, cursing under his breath, only to step on a rat in the corner. In his rage, he kicked forward, causing chairs and tables to clatter noisily. "Damn it, you filthy rat! You dare to challenge me? Just wait until I roast you all," he exclaimed, tightening his grip on the flashlight as he moved ahead, the beam piercing into the kitchen. Upon entering, he was immediately assaulted by a foul stench and recoiled. "What on earth smells so bad?" he exclaimed, pinching his nose. In that moment, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a figure in the kitchen. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the shotgun that Yan Chong had given him. Having associated with Yan Chong during his time in the 3rd prison, he had confiscated 12 shotguns, half of the ammunition resting with Yan Chong, while the rest had been entrusted to those he deemed trustworthy. The man raised his weapon, reluctantly placing it on the table as he cautiously advanced, shouting, "Who's there? Show yourself, or I'll blow you away." Gu Tongwan remained composed, swiftly calculating the time required to fire the shotgun. She tightened her grip on her dagger, her body coiling with tension, ready to unleash her full physical potential at a moment's notice. The man, frowning and feeling a twinge of unease, reassured himself with the thought of his firearm. If he could capture this person, he would earn Yen Chang's approval and silence any doubters about his prowess with a gun. Bolstered by this thought, he boldly stepped forward, demanding, "Come out now, or I'll make you regret it." Just as he finished speaking, a figure emerged from the shadows, revealing a well-proportioned woman clad in quick-dry attire. A glimmer of greed ignited in the man's eyes, despite the darkness obscuring her features. He recognized her as a woman with an alluring physique. Unable to suppress his appetite, he lowered his shotgun, thinking a woman posed no threat. In that instant, however, the woman lunged at him with astonishing speed, catching him off guard. Gu Tongwan pivoted her dagger, pressing it against his neck, the cold steel biting into his skin, sending shivers down his spine. The man was struck with terror as he heard the woman's icy voice. "How many people are in this building? How many guns do you have?" As he contemplated drawing his firearm, the woman added, "Don't move if you want to live." The dagger pressed harder, intensifying his discomfort. And he stammered, "There are 10 of us, with only 2 guns." Gu Tongwan noticed the man's eyes darting around, recognizing he was not being truthful. Nonetheless, her initial assessment was likely accurate. Each of them probably wielded a weapon. Though he wore security attire, he had mentioned the word prison during their earlier exchange. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. "Target detected, 1 fugitive, location being pinpointed. The host is currently less than 1 meter from the target. Successful capture will reward 500 points." As the voice faded, the man, seizing upon her momentary distraction, thrust his gun forward and pulled the trigger. Gu Tongwan sidestepped, the bullet slamming into the wall, creating a smoldering hole. The deafening blast reverberated through the silent space, startling those on different floors. Which floor just fired a shot? Yen Chang pondered with immediate concern. Reloading the shotgun required precious time, and with each gunner supplied with only 2 spare bullets, ammunition was scarce. The man lamented his missed opportunity, but before he could reload, he felt a cold touch against his neck as Gu Tongwan swiftly slashed with her glimmering dagger. The metallic scent of blood overwhelmed his senses as he opened his mouth to scream, but found himself unable to produce a sound. Pain crept in afterward. His eyes widened in shock as he collapsed. Gu Tongwan quickly stashed the shotgun in her space and donned the man's bulletproof vest. Meanwhile, the companion of the fallen man rushed in, wielding a baseball bat. The flashlight swung wildly in the store, revealing only the figure of the downed man. Realizing something was amiss, the companion attempted to retreat to regroup with others for a counterattack, only to have a hand clamp over his mouth from behind. A sharp pain pierced his lower back.
Ugh.
His eyes bulged in shock, gasping for breath as he struggled, but he could not reach his assailant. The force constricting him was akin to a vice, rendering him helpless as the agony surged through him.
Gu Tongwan wielded un M9 combat knife.
Its serrated edge designed to inflict maximum damage. As she plunged the blade deeper, the sound of tearing flesh filled the air. Despite the man's bulletproof vest, it offered little protection against stabbings, especially from Gu Tongwan's modified dagger. She had initially intended to test the vest's resistance to knives. Now she had her answer. It could withstand bullets but not stabs or slashes. Target eliminated. Task reward, 500 points. Current space points, 1653. Additionally, 18 targets within 300 meters offer 500 points each, while one target 4,000 points lies beyond that distance. The closest target is less than 50 meters away. The host may choose to pursue this target. In an instant, a mental map unfolded in her mind. 2 individuals were advancing rapidly, while the 4,000-point target moved on the 4th floor, with several others lingering on different levels and 2 stationed at the entrance. Gu Tongwan furrowed her brow, particularly concerned about the 4,000-point target. Previously, Lawrence's rewards had only reached 1,000 points, indicating that this new target would be formidable. The prospect of confronting 20 armed men simultaneously was impractical, and prioritizing her survival took precedence over accepting the task. With remarkable agility, she evaded to the side of the door, taking advantage of the darkness as her exquisite weapon. For her adversaries, visibility was obstructed and their mobility severely hampered. Yet, for her, the surroundings appeared as luminous as day. Among the 2 others on the same floor, one wielded a shotgun while the other clutched an axe. After scouring several shops, they finally arrived here, yet dared not enter recklessly, proceeding with utmost caution to survey the situation. Gu Tongwan could not afford to wait much longer. She hurled her dagger forward, and the next instant, a cry erupted as the man clutched his throat and collapsed, convulsing on the ground. The dagger had pierced his entire windpipe with a precision that was alarming. This was the daily practice Gu Tongwon engaged in since her rebirth, honing her skills in throwing darts at distances of 5 and 10 meters, utilizing her experiences and memories from her previous life to repeatedly refine her accuracy. In that former life, such techniques were executed with sharpened twigs, intended for hunting rodents and small reptiles, such as geckos or frogs. Having dispatched one adversary, the other, armed with the axe, charged towards her. However, his vision was obstructed, and his speed was diminished as he collided with various tables and chairs along the way. Gu Tongwon drew her miniature pocket pistol, chambering a round as she shifted her stance, and without hesitation, she fired a shot into the back of the man's head, the recoil jolting her hand slightly. Yet, her movements were executed with remarkable efficiency, devoid of any hesitation. At this moment, four bodies lay sprawled across the restaurant floor. She crouched down to extract her military knife from the man's throat. As she withdrew the dagger, a viscous liquid immediately coated her palm. The action was so practiced that it felt as though she had performed it countless times before. Gu Tongwon exhaled deeply. Her expression remained impassive under the night vision goggles. Yet only she knew that a cold sweat had enveloped her back. After all, taking a life was never as effortless as slaughtering chickens or ducks. Nevertheless, she held no regrets for her actions this night. These were vile individuals. Even in death, her conscience bore little weight. Had it been soldiers who arrived tonight, she might have opted to use an invisibility liquid to escape, but these men were clearly not military personnel and behaved with an outrageous arrogance. Failing to eliminate them would only invite future troubles. Regrettably, she could not eradicate every threat this evening, but those who dared approach her would not leave alive. A resolute glimmer flashed in her eyes. She needed to depart swiftly while all attention was diverted to the 7th floor. Chapter 71. To his damned apocalypse. Gu Tongwon's first experience with murder occurred in the 3rd year of the apocalypse during her previous life. A beggar had set his sights on her as she foraged for wild grass to stave off hunger, not only stealing her hard-earned bounty, but also intending to violate her. In a frenzied struggle, Gu Tongwon found herself overpowered by the disparity in strength between genders. The beggar pressed her into the mud. His filthy face twisted in a sinister grin, the foul stench emanating from his mouth forever etched in her memory. In a moment of despair, a surge of indignation and rage ignited within her, causing her vision to blur. Her fingertips brushed against a sharp stone, and without a second thought, she plunged it into the beggar's skull. While not fatal, the beggar howled in pain, only to roar angrily as he attempted to retaliate. In a fit of fury, Gu Tongwon drove a sharpened stick, kept at her waist, into his neck, refusing to relent even as he clutched her throat. Eventually, the grip on the stick loosened, and the beggar's eyes widened in shock as he succumbed before her. Upon realizing what she had done, she turned away to vomit, followed by a numbing coldness and detachment. After enduring such experiences repeatedly, her faith in humanity plummeted to its nadir. Yet, she did not entirely dismiss the notion that not all individuals in the apocalypse were malevolent. In such an environment, malice flourished too easily. These memories flitted through her mind in mere seconds, and as she departed, she could still hear the roars echoing below. Choosing to exit through a safety route, one of which was near Hadaleo, she moved like a graceful cat, her keen vision guiding her. As she approached the exit, 2 individuals rushed up from the 5th floor, one wielding a baseball bat and the other an axe, shouting, "There! Don't let her escape!" Another voice called out, "Looks like a woman. Don't kill her. Brother Chong said women have value. Don't kill them easily. At least have some fun first." Last time, the woman from the security company was killed the moment she resisted. This time, who knows how long she'll last. I still want to enjoy myself. Why waste words? Just catch her first. These remarks detonated like a bomb in Gu Tongwon's mind, causing her fleeing steps to gradually slow. During her time with the scavenger team, she had witnessed the darkest facets of humanity in an abandoned factory, where a scantily clad woman was caged like livestock, the men by the fire mocking her with disdain. The woman's eyes had long since lost their light, her body curled up as she muttered indistinctly, her gaze only flickering with hatred when it fell upon the flames, which roasted something resembling a child's corpse. On that mission, Gu Tongwon had killed 6 men, only ceasing when the scavenger team leader intervened, for she would have continued to eliminate those who had already surrendered. She had thought herself sufficiently cold-blooded and numb to survive in this merciless world. Yet she had underestimated her own capacity for empathy. As long as she lived as a human, she could never abandon her moral boundaries and conscience. The woman they had saved did not thank the scavenger team, nor did she rush to flee, nor did she lash out at those who had harmed her. Instead, she gazed vacantly at the sky, raising her hand as if bidding farewell, her expression softening significantly. Her once unfocused gaze gradually regained clarity, culminating in a wild laugh that pierced the biting cold of winter far sharper than the chill itself. With the very knife that had once severed her child's life, she ended her own, silently protesting against this damned apocalypse in the most tragic manner. The two men, believing she had relinquished her escape, erupted into cruel laughter, their minds busy calculating how to claim credit with Yan Chong. In the darkness, they noticed her figure, appreciating her slender waist and the rise and fall of her chest with each breath. Gu Tongwan sheathed her dagger back at her waist, slowly removing her gas mask. The man across from her shone his flashlight in her direction. The beam of light had no effect on Gu Tongwan, who wore night vision goggles. However, upon seeing her remove her mask, revealing her porcelain jaw, the men exchanged glances, seemingly intrigued by her allure. Gu Tongwan's wrist twitched, producing a metallic sound in the darkness, yet the two men, lost in their excitement, failed to notice her wrist had already risen. With a swift motion, the sound of a crossbow bolt slicing through the air silenced their laughter. One man watched, horrified, as his companion clutched his throat and tumbled down the staircase, the smirk on his face frozen in time as life escaped him. What? Those who finally reacted held their breath, hastily retreating, grasping the railing as they turned to flee. They could not fathom why they felt such fear from a mere woman. Yet the death of their comrade served as a stark reminder that they must not act rashly. Something was amiss, and this woman was perilous. As he descended the stairs, a chilling sensation grazed his ear, the lethal intent palpable. He instinctively reached for his ear, finding nothing but a sticky residue. Panic drove him to crouch as he scurried down the staircase. In Gu Tongwan's view, her shot had gone awry, resulting in only the severing of half the man's ear. Gu Tongwan, no longer willing to linger in battle, turned and sprinted towards the emergency exit. The training she had undergone during this period, coupled with the half-bottle of spiritual spring water she had consumed beforehand, endowed her with speed and stamina surpassing that of an average adult male. Descending from the 7th floor to the 1st floor exit took approximately a minute. This emergency exit was merely 50 meters from the main entrance. With pursed lips, Gu Tongwan advanced towards the entrance, each step in her rain boots sending rippling waves through the flood beneath her. The torrential rain was intensifying, and she had not donned the raincoat she had previously retracted into her space, opting instead to brave the downpour. Upon reaching the main entrance, she indeed spotted two men wielding shotguns standing guard. Nearby, several speedboats were anchored in the deeper waters. Taking cover in a blind spot about 20 meters away, Gu Tongwan readied her crossbow, aiming for the neck of one of the men. However, the heavy rain caused her first arrow to veer off course, striking the glass door with a sharp crack that startled the two men into turning. Nonetheless, she quickly released her second arrow, which found its mark in one man's eye. He let out a harrowing scream as he collapsed, soon succumbing to silence. In a state of panic, the other man hastily loaded his weapon, but the shotgun proved difficult to aim at distant targets. After expending 2 rounds, he hesitated to waste any more ammunition, only to catch a glimpse of a shadow charging towards him from 20 meters away. As he raised his gun, the figure had already closed the distance, causing the barrel to tilt upwards.
Bang!
With the last bullet fired, a sharp pain pierced his abdomen as he was forcefully thrown to the ground. Amidst the relentless rain, he discerned that his assailant was a petite woman. Before he could dwell on this thought, Gu Tongwan's final arrow pierced through his temple. At this moment, Gu Tongwan's complexion turned pale as she glanced up at the still gloomy sky. On the 47th day of the apocalypse, she had taken a life for the first time, 7 in total, through assassination. The water continued to batter her face, her expression largely impassive, but her eyes reflected a coldness akin to a dark vortex. She numbly wiped the rain from her face, biting her lip as she stepped away. By the time Yan Chong and his group realized something was amiss and arrived at the entrance, only 2 bodies lay outside, washed by the rain to the point where even the scent of blood had faded. Of the 6 speedboats originally anchored there, 3 had been tied to nearby tree stumps to prevent them from drifting away, while the remaining 3 had inexplicably vanished. Yen Chang clenched the stock of his gun in fury as he witnessed an injured comrade being dragged over, who, in a moment of instability, collapsed before Yen Chang. Still clutching his ear, and wailing in pain, Yen Chang pressed the gun's muzzle against the man's head, his voice dripping with murderous intent as he demanded, "Who did this?" Trembling, the man stammered in response, "It was a woman. Li Sheng was killed by her." The remaining dozen or so men exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom that the one who had dispatched 7 of their comrades was a woman. Yen Chang narrowed his eyes, striking the man in the chest with the stock, crouching down to hiss menacingly, "Are you mocking me? A woman could execute such a clean kill? And she managed to steal our 3 speedboats?" The man, choking on muddy water, clutched his chest in fear, crying, "I swear, Changge, I'm not lying. It was truly a woman. Perhaps she had accomplices." One of Yen Chang's trusted subordinates interjected, "Changge, I believe there might be some truth to what he says. If someone was able to steal our speedboats, they must have had a considerable number of people." A glint of malice flickered in Yen Chang's eyes. Yet he stifled his rage as he gazed at the 2 bodies in the water. Suddenly, he pulled an arrow from the temple of one of the corpses, revealing a considerable amount of viscous fluid, causing several onlookers to turn their heads in disgust, while Yen Chang meticulously examined it with his fingers. A 10-centimeter short arrow was not commonly wielded. After stashing the arrow in his pocket, he coldly commanded, "Strip them of their bulletproof vests. From now on, form groups of 3, 4, 5, and 6 on each floor. The rest of you guard the entrance. If anything happens to our speedboats, I will break your legs." Despite the loss of 7 men, the priority remained to continue scavenging for supplies. As for the woman who had disrupted his plans and stolen from him, he vowed to make her existence more torturous than death itself. Meanwhile, Gu Tongwan, having commandeered the enemy's speedboats and a portion of their supplies, promptly boarded her own speedboat and departed. Lacking keys for the speedboats, she had no choice but to store them in her space for future use. Instead of rushing back to her apartment, she veered towards the pedestrian street, first making her way towards several car dealerships. The water was too shallow in some areas for her speedboat, compelling her to temporarily stow it away. The row of dealerships was flanked by 3-tiered steps, so although the torrential rain had flooded the exterior, the interior remained relatively dry. Regrettably, most of the new cars had already been relocated. However, her expedition was not entirely fruitless. She unexpectedly discovered a rugged vehicle and a recreational vehicle parked behind one of the shops, presumably overlooked during previous evacuations. After securing both vehicles, Gu Tongwan did not linger, but navigated through the shallow waters on foot. Upon returning to the pedestrian street, she sensed, perhaps due to her own perceptions, that the floodwaters had risen significantly in just a few short hours, now reaching her waist and continuing to rise. She decided to utilize her speedboat once more, moving slowly through the rain. There was a pharmacy on the street, which she had noted earlier still had some supplies inside. This pharmacy, although no larger than 30 square meters, was well stocked with medications, consisting of 4 levels of shelves. Unfortunately, the bottom 2 tiers had been submerged, leaving some items floating in the floodwaters while others had likely been washed away in recent days. Regrettably, only a small portion of antibiotics remained. However, she had previously procured some for her space. In the apocalypse, such medicines were scarce and could prove life-saving in critical moments. Thus, she collected the remaining boxes of amoxicillin, cephalexin, levofloxacin, and azithromycin, and was pleasantly surprised to find tetracycline, effective against microorganisms, among the stock. Other medications for fever, sedation, and inflammation such as aspirin, Yunnan Baiyao, and norfloxacin were still available, and she even found several family doctor kits. After thoroughly scavenging the 2 tiers of remaining medications, Gu Tongwan unexpectedly discovered a set of vitamins floating atop the water, consisting of about 5 or 6 bottles. In a world devoid of fresh food, vitamins were crucial for maintaining health, particularly in extreme cold or heat, as they deplete rapidly and can lead to numerous ailments. Thus, supplementing with vitamins was of utmost importance. It was unrealistic to attempt to loot everything from the pharmacy. She did not harbor the mindset of simply taking all she could grasp. Her goal was to locate the most essential items in the shortest amount of time. Even though her space was sufficiently large, mindlessly hoarding would only waste resources and time. Exiting the pharmacy, she passed by several clothing stores but refrained from entering, continuing onward until she arrived at an outdoor supplies store, where she hoped to find the last necessary outdoor equipment, praying that the outcome would not yield disappointment. Chapter 73. The Plunder of the Pedestrian Street. Part 2. Upon entering the store, Gu Tongwan felt a jolt of apprehension at the sight of several steel frames stacked at the front, fearing that all the merchandise had been removed. Fortunately, some items had merely been taken off the shelves and placed in cardboard boxes on the other side. Only a portion had been relocated. Gu Tongwan discovered a box filled with backpacks, sleeping bags, and hammocks, while another contained protective equipment, including multifunctional knives, entrenching tools, axes, sticks, nylon ropes, fishing lines, harpoons, fishing nets, and even a few slingshots, along with waterproof tarps and fire blankets. Adjacent to it was a box of energy supplies, though regrettably, most had been waterlogged. However, the solar panels, hand-crank generators, fire extinguishers, and induction cookers stored on the top shelf remained intact, albeit in limited quantities, with fewer than 3 of each type. It appeared that the warehouse items were prioritized for removal before the store samples. Despite this, Gu Tongwan felt a bountiful harvest was at hand. The outdoor supplies store spanned 2 floors. Gu Tongwan had previously scouted the second floor several times, which housed inflatable boats, batteries, and other large equipment. Without hesitation, she ascended to the second floor and, indeed, spotted a conspicuous 4-person inflatable boat nestled in a corner. She promptly secured it in her space. To her surprise, there were also 2 uninflated kayaks and 2 snowmobiles, which delighted her as Jiangcheng is a southern city where extreme cold weather items are quite rare. However, the greatest surprise lay in the fact that she found automotive antifreeze and freeze-proof gear in an outdoor supply store, with around 20 bottles of 4L. Although the second floor did not boast as many supplies as the first, she endeavored to collect everything possible. It was now 3:45 a.m., nearly 5 hours since her departure. Gu Tongwan was acutely aware that time was slipping away. After gathering most of the outdoor supplies, she hastily descended. To her astonishment, she discovered an inconspicuous staircase next to the pharmacy. The staircase was so narrow that it could easily be overlooked. Gu Tongwan took out her waterproof watch, noting that it was now 4:20 a.m., with less than 2 hours until dawn. She needed to return to her residential complex by 5:30 a.m. Curiosity often beckons, especially when she caught sight of the large letters spelling health on an LED light that had gone dark due to a power outage. Gu Tongwan recalled that she had not found the so-called infertility kits in the pharmacy, which were reputed to fetch a high price in the apocalypse. Since joining a group of wanderers in the post-apocalyptic world, she had met a diverse array of individuals, including one who had once worked for wealthy clients in a base, where he witnessed homemade infertility kits being sold for the equivalent of 5 pounds of fine noodles, and that was for just 1 piece. In an environment devoid of factories, these kits were seemingly crafted by hand using fish bladders or sheep intestines, both of which were not only odorous, but also offered a poor user experience. They were reportedly not very popular, yet due to the post-apocalyptic conditions, most people were reluctant to bear children, leading them to spend exorbitant amounts despite the discomfort. Gu Tongwan mused that this infertility kit might later be traded for gold. Resolute in her decision, she ascended to the second floor, only to find it shrouded in darkness. The entire store spanned perhaps a mere dozen square meters, and several plump rats scurried about. Gu Tongwan quickly spotted approximately 100 boxes of infertility kits on the glass shelves and swept them all clean in one motion. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a pale face, causing her to instinctively draw her dagger and throw it. The sound of air escaping filled the narrow room. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the figure was not human but rather a life-sized inflatable doll. Even though she was alone, Gu Tongwan felt a tinge of embarrassment as she approached to retrieve the dagger embedded in the doll's chest. Next to the doll were an array of indecipherable objects that elicited a sharp intake of breath, stimulating her senses. The next moment, she turned to leave but hesitated at the staircase, contemplating her choices. In a world filled with dogs, homes, and cars, yet devoid of men, it was perhaps necessary to indulge in self-pleasure to satisfy her needs. There was no shame in that. Upon emerging once more, Gu Tongwan had added an adult category to her inventory. As she descended, she was startled by the rising water level. She distinctly remembered that her second-floor excursion had lasted no more than 20 minutes, yet the water, which had previously reached her waist, now lapped at her armpits, an increase of at least 10 centimeters. A disquieting thought crept into her mind. Could the upstream city of Jiangxing be discharging floodwaters prematurely? Regardless of the reliability of this theory, Gu Tongwan realized that she could no longer remain in the pedestrian street. Although this area was one of the higher points in Jiangxing, it was still not as secure as her 16-story building, prompting her to make a swift return. During her journey back, the rain intensified, and the previously dormant typhoon resumed its onslaught, causing the speed of her inflatable boat to gradually decrease. Nevertheless, she successfully returned to the Scavenging community at 4:55 a.m. Upon arriving home, her dogs, Ao and Tutu, suddenly tensed, erupting into ferocious growls. Gu Tongwan soon realized that the lingering scent of blood on her was likely the cause of their agitation. She quickly calmed the two. Regardless of whether they could comprehend her words, soothingly petting their heads while murmuring, "I dealt with some bad people today. The scent must have frightened you. Don't worry."
I'm unhurt.
The blue hue in their eyes gradually faded, and Ao even leaned in for more affection, while Tutu gently licked Gu Tongwan's injured elbow, which had been bruised during a scuffle. Overcome with emotion, she embraced Tutu tightly, whispering, "It's all right. I won't get hurt again." Using a portable power bank, she heated a bucket of water, slowly wiping her body as the warmth dispelled the fatigue and tension of the day. After changing into clean loungewear, she collapsed into bed, falling into a deep slumber that lasted until 11 the following morning. Upon waking, she routinely stepped onto the balcony to observe the rain and water levels. The rain had diminished to a light drizzle, but she was astonished to discover that the floodwaters, which had only reached the 4th floor 12 hours prior, had now submerged up to the 10th floor. September 29th marked the first day of the flood discharge period, with 85% of Jiangqing's area inundated. Even more disheartening was the realization among the residents of the Scavenging community that internet access had been severed by the morning. Chapter 74. The Flood Discharge. Reaching the 10th floor, Gu Tongwan was uncertain how long the flood discharge period would last, but she recalled from her previous life that within a week of the discharge, Jiangqing had transformed into a vast ocean, with even the higher ground suffering significant devastation. As early as around 5 in the morning, those residing on the 6th floor noticed that the water level, which had initially only reached the 5th floor stairwell, suddenly surged upwards, with subsequent levels being submerged approximately every half hour. Residents on the 7th and 8th floors, who had not yet managed to evacuate, witnessed their 6th floor neighbors panic as they fled upwards with only a few backpacks in tow. The originally tranquil 6th floor landing became overcrowded, with people spilling over from the 11th to the 18th floors. However, when they attempted to push open the safety door to the 16th floor, they found it inexplicably stuck, forcing them to abandon the 16th floor for the 17th. At the unearthly hour of 5:30 in the morning, Jiang Ji, who had yet to succumb to slumber, discerned a troubling rise in the water level. After a moment's contemplation, he ventured outside to place the heavy security door they had previously replaced against the original safety door. With several hundred pounds of weight obstructing the entrance, it would not be a simple task for anyone outside to force their way in. Moreover, he secured the safety door with a U-lock for added protection. Meanwhile, the property staff on the 15th floor were roused from their sleep by the noise of the morning commotion. Realizing the abnormality of the water level, they promptly organized a head count of the residents across various floors. In total, the community housed 80 families, amounting to over 160 individuals rendered homeless, forced to temporarily reside in the hallways and at the safety stairwell. On her end, Jiang Tian confirmed through the peephole that no one was outside before she opened the door and proceeded to knock on Gu Tongwan's door. Upon seeing Gu Tongwan, Jiang Tian sighed in relief and inquired, "Sister Gu, my brother knocked on your door last night but received no response, and your phone was out of service."
We were worried about you.
Gu Tongwan smiled lightly. Perhaps I was simply in a deep slumber and did not notice the knocking. She then glanced at the locked safety door and added, "Even if it is locked, I doubt it will hold for long." Jiang Tian replied with a wry smile, "We must secure the door. You cannot imagine how those individuals last night, laden with bags, were intent on barging in to sleep here." Recalling the aftermath of the flood from her previous life, Gu Tongwan remarked, "I doubt it will come to that. It appears the rain is about to cease. Compared to the limited space between our doors, the hallway is considerably more spacious. Besides, the rescue team has already evacuated a number of residents from our building, so there shouldn't be too many left." Jiang Tian nodded thoughtfully, though anxiety lingered in her heart. The sounds of people moving about since dawn and the incessant knocking had unsettled her. Jiang Ji had sternly refused to let her out, coldly stating they would not open the door, which had incensed those outside, particularly a middle-aged man who, red in the face, berated them for being heartless and lacking neighborly compassion. He threatened to unite the residents with the property staff to evict them, growing increasingly agitated. culminating in him kicking the door, inciting a few others to join in. However, the heavy door remained unmoved, impervious to their futile efforts. Eventually, realizing Jiang Ji was unyielding, the disgruntled group retreated. Jiang Tian could scarcely fathom the thought of opening the door only to find unfamiliar faces awaiting her. The very idea was disconcerting. While Jiang Tian conversed with Gu Tongwan at the door, a knock resounded from the stairwell entrance. The knocking was somewhat restrained, lacking the fervor of a desperate assault. "Residents of the 16th floor, can you hear me? I am a member of the property management from Zijing community. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." Jiang Tian hesitated to open the door, as her brother was still asleep in the bedroom, and she did not wish to disturb him. Her gaze fell upon Gu Tongwan, inexplicably finding her presence more reassuring than her brother's at times. Gu Tongwan approached the door and calmly stated, "What is it?"
You may speak now.
Upon hearing a response, Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared his voice would echo unanswered. Realizing it was a woman's voice, he recalled that the residents of the 16th floor were likely tenants. He continued, "Last night, the power and internet were cut off, and the floodwaters have risen rapidly to 6 floors. We are concerned that if this continues, it may pose a danger. It is advisable to remain vigilant while sleeping, checking the water level every couple of hours. Additionally, we plan to hold a homeowners meeting for the residents on the 18th floor in a few days. Our building's meeting is scheduled for the night after tomorrow. Each household is requested to send one representative." After Lu Feng spoke, he received a simple in reply. When silence followed, he felt somewhat disheartened and continued his descent, having to knock on doors one by one to notify everyone due to the complete internet outage. After the footsteps faded away, Gu Tongwan noted the absence of further sounds in the hallway. It seemed that others had relocated to the more spacious public area of the corridor, as long as the rain ceased to fall and floodwaters did not intrude. Jiang Tian looked at her anxiously, sensing the young girl's fear. At merely 16 years old, she had yet to emerge from school before facing such a calamity, and her emotional resilience was not as quick to adapt as that of an adult. Gu Tongwan gently reassured her, "It is all right. Just remember to inform your brother about the homeowners meeting in 2 days. Jiang Tian nodded eagerly, resembling a little rabbit. Gu Tongwan returned inside, fetching approximately 4 liters of water from the plastic barrel used for collecting tap water and distributed it between the 2 bowls for her pets. Although it was generally advised that pets refrain from drinking contaminated tap water, the current circumstances were dire, and the water supply would only become scarcer. Furthermore, the dogs would need to learn to confront external threats independently, adapting to seek out water sources. The water outside might not even be superior to the current tap water, thus necessitating their acclimatization to such conditions and enhancing their resilience. Looking at the 2 4-month-old pups, whose sizes now rivaled that of the largest Siberian wolves, Gu Tongwan's gaze shifted to the still and silent Mint on the balcony. A lingering sense of unease nestled in her heart. It was too quiet. She retrieved 30 kilograms of meat for the 2 small dogs and remained in the space to assess her supplies. It was crucial to keep track of the consumption during the torrential rain and the resources she had gathered. Otherwise, an unrestrained depletion would lead to a dire situation. Chapter 75. Inventory of supplies. The recent consumption had primarily consisted of the dog's meat, along with water, vegetables, and some boxed meals. However, the remaining quantity was sufficient for her to sustain herself for 20 years in this post-apocalyptic world. Last night, she had scavenged nearly 2 tons of various meats from the 6th floor of the department store, and after accounting for the 600 pounds used to feed the dogs over the past 2 months, she still possessed approximately 4 tons of meat. As for medications, she had a variety of both prescription and over-the-counter drugs, including cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, antibiotics, disinfectants, and various remedies for injuries, as well as insect repellent and anti-diarrheal medications. She also had a significant stock of iodine swabs acquired earlier. Her inventory of outdoor supplies was quite comprehensive, including slings, hammocks, tents, waterproof tarps, extreme cold gear, snow boots, and various tools useful for survival in the wilderness. The quantity of batteries was adequate, with 7 portable power sources of 5,000 W and several solar panels, along with a small diesel generator and various power banks and solar charging devices. In the context of an apocalypse, the power supply should be secure, provided there is sufficient fuel. After deducting the gasoline and diesel used for the speedboat last night and the power generation during the extreme heat, she currently had 158 barrels of diesel and 119 barrels of unused gasoline remaining, alongside half a barrel that was partially used. The two vehicles she had acquired last night had yet to be thoroughly inspected, as she had been in a hurry to gather supplies. Upon closer examination, she found that the off-road vehicle appeared to be in excellent condition, with a high chassis and tires that, even without snow chains, should not slip. This model had been quite popular among outdoor enthusiasts prior to the apocalypse. Regarding the RV that surprised her, it was unlike the typical van-like models commonly seen in the market. Instead, it resembled a cargo truck assembled from a pickup, a type known as an adventure vehicle. Bearing the Ford emblem, its chassis was even taller than the previously mentioned off-road vehicle. The interior was approximately 10 square meters, adorned entirely with mahogany, and the floor was laid with wooden planks. Inside, there was a separate bathroom and toilet, along with a 46-inch television and a diagonal computer, a 1.5-meter bed, and a retractable staircase leading to a loft. The left side featured a dining area, while the right side had a foldable sofa for storage. The vehicle was also equipped with solar power, and the kitchen included a microwave, sink, and electric stove. Outside, there was even an outdoor kitchen, with 2 air conditioning brackets atop the truck. Before the apocalypse, this was a vehicle Gu Tongwan could hardly have imagined owning. Its market value was likely in the tens of millions. It seemed that the previous owner had not managed to retrieve it before the world fell apart, which accounted for its surprisingly low price. After examining these features, she proceeded to check her current space points. Following the completion of a system task last night, she had earned 3,500 points. Indeed, upon checking, her previously displayed remaining points of 653 had transformed into 4,153. Considering the necessity of a vehicle in this post-apocalyptic world, and the fact that the scavenged vehicles lacked keys, Gu Tongwan recalled a certain product in the system mall. The purchase of a universal key will deduct 500 points, leaving a remaining balance of 3,653 points. Upon acquiring the key, she immediately inserted it into the 2 vehicles in her space, discovering that the key would morph into various shapes to fit different locks. This realization sparked a thought. Though it was a car key, its universal nature made her curious whether it would work for the snowmobiles and the several boats she had confiscated. Thus, she decided to try it on a boat, and to her delight, it successfully started. While her points had increased, she was still about 6,000 points short of activating the planting land. She wondered if, in the near future, she could venture out in stable flood conditions to scavenge for gold or similar resources. Nevertheless, she decided to leave such matters to fate, although the name Chang'e, mentioned by the man she had dealt with last night, lingered in her mind. Such inhumane individuals, once they turned natural disasters into their personal paradise, would only be driven by their inner demons to seek destruction of all they loathed and to seize what they desired. Stepping out of her space, she held a fruit and cream bread that she had packed earlier from the bakery. The bread, toasted to a crisp and soft perfection, was filled with rich animal cream and topped with strawberries, pineapples, and cantaloupe. A bite revealed not only the softness of the bread, but also the dense sweetness of the cream and the refreshing aroma of the fruits. Unfortunately, she hadn't stocked up much on bread and cakes. There were only about 100 loaves and 30 assorted cakes in her space, and she had bought around 20 boxes of cream back in America. However, under the circumstances of the apocalypse, she doubted she would expend effort to bake cakes. Using the cream for baked pasta would be a better choice. After finishing her meal, she enjoyed a glass of iced Americano to invigorate her mind. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the hand crossbow she had forgotten to retrieve from her space last night. Regrettably, she had used up 6 arrows in one night, and now fewer than 10 arrows remained in her supply. Should she exhaust them, the weapon would lose its utility unless she could find arrows similar to the previous ones, which was no easy feat. Each arrow was crafted from high-density steel, with weights precisely measured to the milligram. Any deviation would adversely affect shooting speed and accuracy. During this period, she needed to continue honing her physical fitness and combat skills. If she were unarmed and faced several men, it would not be an easy task, especially if she encountered someone with combat prowess. With this thought in mind, Gu Tongwan whistled, and her 2 dogs, Ao Ao and Tutu, who had just finished their 10 kilograms of mutton, perked up and ran to her, obediently sitting in front of her. This training focused on coordinating with her 2 dogs. In the apocalypse, she could not fight alone. At times, she might need to rely on Ao Ao and Tutu during battles. Thus, it was crucial for them to not only heed her commands but also to accurately perceive any signals or movements she made. Having downloaded a considerable amount of relevant training content, she had begun to see preliminary results, and today she continued to practice with AO and 2 Tuesday. On the 49th day of the apocalypse, the persistent light rain finally ceased after 3 days, yet the water level showed no signs of receding. Although the rate had slowed significantly, currently flooding up to the 11th floor. Gu Tongwan speculated that the flood discharge should be coming to an end within the next couple of days. Meanwhile, in these 2 days, burglary incidents began to occur in the Xijing community. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, an owner observing the water levels from the 11th floor discovered the bloated corpse of a woman floating in the flood, her long hair trailing behind her. Chapter 76. Owners meeting in the temporary office on the 18th floor. Lu Feng sat on the couch, holding the last cigarette he had extracted from the pack. The pressure he had been under was immense, and he had smoked through the remaining packs. Knowing that cigarettes were now impossible to procure, he found it hard to resist. Otherwise, he could scarcely endure. Following the water supply cutoff, they had encountered difficulties in accessing water, compounded by the incessant complaints from the residents. Little did he know, the matters at hand were far more complex than merely a water shortage. The torrential rain, water suspension, and power outages were merely the onset of this natural disaster. Lu Feng could not help but take out his wallet, from which he retrieved a family photo taken in March, featuring his beautiful wife and adorable daughter, with him embracing them from behind. At that time, their smiles were as bright as flowers. However, with the internet down and the floodgates opened, he dreaded to think of the well-being of his wife and daughter, who had gone to stay with his mother-in-law in a neighboring province. After tucking the photo away, his gaze fell upon 4 colleagues in front of him, who were counting supplies. During the previous month, when they had set up a temporary market, a considerable amount of supplies had remained, which they had packed away in advance. In recent days, they relied on these provisions to get by. But supplies would inevitably run out. If the government did not send aid soon, they would face starvation. Lugo, we have 2 boxes of water left. 3 boxes of instant noodles, and we've picked out all the edible vegetables. The rotten ones will have to be discarded, a young man in his early 20s reported. Have Rain Tong and Lu Tao finished distributing? Lu Feng asked. They came to collect them yesterday morning, the young man replied. There were 2 other staff members. One lived in the adjacent building B, and the other resided across from the temporary office. They had already distributed supplies equally among themselves, leaving only what was left for the 5 of them in the immediate future. Lu Feng approached the pile of spoiled vegetables. The leaves of the cabbage had turned yellow, and the few remaining lettuce roots had long since rotted. Nearby, a basin contained dozens of spoiled eggs. Lu Feng pointed at the vegetables, saying, "Wash the cabbage a bit. As long as it's not too rotten or smelly, it's still edible. For the eggs, let us add some soy sauce and flour. And try frying them into pancakes." The young man looked at Lu Feng with some hesitation, clearly troubled by the state of the vegetables. Lu Feng noticed the discontent in the young man's eyes and, after taking a final drag from his cigarette, smiled wryly.
Chioli.
Do you know why no one has come to assist us so far? Why the flood discharge was so sudden? Do you think everything is just coincidence? The young man named Xiao Li had graduated from university less than a year ago and had only joined the property company through family connections. His experience and sensitivity to circumstances were far less developed than his superior, Lu Feng, who had been in the field for over a decade. With some reluctance, he asked, "Lu Go, wasn't it because the rain was too heavy recently that they couldn't provide assistance?" Naive one. Do you comprehend the implications of flood release on a city? Have you ever witnessed a government, in the wake of such devastation, merely standing by while an entire urban expanse succumbs to inundation? Lu Feng scoffed and shook his head, squatting down to pick up the discarded vegetable leaves strewn about. The colleagues nearby were enveloped in an unprecedented sense of dread. Xiao Li, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned pale, his lips trembling slightly. No, it can't be true.
Can it?
Lu Feng, unwilling to elaborate further, narrowed his eyes and remarked, "During this period, we must work to assuage the owner's concerns. But we must also be vigilant regarding our own safety. I have a foreboding feeling that our community will not experience tranquility in the near future." At that moment, a woman in her 30s suddenly interjected. Lu Go, Zhang Ran, and Xiao Imo went to notify the residents of buildings F and E. They left yesterday morning and have yet to return. The woman held a wireless intercom, a device provided to the security personnel by the property management, with 4 units available for internal use, sufficient to cover the entire Xijing community. Aside from those who rushed home during the torrential rains, There were currently 8 property staff members in the community, excluding security. Over the past few days, they had been pairing up for their tasks, utilizing a speedboat to navigate to each building. However, the boat had run out of fuel, rendering the motor inoperable, and they could only paddle by hand. With each pair responsible for 4 buildings, Lu Feng and Xiao Li were assigned to A1 and A2, while the 30-year-old woman and another colleague were in charge of C and D. Zhang Ran and Xiao Mo, who had lost contact, were responsible for the E and F buildings near the community entrance. Zhang Ran was a refined and gentle girl, having just graduated like Xiao Li, known for her soft-spoken demeanor and her refusal to engage in disputes with residents. Xiao Mo was a slender, bespectacled young man who had recently joined their company after working at a telecommunications firm, characterized by his reticence and lack of social inclination, yet adept at report analysis, having compiled the residents' information for Lu Feng. As Lu Feng furrowed his brow in concern, a middle-aged woman in her 50s spoke irritably. "What are you all worried about? Zhang Ran's aunt lives in Building E. Perhaps she's simply enjoying the comforts of her aunt's home and has no intention of returning. But we cannot abandon our duties. The speedboat is still with her," the woman responded, frowning. The middle-aged woman tossed aside her sunflower seeds and raised an eyebrow. It was Zhang Ran who insisted on taking charge of buildings E and F. Who knows if she had already made plans to keep the speedboat for herself? Zhang Ran is not that kind of person. Please refrain from spreading baseless rumors, the woman retorted, exasperated with the middle-aged woman's behavior. It wasn't that she disrespected her elder. Rather, over the years at the company, she had witnessed this individual engage in various acts of deceit and manipulation, often suppressing the younger staff, using her age as a pretext for lecturing others. Spreading rumors? I am merely stating the truth. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself at Building E. The middle-aged woman rolled her eyes and continued, "And Lu, I must say, you cannot be too soft-hearted. This morning, you distributed our water to those people in the corridor, right? Let me tell you, in this environment, everyone is on edge. If we don't have enough water for ourselves, do you really think others will be grateful for your generosity? I say we should expedite our plan and encourage them to help each other so that we can extricate ourselves from this situation." Although her words were unpalatable, no one contradicted her. They evidently shared her sentiments. Xiao Li suggested, "How about this? In a couple of days I'll go to Building E. If Zhang Ran refuses to return, I'll simply take the speedboat back." Lu Feng, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth, could only nod in agreement and said, "Xiao Li, please go next door and inform Liang Min to borrow some chairs. We will convene the owners' meeting at 8 o'clock tonight." Chapter 77. Mutual Assistance? Not a chance. At 7:55 p.m., Jiang Tian knocked on Gu Tongwan's security door. Gu Tongwan had changed into a light blue tracksuit, one she had scavenged from the department store, fitting her perfectly. This time, Gu Tongwan did not wish to attend the owners' meeting. She detested trouble and had no intention of drawing attention to herself during the apocalypse. However, she had heard that the property management possessed a list of owners and would be calling out the unit numbers, and those absent could provoke the property management scrutiny or even raise suspicion among the other owners. Rather than face continued entanglement later, she thought it better to attend the meeting and see what it was all about. Jiang Ji had been waiting at the stairwell, and the siblings had resolved to check it out together. As they left, Jiang Ji did not forget to secure the stairwell door with the U-lock. Gu Tongwan silently withdrew her gaze, contemplating the boy's evident vigilance. The 3 of them ascended from the 16th floor to the 18th, and upon arrival, they were met with a sea of heads. Since only one person per household was allowed, Jiang Tian chose to stand with the others in the corridor. In the cramped living room, approximately 20 individuals gathered, as most residents from the lower floors had already been evacuated by the rescue center, resulting in a somewhat crowded atmosphere. Gu Tongwan observed the other attendees. With water cut off for nearly half a month, many bore weary expressions. The power outage also rendered gas unusable, making it difficult to cook even for those with food supplies. Those who had stockpiled bread or steamed buns fared a bit better, while others resorted to dismantling their furniture for firewood. Consequently, the air was permeated with the scent of burning wood. Lu Feng sat at the front, using a coffee table to distance himself from the residents, cleared his throat, and began to call out unit numbers, requesting that those present raise their hands. Gu Tongwan and Jiang Ji, being visually striking, immediately drew attention upon entering. Lu Feng noticed them as well, but his focus remained on the meeting's agenda, and he paid little heed to their appearance. After a couple of coughs, he commenced the proceedings. "Good evening, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Feng, the property manager responsible for tonight's owners' meeting. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to all the owners present. Aside from units 1301 and 702, all owners from A1 are in attendance. No sooner had he uttered his first sentence than murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. What? They didn't come? Must have plenty of supplies at home. Perhaps they simply didn't want to attend. What has the property management done during this time? If it weren't for my wife insisting I come, I wouldn't have bothered. Lu Feng remained unfazed by the chatter. He had anticipated such reactions. Aware that tonight's meeting would not proceed smoothly. Pausing, he continued, as you all know, the water, electricity, gas, and internet in the community have been suspended. With government assistance still pending, many owners who have been flooded are now homeless, and food supplies are dwindling. During this critical time, we must unite and await the final moment of rescue. Lu Feng's words of comfort seemed to resonate with many, as some owners' eyes sparkled with hope. However, when Lu Feng proposed relocating some of the affected residents to homes with fewer occupants, he was met with widespread opposition, leading to arguments breaking out. Lu Feng found himself at a loss for words, repeatedly opening and closing his mouth in frustration. Gu Tongwan observed the farcical scene unfold, recalling that such notions of neighborly harmony and unity had also existed in her past life. However, before any mutual aid could be realized, her paper factory's property had been seized by a group of villains. In this life, it seemed wiser to adopt the role of a silent observer. The middle-aged woman from the property management, who had even folded a white paper into a sign displaying her name on the table, suddenly remarked, "It's truly inconvenient for a family of several to accommodate others, but I believe a single person should be able to, after all." Our Xijing community consists of spacious apartments. Particularly, Building A features 3 bedrooms and a living room, leaving 2 extra rooms available for others, such as the owner of 1601, who lives alone. It would be quite suitable. The owners with larger families breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't at their home. Meanwhile, the other 2 single residents who were not mentioned remained silent, opting to feign ignorance and observe how 1601 would respond. When Gu Tongwan was unexpectedly called out, her companion Jiang Ji furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the subtle smile playing at the corners of Zhang Xiaofen's lips. Although unaware of the source of the inexplicable malice towards others, Gu Tongwan had no intention of probing into it, maintaining an impassive expression. Lu Feng also sensed that Zhang Xiaofen was somewhat targeting Gu Tongwan, but it was not the right moment to interject. He recalled having received numerous complaints from subordinates about Zhang Xiaofen's disdain for attractive, young women since her divorce over a decade ago, as she enjoyed belittling her female juniors, and now appeared to be deliberately targeting the young, single female owners. However, he reconsidered that if this female owner could agree to accommodate some of the affected owners, their pressure would be somewhat alleviated. Just when everyone thought she would continue to remain silent, a voice, colder than her beautiful appearance, echoed in the hall. "I'm sorry, but I have no intention of mutual assistance." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at her, their expressions a mix of anger, reproach, and astonishment, all eyes converging on her. Zhang Xiaofen immediately retorted with a cold smile. "In the face of natural disasters, our hope for survival lies in unity. Sister, your thoughts are misguided. One must not be so selfish." Gu Tongwan responded with a smile. "Selfish, you say? Very well. Let me propose this. As long as the owners of undamaged apartments, including the property management, are willing to open their doors to those in need, I too shall extend my hospitality, provided that everyone must agree. Can we achieve that?" Zhang Xiaofen's countenance shifted instantly. In truth, she resided on the 14th floor, but using the excuse of having 2 elderly parents unwell, she was unwilling to even let her colleagues stay over. As soon as she heard Gu Tongwan's words, she exclaimed, "That's not the same. Other families have more members, and you are all alone with spare rooms. Why can't you let someone in?" As soon as she finished speaking, those who had been forced to sleep in the corridors for days began to chime in. "Indeed, we wouldn't take anything. We just need a bed to sleep on. If not, the sofa will suffice. I have rheumatism. My legs hurt badly during this damp weather. It's better to be in a room." Zhang Xiaofen looked triumphantly at Gu Tongwan, clearly pleased to see everyone echoing her sentiment. Gu Tongwan's gaze turned icy as she calmly asked, "May I inquire if the apartment I reside in was purchased by you or rented at your expense? Why should I allow others to stay in my home? What ties us? Are you my parents, or have you cared for me even for a day?" Since neither is true, Why should I step forward to shoulder the burden? I admit my selfishness, but that is my affair. What right do you have to dictate my actions? After pausing, Gu Tongwan continued with a cold smile, to take a step further. Should I agree to let you stay in my home, I would expect rent, of course. I wouldn't demand much. Just 1 pound of rice and 1 liter of water per person per day, and I would accommodate you. Robbery. You would demand supplies in return. A woman holding a child shouted immediately. Gu Tongwan chuckled, shrugging her shoulders, her expression turning serious again. If charging rent is considered robbery, then why is it not exploitation when you wish to reside without paying? If you refuse, then I have no choice. I do not wish to be the scapegoat. Scanning the crowd, she added, unless, as I previously stated, all those with housing open their doors to those without. It must be fair and just for me to be persuaded. Thinking of moral coercion, she decided to reverse the moral pressure onto the others. Currently, those with homes comprised half of the group, and they had been more vociferous than those without. It was merely a reluctance to become the scapegoat. Indeed, this time, no one spoke up, all unwilling to be taken advantage of. At this moment, a solitary man raised his hand, clearing his throat before saying, "It's not that we can't accommodate others, but I also dislike those who expect to stay for free. I agree to the arrangement of 1 pound of rice and 1 liter of water per person per day. Don't accuse me of being harsh. I won't charge for children under 2. This statement seemed to break the ice, prompting others with homes to agree. Yes, I also concur. If we can provide supplies, my home is also available. Those without shelter realized the harsh reality. They understood that at this critical moment, those with homes were cold-hearted, which ignited their frustration. Yet, protesting further would be futile. It was unreasonable to expect to spend their stored food as rent. Zhang Xiaofan wished to say more, but her female colleague interjected sharply. Sister Zhang, I think you should refrain from speaking. It's inconvenient for a young woman to share her home with others. What if something happens? By the way, don't you have an extra room at your place? Why don't you offer it? Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback that Su Hong would direct the spotlight onto her, instantly falling silent and avoiding eye contact. My parents are both unwell. What if they infect someone else? It's just not convenient. Su Hong rolled her eyes, losing interest in further discussion with her.
Meanwhile,
those who had been affected in the hall began to cry out, some even weeping with children in their arms, lamenting their plight, only to have their hidden motives ruthlessly exposed. When the rescue team arrived, why didn't you send your child to leave with the elderly? You insisted on keeping your child close, and now you're suffering because of your own choices. You're the one to talk. Your child is as plump as a pig. He snores loudly while sleeping in the corridor. The hall erupted into a cacophony of voices, each one vying to be heard. Lu Feng furrowed his brow, finally unable to suppress his voice. All right, everyone, since we cannot resolve the issue of accommodation, let us discuss our current food situation. For it is far more critical than merely finding a place to sleep. He needed to tread carefully. The subsequent discussion would be the focal point of the evening. Clenching and unclenching his hands resting on his thighs, Lu Feng prepared to address the pressing matter at hand. Chapter 78. Organizing resource gathering. Lu Feng instinctively reached for a cigarette, only to discover that he had smoked his last one 2 days prior. Resigned. He settled for a ballpoint pen, his expression grim as he deliberated before speaking. As you all know, the rain has ceased for nearly 2 days now. During the previous water outage, everyone must have relied on collecting rainwater to survive, but now that the rain has stopped, our water supply has become a significant issue. While our building has yet to witness anyone resorting to using floodwater for consumption, it has come to my attention that residents of Building C have suffered from severe diarrhea and stomach pains due to ingesting floodwater, with some even fainting. Thus, I must reiterate, do not consume the floodwater below and refrain from entering flooded areas for play or washing. The current water flow is treacherous. And one resident from Building D nearly got swept away while attempting to bathe. Someone nearby voiced their dissatisfaction. If there were clean water, who would willingly drink that filthy water? If we don't drink, are we to die of thirst? Indeed, had I known the rain would stop, I would have collected more rainwater. Now my household is running low for the past 2 days. I've been using the floodwater from the 10th floor for bathing and washing clothes, and I've developed an unpleasant odor. I've filtered it several times through gauze and boiled it, but I'm running out of firewood. I've almost finished using the benches and tables for fuel. If this continues, I might have to resort to drinking it directly. I'm not concerned for myself, but what about the 2 elderly in my home? Stockpiling rice and flour is pointless if we have no electricity or fire to cook. Should we just gnaw on raw flour? You still have flour. While I am left with only half a bag of noodles at home, and my wife and I are uncertain about what to do. We have been struggling to sleep well these past few nights. The tiles in the corridor are simply unbearable. How can the hearts of the young be so hardened? We seek nothing more than a soft sofa to rest upon. Within our community, there remain some elderly individuals who initially resisted separation from their families, as well as children who cannot part from their mothers. We had hoped that the government would intensify its relief efforts, but to our dismay, officials have only visited twice and then vanished without a trace. Many now regret not having boarded the rescue boats when they had the chance. Gu Tongwan raised her gaze towards Lu Feng ahead, noticing he merely pursed his lips, suppressing his own emotions while allowing others to vent theirs. Once everyone had spoken until their throats were dry, he finally interjected, I currently have 2 proposals for everyone to consider, which is all we, as property management, can offer. However, I must clarify that while it is our duty to assist the owners of Zijin community, that was in the past. In the face of this natural disaster, we are all struggling equally. Our capabilities are limited, and we do not wish to expend effort in vain. The murmurs among the owners indicated their impatience. They had previously paid hundreds each month in property fees, believing themselves to be in a position of superiority, entitled to service regardless of the circumstances. Lu Feng's words, however, began to unsettle them, prompting a nervous silence as they focused on him. He continued, We have observed the water levels over the past few days. The sudden rise was likely due to upstream cities releasing floodwaters. As of yesterday evening, the rate of increase has begun to slow, suggesting that the flood release is nearing its end. The rain has also ceased for several days. I propose that we organize a group to search for usable supplies rather than merely wait for external assistance. Has the government truly abandoned us? Will the rescue teams not return? Lu Feng's words struck like a bombshell, igniting the fears harbored deep within the hearts of those present. Even after waiting all this time without any sign of help, they were reluctant to confront this harsh reality. Lu Feng's indifferent gaze swept across the hall, his furrowed brow unable to conceal the fatigue of recent days. Nonetheless, he hoped the owners would heed his words. What I am about to say is crucial. I urge everyone to listen attentively. Our property management has a total of 6 rescue boats, which can only be rowed as we lack gasoline for motors. Each boat can accommodate 8 individuals. 1 is stationed at A1, while the remaining 5 are located at buildings E, B, and C. Additionally, there are 4 owners in buildings E and C who possess their own kayaks. I hope that those in A1 who have their own kayaks or rescue boats will bring them forth for use. Of course, this will not be without cost. Our property management will send 2 people along, leaving 6 spots for the owners. Participants will be randomly grouped, and we will venture out twice a day, with the condition that 20 of the collected supplies must be surrendered. Other owners with their own boats can expect the same terms. In fact, the property management has several larger rescue boats stored in the corridor on the 6th floor, which, unfortunately, could not be relocated before the flooding began. And now they risk being swept away by the deluge. Someone raised their hand. It was a short, stout man from the 13th floor. I have a kayak, but it's a 2-meter-3, 6-person model, so it can carry 5. However, I require 40 of the supplies. As soon as he finished speaking, the others erupted in protest. The anger of those who prioritized self-interest flared up, feeling that they were being deprived of what was rightfully theirs. 40%?
Why not just go rob someone?
One shouted. The property management only asks for 2 people. I refuse to use your dilapidated kayak. Indeed, it is quite disgraceful to take advantage of the misfortunes of others in our community, another chimed in. The stout man retorted with a cold laugh. Then don't use it. It's not like I'm begging you. Another man from the 15th floor, Su Ran, raised his hand after some contemplation and decided to form a team. I also have a fishing kayak, which is also a 6-seater. I will charge only 20 of the supplies. Su Ran felt a twinge of guilt as he spoke, immediately lowering his head afterward. It was not that he did not wish to help his neighbors. He simply had a family to support and could not afford to let his generosity lead to their starvation. Seeing the stout man being harshly criticized, he opted to adopt the same terms as the property management. Jiangji did not intend to raise his hand, even though he too possessed a rescue boat that could only seat 4. With Jiang Tian taking up 2 spots, he preferred to minimize risk rather than pursue potential threats, even if it meant foregoing the opportunity for supplies. The owners' meeting lasted about an hour, and as it concluded, Jiang Ji and Gu Tongwan deliberately waited until the crowd dispersed before leaving. Although everyone knew they were from the 16th floor, some still wished to follow them. Especially since the stairway to the 16th floor was locked. Upon hearing that they were preparing to search for supplies, Jiang Tian initially felt a surge of excitement but soon expressed her concern. Is the end of the world truly upon us? Jiang Ji gently ruffled her hair, soothing her with kind words. Do not dwell on it too much. Let us accept what comes. Yes, I understand. When do we depart? Sister Gu, will you join us? Before Gu Tongwan could respond, Jiang Ji interjected. Let us go together for mutual support. Gu Tongwan met Jiang Ji's calm gaze and Jiang Tian's sparkling eyes, and could only smile and nod in agreement, adding, I will also contribute 20 of the supplies. Jiang Tian was about to refuse when Jiang Ji tugged at her wrist, signaling her to remain silent. She did not wish to appear ungrateful, hence her offer to contribute supplies. On the 52nd day of the apocalypse, Gu Tongwan arrived at the submerged 10th floor at the designated time as notified by the property management. The water had completely engulfed the corridor. A one's group consisted of one large rescue boat and 3 kayaks, apart from the property management, and a few owners wielding paddles. The others carried various makeshift tools such as larger plastic sheets, smoother plates from their homes, wooden sticks, or simply their hands. Upon seeing Jiang Ji's kayak, a few individuals made snide remarks, but upon realizing it only accommodated 4, they fell silent. Each person was laden with numerous bags. Some even carried backpacks or satchels, essentially any bag that could hold supplies. Gu Tongwan and Jiang Tian each bore a black backpack, while Jiang Ji carried a travel bag and slung a quiver of arrows over his shoulder. 10 minutes later, the 4 kayaks began to glide slowly toward the community's exit. Meanwhile, on the balcony of E-Building 1401, a man with a bare torso watched with a sinister gaze as the kayaks disappeared at the end of the road. Behind him crouched a disheveled woman with a vacant expression. Beside her lay a young man, bloodied and possibly lifeless. Big Chung, they have set off. Big Chung turned around, a strange smile creeping across his face. Those boats just turned out from A1, didn't they? That girl mentioned the A1 folks would be going out today and tomorrow. Lu Cheng narrowed his eyes menacingly and commanded, tie these 2 up. Don't let them escape. The rest of you, help me carry the rescue boat down. Chapter 79. More bodies found the route arranged by the property management led to Zijing department store. For most, the first thought of a place to scavenge was undoubtedly the bustling department store, especially with the water level so high, rendering only multi-story buildings worthwhile for gathering supplies. Gu Tongwan did not oppose the idea. For her, since the last meeting, she had already made her presence known to both the owners and the property management. Not stepping out now would only provoke suspicion about how she was managing under the circumstances of water and power outages, whether she had stocked up on supplies, or perhaps even had pets at home. Rather than being the subject of whispered speculation, it was more prudent to venture out. Most importantly, she recalled that near the Zijing department store were the financial building and the Jining building, places that might warrant a brief exploration. Paddling with just oars proved somewhat laborious, especially since Jiang Tian soon complained of sore hands, lamenting why her father hadn't purchased an electric model. Jiang Ji remarked indifferently that their father had no need for such an item at the reservoir, which was still smaller than their residential complex. Even if he had one, he would still need to paddle without fuel. Seeing this, Jiang Tian could only sigh repeatedly, yet the little girl was quite sensible, taking less than 10 minutes to rest before resuming her paddling. Upon reaching the Zijing department store, the water had already risen to about the 3rd floor of the mall. Lu Feng and Xiao Li directed the large cargo towards a safe passage. Fortunately, the emergency exit was unlocked. After a collective effort to open it, they secured the inflatable boat with ropes to the escalator railing. To be on the safe side, they left 2 volunteers among the owners to guard the kayak. As it required little effort and they could still obtain supplies, a net gain for them. The remaining group waded through water that reached their calves. Even during the day, the mall was dimly lit, but not to the extent of being completely obscured as it would be at night, creating an unsettling atmosphere within. Gu Tongwan observed that most of the supplies on the 3rd floor had been largely cleared out, with clothes floating on the surface of the water left unattended. As they were not in immediate need of clothing, but rather food was the priority. Ascending to the 4th floor, several older women immediately began to shout, squatting down to remove their shoes and shake out the water. I'm afraid of sandworms after walking in this water. A fungal infection would be disastrous. One elderly woman exclaimed. No one responded to her, feeling somewhat annoyed by her constant chatter since boarding the boat. As she had been complaining about her exhaustion and criticizing the property management for demanding too much in supplies, despite having insisted on going out during the sign-up. Jiang Tian and Jiang Ji pressed on towards the 6th floor, their objectives clear, thus moving swiftly, while Gu Tongwan opted to remain on the 4th floor. Here, she discovered that every storage room behind the counters had been opened. Typically, there's a door leading to a storage area behind each counter, which lacks carts or mobile counters. Upon entering, she found that most of the supplies had been cleared out. Unsure if it was the previous group that had taken them, or if they had been relocated by the mall management beforehand. The situation on the 5th floor was similar, with the storerooms essentially empty, though some scattered clothing remained outside. Gu merely selected a few out-of-season items symbolically, as the others followed suit, not wanting to return empty-handed. Additionally, the surplus could serve as supplies for the property management, as it wasn't specified what the 20% should consist of. On the 6th floor, the group's findings were minimal. However, Gu Tongwan noticed that Jiang Tian's backpack appeared somewhat bulging, as did Jiang Ji's. At this moment, everyone had ascended to the 6th floor and had mostly split up, each reluctant to let others seize the supplies they had discovered. Just as they became engrossed in their search, a sudden scream jolted them, realizing it was the elderly woman who had shaken out her shoes. Everyone hurried towards the source of the noise. The woman squatted down, trembling, pointing with a quivering finger ahead. Dead. There's a corpse. After exclaiming in terror, she recoiled, nearly clinging to Lu Feng's leg. Lu Feng, somewhat repulsed, pried her hand away and shone his flashlight forward, gasping in shock at the sight before him. In the restaurant lay 7 or 8 corpses, clearly deceased for several days. The light illuminated one face where livor mortis had already set in, the body beginning to swell, with a pronounced wound on the neck. Gu Tongwan frowned slightly. This individual was not one she had encountered previously. It was possible they had ventured out during the flood discharge period, risking their safety, and had met with a massacre here. The others, having never seen real corpses, had been comfortably ensconced within their community, and even after running out of food, had not contemplated the notion of killing for supplies. The sight of the bodies jolted them to the grim realization that under the weight of natural disaster, society had descended into chaos. And such acts of violence might not be isolated occurrences. Lu Feng felt a chill run down his spine as he stared at the gaping wound on another corpse's chest. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said, "We must gather supplies quickly. We'll evacuate to the next location in 20 minutes. In summary, he had no desire to linger in this cursed place. The expedition to Scavenging department store left everyone disheartened. Each person returned with only a few spoiled vegetables or rice infested with worms. Yet, knowing that conditions would only worsen, they bore the nausea and carried back even flour mixed with rat droppings. As they departed Scavenging department store, most were still shaken, engaged in discussions about the corpses they had encountered. Even Jiang Tian couldn't help but ask, could it be that with the end of the world, some people find pleasure in murder? She leaned against Gu Tongwan, feeling a sense of dread. Although Gu Tongwan wished to spare the little girl from fright, she felt it necessary for her to see the world as it was. Even if it were not the apocalypse, the reality of murder existed. This natural disaster merely provided an opportunity and venue for certain malevolent individuals. What should we do if we encounter such a situation? Jiang Tian looked up, her small face filled with fear. Protect yourself and learn to retaliate when necessary. Gu Tongwan's voice was soft yet firm, like a warm stream enveloping Jiang Tian, calming her previously anxious heart, though she lowered her gaze, contemplating the weight of that advice. About 10 minutes later, the young girl regained her spirit, vigorously paddling while secretly securing a multifunctional Swiss Army knife, originally placed in her backpack, tightly to her thigh. The 4 boats were divided into 2 groups, one heading towards the Jinning building to the east and the other towards the financial building to the west, with the 2 buildings situated less than 200 meters apart. Gu Tongwan, Jiang Tian, and a stout man who had collected supplies from the 4th floor chose to go to the Jinning building. Gu recalled that the Jiangcheng Broadcasting and Television Station was located on the 20th floor of the Jinning building. If it was a television station, there might be a live shopping center, which would be worth exploring. However, at this moment, Gu Tongwan and her companions were unaware that they were already being watched from several hundred meters away. Chapter 80. Jinning building. The 3 of them paddled their boat to the 5th floor of the Jinning building, where the terrain was lower than that of the Scavenging department store, and the flood had risen to the 5th floor. They cautiously maneuvered their oars, stopping the boat in front of one of the windows. As the windows had been shut from the inside prior to the torrential rain, they would need to break the glass to gain entry. Jiang Tian, hand me the glass hammer. Oh, okay. Jiang Tian replied, retrieving a glass hammer from her backpack. The siblings had brought some tools on this outing, both for convenience during their scavenging and for self-defense. However, most commercial office buildings had reinforced tempered glass, and despite several attempts, Jiang Ji was unable to break through. Gu Tongwan then suggested, let us paddle to the left and try the glass over there. They moved the boat forward a bit and discovered that the glass on the other side had already been cracked. This time, the glass hammer quickly shattered one of the windows, and after carefully knocking off the jagged edges, the floodwaters rushed in. Fortunately, the interior had already been inundated, so there was no issue with overflow. Even the smallest of inflatable boats could not smoothly navigate through the glass window, thus, a few individuals had to disembark first, deflating the boat to bring it inside. Prior to their descent, all three confirmed their swimming capabilities. Gu Tongwan was the first to step off the kayak, and upon entering, she struggled to keep her feet on the floor as the water level reached her armpits, the current making it challenging for her to maintain control over her body. Nevertheless, she grasped the kayak with one hand and pulled Jiang Tian down with the other. Wow, the water is incredibly deep, Jiang Tian exclaimed timidly, realizing she could not touch the ground initially. Jiang Ji, however, moved with remarkable agility, likely due to his regular exercise, and with his taller stature, the water only reached his hips. After deflating the kayak and pulling it through the window, they swam towards the office door, where Jiang Tian turned on the fishing light atop her head. The interior of Jining building was not too dark, thanks to the numerous windows, and after about 20 minutes of swimming through the submerged floor, they finally located the stairway. Without taking the time to wring out their clothes, they quickly ascended. Jiang Ji found a spot to temporarily hide the kayak on the 6th floor. Gu Tongwan had previously visited Jining building twice. Once during a summer internship at a media company with friends, and again while working part-time as a delivery person, recalling that the broadcasting station was on the 12th floor. However, they all planned to head directly to the 20th floor to search downwards, as carrying supplies up the stairs would be excessively exhausting. As they passed the 12th floor, Gu Tongwan suggested that they could first search the 12th floor for supplies, allowing them to bypass it on their way down. On the 12th floor, the broadcasting station had 2 broken windows, the heavy rain from a previous typhoon soaking that side, leaving desks and chairs scattered with blown-away folders and various office supplies. Gu Tongwan navigated her way to the live streaming rooms based on memory, and upon entering, she discovered them filled with live streaming products. There were 4 rooms designated for live streaming. One contained clothing, another was packed with marinated eggs and hot and sour noodles, a third brimmed with various meat snacks, and the last was stocked with household appliances. Jiang Ji and Jiang Tian quickly filled their backpacks with marinated eggs and hot and sour noodles, packing 3 bags in total, while Gu Tongwan added 1 bag to the pile, which they placed under the left side of the entrance's desk to retrieve later. As they split up on the 12th floor, Gu Tongwan was surprised to find that the 14th floor housed a security company. She called the others to a halt, pursing her lips. Since it's a security company, they should have walkie-talkies. Let's go inside and take a look. Upon entering, they found dozens of walkie-talkies gleaming in the display case. Although some were out of battery after testing about a dozen, they managed to select 7 or 8 that were fully charged. In this chaotic world, these devices could serve as substitutes for cell phones, especially since some walkie-talkies had a reception range of over 100 kilometers. Sister Gu, you're so knowledgeable. It's impressive. Jiang Tian sweetly flattered her. Gu Tongwan smiled and noticed many useful items, including brand new stab-resistant vests, powerful flashlights, and professional cut-resistant gloves. Upon picking up a stab-resistant vest, Gu Tongwan promptly removed her outer long-sleeve shirt and urged Jiang Tian and Jiang Ji to do the same. Jiang Ji understood immediately, nodding as he tossed a vest to his sister and quickly donned one himself. As Jiang Tian put on the vest, she asked, "Does this mean I won't be afraid of being stabbed anymore? It can only withstand a portion of the damage, but if an attacker targets your limbs, head, or neck arteries, you could still be injured or worse," Gu Tongwan replied. At her words, Jiang Tian shivered involuntarily. Although she had heard that chaos reigned outside, she still found it hard to believe that someone would dare to kill another person face to face. After donning the vest, Gu Tongwan took a few additional supplies without hesitation, stuffing them into her backpack while Jiang Ji and Jiang Tian followed suit. Gu Tongwan planned to collect more supplies from the upper floors if time permitted, Yet she was wary of exposing the existence of her storage space, with the Jiang siblings present. To expedite their search, the three decided that each would cover 2 floors. Jiang Tian would handle the 19th and 20th floors, Gu Tongwan would take on the 17th and 18th, and Jiang Ji would explore the 15th and 16th. After tuning their walkie-talkies to the same frequency, they separated. Jiang Tian discovered that the 20th floor belonged to a sporting goods company. After searching, she found little of value, but stumbled upon snacks, milk, and several unopened barrels of water in someone's drawer. Unfortunately, these items were too heavy for their kayak to transport, and Jiang Tian could only regretfully abandon them. She then moved to the 19th floor but was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in her abdomen, making her uneasy. Spotting a restroom, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. During this time, in an effort to conserve water, she and Jiang Ji had sometimes resorted to drinking unfiltered tap water they had collected earlier, which had become contaminated with microorganisms over several days and could upset the stomach, causing diarrhea. Jiang Ji had adapted well to this, but Jiang Tian, having a weaker constitution, often felt discomfort. After exiting the restroom, Jiang Tian continued her search. While bending down to open a desk drawer, she suddenly heard approaching footsteps. Initially thinking it might be Gu Tongwan or her brother, she turned only to find a man behind her, his hand tightly covering her mouth. Startled, she saw a middle-aged man with a sinister smile looming before her. He swiftly knocked the walkie-talkie from her hand, yanking her hair and dragging her into the innermost office. Chapter 81. In chaotic times, he aspires to be a tyrant. The intruder was Lu Cheng, who had been holed up in Building E. This time, he had brought along 7 others. After occupying the residence of a woman in Unit 1501, they had consumed all the supplies in her home, leaving her unable to escape their clutches. Just last Friday night, when everyone was asleep, the woman had seized a kitchen knife and injured one of Lu Cheng's comrades. In a ruthless retaliation, Lu Cheng had plunged a dagger into her heart and ordered her to be stripped and thrown from the 15th floor into the raging flood below. The woman had lived alone, and her meager supplies could not withstand Lu Cheng and his gang's extravagance. Moreover, Lu Cheng had recently allied with several security guards from the nearby Yuzijing community, successfully bribing the 3 guards who were temporarily holed up in the stairwell. Now, they had seized control of the entire E1 building, cutting off power and internet to facilitate their nefarious activities. Even Zhang Ran and Xiao Imo, who had been sent by the property management a few days prior, had been captured. Initially, this group posed as property management, lulling the residents of the entire building into a false sense of security. Once the residents opened their doors, they would force their way inside. So far, 2 households had fallen victim to their schemes, losing all their stored food. The residents of E1, unable to voice their anger, found themselves increasingly victimized, and the number of victims grew as communication remained scarce. To them, Lu Cheng and his crew were nothing short of heartless demons. At that moment, apart from Lu Cheng and one of his subordinates in the office, 2 others stood at the door dressed in security uniforms. One of them couldn't contain a sneer. How many female residents has he ruined during this time? And he still thinks about satisfying his base desires. Sure. Keep your voice down. You know how he operates. Let us just keep our heads down and go along with it. If the disaster ends, he'll be the one held accountable, not us. But why is he so fixated on building A1? One of the security guards was somewhat bewildered by Lu Cheng's frenzied obsession with gathering information about building A1 during this time. It seemed there was a grudge involved. A female owner of A1 had previously caused Lu Cheng significant distress, and he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards her, vowing to eliminate her upon his return. What a scoundrel! Security guard A couldn't help but mutter, only to be met with scornful laughter from his companion. Security guard B, spare me the act. Weren't you quite eager during the Zhang Ran incident? Security guard A frowned, replying, that was because that Zhang Ran woman was flirting with me. It wasn't my intention. His voice trailed off as images of Zhang Ran's desperate face flickered through his mind, quickly overshadowed by the thrill and pleasure he had experienced, allowing his inner wickedness to eclipse his fleeting remorse. Enough of this, we shouldn't linger here any longer. Listening to others revel is rather unpleasant. I'm going to see if there's anything to scavenge downstairs, Security Guard B declared, observing his companion descend to the lower level. Security Guard A cast a glance at the commotion inside, spat disdainfully, and followed suit. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng and his group were watching Gu Tongwan and her companions head towards the Jining building. Initially, The subordinate responsible for navigation complained of a stomach ache. But suddenly they encountered an unexpected current, causing them to squander nearly 40 minutes traversing a mere few hundred meters. Lu Cheng, on the brink of violence, was finally relieved to enter the Jining building, but uncertainty loomed regarding which floor Gu Tongwan had ascended to. Consequently, they decided to split into several groups, with Lu Shu opting to remain at the entrance to oversee their speedboat. As they searched each floor, they inadvertently stumbled upon Jiang Tian instead of Gu Tongwan. Lu Cheng had encountered Jiang Tian a few years prior when he had just been released from jail. Dragged by Lu Shu to the Jiang family's dinner celebrating the matriarch's 70th birthday, he had felt acutely uncomfortable at the table, sensing the disdainful gazes of the Jiang family, who seemed to know of his past. Back then, the young girl had been a mere child, but now, she had blossomed into a striking beauty. Since Lu Cheng had taken a life, he had come to terms with his irreversible descent into darkness, compounded by his belief that the recent calamities signified the onset of the apocalypse, prompting him to act with increasing recklessness. After imprisoning the female property manager, he had dispatched others to gather intelligence based on clues from a male employee. The nearest police station, a mere 500 meters away, had long been submerged, explaining the recent silence from both the police and the military amidst the chaos. A time of upheaval is splendid, he mused, for it is said that heroes arise in tumultuous times. I, Lu Cheng, shall be that hero, seizing power, wealth, and women. He dragged Jiang Tian into a secluded corner, distanced from the entrance, where sound would struggle to penetrate. Even if Jiang Tian sought assistance, her chances would depend on the misfortune of others. He had already commanded his associates to eliminate the pretty boy on the 16th floor and to spare the two women, particularly the one with dogs, whom he intended to claim for himself, even intending to butcher her pets. Yet, now that Jiang Tian had fallen into his grasp, he felt no disappointment. Despite her youth, she was undeniably a beauty, and he intended to relish the experience. As he contemplated this, his coarse hands reached towards Jiang Tian's fair face, prompting her to scream in terror and struggle fiercely. However, Lu Cheng struck her sharply, causing her face to swell and throb painfully, leaving her dazed. Seizing the moment, he roughly attempted to tear at her clothing, while Jiang Tian, regaining her senses, felt her fingers brush against a Swiss Army knife resting on her thigh. Gazing at Lu Cheng's grotesque visage, her fear was swiftly engulfed by a surge of anger. She could not allow herself to succumb to this devil. On the 17th floor, Gu Tongwan discovered a pest control company filled with various extermination products, including those for cockroaches, termites, and rodents, all piled high on the right side of the office. In this extreme heat of the apocalypse, the rampant spread of cockroaches and rats, coupled with proliferating bacteria, had led to numerous diseases. With the death toll rising, the lack of proper sanitation increased the risk of infection, potentially resulting in water contamination, heralding the arrival of plagues and myriad ailments. Gu Tongwan promptly gathered nearly 10 boxes of various pest control products from the wall. To her surprise, she also found snake repellent, which would prove invaluable for outdoor overnight stays, alleviating fears of venomous snake attacks. Just as she thought the pest control company had little of worth, she stumbled upon an unopened box of biscuits and several jugs of water in the general manager's office. However, her most delightful discovery was a gold necklace nestled within a red velvet box in the drawer. Uncertain of its original recipient, she certainly needed gold, so she placed it into her storage space. Detected 150 grams of gold, automatically converted to 150 points. Current system points, 3803. Having grown accustomed to the system's notifications, Gu Tongwan felt little surprise. She intended to abandon the 17th floor for the 18th when she suddenly caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent wafting from the right corner of the office. Habitually, her fingers brushed against her waist as she cautiously approached the source, the odor of rust mingled with something foul growing, increasingly intense. Upon reaching the scene, she bit her lip in horror. Approximately a dozen rat skins lay stacked together, surrounded by fresh bloodstains, the blood still glistening. The sight of the bloodless skins was eerie, as though the creatures had been drained of their life essence in an instant, without even a cry of protest. A sudden cold breeze brushed against Gu Tongwan's cheek, drawing her attention to an open window, its curtains billowing as the flood's muddy scent infiltrated the room. As she edged closer, her brow furrowed in unease. Though devoid of flesh, the rats were remarkably large, each weighing at least 1.5 pounds. significantly larger than the rat swarm she had encountered at the Zijing shopping center days prior. What could be feasting on the blood of these rats? And how could it have happened so swiftly that they had no chance to resist or flee? As Gu Tongwan wrestled with her unease, a frightened voice crackled through the intercom, followed by static, suggesting that the channel had been forcefully cut off. This is bad. Something's amiss with Jiang Tian. Gu Tongwan swiftly turned to ascend the stairs, only to collide with two men ahead. One, a slender figure, lit up upon seeing her, a sinister grin spreading across his face. What a stroke of luck. I've found you, damn it. Let us see how I deal with you this time, you wench. This slender man was none other than the one she had kicked in the groin while he was following Lu Cheng. Their group had emerged alongside those from Building A, and it seemed that the opportunity to capture her had finally arrived. Remembering the humiliation he had endured, he felt a surge of anger. But upon glimpsing Gu Tongwan's beautiful face, his expression shifted to one of malicious delight. Gu Tongwan narrowed her eyes and inquired, "Have you all been lurking in the Zijing community?" The slender man sneered, surprised. "Are we? We've been comfortably residing in the Zijing community. What's the matter? Scared? If you beg for mercy now, I might spare you a bit of suffering, but if I'm not around to speak on your behalf before Chunge, do you think he'll let you off easily?" Gu Tongwan's demeanor grew cold as her gaze fell upon another individual beside the thin man, clad in a security uniform. It became evident to her that the absence of several security guards in the community recently was due to their collusion with such scoundrels. The guard, seemingly unsettled by her penetrating glare, recalled his previous days before associating with Lu Cheng's gang, igniting a surge of anger within him. He retorted bitterly, "In this apocalyptic world, people die for wealth just as birds perish for food. Everyone desires to survive, albeit through different means. Indeed, your words hold weight. But having chosen this path, should one meet their demise in the future, it would be a consequence of their own making," Gu Tongwan replied. The guard, momentarily perplexed by her implication, was about to inquire further when the thin man, growing impatient, interjected, "Why waste words on her? Let us subdue her first." With that, the thin man brandished a watermelon knife, approximately 40 centimeters long, and, perhaps fearing his own lack of intimidation, he swung it around to demonstrate his supposed prowess. The nearby guard could not help but caution, "Be careful not to injure yourself." "Shut your mouth," the thin man snapped, believing that his weapon rendered Gu Tongwan defenseless. He stepped forward with a sinister grin, while Gu Tongwan, in that moment, prepared to draw her own baton. However, before he could advance further, a large moth, the size of a basin, suddenly burst forth from the lampshade above. Its body was a pale yellow, adorned with faint stripes on its wings, and its head was the size of an adult man's fist. It had likely been curled up, camouflaged in the light's dimness, making it difficult to perceive. The moth darted straight into the thin man's face, causing him to drop the watermelon knife and claw desperately at his visage, emitting muffled cries of distress. "Help me!" he shouted at the guard, who stood frozen in shock, having never encountered such a creature. The air grew thick with the metallic scent of blood, accompanied by a strange, sucking sound as skin tore. Gu Tongwan's gaze fell on the rat skin nearby, and a sudden realization struck her. Biting her lip, she ran forward swiftly. Before the guard could gather his wits, she brushed past him, heading towards the exit. As she departed, she caught a glimpse of the two men ensnared by the gigantic moth, a flicker of coldness flashing in her eyes as she hastily shut the door behind her. Racing towards the 20th floor. Chapter 83. Counterattack. Gu Tongwan ascended rapidly, bypassing the 19th floor and heading directly for the 20th. Unsure of the situation, she relied on her intuition about Jiang Tian's personality and the speed of their scavenging. She presumed they wouldn't descend quickly. Upon entering the 20th floor, she collided with the man. Without hesitation, she swung her baton downward while he was still disoriented. The baton, originally 20 centimeters, elongated to 3 or 4 times its length in an instant, slicing through the air with a piercing sound as it aimed for the man's neck. Startled, he raised his elbow in defense, only to hear a thud as the baton struck, sending a jolt of pain through his arm. He staggered back, drenched in cold sweat. However, the assailant did not grant him a moment to escape or retaliate. A second strike came down, this time to his thigh, the force capable of shattering bones, causing him to collapse to the ground. By the time the third blow landed, he was already half unconscious. Having dispatched him in under a minute, Gu Tongwan sprinted towards the source of noise. Inside an office, she found Lu Cheng pinning Jiang Tian down, one hand bleeding, the other yanking her hair. Jiang Tian, in pain, flailed her dagger wildly. In that instant, Gu Tongwan's heart hardened with murderous intent. With a swift motion, she struck Lu Cheng on the head with her baton, and he fell to the ground with a cry. Before she could deliver a second blow, Jiang Tian, her eyes ablaze with fury, lunged at Lu Cheng, stabbing him repeatedly with a Swiss Army knife. Although her strikes lacked force, she persisted, withdrawing the blade only to stab again. Lu Cheng, sprawling on the floor, evaded as best he could, ignoring his injuries and shouting, "You little BT! I won't let you two get away with this. I will kill you both. Dashi, Fei, where are you?" Just as he finished his outburst, a sharp pain pierced his chest. Jiang Tian had driven the knife deep into his left side. Momentarily stunned, she recoiled, cradling her arms and biting her lip, trembling. Gu Tongwan looked down at Lu Cheng, who writhed like a dying dog, and squatted to extract the knife from his chest. Blood gushed forth, staining her palms. Lu Cheng glared at her and Jiang Tian, his lips moving in a feeble curse, "Be cheese." But soon, he felt a coldness creeping around his neck, realizing with terror the chilling resolve in Gu Tongwan's eyes. He convulsed a few times before his eyes widened in death, unblinking. Jiang Tian bit her lip, finally succumbing to tears. She held the knife as if in a trance, her gaze fixed on Lu Cheng as he transitioned from convulsions to stillness. Gu Tongwan placed the Swiss Army knife beside Jiang Tian, allowing her a moment to compose herself while she assessed the young girl's condition. Her cheeks were slightly swollen, evidence of Lu Cheng's brutality. Her collar was torn, revealing bruises on her neck, yet no other visible injuries were apparent. In the silence, Gu Tongwan retrieved Jiang Tian's backpack from a corner, extracting several long-sleeved jackets scavenged from the 12th floor live stream room, gently draping one over Jiang Tian's shoulders. A sigh of relief escaped Gu Tongwan. Thankfully, she had arrived in time, and Jiang Tian had not been violated by that beast, Lu Cheng. Observing the traumatized Jiang Tian, Gu Tongwan recalled a similar experience from her past life, and her heart softened. She understood that her attempts to comfort her would have limited impact. Ultimately, Jiang Tian needed to find her own way to heal. The reason she placed the knife back in front of her was to ensure Jiang Tian fully grasped the reality of Lu Cheng's demise. Jiang Tian clenched her lips tightly, remaining silent. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Gu Tongwan tightened her grip on the baton, preparing to turn, but upon seeing the newcomer, she lowered her weapon. Chapter 84. Force maturity. Jiangji appeared to have arrived hastily after a fierce altercation, his arms, neck, and cheeks marred by knife wounds. Fortunately, they were not deep, though blood seeped through his blue athletic shirt. Upon catching sight of Jiang Tian, his expression froze, then erupted with fury. His lips pressed tightly, and his chest heaved as if he wished to speak. Gu Tongwan, sensing his turmoil, calmly stated, "Jiang Tian is unharmed for now. I dealt with Lu Cheng," and she responded wisely at the outset. Only then did Jiangji notice Lu Cheng's corpse nearby. He squeezed his eyes shut and said, "There are 3 more downstairs." "Are they dead?" Gu Tongwan inquired. Jiangji frowned but ultimately nodded. "All dead." He was originally on the 15th floor when 3 individuals, seizing the opportunity, launched a surprise attack. Armed with machetes and crowbars, their intent was unmistakably lethal. As Jiangji sensed the imminent danger, he heard Jiang Tian's shocked voice crackling through the intercom, a chill running down his spine as he realized they might have been targeted from the very beginning. This pretty boy had indeed caught the eye. No wonder that beautiful girl from the 16th floor always accompanied him. Damn, I detest those who are more beautiful than women. I'll carve that pretty face in a moment. Ha! You're just jealous, but it's a pity. I've heard that Dogsy swings both ways. If he's on this floor today, he's bound to have a good time. Be careful, or Brother Chun will flay us. He said he won't spare any men. As the 2 men exchanged mocking glances, they scrutinized Jiangji with malicious intent, oblivious to the cold fury brewing in his eyes, which had reached a critical point. Jiangji took a cautious step back. Now was not the time to draw his bow and knock an arrow. That required precious moments. The 2 men, misinterpreting his movement as a retreat, laughed mockingly. "Do you really think you can escape? Submit, and we might leave you with a whole corpse." Hearing this, Jiangji pressed his lips together and suddenly inquired, "Have you stayed in the Zijin community since that day to take revenge on us?" The 2 men, feeling secure in their advantage, replied cheerfully, "Not quite. If anyone's to blame, it's just your bad luck." The torrential rain kept us here, but thanks to Brother Chung, we have no worries about food, drink, or women. Life here is certainly better than it was before the apocalypse. Do you really believe that after natural disasters, the world becomes a lawless land? Jiang Ji's eyes glinted with cold laughter, prompting impatience in his adversaries. Shao Si, stop wasting time with him. Make your move. One of them swung his crowbar directly at Jiang Ji's face. The other, not to be outdone, brandished his machete in the opposite direction. Jiang Ji reacted with astonishing speed, sidestepping and rolling backward before crouching down to grasp the short blade, secured to his shoe. Having practiced taekwondo for several years in high school and participating in club activities during college, he possessed agility far surpassing that of the two men. With the short blade in hand, he thrust forward, forcing one man to retreat before he lunged forward, delivering a swift and precise cut across the man's abdomen, causing him to cry out in agony. Meanwhile, the man wielding the crowbar seized the opportunity and struck Jiang Ji's shoulder.
Ugh.
Jiang Ji grunted, but remained resolute, pivoting to deliver a powerful kick to the man's groin, causing him to collapse to the ground in pain. The other man, having regained his composure, swung his machete wildly. Despite Jiang Ji's evasive maneuvers, he still suffered several cuts during the confrontation. After delivering a final kick that sent the machete flying from the man's grasp, the latter, realizing he could not defeat Jiang Ji, turned and fled. Jiang Ji frowned, swiftly retrieving the backpack from the corner, pulling back his bow and nocking an arrow. He shot the first arrow of the apocalypse at the fleeing figure. The sound of the arrow slicing through the air echoed ominously in the corridor, and the man felt a sharp object pierce his chest. He looked down in disbelief at the arrow protruding from his body, twisting in agony, his gaze locking onto the cold eyes of the youth. Jiang Tian's disoriented gaze gradually sharpened. She felt somewhat better than before, though her complexion remained alarmingly pale. In a barely audible whisper, she asked, "Sister Gu, is he dead?" Gu Tongwan, her expression devoid of emotion, gazed at Lu Cheng's lifeless form and replied softly, "He is dead, I killed him." Jiang Tian's shoulders trembled slightly as she raised her head, her expression a mix of hesitation and denial. "No, it wasn't he. It wasn't he like that." Gu Tongwan understood her youth made it difficult to accept the reality of death, yet she insisted, "It was me. You acted in self-defense. But I truly intended to kill him." Jiang Tian could not help but hang her head and weep softly, murmuring, "I'm so useless. You sullied your hands because of me." Jiang Ji instinctively reached out to comfort his sister, lamenting that, were it not for this damned apocalypse, she should have been a carefree girl, untouched by darkness. Yet, if he solely focused on protection, would that truly allow her to survive in this harsh world? After a moment of tears, Jiang Tian stood up, her legs still trembling. Fortunately, Gu Tongwan was there to support her, preventing her from collapsing to the ground. Jiang Tian inhaled deeply several times, but the pervasive stench of blood made her whisper, "Let us hurry outside. I don't want to stay here any longer." Gu Tongwan nodded, grasping her hand as they moved towards the exit, with Jiang Ji leading the way, prepared to shield them from any dangers. Upon exiting the office, they found the man Gu Tongwan had defeated still groaning in agony on the ground, likely suffering from fractured bones in his leg. Suddenly, Jiang Tian halted and turned to Jiang Ji, asking, "Brother, have you killed someone too?" Jiang Ji did not answer, but Jiang Tian understood, a bitter smile creeping onto her lips. Yet, as she looked back at the man, her expression hardened. When Lu Cheng had dragged her away, she had desperately sought help from this man, hoping for a shred of humanity, only to be pushed into a deeper abyss. The man had laughed arrogantly, "Brother Cheng, don't forget your little brother, once you're done having your fun." That mocking voice echoed in Jiang Tian's mind like a demonic whisper. Before Jiang Ji could intervene, she strode towards the man, plunging the bloodied Swiss Army knife into his heart. Her initial thrust missed its mark due to trembling hands, causing the man to writhe in shock. Determined, Jiang Tian steadied herself and thrust the knife deeper with closed eyes. The sickening sound of steel-piercing flesh filled the air. But she did not relinquish her grip, driving the blade in again and again until the man breathed his last. Her face smeared with the iron-rich scent of blood. Jiang Tian bit her lip, appearing almost frenzied. Jiang Ji, furrowing his brow, attempted to pull her away, but Gu Tongwan stopped him, shaking her head. This was a trial Jiang Tian had to face alone. No one could shield her from it. As Jiang Tian rose, a flicker of a smile appeared on her lips as she wiped away her tears, saying, "Well, now I've killed someone too." At that moment, Her tears mingled with blood, blurring the line between laughter and sorrow. Jiang Tian realized she could not return to who she once was. On this day, she was forced to mature, the cost of which was a precious life. Yet, she did not regret it. If the days ahead demanded constant vigilance, she would rather grow strong enough that no one could ever harm her again. Chapter 85. Insects amidst change. Jiang Ji held Jiang Tian's hand, his heart aching for her transformation. Yet, contemplating the potentially harsher experiences that awaited them, he felt a thorn embedded in his heart, painfully reminding him of his powerlessness to change their fate. As they continued down the stairs, Gu Tongwan instructed the siblings to descend first, as she needed to retrieve her backpack from the 17th floor. Embracing the principle that a thief never leaves empty-handed, she casually ascended to the 18th floor, which housed a company specializing in horticultural equipment. The lobby was adorned with numerous intelligent planting machines, arranged on 4 pristine white shelves, totaling over a dozen. These intelligent devices were designed for indoor hydroponics, eliminating the need for soil cultivation, thus facilitating the growth of organic vegetables or greenery within the confines of one's home. Previously, Gu Tongwan had encountered such machines at a flower and bird market, where they commanded a hefty price, approximately 2,000 for a standard shelf equipped with specialized lighting. Gu Tongwan decided to acquire half of the shelves, planning to experiment with vegetable cultivation indoors when time permitted, especially considering the potential onset of an endless night, which could render sunlight scarce. Even though her space already contained soil, activating it would require time, and she remained uncertain whether she could truly accumulate the requisite 10,000 points or if the space would accompany her for a lifetime. She preferred not to gamble, prioritizing caution for the future, hence her prudent approach. After spending less than 5 minutes organizing her acquisitions, Gu Tongwan tossed some supplies from her backpack into her space to minimize her load, as the kayak had a weight limit. Pausing briefly at the 17th floor, she hesitated, recalling the eerie giant moth that had sent shivers down her spine. Some matters, she feared, would linger in her mind if she did not confront them directly. The previous anomalies in flora and fauna had been tentatively confirmed, such as the black cat seen in P Country, the menacing crows, and the peculiar mint and bougainvillea on the 15th floor. This led her to ponder whether insects were also undergoing evolution. However, to err on the side of caution, Gu Tongwan positioned her right hand, wielding a baton, defensively across her chest before turning the doorknob. She took a deep breath, the sound of the knob turning eliciting a bead of cold sweat from her palm. Upon opening the door, a cool breeze greeted her, but she refrained from fully opening it, using the half-cracked entry to observe the ceiling, which was devoid of any presence. Upon fully opening the door, she was met with a shocking sight, a human skin, laid flat on the ground. The skin appeared to meld seamlessly with the clothing, which was stained with a foul liquid. Steeling herself against her discomfort, Gu Tongwan approached for a closer inspection, discovering that the skin had a grayish hue, with one side oozing blood. A blackened hole marred the neck, the blood long since dried, and 2 hollow eyeballs were embedded within the desiccated flesh. Noticing a smattering of white powder on one side of the skin, she realized it might have originated from the giant moth, quickly covering her nose with her hand. Scanning the surroundings, she found a sheet of white paper and, with great care, collected a small amount of the powder to store in her space, a feeling within her suggesting it might prove useful in the future. This intuition stemmed from the moment she had witnessed the man choking on the moth's powder, rendering him immobile. Nonetheless, whether concerning the moth or the consumed human skin, there was an undeniable connection to the impending apocalypse. While she was neither a biologist nor a scientist capable of elucidating the mutations in plants and insects, these occurrences seemed to signify that this apocalypse bore a connection to the previous one, intertwined with the butterfly effect. Descending to the 5th floor, the Jiang siblings had already made their way outside, where a sizable floor-to-ceiling window lay shattered, likely the handiwork of Lu Cheng and his gang. Their speedboat was tethered outside the window, with Jiang Tian seated in their previous kayak, while Jiang Ji occupied Lu Cheng's speedboat. "Sister Gu, you finally made it down," Jiang Tian greeted, appearing significantly improved compared to earlier, though traces of her earlier terror still lingered in her eyes. She seemed almost reborn, leaving Gu Tongwan impressed by the young girl's swift mental recovery, something she herself had struggled with for days after her first kill in a previous life. What transpired? Jiang Ji's attire appeared slightly disheveled, with fresh bruises adorning his jaw. "I just encountered my uncle, and my brother gave him a good beating," Jiang Tian replied, a hint of mockery lacing her sweet smile. This speedboat likely belongs to the property management. It has their spray-painted identification number, Gu Tongwan remarked. Jiang Tian nodded. We are aware, which is why we plan to paddle back. My brother suggested we negotiate with the property management later. We shouldn't return it without compensation. Jiang Ji had no intention of claiming the speedboat as his own, yet he also wasn't keen on relinquishing it easily. He sought to exchange it for valuable information from the property management, as they possessed a deeper understanding of the actual situation within the entire Zijing community. Gu Tongwan nodded in agreement, tossing her backpack toward the kayak where Jiang Tian was seated. Jiang Tian quickly extended her hand, eager to organize the extra space for Gu Tongwan to board. The speedboat was laden with the Jiang siblings' 2 backpacks, 3 black duffel bags, several items secured in plastic bags, and a sealed cardboard box. That was originally on the speedboat, a box of charcoal. I'm not sure how they acquired it, but it's ours now, Jiang Tian whispered. Gu Tongwan understood, suspecting that Lu Cheng's group had scavenged the lower floors, though she found no need to dwell on how they had procured the charcoal. Their 2 kayaks were laden with treasures as they headed toward the designated meeting point, an intersection between the Jining and financial towers, which had been agreed upon for their return after an hour and a half apart. As nearly 40 minutes passed without any sign of the property management or other residents, Gu Tongwan found herself lost in thought, gazing at the financial tower approximately 300 meters ahead. Locking eyes with Jiang Ji, they both discerned the shared skepticism reflected in each other's gaze. Let us return to the community. Waiting here may render us targets, Jiang Ji suggested, his reference to others remaining ambiguous, hinting at various potential threats. Gu Tongwan concurred, realizing the allure of the items aboard Jiang Ji's speedboat could provoke envy. As they made their way back, Jiang Ji deliberately chose the back entrance which, facing away from the light, featured only a single window, making it an uncommon route for most, particularly those sleeping in the corridors, who would be oblivious to their return. Their journey back was relatively smooth, coinciding with the early afternoon hour when most residents were likely napping. To their surprise, the 5th-floor stairwell was completely devoid of other individuals. Jiang Ji swiftly deflated the kayak, while Gu Tongwan, caring less, volunteered to stay behind and guard the items as the Jiang siblings took their supplies upstairs. With their load, they would need to make at least 3 trips. Initially, the task progressed smoothly, but by the time Jiang Tian descended for the 3rd time, she appeared visibly fatigued. By then, a small crowd had begun to gather on the 5th floor, inquiring about the whereabouts of others. Gu Tongwan and Jiang Tian did not conceal the fact that they had waited nearly an hour without seeing anyone, prompting a woman's gaze to fall upon the backpack behind Gu Tongwan. Remembering her husband had not yet returned, she became envious, exclaiming, "What's that? Let me see," and reached for Gu Tongwan's bag. With a swift motion, Gu Tongwan struck the woman's hand with her baton, the force moderate yet sufficient to elicit a yelp of pain. "Why are you hitting me? I just wanted to take a look," the woman protested angrily. "Did I permit you to rummage through my belongings?" Gu Tongwan retorted coldly. The onlookers, hesitant to be the first to challenge her, opted to linger behind, their envy of the supplies they had gathered evident in their expressions. Gu Tongwan was not one to be easily intimidated. The young woman refused to be a representative of a perceived vulnerable demographic, regardless of her reputation for being cold-hearted and unyielding. Chapter 86. Jealousy arose. The woman's loud outcry instantly attracted the attention of others, who soon gathered around, half to witness the spectacle, and half to see what supplies Gu Tongwan and her companions had scavenged. They craned their necks, eager for the woman to confront Gu Tongwan, as the absence of television, internet, and other forms of entertainment had rendered gossiping the perfect diversion. Among the onlookers, Zhang Xiaofan, who had been particularly keen on the unfolding drama, remarked, "Oh, I can tell by her demeanor that she is feeling guilty, trying to hide something from us. She must have found something valuable." "Valuable? Is it food?" Someone began to speculate. "Come on, pretty lady. Open it up for us. We want to snatch it from you. We just want to take a look." Gu Tongwan chuckled at their audacity and retorted, "If you're all so curious, why not venture out yourselves next time? Isn't it because there isn't enough room in the assault boat?" A shorter young man scoffed, his eyes betraying a hint of fear as he glanced at the raging waters. He had previously drawn a spot for the first trip, but had exchanged it for fear of danger, now regretting that those who ventured out earlier were likely to have found more supplies than those who remained behind. In truth, Gu Tongwan only carried 2 bags, one on her back and 2 at her feet, but the bulging contents were undeniably tempting. as Jiang Tian descended the stairs. She immediately interposed herself in front of Gu Tongwan, asserting, "What is so interesting? Wait until your family returns to see. We've spent ages scavenging only to gather this little bit. If you're envious, just wait for the property management to return and join them on the next trip." The property management arranged 2 outings each day, with different homeowners forming teams through a lottery system. The morning schedule ran from 9 to 2:30, and the afternoon from 2:30 to 7:30. It was now precisely 2:30, yet there was no sign of the property management or other homeowners' boats. Some grew impatient, stifling their frustration, especially upon seeing Gu Tongwan and her group return first. The woman eager to see the bags had a husband among those who had left that morning. After being rebuffed by Gu Tongwan and Jiang Tian earlier, she felt resentful and shouted, "You all went out together, so why are you the only ones back? Have you done something?" Gu Tongwan regarded the irate woman with a cold gaze, sensing Jiang Tian leaning forward, ready to retort. She reached out and pulled her back. Jiang Tian, perplexed and still shadowed by lingering gloom, lowered her gaze upon meeting Gu Tongwan's eyes and murmured, "Sister Gu, don't waste your breath on them. They're clearly envious of our haul and are just looking for trouble." Gu Tongwan nodded slightly and addressed the woman. "We indeed left together. But we used our own kayak and proceeded separately after leaving the Zijing department store. We didn't wait for the others and returned early. Then why didn't you go look for them?" The woman pressed, her voice rising as if Gu Tongwan and her companions were traitors in her eyes. "Our kayak couldn't bear the weight. Paddling across a distance would exhaust our strength," Gu Tongwan replied nonchalantly, which only fueled the woman's conviction that they had acted with intent. The woman, still seething, felt that Gu Tongwan and her companions had unfairly reaped the rewards of their earlier venture. She opened her mouth to speak, but before she could utter a word, someone from the crowd scoffed and asked, "Moreover, it was made clear this morning that since the kayak is ours, we haven't taken resources from anyone nor owe anyone anything. Why do you come here to question us? Did you go out to scavenge today? Or were you on logistics duty? We returned without even a sip of water and are met with your accusations. Do you really think I would heed you?" The onlookers, initially eager to join in the ruckus, had witnessed Gu Tongwan's demeanor at the homeowners' meeting. The young lady appeared gentle but had a fierce temperament, capable of rendering others speechless without raising her voice. Thus, they refrained from escalating the situation, instead opting to enjoy the unfolding drama. Should the woman manage to embarrass the young lady, who knows, she might seize an opportunity amidst the chaos. At that moment, Jiang Ji also arrived on the 5th floor. Spotting Gu Tongwan and Jiang Tian in the crowd, he promptly positioned himself in front of them, his tall stature exuding authority that forced several older women to take a few steps back, while men regarded him with trepidation. As the tension mounted, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, it seems they're back." This announcement acted as a bomb, easing the agitation of the crowd, as several assault boats and kayaks slowly entered the community's entrance. After a wait of about 10 minutes, Lu Feng and his companions finally arrived at the A1 area. Upon seeing their condition, everyone was taken aback. Lu Feng appeared utterly disheveled. Not only he but also the group behind him bore signs of distress, with torn clothing and some sporting bruised faces. Su Hong rushed forward to count the number of people who had departed that day. Seeing Lu Feng and Xiaoli, though their faces were swollen and bruised, miraculously without severe injuries, she sighed in relief. However, noticing the silence among the returning group, she suspected something had gone awry. So she pulled Xiaoli aside and quietly inquired, "What happened? Why are you back so late?" Xiaoli grimaced, the pain from his split lip making him wince, the metallic taste of blood lingering in his mouth. But pressed by Su Hong, he could only weakly respond, "When we just came out of the financial building, we encountered a group robbing people and they were homeowners from our own community. It turned out to be from Building F, who had organized a few kayaks to scavenge. Lu Ger and I wanted to help, but they had weapons." As Xiaoli spoke, his breath quickened and a tremor crept into his voice, clearly recalling the terrifying moment when the dark muzzles were pointed directly at them. Despite the robbers being only 3 in number in these times, possessing a gun rendered one akin to a sovereign. A single bullet could spell disaster. Dressed in security company bulletproof vests and uniforms, their demeanor did not betray any professional training. One even sported a shaved head, tattoos adorning his neck, and his filthy long-sleeved shirt, along with oversized sneakers, made him appear as if he were grinding the floor into sparks with each step. Such individuals exuded a unique aura, easily recognizable among the throngs of ordinary people. While the shotgun was indeed intimidating, the scarcity of food and water had pushed many to confront their fears, willing to risk their lives to reclaim the precious supplies that could sustain their families. After the residents of Building F were robbed, tempers flared, and several rushed to tackle the three assailants. Being fellow community members, Lu Feng, Xiao Li, and a few others felt a surge of adrenaline, shouting bold declarations as they joined the fray. In the chaos, a trigger was pulled, but fortunately, the shot struck the ground and no one was seriously injured. Chapter 87. The butterfly effect. After the group of troublemakers was driven away, they continued to curse, threatening to level all the nearby neighborhoods and vowing to wait for their older brother to exact vengeance. During this altercation, Lu Feng and Xiao Li sustained various minor injuries, with the most severely hurt being a middle-aged man from Building F, who seemed to have been struck on the back of his head during the fray. Upon their return, this man was seen lying on their building's kayak, being assisted by others. Nevertheless, the residents of Building F persisted in their endeavors in the vicinity. On the way back, Lu Feng could not shake off the unsettling words uttered by those men as they fled, which pierced his thoughts like a thorn. Nearby, Gu Tongwan also overheard Xiao Li and furrowed her brow, inquiring what kind of guns were they wielding. Xiao Li touched his bruised mouth, recalling the scene before responding. They seemed to possess long guns akin to those used by security personnel for bank cash transport, likely shotguns. However, their accents did not resemble those from Jiangcheng, and they certainly did not appear to be affiliated with any bank. Upon hearing this, Gu Tongwan immediately understood. It was highly probable that this group was the same one they had encountered at Zijing department store. Do they have firearms? Are we in danger? Did you report this to the police? A woman exclaimed anxiously, while her husband, squatting and inspecting his leg injury, disregarded appearances and pulled at her arm, scolding, "Fool. The police station has been overwhelmed. Don't you see the chaos outside? Is it true? Has no one come to help? The police have fled? This is the end of the world. I knew that sudden downpour was unnatural. If only I had bought more at the temporary market. It's all my husband's fault for being stingy. Now, even if we have money, we can't buy anything. What should we do now? Are we really going to die here?" A woman's voice trembled with despair. "Honey, did you find anything to eat today?" Another woman frantically tugged at the bag her husband was carrying. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and Lu Feng bit his lip, observing the crowd. He shut his eyes tightly, overwhelmed by the buzzing noise around him, and finally shouted, "All right, everyone, gather your supplies. We will return after delivering the 2 levels of goods. Given today's events, we will not be dispatching boats this afternoon. It is unsafe at night. Those who wish to venture out must wait until tomorrow morning. But we're waiting to go out and gather supplies. We're out of food and will starve." A man protested angrily. Xiao Li from the property management, who had been kicked several times in the abdomen, endured the pain and retorted, "If you want to die, go out on your own. We won't accompany you. Out there, people are being killed and robbed. Do you think you're invincible?" A woman in her 60s behind the man panicked and sat down, beating her thighs and weeping, "Oh, heavens! Why won't you open your eyes? Are you really leaving us with no way to survive?" Jiang Tian, observing the scene, could not help but roll her eyes and whispered to Gu Tongwan, "This old lady knows how to play the victim. Last month, at the temporary vegetable market, she was bullying others, buying 50 pounds of rice at once and sitting on the second floor waiting for the property management to restock. I don't believe her family has no food." As Lu Feng and the property management team ascended the building, they chose to ignore the chaos behind them. As they left, they clutched a deflated boat that many eyed with envy, yet at that moment, no one dared to approach and seize it. Given the events of the day and the impending darkness, they contemplated the real risk of venturing outside. Gu Tongwan and Jiang Tian ascended together, and Gu Tongwan remarked, "Your brother suffered some external injuries and was soaked in floodwater. Once you return, ensure he disinfects and cleans his wounds, or else it may lead to infection." Jiang Tian nodded obediently, and Gu Tongwan added, "Also, his face is somewhat swollen. If you don't have ice packs, applying Yunnan Baiyao will suffice. If the swelling persists after tonight, you might use some eggs to reduce it." "Thank you, Sister Gu. If it weren't for you today, Jiang Tian's voice trailed off as tears welled in her eyes. Gu Tongwan felt a softening in her heart and gently reassured her, "Do not dwell on it. What matters is that you are safe and your brother is as well." Jiang Tian forced a smile and bid farewell, returning home. Upon arriving home, Gu Tongwan was greeted by her pets, who rushed towards her, undeterred by the scent of blood on her. She petted their heads and retrieved two 20-pound pieces of meat from her storage space before heading to the bathroom to wash her hands. After changing into a comfortable cotton long-sleeve outfit, she settled on the sofa, leisurely enjoying a box of kung pao chicken while sipping her favorite Thai mango passion fruit drink. The combination of the cold beverage and warm rice provided immense satisfaction for both her palate and stomach. Once she finished her meal, she stretched and attempted to communicate with the system. System, what is the correlation between the anomalies in flora and fauna and natural disasters? Why did mutations in plants and insects not occur in my previous life? After a brief wait, the system finally responded. Host. The mutations of entities are related to the collision of time and space and the resulting butterfly effect. Given that everything is influenced by the butterfly effect, can I assume that the natural disasters in this life may differ from those in the previous one? Yes, each dimensional world operates anew. Well then, what type of natural disaster should we anticipate next? The previous life saw torrential rains followed by extreme cold, with Jiangcheng experiencing heavy snowfall by November. Temperatures plummeting to minus 60 degrees Celsius outdoors, and even indoors reaching temperatures below minus 20. The entire world was engulfed in frost, with Jiangcheng becoming a land of ice and snow. The system remained silent, indicating it could not divulge that information. Undeterred, Gu Tongwan posed another question.
System.
How is the bounty mechanism established? Is it based on human malice or potential threats? Why did the individuals I killed today not trigger a bounty notification? Bounties are tasks randomly assigned by the system and are not directly related to the extent of human malice. Are all the individuals deemed bounties inherently evil? The system did not respond, but based on past selections, it was evident that the individuals were not entirely innocent. Furthermore, she had the option to accept or decline these tasks. They were not obligatory. Just as Gu Tongwan was about to withdraw her consciousness from the space, the system's voice unexpectedly interrupted. The space lottery mechanism has been activated and is currently available for use. Chapter 88. The system lottery mechanism. Gu Tongwan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the lottery feature. However, the system's subsequent statement made her want to roll her eyes. The lottery requires 200 points, with a maximum of 3 draws per day. The prizes obtained from the lottery are not available for sale in the system mall and are random products. She should have known better than to believe in free handouts from the heavens, especially from the system. 200 points? Gu Tongwan pondered whether to participate in the lottery, as she currently had only 800 points remaining. If she used them for the lottery, it might prove challenging to acquire more points in the future through gold conversion. Yet, she recalled that while the space could not be expanded further for now, the system mall and bounties were still accessible, and points could be earned through tasks. Particularly, she had not forgotten about the 4,000 point bounty on Yen Chang. Since she would eventually encounter this, she might as well try the lottery mechanism and test her luck. With a gentle tap on the lottery button on the screen, the scene transformed into a lottery machine, accompanied by the sound of rolling glass balls. After several seconds, a bead radiating a soft red glow was dispensed from the machine. A set of rain gear, valued at 100 points. Crafted from a special material that provides fire resistance and can withstand liquids with a pH below 0, has a usage time of 120 minutes. Currently, there are 3,603 points available. Gu Tongwan took a sharp breath, reminding herself not to be angry. After all, this item could be utilized during acid rain. Yet it was only worth 100 points, implying she had effectively lost 100 points. Lottery draws can be addictive, akin to gambling, and sometimes one cannot stop. Thus, when Gu Tongwan consumed another 200 points, she was particularly anxious that the system would respond with a mere thank you for your patronage. Please visit again. A firework, valued at 50 points, is for ornamental use and can ignite a dazzling display of 7 colors, possessing unique aesthetic value. Currently, there are 3,403 points available. Gu Tongwan closed her eyes and pressed the lottery button once more. A satiety pill, valued at 400 points, automatically remodels the stomach structure upon consumption, enhancing feelings of fullness and increasing survival rates in apocalyptic conditions, with long-lasting effects. Currently, there are 3,203 points available. Feelings of fullness were something she had once desperately needed, but now, with her stockpile of food, she was unconcerned about future scarcity. Hence, this item held little significance for her at present. Upon exiting her space, she caught a glimpse of 2 large dogs nearby, and an idea struck her. The satiety pill resembled an oversized kidney supplement. Gu Tongwan cut the pill in half and cheerfully presented it to the two dogs, Aoa and Tutu. Aoa, having just finished eating, dashed over first, tongue lolling and head tilted, occasionally nudging Gu Tongwan's knee with his large head. The proud Tutu, having just groomed himself, approached with an elegant stride. Holding the satiety pill in her hand, she extended it towards the dogs, and Aoa eagerly consumed it in one swift motion. This child was remarkably unafraid of potential poisoning. Acting rather foolishly, Tutu sniffed the pill, glanced at Gu Tongwan, and then swallowed half of it. Seeing that both dogs exhibited no immediate adverse reactions, she resolved to withhold their food for the entire day to observe the effects. Exhausted from her outing, she felt disinclined to do anything else. She tossed a plush pig toy to Aoa and Tutu, watching them play gleefully, before smilingly retrieving her tablet to casually find something to watch from before the Calamity. Unfortunately, the chapter she was reading nearly choked her. The download had only reached 150 chapters, and the last update was 2 months prior. The next morning, Gu Tongwan rose and had a simple chicken sandwich, offering Aoa and Tutu only some spring water, without special feeding. As she wished to ascertain the effectiveness of the satiety pill, Aoa and Tutu did not pester her for food, perhaps due to their still full stomachs in the morning. Knock. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed from outside. Gu Tongwan peered through the peephole and vaguely saw a pair of familiar eyes through the security door, prompting her to open it. Jiangji, usually calm and composed, displayed an unmistakable anxiety in his eyes. At that moment, Gu Tongwan recalled that Jiangji was actually 3 years younger than her, but his typically quiet demeanor and steady nature often led others to overlook his age. What happened to Jiang Tian? Jiangji's eyes widened in surprise. Before he could speak, she had already guessed his purpose. It was no mystery, as Jiang Tian usually sent messages or came to socialize, and Jiangji had always maintained a certain distance. If not for Jiang Tian's condition, he would not have come in person. Jiang Tian has been running a fever since last night. I have tried physical cooling methods and administered medication, but it seems to have little effect. I just checked her temperature, and it was still around 39.7 degrees. I noticed she was drenched in cold sweat and worried that her clothes might make her cold, but I was hesitant to change them. Understood. Please wait for me for 2 minutes. Gu Tongwan closed the door again and returned to her room, retrieving 2 fever-reducing patches from her medical cabinet before heading back out. This was Gu Tongwan's first visit to the Jiang household. Usually, Jiang Tian was quite discreet and would not easily invite her over, which likely also reflected Jiangji's intentions. The layout of Jiangji's apartment was similar to Gu Tongwan's, though the living room was slightly larger, perhaps by 10 square meters. Among the 3 rooms, one was firmly shut. In the living room, 2 cardboard-covered buckets sat, while the floor held several large bags of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and a few large pumpkins. The door to the innermost bedroom was partially ajar. Jiangji stood outside, not entering, merely uttering a quiet thank you. Gu Tongwan nodded slightly and entered, closing the door behind her. Jiang Tian's room was decorated in a distinctly feminine style, with curtains, bed linens, and decorative items in charming pink hues. Hello Kitty figurines adorned the computer shelf, and posters of Jujutsu Kaisen decorated the walls. Jiang Tian lay in bed, her face flushed and breathing rapid, clearly in discomfort. Gu Tongwan lightly touched her forehead and found it quite hot. Not only her clothes but even the sheets behind her were damp. After helping Jiang Tian sit up, there was another knock at the door. I boiled some hot water earlier. The temperature is just right, and it's outside the door. You can use it for Jiang Tian. I'll head back to my room now. Jiangji, as an older brother, was indeed confident. In these apocalyptic times, having each other for support was far better than enduring alone. Once she had removed Jiang Tian's clothes, Gu Tongwan stepped outside to fetch the hot water. The temperature was perfect. She wrung out a towel and wiped Jiang Tian down, then found a clean set of pajamas in the wardrobe. After some fussing, Jiang Tian seemed to be feeling a bit better, her breathing steadier than before, though her consciousness remained hazy, murmuring softly in indistinct words. Gu Tongwan quietly closed the door behind her and saw Jiangji sitting on the sofa peeling potatoes. On the balcony, some charcoal was burning, with a small kettle bubbling away, the water gurgling cheerfully as Jiangji skillfully added pre-soaked grains. I'll head back now. Please let me know when Jiang Tian wakes up. Thank you, Jiangji said softly as Gu Tongwan turned to leave, but then he inquired, what do you think about the matter the property management mentioned today? Jiang Tian rested her hand on the doorknob, her gaze cast down, and after a moment, she replied, The Zhejiang community will soon find itself in a situation of internal and external strife. We must prepare for a counterattack rather than remain idle.
Today,
I obtained a detailed map of Jiang City and the layout of the Zhejiang community from Manager Liu, along with information on the residents, including the addresses of several nearby rescue centers. The information exchanged for the assault boat remains valuable. The map of Jiang City was acquired from a geological survey department by a major property owner before the internet went down. It even marks the detailed locations of major military districts and key landmarks in Jiang City, making this physical map incredibly precious in the absence of digital resources. As for the layout of the Zhejiang community, I had no idea there was another door on the east side that had never been opened. Aside from the essentials, I learned from the property management that the nearest rescue center is just over 7 kilometers away, while the furthest is 51 kilometers. This information was obtained through special channels before the network outage. After Gu Tongwan turned to leave, Zhang Ji picked up a blood-stained arrow from the quiver, wiping it clean, his gaze igniting with a resolute determination. On the 60th day of the apocalypse, the water level continued to rise, now reaching the 14th floor, resulting in a growing number of people in the corridors on each floor. During this time, many began to contemplate the 16th floor, with some even daring to knock furiously on its security door in the middle of the night. Those residing on the upper floors witnessed thick black smoke billowing from the nearby World Trade Center on that fateful day, occasionally punctuated by the sound of explosions. Everyone at home was filled with trepidation, uncertain if this was indeed the herald of the apocalypse.